Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
From sunrise to sunset, Rahm wins the Masters Marathon.
Jim Nance with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Hopefully, well, maybe you're not back at work today with the kiddos. Is your mic off button already broken?
My mic off button does not work.
Someone's sabotaging you.
Someone is.
No.
I can't turn my mic off. Man,
All right, so what we're going to do is you're going to wave to me when you want your mic off, and I'll just...
Okay, so the whole show I'm just going to wave.
Yeah, we'll signal.
Let's see. Let's see if Peyton... All right, at least Peyton can
But then I got to turn it back on.
Yeah. No, try it off. Turn it off again. I can turn it on. Cool.
Okay, and now try it off. No.
Oh, this is bad.
This
is not good.
Really bad. So
Fantastic.
that's RJ,
Stock dropped again.
Corey,
No, this is impossible.
RJ, Corey, and who else? Who sits there during G-Bag?
Broadus.
That's Broadus.
Uh-huh.
All right, so be on the lookout. Be on the watch. Pepe is back. Did you go anywhere on vacation?
I did. I over the weekend went up to Choctaw Casino.
Did you see Spittle there with his family?
No, I did not. I saw Tim though. No, I'm joking. I didn't see Tim.
Okay.
But yeah, did some gambling, did some more gambling, and
Makes sense.
we're glad we have a job.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What did you play?
Blackjack, slots.
Man, listen to the voice of defeat right there.
Yeah, man, Sunday morning waking up. That's the worst part is that, like, I slept there. You know, we got rooms there and stuff. So, like, you wake up and you walk downstairs and it's just the slots are right in your face.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you want to play this again? And I'm like, you know what? I brought the cash that I wanted to and said I'm not going to any ATMs. And so I left with nothing.
Did you go to an ATM?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I refused to.
Yeah.
So we did not take out any more than we brought there.
I always suffer from that final walk out of the casino after you've lost the night before and you're like, one big swing. I'll get it all back. I'll leave even. And then the feeling in the pit of your stomach when you're down twice as much. Go for that big swing right there.
That's it.
I'm going to walk out of this place even because if you leave even, you've won. But otherwise, how was it? It's a nice facility, no?
It was really nice. It was my first time. Me and my friends, our first time going. And so, you know, it was really nice. The rooms were really, really good and stuff. Food was great. Entertainment was great. They have like movie theaters. I mean, no shots fired at Windstar, but Windstar is just like, you know, the casino and stuff like that. You know, Choctaw has.
It is?
Yeah.
Windsor
It's just
a
casino.
Yeah. They don't have a golf course or two.
Well, at night you can't really do that. You know, here at Choctaw, you have the movie theater, the arcade, the bowling and stuff. Lots more to do there.
How many people did you sleep to a room? How many different ways did we split this bad boy?
Oh, no, it was just one each.
Oh,
We got our own.
Well.
Nice. Well done.
All right.
So Peyton Russell is back and recharged. Speaking of golf, John Rahm wins the Masters.
Yes, he did.
A rain-delayed Masters. I love the stat from Nance. He started off the tournament with a 4-putt. He started off the day down 4, and he wins by 4.
He wins by 4.
Yeah.
And this was like, if you love golf, that was a hell of a day because I was up at like 7:00 in the morning watching the end of the third round.
Yeah.
And
I was like, are they going to finish this today? Was that the intent the entire time? And
absolutely.
They still had some daylight left.
Yeah, they had plenty of daylight left. That was definitely the intent. There was no more weather issues. It was going to be like chilly in the morning session, and then it was going to dry up. And you saw the greens get a little bit quick at the end, but yeah, that was a great day of golf. If you love golf, you had 12 straight hours. You had 12 straight hours of content.
Other storylines, was that a meltdown from Koepka, of Phil Mickelson, just charging up the leaderboard? Yeah. Did the people at CBS or the Masters care or realize in terms of showing him? And then I guess Jason Day let it be known that Tiger Woods limping around because a screw popped out of his skin.
Ooh.
And he was walking around dealing with that. That was a sad, painful sight on Saturday, watching Tiger limp around after he barely made the cut.
Yeah, it was definitely painful, definitely sad to watch. This is our legend. We see crashing before our eyes, and unable to do the basic things like walk. And it sucks. It sucks for that. Was it a meltdown by Brooks? Good question. I think the issue that he ran into is he played poorly in the morning session in the third round, where normally you play a third round, you go home, you sleep it off, you go back to the course the next day. He didn't have that chance.
Nowhere to go.
So he had to fix it. He had to self-correct, basically, while continuing to play, which is very difficult to do. And maybe he just doesn't have that capability. Maybe he's not the kind of golfer. I think that was his biggest issue. I saw some people say, well, they only play 54 holes in the live. I mean, they're playing golf,
hit the
guys.
wall?
They're playing
hit
golf,
the rookie
guys.
wall?
He's probably the best shape of anybody on tour. I don't think he hit the wall. Phil shot a 65 on the final day. He plays the same schedule. I don't know if that was it. I think Brooks just didn't self-correct in the middle of a round, and Rahm did. because Rahm did not have a great third round either.
If I was a live bettor, I would have bet on Koepka to go ahead and lose that lead somehow, some way because of the Netflix show, because of the full swing. And before watching that, I would have said Brooks Koepka, mental assassin, cutthroat. But that All Access show revealed him as just as doubtful as everybody else in life. The confidence shaking. He's like kind of looking at Scotty Scheffler in awe. Like, I was Scheffler, and now I'm not. You felt that self-doubt, and that's all I was thinking yesterday with Koepka in the final round after watching that show. And I was like, let's see what happens here. Not that I was going to predict Jon Rahm to come back from down 4, but now he has his second major championship.
Yeah, and that puts you in a different little category. Anybody can win one. Danny Willett can win one. Is it Trevor Immelman?
He's got 1 or 2.
Rahm?
Immelman.
He got 1. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Masters, right? He won the Masters. Was it 08?
Sure.
So anybody can get 1. But you get 2. It's like, okay. The greats, the really good golfers get 2. The greats get 4, 5. The all-time greats get 5, 6. And then the Tigers and Jacks get 15 plus.
All right, so Jon Rahm wins the Masters. Hopefully you enjoyed a full day of golf. The Mavs season, mercifully or unmercifully, finally comes to an end.
Spurs gave up 151 points yesterday. Mamo Kelashvili missed the 3, and the game and the season comes to a conclusion. From 52-30 in the Western Conference Finals last year, the Mavericks, the group will finish at 38-44.
And that's it. They are over. Final call from Bally. They are finished and done after all hell broke loose on Friday night when the word came out they were going to sit Kyrie Irving, and Luka Doncic was going to leave after 1 quarter as the Mavs decided to press the button on the tank. Wow. Wow.
Man, that when they made the decision to keep playing a couple days ago, I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden they won the game, right? Like 4 nights ago.
Against Sacramento.
Wednesday. Yeah. They
Against
won.
Sacramento.
They won. And then they decided they're just going to, no, everyone's sitting down. When I saw that post, I was like, what? They're doing that now?
And I may have said Sacramento Friday. My apologies.
That was Chicago Friday. Sacramento was like Wednesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
They're deciding that? Well, that doesn't make any sense. It made no sense at that point. Like, you had already decided to go for it. And then you won the game. You won.
Kevin Gray texted me the only possible explanation, like they wanted to keep heat on Oklahoma City, to make Oklahoma City, have to play their people. Let's see if OKC ends up getting their win, which they did late last week. And then they decided to completely pull the plug. Jason Kidd was asked by reporters for his message to frustrated and confused Mavs fans.
To be patient, understanding everything that is talked about can be true or not true, but I think the big thing is when you're building a championship team, you have to be patient. It doesn't happen overnight. Success doesn't, come with one trade. It takes a couple seasons. Going through that in 08 or 09 when I came here, we didn't win right away. But we did end up putting the right team together to finally win a championship. And so I think it's just about being patient. We love the support, the excitement, to be able to sell out every night. We don't take that for granted. But I think just a little patience, especially with change, is needed. And so understand we're not happy with the way things finished, but we promise that we will continue to work and push forward, and we'll get better.
Promises.
Imagine if you had a ticket to Friday night and that hit you. The only reason you got Luka on the floor is because it was Slovenia night, and he went out there to show and play out for his countrymen. He came back out for the second quarter, and Tim McMahon said, and he'll be joining us at 7:30 this morning, the best Mavs reporter around, that was designed for Luka to get this big, old, huge standing ovation done for the season, and it was like,
all right.
do we clap? Do we this? Do we confusion? I was expecting, and I would have supported a ton of boos in that arena on Friday.
Absolutely, ton of boos. And, seriously, You have it's literally Slovenia night, and you're not even gonna have the guy play more than 8 minutes.
Hey, they got their gift. He played 13.
He played 13, man.
Could have had nothing.
He played more.
Take what you
more
get.
than he should have.
Take what you get and be happy with it.
You flew 14 hours to get here, and 14 hours back, and here's your 13 minutes.
So we'll get back into the Mavs disaster at 6 o'clock as they're tanking for the draft pick. But the rest of the NBA playoffs are set. A playoff team is throwing punches at each other. Odell Beckham gets signed. Should we have done this deal over the Brandon Cooks one? And the Rangers, here we go. Rangers weekend at Wrigley. Rangers weekend at Wrigley. Rangers weekend at Wrigley next.
Coming up on the next
That one is hammered up the alley in right center field. That one is trouble. One hopping off the top of the wall. Heim hits the bag at third. He comes home and scores. Thompson races around second. He gets into third, sliding in safely ahead of the throw with an RBI triple. And the Rangers lead grows. It is now 6-2.
Sandman with the call yesterday on your home for Rangers baseball. And the Bats finally coming back alive again, as they disappeared after the opening series in Arlington. They salvaged one against the Cubs to get the 8-2 win in Chicago at Wrigley.
Yeah, you got to eat. What Wash used to tell the team this, you lose the first two games of series, just get you one. salvage one, get you one, and you avoid those sweeps. Those sweeps can be treacherous. Because after that first 2 games of the season where they had scored, 27 runs, they'd lost 4 or 5. And they hadn't been playing good baseball offensively at all. And then the bats came alive a little bit yesterday. So it was good to salvage that one victory.
Man, it is fun to watch Bubba Thompson run and open it up. Had a triple, a double, and 2 runs batted in, and he was flying around the bases. That could have been a stand-up triple as he went to right field. Marcus Semien doubled among 2 hits and drove in 3 runs. The bottom of the Rangers lineup doing some damage, but when you contrast the first 2 games to the next ones, 27 runs in the first 2 games. And then they go on to score 12 in all the rest. Average 375 to 187.
Oh, for Joey Galloway.
OPS over 1,000 down to 533.
Oh.
That basically gets cut in half. Average with runners in scoring position, 571 down to 167. In the last 6 games, RJ, they have left 33 men on base.
Oh, at least they got 33 guys on base.
Yeah.
Yeah, put that in the win column. It's tough, though. This is one of the things that happens over the course of a season. You'll have these stretches where everybody gets on, they wind up getting in. And then you'll have other times where, you can't buy a hit in a big spot. And that's what they've been in the last couple of games. So yesterday, it was good to get 8 or 8 across, but, now it's trying to find the same way to be able to get at least 4. The Rays, those stupid Rays, those stinking Rays.
9-0.
9-0. Every single win has been by 4 runs.
What?
They've scored at least 4 in every game, and every victory's been by 4 or more.
9-0, the first team since the blank.
To be 9-0?
Yeah. I'll give you the year even.
That may be too easy.
No. 03.
Let's see.
Come on, Tim McCarver.
Okay, so the Yankees in 03 wouldn't have been it.
American League.
Okay, the American League. Let's go with
Hopefully by the end of the show.
Minnesota.
Kansas City.
Never would have got it.
9-0. First time since the 03 Royals that someone has started like this. And they've won every game by at least 4. That is impressive. AL West. The Rangers are tied for first. Tied with the Angels at 5-4. The Armpit 4-6. Seattle 4-6. And the Sorry Athletics are 2-7. Minnesota is leading the Central at 6-3. The Yankees are second in the American League East at 6-3. The best record in the National League belongs to the Milwaukee Brewers, with Arizona and San Diego tied for first, 6-4 in the West. Atlanta in first in the National League East.
Never ever quit, guys. There you go.
Oh, is that Banny in
Banny
Arizona?
in Arizona. Bench coach, not the manager. Bench coach.
All right, NBA playoffs are set. So let's look at the play-ins and the rest of the juicy matchups. Of course, your Dallas Mavericks are not in the play-in after they intentionally quit on the season.
So what?
Friday night at the AAC. Play-in starting tomorrow. Game 1 in the East. Atlanta at Miami. The nightcap. Minnesota with all their drama at the LA Lakers. Wednesday, Chicago at Toronto, and then Oklahoma City at New Orleans. So that's where we stand with the play-in.
Okay, I'm trying to think. With the most intriguing matchup is what, Atlanta, Miami?
Well, you're probably, the Lakers are always going to be in there for intrigue.
Yeah, that's true.
I do not care about the Bulls and the Raptors whatsoever.
No.
Zion, hurt, banged up again. Where's the scrutiny on him after he got the max contract? I don't really care about Pelicans, Thunder. I'm probably most interested in Lakers, Wolves, and then
Atlanta and
Heat,
Miami,
Hawks.
Yeah. Okay, I can see that, yeah. Especially with the fight that broke out on the bench.
Rudy Gobert.
I would not want to take hands from him, man.
Dude, there's something about this guy, though.
Yep.
I mean, they hated him in Utah. He ends up swinging
He's French.
at Kyle Anderson on the bench. Woj, with what happened.
I'm told that the back and forth was about first Anderson telling Rudy Gobert, hey, why don't you block some shots? Gobert telling him, why don't you grab a rebound? And then it escalated from there.
Could have gotten more personal. Could have gotten worse. And then Jaden McDaniels on the Wolves punched a wall on his way to the locker room at halftime. He's got a fractured hand. He's gone. He's out. So Minnesota imploding. Watch them still end up beating the Lakers somehow, some way. But then you have your teams, right? The higher seeds. They get another chance in the play-in elimination game. How about the matchups? Western Conference. Denver obviously is going to get the number 8. Minnesota will get the 7 as the number 2. Sacramento against Golden State.
There you go.
You talk about wide open, fun
140
basketball.
to 138.
And here's the opportunity for us to say, look, the Warriors were just sleeping. They're the team you don't want to face. Klay Thompson said it again. You've said throughout the season you would still pick the Warriors in the West, but the juiciest matchup, the heavyweight fight, the Los Angeles Clippers against the Phoenix Suns with all that star power on the floor.
Man, you got champions. You have legit champs leading these teams on the floor.
And the Clips, no, it'll be Phoenix. Sorry, with the home court.
Yes, Phoenix on the home court. They've been really, really good since Durant got there. That is going to be an awesome series.
East, filthy against Brooklyn. Brooklyn did not fall apart and missed the playoffs.
It's amazing. You lose Kyrie, and all of a sudden everything's fine.
And Durant.
Durant. I forgot about him.
Maybe Durant was the cancer.
That's Ben Simmons. He's the reason.
Cleveland against New York. That could be really entertaining. And then you're going to get Milwaukee versus the 8, and you're going to have the Philadelphia 76ers. I already said Sixers against Brooklyn, but the number 2 seed Boston Celtics will get the Heat Hawks winner. So that's where we stand with a lot of the different matchups. That Gobert, that give and take. Why don't you get an RBI? Why don't you get a rebound? Get an RBI.
That's the. I was going to go. That's the Rod Carew line, where a reporter said to him, "Why don't you mix in an RBI?" And he said back to the reporter, "Why don't you mix in a salad?" Oh man, burn, sick burn.
Derek Holland to Evan Grant sounds like to me. Meanwhile, the knockout that everybody was raving about at UFC Saturday night. He got him bad. He got him bad. I look more forward to seeing the patented
video.
Joe Rogan announcer reaction when that stuff happens. But this is Adesanya going crazy. He had been 0-3 against this guy. He had lost to him in the octagon and then twice in kickboxing, I believe. So he finally gets that off of his plate. But everyone was going crazy. I watched the knockout and I wasn't like, oh my gosh, that's an all-timer. Maybe I'm missing something. Did you not see it?
I didn't see the knockout, but I saw a lot of the highlights over the weekend, and I mean, I'm sure I came across it. But the ones that get me are the ones where it's the random shot to the side of the head out of nowhere where the guy just collapses. The taps, I can never half the time these guys are on the ground tapping. They're like, wait, he tapped from that? But then I'm like, oh, wait, I don't have somebody else's leg around my neck. Not realizing what it actually is. Cut my circulation off.
So there's a recap of your Easter weekend. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt is going to join us to talk about the Mavs mess. Why didn't Kyrie talk to the media? And is Luka Doncic so ticked off that he would consider leaving? All the audio from the biggest drama in sports. It's not the Cowboys. It's your basketball team. Next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. You already smirking?
It is a good morning. It's a wonderful morning. It's
Yeah.
it's an NBA lottery morning, gentlemen.
Bobby Belt should be absolutely thrilled that the Mavericks are getting investigated by the NBA. That would be hilarious if RJ Choppy gets his way. Man, the fan text is about to light up at 877-881-1053. Understandable and embarrassing. I think Zach Lowe said that on Friday. He put it best. When all of a sudden, out of the blue, the organization makes a decision to sit Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic after they tried and won against Sacramento. They decided to have a tank off against the Chicago Bulls. We were tied with Chicago for the draft pick, got the loss, and now trying to move up in terms of the odds of selecting that next player to help out the big two. Here's Jason Kidd explaining and probably launching the NBA investigation by being so open on the microphone.
You know, just understanding it's not so much waving the white flag. It's, decisions sometimes are hard in this business. And you have to make hard decisions. And we're trying to build a championship team. And sometimes you got to take a step back and understanding, again, with this decision, this is maybe a step back, but hopefully it leads to going up forward, and again, it's not always, easy to make decisions, but these are decisions that are made from my bosses, and we got to, follow them, and we trust Cuban and Nico are going to, put the pieces together to put us in a position to win a championship, and so that's just starting the process today.
Is that at all? That sounds a little funny. Does he? I feel like he normally calls him Mark. Calling him Cuban seems a little flippant and impersonal. Cuban and Nico, but in general, I mean, that clearly sounds like a guy who's up there scrambling to figure out an explanation for how do I say that. He says, it's tough to make decisions, but these are decisions that are made. It's like, what the hell kind of circular reasoning is that?
I thought he did a nice job taking the PR bullet.
Stop it.
For Cuban and Nico. I know.
He took it.
He doesn't sound, part of it is monotone delivery.
Yeah.
He doesn't sound, I can't tell whether he's furious. He probably disagrees with it, but I couldn't tell too much. So I thought, for a rare instance, a nice job by Jason Kidd at the microphone. Why did they play against Sacramento the game before?
Ooh.
I don't think they anticipated Kyrie just making, the shot selection from Kyrie against Sacramento looked like they were trying to tank.
But why not
He's
just
shooting.
sit? You could have sat him against the Kings like Shams initially reported.
Because you didn't want to be so obvious with it after the Shams report.
And this was more obvious.
Something changed.
Yeah, well, yeah, because at that point now you're in jeopardy. You have 2 games left. It's like, well, we thought we'd lose to the Kings.
This was way more obvious.
It's bad. It is. But
So you thought maybe they were like, we'll just naturally lose to the Kings.
yeah, like I think they thought there's a chance this team's so messed up we could just lose to the Kings anyway. And then they probably thought, hey, if we do, we'll just start tanking. But man, if you need any evidence for tanking, they probably just put on a reel of the last 15 seconds of the Bulls game. That shot selection,
I
those
didn't
two.
watch.
Oh my God.
When they decided they're not playing him, I didn't watch the final 2 games.
Why would I? Because we host a sports talk radio show, Sean.
I knew they were going to lose.
So they
So I
tried.
could watch Theo Pinson get one of the rare NBA triple doubles in history. I think he became the first player ever. Here it is. The 4th player in the history of the NBA with 23. Stupid thing just jumped. I don't know. Whatever his stat line was and no
13 and
turnovers. Take that, Mike Bassick.
The basketball gods were trying to punish the Mavericks against Chicago or scare them. JaVale McGee made a 3 in the first half against the Bulls. And you had them, they were up by like 15 at one point. Theo Pinson's making shots. And then that final possession where they're down 3 to the Bulls. Can't remember who all took the shots, but the first one was 18 seconds left and they chucked up a contested 32-foot 3-pointer. And then they accidentally got the offensive rebound. And so they then try to fade away back corner 3 with like 4 seconds left. And that one hit off the side and they ultimately won. But here's my thing. Leave us alone. Let us tank in peace. Leave us the hell alone. Look, you already screwed us on the Brunson thing.
You mean the NBA?
The NBA.
Investigating
you already screwed us on Brunson. You screwed us on the Warriors protest. if we had those things go our way, probably not tanking. Okay, but now here we are, and we're in the position that we're in.
That wasn't going to cause them to keep Brunson.
Let us die in peace. Okay, this is like this is just such a leave us alone. Let us get our pick. Look, do you want Luka Doncic to be a successful face of your league or not? Let us build. Sorry, we've shot ourselves in the foot so many times that we have no capital left to build around him.
Denver.
Denver, Utah, or wherever else.
All right, Commissioner, drop the hammer.
Well, I'll give you two choices here. I'm the commissioner of the league.
Okay.
Y'all tanked on purpose.
Yep, we did.
All right. You get two choices. I could take the pick away from you right now.
Not that one.
And just give it to the Knicks.
Nope, not that one.
Or I could just pull a little cold envelope action out there and make you guys the 11th pick.
What's option 3?
That's it. Those are your two choices.
You're reversing the cold option. It's not Wemby.
No,
it's the New York Knicks sweepstakes. That's what it is.
Look, I think
the New York Knicks was for Ewing. You're trying to give us. You're trying to screw us with the cold envelope.
So I'm gonna give the Knicks your pick.
Okay.
Yeah. I listen. I hope after this decision, I hope they don't take the pick away. Because the Mavs have an 80% chance of being 10. There's a 20% chance though that somebody jumps them and they're down below 10.
Yes.
And I hope that's what happens. And then they're forced to give the pick away anyway.
Which would be
because I don't like my time getting wasted. And the Mavs, with 2 games to go, decided they wanted to waste my time.
You're going to be able to talk basketball into June now, Chop.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
we're
you are.
We're not even talking NFL draft. You think we're about to the NBA draft?
Well, I mean, that has more to do with edicts and stuff like that about the
we
NFL
don't have
draft.
Edicts.
But I'm just kidding. The NBA draft.
Oh, you mean
absolutely
station edicts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think we're actually going to talk about whoever the 9th pick in the draft is, 10th pick, who you've never heard of?
We talked about Dennis.
You're talking about Taylor Hendricks?
We talked about
Give
Dennis
me a stat
Smith.
line at UCF. Where he had 15 losses in the Conference USA or whatever.
Look, we talked about Dennis Smith for 2 months leading up to the season. He was the 9th pick. Same sort of thing. You're going to get somebody here that you can at least talk about, somebody that you can actually build with. Here's the thing. The question that the Cowboys, that the Mavericks need to grapple with right now is how do you build around Luka? And the answer at this point to me is definitely not with Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving's got to be a sign and trade guy.
How about the amount of pressure on this next draft pick? This is the team tank pick. Yeah. You're the third missing piece. The only way this works out, the only way we all shut up is if they luck into Victor or number 10
becomes Paul George.
That's it.
Who was number 10?
And I think your argument was, and we're a lot of times the law of averages show, what's more likely to happen? And you could argue you should have tried to get into the play-in more. Now, Oklahoma City beat Memphis yesterday. I don't know how things would have happened differently mentally if they knew that the Mavericks were still hot on their trail. Yeah. I don't know. So you wouldn't have got in anyway.
Right.
But getting the number 1 pick, number 10 becoming Paul George, or saving face of the franchise with 2 healthy stars to try to make a little bit more noise.
Look, I think the main thing they had to worry about is how does Luka feel about the decision? Right? If your whole thing, if you're scared of losing him, don't you think this pissed him off even more?
Let's ask him. Tim McMahon, man. McMahon is a hard ass. He was going at Luka with the rebuttal yesterday. Tim is going to join us live at 7:30 this morning. Here's what happened yesterday after the game.
Luka, when we talked to Cuban the other day, he said, obviously they want to keep you forever, but essentially they have to earn your loyalty. How do you feel about kind of the direction this franchise is going and what needs to happen to make you comfortable that this can be a long-term fit for you?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the report. I don't know who. Somebody said that I was going to address the trade. It was funny, because I didn't know that was true. I didn't say it.
I didn't say it. I know. Be very clear.
I don't know. Sources said.
No. To be very clear. I want to get this straight seriously, I want to get this straight. Never did I say, hey, Luka is indicating that you're going to request a trade. What I said is, if they don't get this right over the next year, there is a fear that you could come to them as Anthony Davis did in New Orleans, James Harden did in Houston, Kevin Durant just did in Brooklyn, and say, hey, if we don't have a chance to win a championship, something's got to change.
I know what you're saying, but I'm happy here. So there's nothing to worry.
I'm happy here, ... There's nothing to worry about. This was Tim McMahon and his report that Luka was trying to mock a little bit. There's a strong sense of urgency within the organization to expedite the process before Luka loses faith in their ability to build. He's wrapping up the first season of a 5-year, $215 super max, but team sources have acknowledged that fear exists that Luka could consider requesting a trade as soon as the summer of 2024 if they don't make significant progress by then. Now, for the record, before everyone, just like they did with Bassick, just like Cuban did with McMahon the first time around, let's look at the scoreboard. Tim McMahon reported earlier in the year that Luka was frustrated, and Cuban called him a liar. Cuban called Tim McMahon a liar. Cuban cried to make his tears wash away the mural that the local artist put up saying, "Please help me, Luka Doncic. Please bring me help." What happened? They made the panic move for Kyrie Irving. So McMahon was proven correct. And Luka probably denied that too, where he's like, I didn't say I'm frustrated. I didn't say I needed help. And McMahon has reported multiple times that Luka signed off on it and Jason Kidd signed off on it as well. So I'm going to believe Tim on this one.
Oh, for sure.
Luka's not going to sit up there and give the organization a 1-year ultimatum.
No, he's not. And yeah, Tim's generally not going to be wrong on a lot of things. He may be premature on some things where they don't come out yet, and it looks wrong. But for the most part, he was told that by somebody in the know. Whether or not Luka wants out is one thing. Did this whole fiasco, did this season bother him?
Right.
Did it bother him? Does it bother him? And I think it would bother me if I was Luka Doncic and they said, we don't believe that you can go into a playoff a year after you just dragged us to the West Finals.
Yes.
We don't believe that you can go into a playoff and IMP your way to the second round. That would bother me.
You have insulted on the surface. If I'm Kyrie and Luka, you have insulted me. You have made me look really terrible throughout the entire NBA. That two healthy guns, two top 10, top 15 players, we just got sat. You look like quitters. It looks like something that could have stained them. So what did those two tell Cuban and Nico for real? Luka's going to sit up there as a competitor and say, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. But then McMahon is watching him on the bench during the Bulls game Friday night, and he's still kind of chuckling in the second half. And Tim said he appeared relieved, and one source hit him back and said, you have good eyes. He definitely was relieved. Well, that doesn't strike me as burning up over there on the bench and just simmering like we think Michael Jordan would have.
And
Kyrie, by the way.
I was going to say, let's find out about Kyrie. Can we place the Kyrie cuts?
Yeah, let's see. Peyton,
you didn't pull the Kyrie cuts?
The Kyrie cuts. Is that in an email?
No, it was in a joke that he just made.
Kyrie didn't talk after the game.
Yeah. Kyrie did not speak. He said, I'm not going to address my free agency till the end. All Kyrie wants is world peace. That's it. That's all he cares about. All he wants is world peace.
That's all the aliens wanted at Independence Day, too.
Yeah, that's right. So I don't take it as a great sign. Look, I'm not going to try to read into it too much, but if you're judging whether it's more of a good or a bad sign that he did not speak, it's a bad sign.
Yeah. Yeah, the guy who can't ever shut up just said, I should keep my mouth quiet on this one.
He has fulfilled his obligations as a Dallas Maverick.
Hey, as Tim McMahon pointed out, though, yesterday, Kyrie consistently told us, I'm not going to talk about my contract till the season ends. Well, now the season's over, and they're waiting for his media appearance, and he goes, I'm not talking.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe that says something.
Yeah, that doesn't say anything good.
You know what it is?
Because if you were happy here and you were strongly considering resigning, you would have gone up there and been like, I just want to let it be known. Look, I don't know what the future holds. I let my agent and other people handle that. I really enjoyed my time here.
Yeah.
I would be happy to return as a Maverick. We'll see what happens. But I just want to say glowing things about the organization. He could have gone up there and said that at the very least, and he didn't.
There's two things at play. Does he enjoy basketball again? And then the other thing is, does he enjoy living here? And by living here, that means the place he lives, the city, the area, the lifestyle, the fun, whatever, all that. I mean, everything encompasses that. If he enjoys playing basketball again, Like, that is something that.
What about thinking that you can win? His decision may have already been made based upon this experiment not working. He could very well view Luka as the problem. I don't want to play here because of Luka Doncic. That doesn't sound so crazy anymore.
Sign and trade him to the Lakers. Go get you Anthony Davis. Go draft an athletic 4. Roll your lineup next year with Davis, draft pick, Hardy, Green, Luka. That's your team next year.
Say it again, the lineup?
Go trade for Anthony Davis.
The lineup.
Yeah, Davis at the 5, draft pick at the 4, and then 1 through 3 is a combination of Luka, Jaden Hardy, and Josh Green. That's your lineup next
I thought
year.
you were saying Draymond Green.
Where's
LeBron?
Sure, we're getting a 4.
LeBron's in LA with Kyrie after the trade.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. How much of the Masters did you watch yesterday? We had a screw loose. We had a tree falling. We had RJ's man crush choking. And so the Cowboys have given this contract to Odell instead of Brandon Cooks. Odell Beckham signs. Next.
Well, let's get you over to the greatest of diamonds.
And RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Koepka had no choice but to lay up. And here he is right on the CW, the crosswalk.
Man, Nance will pull some comedy out there. Not bad. Played.
What was the CW? I know it's on the CW, but what was the joke?
So at these golf tournaments, you'll have areas where the patrons or fans, whatever tournament you're at, can walk across the fairway to get to the next hole. And usually they're in an area where it's too far to drive or too short, and they're going to fly over it. Well, Koepka landed his ball in that crosswalk area, and it's very matted down. It's like muddy. So you are allowed a free relief. You got to back it up behind it. Even if it's at the far end, you got to back it up behind it. You get to clean your ball off, drop it, and then you can go. So he made the joke because Live Golf was on the CW, and he goes, Koepka lands on the CW, the crosswalk. It's clever. He's one of the undercover, clever little Easter Bunny jokes, Easter egg jokes.
One more time.
Koepka had no choice but to lay up. And here he is right on the CW, the crosswalk.
He gave that pause, too. Like, hey, what am I talking about? Oh, I'm talking about the crosswalk.
He had that plan, too. Any Live guy that landed on the crosswalk, he was going to drop that joke in there.
You know, from an ethical journalism standpoint, you're not supposed to be sitting here and you're supposed to show who matters, what the storyline is, not ignoring Phil Mickelson because he's now the bad guy or ignoring Brooks Koepka with his early run. But obviously a deal seems to have been worked out between the Masters, the PGA, and CBS, along with ESPN or whoever else broadcasted this thing in order to do it. But Jon Rahm ends up winning 4-putt on the first hole, starts yesterday down 4, ends up winning by 4. And you had weather as a storyline, a tree falling over as a storyline, Tiger having a screw in his foot pop out through the skin as a storyline, the Live guys. So this is a recap of the Masters.
Yeah, look, I think both organizations can say this was a win. The PGA Tour won because their guy won. And Live won because they finished tied for second, and tied for fourth. Like three of the top 4 golfers in this tournament were Live.
Yeah.
With Mickelson, Koepka, and Reed. And then PGA is like, hey, we got the winner. I think both organizations could say, we won. We're happy with our showing.
Well, I think, Live can win for the weekend, but they can't win after that.
No, they can't. They can't win again until the PGA comes around in a month.
No one's watching. No one's going to watch them. I have not sought it out one time on the CW. No one cares. I don't care. Although FS1 apparently, had a 100% increase in their TV shows because of the WBC. So will this make people say, oh, yeah, I do need to watch Brooks Koepka. Oh, Phil Mickelson isn't just a figurehead mascot, a face. Let me go ahead and watch them play golf.
Yeah.
That's the only hope that they have. I'm not going to personally do it, just like I'm not going to watch FS1 more because people became more familiar with their shows during the World Baseball Classic. But it just doesn't have enough of a footprint. It doesn't matter to me.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter to me either. I don't seek it out. And here's the other problem. I know every Sunday the PGA Tour is going to be on CBS.
Yep.
There may be like a week here or there with on NBC, but you get the point. Every single Sunday, if I want to tune into golf, I can watch CBS, and I know the PGA Tour is going to be on. Quick, when's the next Live Golf event?
Thursday?
No.
April 12th.
No. You would have loved for it to be this weekend. No, it's in 2 weeks in Australia, which means it'll be on at like 4 a.m. So I'm not going to watch it.
Yeah.
And then they're going to play in May at Oak Hill for the PGA, and that's the next time these guys will get in there. And Brooks will be there, and Phil will be there, and Reed will be there. Cool.
You talk about Jim Nance being snide. You know who's really snide on Twitter? Our boy Don Van Natta.
Is he?
Yeah, he takes shots at people all the time. He lets his opinion be known. The great investigative reporter from ESPN, he tweeted that Phil is not getting the applause and the praise that he usually gets, right? Phil is the people's champ.
Yeah.
And he's owned the galleries out there. And he tweeted Phil getting a smattering of applause. That's it. Enjoy the dirty money. So Van Natta wrote that about Mickelson. Were you paying attention, or did you notice a lack of Phil fans as he usually gets?
I didn't. I wasn't paying attention to the crowd. Now listen, like he was not near contention to start the day, so he was going to tee off a lot earlier than everybody else. A majority of the gallery was going to be at 12 tee box at 16. They were not going to be yet at 18. I mean, you would have people at 18 setting up, but mostly they were setting up their chairs. So I get it. Like he wasn't going to have the same kind of crowd following as anybody else. But I thought on 18, when he made that final putt to get to 65, I thought there was a good amount of cheers there. I thought there was a decent amount of cheers. I wasn't paying attention to the rest of the round with Phil because they didn't show him. And I wouldn't have shown him either if I was CBS. He was out of contention. Is he still the people's champ? Look, it's weird. At Augusta and at wherever the British Open is, if you are a champion of that tournament, they generally give you major applause. Like if you win the British Open, for the rest of your life, they treat you as a former champ. They treat you very well. And the same thing goes for Augusta for the most part.
What category does this move Rahm to?
Well, it puts him outside the anybody can win one category. Danny Willett. I mean, anybody can win one. Anybody can win a major championship. Every single one in that tournament can win that thing. It puts him into that category. He's the best player in the world right now. He's number one anyway. It puts him, I mean, he's not yet into Phil.
Give me the tiers.
All right, so Tiger Jack by themselves.
Oh, you're going all time. Okay.
Tiger Jack by themselves. Phil, Arnie, Tom Watson, kind of right there. And then, I mean, there's other guys too. And then it's like Brooks and Rory. And I think then the next tier is your Spieths, Rahms.
Bernhard Langer.
So
probably not.
Give me the tiers today.
Tiers today, Rahm's top tier today, playing right now.
And Scheffler.
Scheffler's
the best player in the world, isn't he?
I think Rahm's right number one. He's got another major on Scheffler. He's done it for longer than Scheffler has. I think this puts him in the Rory category, and Brooks, even though those guys have more. And Spieth, Justin Thomas, those guys have more. Or Spieth has more, and Rory and Brooks have more. But Rahm is the best player in the world right now. He's playing more consistently good golf right now, and Brooks is never going to win on the PGA Tour event. Like, what does that matter? Rory hasn't won a major in 9 years, but the guy wins on the PGA Tour all the time, right? Does that matter? I mean, I don't know. And I'm just throwing that question out.
I mean,
there.
it does. It is an interesting question and point. You have to make the names of your tournaments known. I won the blank.
Right.
Do you know one of the championships, what it's called on the Live Tour?
I have no idea.
There's
no stakes. I know that
I won the Beheaded Open.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
it has to
yeah.
matter. We have to be like, he has 3 blanks.
3 Genesis, 3 Valspars, 3 Bay Hills, or Palmers.
3 green jackets, 2 U.S. Opens, and a British.
Yeah, we know the names of the majors.
You have to that to me, for a fan like me who's not a diehard like you, that plays into it. So you won 6 something on the lives. What is it?
What is it?
What does that mean?
But you win the Colonial. You win the Colonial twice. You win the Hartford. You win. Whatever.
The Byron.
Pick your tournament.
Yeah.
We've heard of them. A lot of them. I won twice at Pebble Beach. Oh, it's great. The Pro-Am.
I actually have something to say on this.
It's
real. I promise.
And I was just about to say, I'm proud of you. Thank you for keeping your snark out of it. Did you get your pills refilled?
I didn't.
All right, good job.
It's a real point. Obviously not following golf though.
Did you watch? How much of this did you watch?
I saw the CW comment from Nance on Twitter. That's
you did
what I saw.
not feel like for your job that you should watch? What's the difference between that and the NCAA tournament, which you followed but you don't care about? Well, don't you think you should watch the Masters for your job?
No, because I don't even know what I'm looking at. So I mean, it's what am I going to do there?
Okay.
I watched the Mavericks, so you didn't have to, Sean.
Okay, thanks.
There you go.
I'll take that trade.
To be fair, like winning these titles in Live or whatever else, isn't it also just the newness of it? Like, isn't that what they're trying to do? They're trying to establish the brand recognition and the name recognition and things like that. And so obviously in the very first year they're around or whatever, that's not going to have recognition. The idea is that if we build this and perform it at a certain level, that eventually people are going to know what those titles mean.
Yeah, this was big for the Reed, Phil, and
you waited all that
Brooks.
time. That was your point. We waited all the time for that.
It wasn't waiting all the time. You finished, and I was trying to be good and not jump in. That's about. We can go back to Friday Snark if you like, Sean.
Like it helps the Live that these three guys made. It'd be nice if they played this week. Capture on some of that momentum. But no, again, for the most part, there is a newness to it. I don't care about it. I don't know where to find it. The tournaments don't mean anything to me. And I support the guy's ability to go to Live. I'm cool with Live, but that doesn't mean. I wish I was still watching Phil and Brooks on the PGA Tour doing whatever. So we'll see what happens. I forgot Faldo on that list of all-time greats. I'm getting killed for that.
So do you think this was a good, great, average Masters tournament?
How about unique? Because
unique is good.
We finished 30 holes on the final day, and that is a marathon, man. That's a lot of golf. It was weird.
That's an MJ round.
It really is. But it was slow. Patrick Cantlay, dude, put a clock on these guys, man. Good gracious, Sam Bennett just hit the ball already. It was a good Masters.
Okay,
it was good. I mean, you had some.
Is that your Masters hat?
Yeah.
What is Skip It?
So on the practice round on Tuesday, or Tuesday, if you prefer.
Tuesday.
On the 16th hole, they'll hit the regular practice round shots, and then they'll all get up to the front right before the water, and they'll try to skip the ball. They'll hit it and skip it over the water onto the green, and that's what this hat's from.
All right, so now let's get into the Odell Beckham deal. And we have a Texas Rangers ticket giveaway all week long during the Expressway. Commercial free from 7:20 on. Chris Young will be on with the G-Bag Nation at 4:30 today. So Expressway Rangers tickets. And would you have preferred the Cowboys making this Odell deal versus the one they made after this? But look, We got Rangers tickets to hook you up with, starting with the Expressway, 7:20 after headlines, and then Tim McMahon, all up in the Mavs news. That's right, it is a whale alert. So Tim at 7:30, but yesterday the news broke that Odell Beckham is a Baltimore Raven. What is the actual money? What's the actual terms, Bobby?
So these are kind of goofy, funny money terms here for him. Odell Beckham Jr. is going to get what's guaranteed is basically 1 year, $15 million. It is a $13.8 million signing bonus for him. And his salary is just a little over $1 million. It's the veteran minimum for his experience. And so they have those void years we've talked about before with Dak. It's technically a 5-year deal, but it's really just 1 year that he's under contract. The other 4 are void years. So it's just to spread out the signing bonus so that they don't have to eat the entire charge. He can make another $3 million in incentives that would give him $18 million, but it's minimum $15 million all the way up to potentially 18 for Odell Beckham Jr.
And Brandon Cooks?
Brandon Cooks' deal is a lot better than that. Brandon Cooks is now 2 years, and I believe he's at an average of $12 million is what it is that's guaranteed. But he's one that
12 a year.
Yeah, for that's actually guaranteed on it. But it's one of those things where
and we gave up, was it a 5th and a 6th? What did we give up?
No, it was just a 5th.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? The 5th, 6th was I believe the Gilmore one. But when you look at this deal that he's got here, his salary cap, it's just $6 million. I'll take that over 15 or whatever it's gonna be on Odell Beckham Jr. And so, to me, Brandon Cooks is a sure thing. We've seen Brandon Cooks play in the last couple of years. Odell Beckham Jr. is still a big question as to what he's able to do, if he's going to be able to bounce back, if he's going to be able to... Nobody's seen this guy play football in 2 years almost, and the last time we saw him, he looked good, but he still didn't look like the Odell Beckham Jr. of old. So I'll take Brandon Cooks and his deal over Odell Beckham Jr. any day.
Which one, Choppy?
I would probably lean the Cooks deal. Especially for this year with Odell coming off the ACL. His second one. Now, maybe next year we can have a discussion about that, see how he plays. The year after the injury is always the better one, right? Or at least that's
in theory.
That's the theory on it. So I would probably take Cooks for the 1 year. I don't know how great the fit with Cooks is, but still, I mean, I think I would take him over 1 year.
Cooks was the 5-6. Gilmore was just the 5.
So Cooks versus Odell in this offense, Bobby, that we think it's going to be, West Coast with McCarthy, which one better fit? Forget the money.
I mean, stylistically, they play similarly. Odell's probably a better traffic catcher when he's at his best than Cooks is. Odell probably runs a lot of the route concept in the West Coast a little better, but that's assuming Odell is who he used to be. I think given what we know right now, what we can reasonably bank on, Brandon Cooks is a better fit because he's a better player. And so
he's a better player.
He's a better player right now, I think, than Odell. And so to me, it's an easy call. Cowboys made the right call on this one.
We surprised that he got this money. He ended up getting 15 up to 18.
Yes.
He's a name. People fall in love with names. They do, right?
Baltimore doesn't usually, though.
Right.
No, but I think they're trying to find any way to keep Lamar.
That's the other
keep him healthy.
aspect.
Or keep him happy.
That's the other aspect to this. What does this mean for Lamar, if anything? As I believe they were Instagramming yesterday.
Yeah, they were. They were both doing what the little teenage girl here, peace sign. We're on FaceTime together and hanging out. It's interesting. I don't think. Does Odell Beckham Jr. go there unless he knows who the quarterback's going to be?
Or did he just go based upon who would give him $15 million?
Unless nobody else offered him more than 8.
I think he's more likely to follow the money than he is to worry about the quarterback. But it is a question, and it's clearly something that Lamar Jackson's in favor of, something that he's happy about, and so it is some sort of an olive branch. It looks like to Lamar. I guess we don't know how his mom feels about Odell Beckham Jr. As soon as we know about that, I guess we'll know if Lamar's happy.
Odell was supposed to meet with the Jets, and he was supposed to get a physical today. That obviously is not happening. Jets general manager, my public forum theory strikes again. It's undefeated, never lost, as LeVar Ball would say. Jets GM Joe Douglas at an event for WFAN, our sister station, Boomer Esiason with the Jets GM on the mic.
I have to ask you, Aaron Rodgers, when's he coming?
be here.
All right.
It never fails, Bobby. You want to get someone to say something, you get them in front of people. You get them in front of a live crowd.
Of their own fans.
Every time.
Every
Their
time.
own fans.
So we really need to set up one of these Jerry interviews on live on remote sometime in front of fans.
Well, I don't think. No, we need Steven on it. Jerry will say anything anyway.
But
we need Steven in front of people.
Imagine what he'll say. Imagine the links he'll go to if there are people there screaming at Jerry. I mean, Jerry.
Glory hole.
I will do anything to
Jerry
win.
put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor because he was sitting in front of people.
That's right.
He won't do it any other time. But this is one of the oddest public negotiations I've ever seen. And for Joe Douglas to get amped up like that and just, yeah, he's gonna be here, really? Because Green Bay's really trying to hold you hostage right now, and all you're doing is likely driving yourself even further on this topic of like, yeah, he's ours, he's gonna be here, we're so certain of it, we're planning on it. Okay, well then Green Bay's gonna come back and go, man, if you're planning on it, you're really gonna need to fork over because we're not gonna play ball here. It's Zach Wilson or this.
Back to the Mavs disaster as they officially missed the playoffs. What was this note on Texas teams I had here?
First time since whatever, 1981.
Yeah. Since 81 that the Spurs, Rockets, and Mavericks, that they've had all three teams in the NBA. That's dating back how long they've all been in the NBA together. This is the first time that all three missed the playoffs.
Wow. Dying.
First,
this is the era of the play-in, and they all miss.
Yep.
Lucas said that the report from Tim McMahon that he could request a trade is not true. He didn't say that. Yeah, we know you didn't say it. But someone in the organization told that to Tim. Kyrie just did not speak. He ghosted reporters. With his end-of-year session, Jason Kidd was asked, do you expect Kyrie back?
If I was a betting man, I guess I would say he would be back. Why would I say he wouldn't? So confident, that's too strong? I think Cuban made that clear. He's the number one priority to have him come back. So I would second that.
I love
so confident.
That didn't sound too confident. I love when Cuban was asked about all the player, right? The other day when he was sitting down showing everyone his cell phone and he goes, Kyrie's number one, okay? And we got to earn Luka's trust. And someone goes, what about Christian Wood? And Cuban goes, I'm not going down player by player. I'm not going down the roster player by player, okay? So, man, this appears that he's not this. I feel overall Kyrie Irving ain't coming back here.
I'm feeling the same thing. Now, he might.
And then when they ask Cuban, is there a price too high? Like, the only chance we would have is the money whip him, right? Cuban goes, well, I guess there's always a chance the price is too high. And Tim McMahon was like, I'm sure Kyrie's camp loved to hear that. Yeah, there may be a place where we would stop. There may be someone that would outbid us.
Right. Now,
Cuban said that.
Yeah, now, is there a chance the Mavs say, hey, look, we're just going to give you the max, we can give the super max, whatever the hell it is.
Wouldn't the super max, if that's where it maxes out, wouldn't that indicate they won't go there? If he says there is a point, I guess, where it couldn't, well, okay,
right.
That means then not the max. You're not going to do that.
Right.
Well, let's just say they do that. Would Kyrie sign for that because he gets more here? Sure. He'll sign for that, and then when Luka asks for a trade in the summer of next year, then he'll do the same thing.
Or Kyrie will ask beforehand.
Or maybe he will. Yeah, maybe Kyrie asked by the All-Star break.
All right, give me the odds right now, as of this moment, that you think Kyrie Irving is back here. Game 1 regular season next year. Around the room.
50%.
Wow, way to take a stand.
I was going to
You asked for odds, I gave them to you.
40%.
That he is back?
Mm-hmm.
Fine, I'll go 49.
You think it's more likely sign and trade?
I'd love a sign and trade. That'd be wonderful.
You'd rather have Anthony Davis?
I'd rather have someone else.
Anthony Davis?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to. Your concern needs to be how you build around Luka specifically.
Will you loan Anthony that zip up?
Yeah,
to wear on the sideline.
Yeah, of course. It's a nice material. I think he'd like it.
Why would you? What's the zip up?
He's street clothes. The joke, street clothes. He's never active.
Who would you rather have, Chop?
Between Anthony Davis and Kyrie?
Yeah,
Kyrie.
Is this a better basketball team with Luka and Kyrie or Luka and Anthony Davis?
Anthony Davis, he's not going to play because of injury. Kyrie may not play because of a lot of things. Who knows?
I think.
Did anyone fall for the Kyrie behavior? I didn't. I'm not falling for this. This great
kumbaya. You not fall for that?
I'm not falling for that.
He's a fantastic human. What are you talking about? He's never done anything wrong in his life. Apparently, if you ask him.
I think that if you ask me when healthy, when they're all on the floor, is this team better with a combo of Luka and Anthony Davis or Luka and Kyrie? I think it's easily Luka and Anthony Davis. They just match better.
Yeah.
Like Luka, the way that Luka likes to share the ball, the way that Luka likes to give up the ball fits more with Anthony Davis's game than it does Kyrie's.
I totally agree. I have more faith in Kyrie Irving being available than Anthony Davis.
Health-wise, but not like actually being into it.
Like who's going to play more games over the next 2 years? I would say Kyrie. But none of this is said with any level of confidence whatsoever. None. At all.
Yeah. I mean, you never know. There may be some obscure poet who is not being published that causes Kyrie to sit out for 3 games or something.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. Did everybody enjoy their Easter? Everybody have a nice family day?
It was great. I loved it.
Wonderful.
Easter's always... So that's a whole weekend of running around and kids getting all, candied up and bugging you nonstop for about 72 hours. Like, can I eat this?
Yep.
Can I eat this?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. But no, it's good. We went to Chiafalo's church on Sunday. Chiafalo didn't go. Tell you that. That church skipping heathen on the holiest of holy days.
Yeah.
He was not there. He said he went Saturday because he said they found out between services they had a cotton candy truck. And so he went himself for the cotton candy, I guess. But he wasn't there. But otherwise, it was good. Tried to go see Air last night. Didn't work out, so I'm going to go see it this afternoon.
Ooh. Wow. I heard Mario Brothers dominated.
Oh, we saw that on Friday night.
Did he?
How was it?
I fell asleep in the theater, so I don't know.
Where did you see it?
Cinemark, sorry. It was Kristen. I told her, I said, we need to go to AMC. Look.
Yeah, that $13 is going to put him over the top.
Sean needs some retirement fund money, and we're not helping here. And she goes, I have coupons for Cinemark. Dang. We had like gift cards, so she was like, I got to
You fell asleep?
Man, it was a long day Friday, and I didn't get a chance to nap. And so then we're in a dark theater, and I'm just kind of...
Did the kids love it?
They did. They were obsessed.
Was it packed?
Yes, it was full. And it was 9:20 at night. We took the kids at 9:20 at night.
Okay.
And it was still full with children.
You have eggs yesterday? Not your own eggs.
Not my own eggs. The Easter egg. No, my kids do over the Easter egg hunt. Although I think they did go out there. Went to my sister's house. Getting those little kids, getting my kids to put on even a golf shirt is like asking them to put a tuxedo on in the dead of summer.
It's like the station asking us to take photos.
It is. I have never seen people kick and scream about just simply dress it. I'm not even asking them to wear. I don't even want them to wear pants with a belt. Wear gym pants. I don't care. Just throw a golf shirt on. Don't make me look like a bad dad. That's all I care about. But it was fine.
You got the photos? I haven't seen them yet.
Do I have photos? I don't think. We didn't take any photos.
Okay. What'd you want the shirt on for? Just presentation for the
Yeah,
family?
because we're going to my sister's house. And
you got to be like every other fake person.
They're well-to-do, and I'm not, and I'm very blue-collar, and they're not, so I had to... Their kids were in dresses. Their daughters were in dresses.
Headlines and then a brand new Rangers ticket giveaway during the Expressway on Sean and RJ next. But look, obviously, it is.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
From sunrise to sunset. Rahm wins the Masters Marathon.
Do you think Nance has someone to write that for him as the round is taking place? You think he has an assistant for the headline, or is he coming up with it himself?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think he's good at alliteration. And he,
We don't know. Maybe someone's written him.
Maybe someone's written him for all these years. But
you think Jim would allow us to ask him that, or he'd be too highbrow? He'd be above it.
Guys, can we get on with it, please? Is this what we need to talk about? By the way,
can we talk about the tournament? Jim, did you feel any tension with the live guys? Can we talk about John Rahm? Can we give him his due?
If I mean, goodness, if he does have somebody writing that for him, that'd be a
badass. That's a flex.
They need to hire a new one because that was a pretty boring headline or whatever it is. I would have personally gone with John Rahm Emanuel wins his second Masters. That's what I would have gone with.
Is that okay? I see what you did there. Yeah, I don't know, but like at first to be like from sunrise to sunset, it's like wait, it's because the whole day they started at sun up,
tree falling down, rain on Saturday. John Rahm starts off the tournament with a 4-putt, starts off the day down 4, wins the Masters by 4. Look, leaderboard was absolutely loaded with Phil Mickelson up there. You had Jordan Spieth up there as well. Brooks Koepka. It looked like it was his tournament to lose. Were you dying a slow death throughout the day?
Yeah.
With Brooks?
Yeah, I like Rahm, so it wasn't like that bad, but like, yeah, I mean, Brooks is my favorite golfer. I loved watching him play. I thought like for sure that he was going to win this thing. But then again, it's very fitting. There's been 3 golfers in the history of the Masters to be 12 under through 2 rounds and not win. Greg Norman, and Brooks. And, who's Brooks' boss right now?
Yeah.
It's Greg Norman.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. But, yeah, he was nails the first 2 days, and then he kind of fell apart after the restart yesterday morning, and he didn't have a chance to go back. Normally in the 3rd round, you played on a Saturday. He did not finish it great. He could have gone home, back to his rental house, had some drinks, had some dinner, recharge, figure out what he did wrong, go back to the range early. He didn't have that chance yesterday. He had to go right back out there and play. He had like, an hour and a half break, 2-hour break. So he had to go back out there, grab some lunch, and go hit the range and go play. And I just don't think it was he couldn't self-correct in the middle of a round. He did not have that ability to do that. And Rahm, now, with his second major, puts himself in a little bit different of a category. He's no longer a guy who can just win one. He's shown he can win a multiple. He's a great player on the tour. He's the number 1 ranked golfer in the world. And he is on top of the world right now.
Just would have been great if Phil would have won. That's all I was rooting for.
Would not
was
have
just I would have rooted. I would have loved it. I would have been tuned in for that. When you asked me if I'm tuned in, I absolutely would have been tuned into that, and especially all the post-match coverage on Sunday. I would have been locked in. You wouldn't have been able to change the channel.
So I wonder, because, Phil was wearing, I guess it was his own logo. Patrick Reed was wearing his Aces uniform from the Live, but Brooks was still in Nike. So does Brooks still have a deal? I guess he does. I was wondering about that. I know weird things that I think about while I'm watching golf. But man, like that, there were some wild things this weekend with the weather, with the trees falling. I mean, that could have killed some. I'd have been a member. If one of those trees landed on somebody and didn't kill him, membership for life at Augusta.
The number 1 story, though, belongs to the Dallas Mavericks. They quit. They pulled the tank on Friday night, lose the Chicago Bulls. They rest everyone yesterday, losing to San Antonio. As things stand, they have the 10th pick in the draft. If things play out, they have a 13% chance of a top 4 pick, and they have a 3% chance of getting Vida. So that would be the dream. That would allow Mark Cuban. I could see the smug look of, yes, I knew it. I just knew it. All you guys doubted us. You called us quitters. And now we have Victor at number 1. 3% chance for that. But the whole world was laughing, making fun of, mocking the Mavericks, except for those members of Team Tank led by Bobby Belt here on this show. Jason Kidd said it was an organizational decision. Luka Doncic was asked if he's ticked about it and whether the report is true from Tim McMahon. If they don't fix this, a trade request could be coming.
Luka, when we talked to Cuban the other day, he said, obviously they want to keep you forever, but essentially they have to earn your loyalty. How do you feel about kind of the direction this franchise is going and what needs to happen to make you comfortable that this can be a long-term fit for you?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the report. I don't know who. Somebody said that I was going to address the Kuwait trade. It was funny, because I didn't know that was true. I didn't say it.
I didn't say it. I know. Be very clear.
I don't know. Sources said it.
No. To be very clear. I want to get this straight, because seriously, I want to get this straight. Never did I say, hey, Luka is indicating that you're going to request a trade. What I said is, if they don't get this right over the next year, there is a fear that you could come to them as Anthony Davis did in New Orleans, James Harden did in Houston, Kevin Durant just did in Brooklyn, and say, hey, if we don't have a chance to win a championship, something's got to change.
I know what you're saying, but I'm happy here. So there's nothing to worry about.
There's nothing to worry about. Tim McMahon will join us live at 7:30 this morning. And when do all the leaks start about how Kidd, Kyrie, and Luka really felt about all of this?
I'm happy here.
You got to hear from one of them.
That's right. Well, Luka says he wasn't happy about it, but then he appeared relieved in the second half. Tim McMahon joked on Friday night before the game, Luka will be at the steakhouse by halftime. And I saw him walk through the steakhouse.
At halftime?
I don't know if it was halftime. I'm assuming it was not after. It was not at halftime. But I saw him walk to the steakhouse.
Why don't you go ask him? Why don't you say, hey, how do you feel? How do you feel, bro?
I may have shouted a thing or two while buzzed.
You were there 2 nights in a row?
Famous.
2 nights in a row.
I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if I can handle. I was there one night. I don't know if I can handle 2 nights in a row.
Way too long of a weekend. Way too long. But I was Camus.
It is the right call. This is the right call for anybody who's here. You know who probably doesn't like it is Kyrie. That's fine. Kyrie's not here for the future. You know who is? Luka. Luka's here. Kid's probably
But they
here.
want to re-sign him.
Okay, that's the wrong decision at this point.
They also wanted to sign Dwight Howard and DeAndre Jordan, and
they were going to re-sign Rondo, and this is an experiment that didn't work out. The chemistry didn't work. It's not going to work. I think move on, cut your losses, figure out another plan. They've got to get capital in here. So if Kyrie gets you capital, go get it. If tanking gets you capital, go get it. They need to get pieces in here.
Leave politics out of it.
They need to get pieces in here, and they can't just sit here and twiddle their thumbs and say, well, look, we've said consistently we want them to do something. You may not like it, but this is doing something. This is trying to do something to build this team. They've got to do something to put stuff around Luka.
If I told you, Choppy, that it was 70% Kyrie was leaving, does it make this more the right move in your mind? Because for me, it is. It is more the right move. If they believe 70%, he's out, gone.
More the right move to tank?
Yeah.
See, that's interesting. I would think it'd be more the right move than to just run it out best you can, catch light in a bottle.
But then you don't have Kyrie and no pick.
Well, you could do a sign and trade, maybe.
Trade.
Yeah, that's your.
But you
hope.
can still do your sign and trade and have a pick, while knowing you were not going anywhere in the playoffs.
It's fair. Look, if you give they have a 3% chance. They have a 3% chance of getting number one. I would think they have a better than 3% chance of getting into the postseason, and even doing something, making some noise. Who knows? It probably wouldn't make noise, but I don't know. It's a good question. To me, you take your chance. You went all in, just go all in. You can't just dip half your feet in there.
Man, they lost 26 games when he was traded for. They lost 18 and a quarter of a season with him. Like, this was not working. You weren't catching lightning in a bottle. You weren't doing anything. At most, you were going to win a play-in game, and then you'd be right back where you thought you were. This was not anything that was going to work out.
So instead, the play-in is set, along with the NBA, the rest of the playoffs. Lakers will host the Timberwolves in the 7-8 matchup. The winner gets the 7 spot. They go to Memphis to take on the Grizzlies. The Pelicans will host the spot that we were vying for. Pelicans are going to be hosting the Thunder. The loser of that game goes ahead and faces the number 1 seed, or the winner of that faces the number 1. So those are the matchups. Pelicans, OKC, Memphis, Lakers. Over in the East, Heat, Hawks is the 7-8. The winner of that gets the Celtics. Then you have the Raptors and the Bulls in the 9-10. So that's the way the play-in works. As for the matchups that are absolutely set in the East, Filthy against Brooklyn, Cleveland against New York with Jalen Brunson in the postseason and Luka not. Then you get the Kings and the Warriors and the Suns and the Clippers. Woo! Those matchups in the West.
Yeah.
Sacramento, this is a chance in front of the entire world
Yeah.
watching.
Light the beam.
It absolutely is.
Light the beam.
Did you saw LeBron his move yesterday?
No.
Putting the crown on top of his head.
Is that new?
I have no idea. I not seen it much.
Is his nickname the King?
It is, but he's sitting there walking around strutting
Oh, gosh.
with the crown on top of his head. I'd never seen that before.
Oh, I've seen it. Oh, usually it's the,
Yeah, he pushed the floor down.
push the floor down. So there's LeBron.
Lowers the roof.
In the play-in for the Lakers. Rangers get one in Chicago.
2-2. Marcus swings and hits one in the air to right field. Mancini comes in. He dives and he can't get it. It rolls behind him and then dies on the grass. 1 run scores. Thompson being sent around. Swanson's relay throw is late as Bubba slides in safely. Marcus Semien ends up at second. And the Rangers lead 4-0.
Sandman with a call on your home for Rangers baseball. Some of my optimism has tempered a little bit.
Ooh,
like the Rangers bats.
That offense has not been good since the first 2 games of the year.
Feast or famine. That's what it is.
Great that they put it, but you know what the encouraging thing is that the pitching staff looks good. Your front 3 starters all look pretty good, have pretty good peripheral statistics, even if the ERAs don't look great for DeGrom and Evaldi. Evaldi's been good in his first 2 starts. Like I mean, like I said, the sabermetrics on him have been good. DeGrom looks good. Perez, same sort of thing. John Gray's gotten you good results to this point. I mean, really the only guy on the entire pitching staff, when you include the bullpen, that's like really concerning right now is Heaney. But otherwise, the bullpen's been really good. They have their scoreless streak snapped, but they started another one yesterday. It's just they need to score some runs. If they score some runs, they'll be fine.
Talk about scoring runs. Heaney is going to pitch today against Greinke back in Kansas City. Greinke's 0-2 with a 2.38.
Yeah,
so he's like, save me with your run support.
Oh, it's like 2009 all over again for Greinke.
If Heaney doesn't go out there and throw a less than a 2 spot, we got some problems. But yeah, the DeGrom Evaldi, they will strike fear in if they're on in just about any lineup. The best lineups in the American League, when John Gray pitches, they're not going to be scared of John Gray. This is the reality of it. He's not a guy that's going to strike fear in the Astros or the Blue Jays or the Yankees.
Good number 4 though.
But he is. Yes, he is. But DeGrom and Evaldi, they will strike fear because they can miss bats and a ton of them.
What is the ERA for Greinke?
2.38.
So it's literally Heaney's ERA is literally 10 times higher.
23.63.
That's not good.
23.63 versus 2.38. 6:30 pregame. First pitch 7:00 tonight on the Fan. We saved the stars for best and worst of the weekend. RJ was in attendance. Rangers tickets to give away during the Expressway and Tim McMahon live. Don't miss it. Commercial free right after this.
But let's get that carpet clean the clean way.
shootout.
That was the call from who was that? Was that
ESPN.
Oh, ESPN. Nice. We saved that for the Expressway with Tim McMahon, set to join us live at 7:30, a Rangers ticket giveaway. As we are commercial free from now up until 8 o'clock, we saved it as part of Best and the Worst of the Weekend because RJ was at this game.
Yeah, I was. My buddy Nick and his family were in town from Vegas. I grew up with them back in New Jersey, and they moved out to Vegas. And he's like, hey, I'm coming in for the game. She actually texted. She was like, we're going to surprise Nick for his birthday.
Oh.
They're season ticket holders. We went out to Vegas. We went to see the game out there. That's a great setup. The Golden Knights out there. So they wanted to go see the game, and I was like, man, I thought it was like Saturday night. We had so many plans this weekend.
So did I. I did way too much. It was a beating. It was an absolute beating. Yesterday, I was like, you take the kiddo to the in-laws. I'm staying home.
Staying home?
I'm staying home. I got to do a little bit of work. Just dragging. I mean, can't go out back-to-back nights, man. You know, it was
So
birthday parties. Birthday parties. If I see another damn plastic egg, if I see another egg, I'm already stepping on them to try to shatter them. I'm so tired of these
Halloween
eggs.
or Easter, which brings more candy into your house? Because I think it might be for us, it ends up being Easter. They get a ton of candy.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Easter, because this is probably the most aware he's been of what's going on. Otherwise, he hasn't really experienced a true Halloween. But anyway, the difference in Troppy and I's lives was on display Saturday. He texts me, he goes, hey, gonna be at Nick and Sam's. This is gonna be at the steakhouse. Are you going? And I was like, yeah, I'll be there. Choppy's going at 6, and I'm going at 8:30.
Yeah.
So I walked in. They go, you just missed Choppy by 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
We because the game was a 2:30 game.
Yeah.
So it ended at like 5. So we just went right from the game.
Oh.
And
I thought the game was at night because then I saw you post your recap and you're like, oh, you text me you just got home. And I
Yeah.
was like, he didn't go to the game.
Yeah,
He's
it was-
already home.
2:30 game,
2:30
you know,
game.
and it went overtime. It ended at like 5:15, 5:30, and then we barely made it by 6 o'clock, you know, to get over there. And they had their kids with them. They were like 4 and 2, so
Yeah.
you know, late night isn't going to work.
Fun arena atmosphere.
Yeah, it was great. It was like a playoff atmosphere, kind of. You know, in
Kinda.
Vegas. Well, you know, obviously it's you know Vegas. They just wanted a point. They just wanted to get 1 point, get to the get to overtime, and they got it. But you know, my buddy's like, he's like I say, he's big Vegas fan. He's like, Stars are the best team in the West.
Woo.
Nobody wants to face them. Like nobody in the West wants to face the Stars right now. Even though they're not playing great, they've got a good goalie, best top line in the conference. Well, or one of them, but a really good top line. So it should be a fun postseason.
I loved the legendary Stars goalie jersey you were wearing, number 35.
Oh, Marty Turco.
Oh, I thought it was Andy Moog.
Not anymore.
Oh.
That's good. Well done.
Bobby, best and worst of the weekend, broken arm or magazine feature?
Okay, let's talk about the arm instead.
No,
so
let's
the
talk
arm,
about the feature. What
It's
is
just-
going on?
It's just this community magazine thing in Flower Mound where somebody had asked a friend of ours if they would want to be featured in it. They just feature families in the community. And so they didn't actually live in Flower Mound, so they had to say, no, but I got a friend who lives in Flower Mound, so they recommended it over to us. I will never take pictures, so Kristen took it as an opportunity of, we can get pictures taken. Cool. All right, then, yeah, we're doing it because that'll be the only way we get Bobby to do pictures because I hate them. And so we had to go do pictures this weekend. Afterwards,
with like a paid photographer?
yeah, like it was the community magazine photographer.
75022 magazine.
So it's just a bunch of it's called what is it called? It's called Lakeside Flower Mound Lakeside magazine.
So are you like going to be on the cover?
Yeah, it's just like like a little community magazine with like families.
Yes.
If you see Kristen smiling, it's because every time we're about to take a picture, I'd like grab her butt. And so she like right when the picture was being taken, she was like, you'll see how just much she lights up whenever I grab her butt.
We usually do a segment during Cowboy season, Tolos, called Headlines. Can you write? Can y'all write the magazine title for this? You know what can we do with the belt? What can we do? What can we do?
No
with,
puns, please.
Yeah, all puns.
So we ended up going to dinner after that, and then we were driving home, and we stopped at a park. Because the kids were like, "Can we play?" It's like,
no. We're not done with the magazine.
All it was pictures. We haven't done anything else but pictures yet.
What's
What are
the
they gonna do?
interview
We're
setup?
gonna
What's the
get like
focus?
it's like gonna be
Bobby
a cute,
Belt is a rise. Bobby Belt came from the streets.
No,
of-
now here
Above the
you know
belt.
what? You know what? My daughter didn't want to do it. she was getting a little worked out. She calmed down and said she did, but at first she didn't want to do it. And she was like, I don't want to be in the magazine. And we were like, why? What's wrong? And she's like, because daddy came to career day and now my friends think he's famous and I don't want any more attention.
Oh.
And so she's like, she's getting overwhelmed a little bit because she said all her, like, she's got like 3 friends that were like, your dad's famous. Can I get his autograph?
All right, I found a example of this magazine.
Okay.
I got a family on here. The Sharers. How am I reading this? Well, very confusing print. Very confusing.
Sharers?
The Sharers, and it's their family photo embracing faith, adventure, and community. So it's going to say the Belts, and then whatever their byline is.
Here's the byline. His parents thought he was too good for Flower Mound School, so they kept him home. But he doesn't like his children, so he sends them to Marcus.
Homeschooled and now schooling others.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have been on this if not for your radio, your media stuff?
Yeah. I think still, because it's about families in the community. It's not like notable families. It's just they're highlighting families that they get in contact with.
All right, what month? Because this one's November 22.
June, I think, or something. I don't know. I don't. You can text Kristen. You can ask her. I have no idea.
Is she excited about it?
She was excited that we got pictures. That's what she was excited about, because this is the first time we've ever done family photos.
Wow.
Because I don't like doing them. So, but then we went to the park and my daughter was in this little cylinder merry-go-round thing. It's just like an individual one. You climb inside of this little orb and then you spin it. But we were spinning the thing and I was trying to slow it down and stop her. And I put my hands there. I was like, dang, these are thick, like metal bars. This kind of hurts. And Kristen goes like, you just grab it and stop it. I was like, no, you don't. And then she grabbed it and stopped it. I was like, yeah, it slowed down. But I couldn't do it earlier than that. And she's like, spin it fast. Here, get out of there. Told our daughter to get out. She's like, spin it fast. I'll just grab it and stop it. I was like, you're going to hurt yourself. She's like, no, I won't spin it. I said, okay. So I spun the thing and she put her hands in to grab it and it went thunk, 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 and just bounced off of her arm 4 times. And she couldn't raise up her pinky and her ring finger for the rest of the night.
God.
And she's like, I think I broke it. I was like, I think you did too.
My favorite reaction was from one of the Tolos who said, weird reaction, Bobby, to just pull out your camera and start recording versus don't move it. Let me stabilize. Let's get you to the emergency room. And Bobby's like, what'd you do?
We went straight home and she did not break it. It ended up being fine. It just ended up being a bruise. But yeah, this is just more proof for her that I am always right, so she should always listen to me.
Yeah.
You know,
it was a right versus wrong.
That's what it is.
All right, let's bring in the guy we've been trying to chase down on this show for a long time. He is Tim McMahon, Mavs and NBA insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. How'd you finally book him, Choppy?
I had to guilt him into coming on.
Yeah.
I had to guilt him. I said, look, giving you so much over the years and over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Sean's hooked you up. Time to come on.
I got him
Make it happen.
one piece of calamari.
Free apps.
And there you go. No, I told him, I said, I was trying to get you and someone else that y'all used to work with hired over here. I was trying to take a salary and split it up. So either way, we got him.
Mosley?
Introduce him as Mosley.
We're a big fan of his work on ESPN. I tried to get him on the Hash Marks blog years ago, but Tim McMahon, good morning, sir.
Fellas, I can assure you hey, we tried to pay you, but we can't tactic wasn't what did it. I can assure you of that. Certainly, my man Samir at Nick and Sam's, introducing me to him helps the cause. It's early, dude. God, how do you guys wake up so early?
When do you wait?
It's 3 hours into our day.
Wait, you stay up. You have to stay up every night when do you usually go to bed with the end of the NBA games?
Well, obviously yesterday the games didn't end early, but I never go to bed like before midnight just because that's kind of the way my clock is wired.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when you're working a game at night, it's well after that.
Yeah.
Now I get the joy of covering the playoffs with no home games for myself. So,
where's the first assignment?
I'll be on the Grizzlies as long as they're around, and then we'll see what, if anything, after that. Or the other thing is, hey, in the West, it's wide open. The Grizzlies might be around for a long time.
When did you know that the Mavericks were pulling this on Friday?
Honestly, I did not know until they actually sent out that injury report in the morning. And the reason that I was shocked is because Luka had been so dead set against it. Luka did not know when this talk began on Monday. It was news to him, and he tried to put an end to that news. I mean, it was very clear Tuesday he wanted to make sure that, listen, this ain't happening on my watch, basically. So that's the reason I was so shocked by it. Because, listen, you understand the logic, right? We all understand the logic. We all can look at the percentages and say, hey, like mathematically, they really made the right call. It's just, wow, what a kind of sorry way to slink into the off season and conclude. I don't want to say the most disappointing season of Mavericks history, but yeah, we can get in that debate. But just the fact that the face of the franchise was so adamant against it, and then to go the other way, just really shifting directions a few days later after obviously beating the Kings was shocking to me. And ultimately what they decided was like, listen, we know Luka's not going to like it, but you know what he really won't like is if we give up the number 11 pick in the draft to the Knicks and are that much more limited in terms of assets trying to build around him. Basically what I was told is, hey, ultimately Luka wants as much talent on the roster as possible, so they had to do what they had to do.
Why did they play to win against the Kings? Why didn't they just do it starting then?
I do believe that was in large part because you heard Luka on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Right? And Luka was just, I mean, by his standards, because you understand Luka is not a guy who enjoys doing media, very rarely talks after practices. By his standards, he issued a rallying cry on Tuesday. And so, again, that's why.
But, Tim, then the same rallying cry should stay for Friday. Like, okay, let's appease you and play against the Kings, and then we'll just go ahead and tick you off again. What's the difference?
Hey, the difference is the Texas weather. If you don't like it, wait for 5 minutes. That was the Mavericks' plan last week.
What about Kyrie? We have any idea if he's on board or was?
You know what? I can, if you give me a second, I will read you the entire transcript from Kyrie's exit interview.
All right.
Here we go. Ready?
Yep.
All I needed was 1 second.
Excellent. Excellent.
So, you know what? I don't know. And I will say this. Kyrie knew exactly the kind of things he was going to be asked, including, obviously, about his free agency. You obviously remember that he made it clear, hey, I'm not going to discuss free agency during the season. When the season's over, I'll talk about it. Interpret his silence as you want, but if he's really gung ho about staying, he certainly had a chance to say it, and opted not to. And then, I don't know the whole tank thing. I don't know if he had any thoughts on it. To be honest with you, I don't know if he was against it, for it. I have no idea.
Did he like playing here?
I think he enjoyed playing for Jason Kidd. I think he generally enjoyed the city of Dallas. Obviously you can't say he liked playing for the Mavericks because they didn't win any games, and it was, you go from being the fourth place team in the Western Conference after his first couple games to 11th place in tanking at the end. It is the quickest transition to a blockbuster trade to tanking in NBA history. I can assure you of that. I think it was a generally positive experience aside from the fact that the team was awful. I don't know that I can say that he just loved playing for the Mavericks, though, because, losing kind of matters.
Brian Windhorst, I know, has said pretty consistently that he thinks Kyrie will be back. We've seen other reports similarly. We've seen Vegas odds that have put it at more likely than not that he's back. Do you think that's shifted at all for people? I mean, do you think it's flipped at this point and it looks a little less likely that he'll be back next year?
So, honestly, I think the reason that people believe it's pretty likely that he'll be back is because there's not an anticipation that there's going to be another max multi-year opportunity for him. We will see how things shake out with the Lakers. I would say that would be still the most likely scenario for Kyrie leaving. I don't know if it's Kyrie's preference to return. I do think it could end up being his best opportunity, but again, we'll see how things shake out in July.
Tim McMahon joining us from ESPN on 105.3 The Fan. Do you think there's any chance, I can't even believe I'm saying this, that Luka Doncic is viewed as a bigger issue or someone that players would not want to play with compared to Kyrie Irving? Like the feeling around here from Mavs fans, right? Kyrie came in, he charmed everyone. He wasn't a problem. All zen. All his teammates are glowing about him like they seem to be doing in Brooklyn. Like, is there a chance that Luka leaves this looking the worst of the two?
I would say that Luka somehow managed to have a very disappointing 32-8-8 season. And, Luka is obviously young. There's a lot going on in his life. He's immature. There are things that, he wears his emotions on his sleeves. When it's going well, he's got that infectious smile. When it's not, his body language is terrible. I mean, you see him show up teammates sometimes. That can be difficult. His style of play can be challenging. So, there are going to be guys who don't necessarily want to play with him. Again, we can talk if you're talking about Luka, you have to talk about stylistically prime James Harden, right?
Yep.
That's who he is. He's a his own version of that in terms of style of play. Harden didn't show teammates up like this, but I think the biggest challenge for Luka is in terms of people want to play with him are style of play. And then, he didn't grow up in the, American grassroots system. He doesn't have these relationships with guys dating back to AAA and the summer circuit, or AAU rather, in the summer circuit. He's not hanging out, with the Team USA guys after practice and all that kind of stuff. He doesn't have those relationships. So that's a challenge too, because, stylistically, listen, say what you want about James Harden. Certainly there were times that people thought he and teammates thought he was challenging to play with, but you did have a series of stars that lined up for that opportunity. None of them ultimately worked out, and they ended up being short-term. And I think there's some personality issues there. But you had, first Dwight Howard, and then Chris Paul, and then Russell Westbrook. We'll see, and then the clock's obviously ticking, but we'll see if the Mavericks can get guys of star caliber who say, hey, I want to play with Luka. And obviously they're hoping that they can get Kyrie to say, hey, I want to continue playing with Luka.
What were you thinking when you walked out of the press room yesterday after that amazing exchange with him?
No, I mean, that was fine. Like, the one thing I just wanted to make clear, listen, I did not say Luka is asking for a trade. Like, I'm not putting words in his mouth, and I didn't want him putting words in my mouth. So, but, Luka, he doesn't want the perception to be that he's a pain in the butt. Like, he got upset when I said earlier this year that he was involved in front office discussions and strongly pushing for an upgrade. Well, sometimes the truth isn't comfortable, but that was the truth. He didn't want the perception to be essentially that he was kind of trying to push teammates out. I get it. But at a certain point, you have to report the truth when it's become, just that strong. And this was the same type of thing. Listen, saying that if things don't improve significantly after the most disappointing season in the NBA this year, saying that if they don't improve significantly by the time he's only has 2 years left on his contract, which we all can do the NBA math, right? James Harden did it. Anthony Davis did it. Hey, KD bumped it out to 3.5 years, but you understand the math. Again, saying if things don't improve significantly, he could consider asking out. It's not like it's shocking news.
Right.
I mean, it's just really not. This is and by the way, it's not like, hey, I just learned this in the last couple of days. This is stuff we've been talking about for the entire season, right? And just to be clear, I understand how things get presented on Twitter and on Instagram and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't write this as if it was some kind of shocking revelation. I wrote it just in the context of an obituary of this Mavericks season. It was buried into the story in context. I'm not sitting here trying to tell you this is some kind of like, oh my gosh, can you believe this? It's more no crap, people.
Well, what would you say to this statement? Luka will be loyal just like Dirk was here.
Absolutely not. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, it's like saying Kawhi Leonard would be loyal just like Tim Duncan. I mean, seriously. And I'm not sitting here like guaranteeing Luka leaves or anything, but like, dude, those guys are once in a few lifetime type of situations. Like it's not the norm. It's they're the exceptions. And like, if you don't believe me, just listen to Mark Cuban. This is the one time I'm going to tell you Mark Cuban was telling the truth, right? Mm-hmm. And what he said, I asked him straight, how does Luka? What does he think about, in terms of his long-term optimism? And essentially what Cuban said was, I think he wants to spend his entire career here, but we've got to earn that. And listen, I do think Luka's preference would be to spend his entire career in Dallas. I think based on everything I know, he loves the city. Loves Nick and Sam's, I can tell you that. But loves the city. He, generally has very good relationships with I'm not going to say the people that he works for, because we understand that at a certain point with a star, the organization really works for the superstar, and Luka's at that level. Mm-hmm. But, with the people in the front office, coaching staff, et cetera, et cetera. He's a very prideful guy. Like, Luka doesn't want to be seen as a dude who had to kind of, run to a super team to have a chance to win a championship. He wants to be able to be the guy who it was built around. But the organization's got to start doing its part, right? Mm-hmm. And let's just be honest, the 5 years of Luka's career has been a complete organizational failure in terms of roster building to this point.
Sure.
So, I do believe that he wants to spend his entire career in Dallas. I also believe that the organization has done an awful job of making that an attractive option.
Was Jason Kidd on board with this entire, end of season decision, and, what is his future here?
Well, you've had both Mark Cuban and Nico Harrison make it very clear that moving on from Jason Kidd after this season is absolutely not a consideration. And I will say this, and Jay Kidd kind of clumsily said it, but he was a Coach of the Year candidate last year whose team made a surprise run to the Western Conference Finals. So when you're evaluating Jason Kidd, you can't just throw out the fact that this team drastically exceeded expectations in his first year and then give him no credit there and then all the blame for this year. There's plenty of blame to go around. He can take a slice, but I don't think this is, hey, if you fire the coach, everything's fine. No, if you fire the coach, you still got to address the many problems that are above him on the list of things that went wrong this season. As far as what did he think, obviously he did not want to take any responsibility in terms of the making of the decision. But ultimately, I'm pretty sure Jay Kidd wants a top 10 pick on his roster over giving up, having nothing to show for Jalen Brunson. Or I'm sorry, for this bad season as they go into next season. And, it is funny. It's just irony is such a bitch. If the Mavericks give up number 11, that happens to be the jersey that Jalen Brunson's wearing for the New York Knicks. And obviously, this pick's not from anything to do with him, but it is a little bit to do with him, because if Jalen Brunson's here, they're not in this situation. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To pay off the Porzingis trade. Oh, my goodness.
Tim McMahon here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. So my biggest concern in all this, that's why we're asking you, we're Luke and Kyrie okay? did you send a sign to your superstars? Like, the bullets aren't that dangerous, but we still had, 2 bullets left. You go down swinging, and, does Luka Doncic want to be part of an organization? I know we compare everything to Mike, but would this ever happen with Michael Jordan, with the Bulls? I know we had the Indiana Pacer thing young in his career, but did the Mavericks leave a stain on Luke and Kyrie that hey, we didn't believe in you guys, firing your final shot?
That's certainly a risk. And again, I think more than anything, it's the risk with Luka because he was so clear. He was so adamant. One of his mantras is, no matter what, you always have to believe. If there's any chance, you have to believe. And he's the same guy who was saying that when they were down 2-0 against a Suns team that had by far the best record in the NBA last year. And damn if he wasn't right. Now, ultimately, it turns out, and they knew this was a good chance, that the Grizzlies went out and played their G League squad in the last game of the season in Oklahoma City, and the Mavericks knew they needed help. They knew it probably wasn't coming. But again, man, for Luka to be that firmly against it and still do it, there's definitely some risk involved there. And when he's asked about that yesterday, he basically said, "I didn't like that decision. That's it." And hey, well, did they run it? Did they discuss it with you before doing it? He said, of course, and basically, they came to an agreement. Basically, he wanted to make it clear, I still didn't like it. But I think at that point he was ready to, after it was done, he was ready to move on. And let's be honest, by Friday night, Luka looked very ready to move on. I mean, when he was on the court, he was out there chuckling with Vucevic most of the time. And, straight up, Luka's ready for vacation too. This has been a miserable season for him. He's got a big summer ahead of him in terms of, kind of the role he needs to play if this thing's going to get turned around. He's got to take the summer stuff seriously, not just when he's playing for the Slovenian national team, but
take what seriously?
Come on, man.
I just want to hear you say it.
Hey,
because we keep talking about this, and we keep talking about it.
Dude, Jason Kidd, at the end of the 2 seasons he's been in Dallas, his parting public message to Luka has essentially been, dude, you got to get in shape. And he words it more delicately than that. But, yesterday it's, hey, you've got to get ready for the marathon. And listen, the guy, he likes to eat. He enjoys drinking beers. We all can respect that. Hey, listen, whoa, hey, we've got something in common with an NBA superstar. But you saw, you always kind of, Dirk's always going to be the gold standard in this organization, and you saw, and Dirk was about this age when he really started taking that stuff seriously. You saw the kind of commitment Dirk had to diet, to conditioning, to really treating his body as like a scientific vessel. For Luka to ultimately achieve his, the top level of his potential, which is literally one of the all-time best players to ever play the game, at some point he's going to have to take that seriously, or he can come in to camp every year, and have to kind of play his way into shape and just be a guy who makes 15 All-Star appearances.
Tim McMahon from ESPN. Tim, what is the expectation, do you think, the outcome of this investigation that the league's launched into their tanking?
I think it's a very slippery slope for the league, obviously. My guess, and this is just a guess, is that there will be a significant fine. But let's just be honest. They're fining the Mavericks for honesty. They're fining them for transparency. They're fining them for being so brazen about it. They're not fining them for tanking. Because if they're fining the Mavericks for tanking, they're fining a whole lot of teams for tanking. And you can say, well, who's tanking when they have a chance to make the postseason, to make the play-in? And I would say the Utah Jazz also did. They did. They had a little bit less of a chance, but the Jazz have been tanking for longer as well. It was a unique late shift in into tanking that was embarrassing for, really for the NBA, especially when they came up with the whole play-in scenario to avoid situations like this. But you can't find one team for tanking when it's an epidemic in the league. I guess you probably can find one team for doing it. So not even obviously, but like just saying it out loud.
What have other people around the league said to you about what the Mavs did, and do you personally agree with it?
So people around the league basically have been like, I get it, but what's Luka think?
Right.
And that's kind of where I stand too. Like, listen, I get it. Percentage, like, what was the best play statistically from an analytic perspective? This was obviously the best play. But honestly, this week showed a real lack of direction in the franchise because if you're going to do this, what the hell did you go beat the Kings for?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so for plans to just shift so suddenly from day to day is a tough look. And that's the other thing that you've heard a lot of around the league is basically like, man, like, is there a plan there? Like, is everybody on the same page? What's going on?
Christian Wood next year is doing what to start the season?
I don't think it'll be anything here. I'm sure he'll be on an NBA team. I think it's going to be a pretty tough market for him this summer. And I don't anticipate that the Mavericks will be honestly, I don't know that the Mavericks will bring him back even if they can do it on the cheap.
What's the issue with him that obviously a quarter of the league has agreed with, but freak athletically, offensive game. We know the defensive issues, but what were some of the other issues you saw or heard up close?
Yeah, no, listen, the guy can score. He is a phenomenal scorer. And if he really embraced being a bench scorer and kind of poured himself into that role and, committed himself to being a team guy, then he'd be getting paid this summer, right? And the Mavericks might be the team that was paying him. But it's tough. Role and in general as a team, last year the Mavericks didn't only have role acceptance, they had role enthusiasm. But when your coaches are telling you, this is your role, and you're like, no, it's not, I'm a star, that's tough. And then you're blowing defensive assignments. And my understanding, in the past, he's been like chronically late. Like, I was told in Houston they had an over-under on how late he'd be to his workouts, and it's usually set at like 35 minutes. My understanding is that he would be technically on time in Dallas. Like, that wasn't a major problem. But like if it's an 11:15 meeting at the hotel, he'd be grabbing his breakfast at 11:14 and sitting down, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
He's just the knock on him is he's just not he's not a malicious like jerk. I just want to make that clear. Like, he's always been pleasant with me. I don't know any, like, even coaches who couldn't wait to get rid of him told me the guy's not a bleep. But he's just, not a team guy. Like the swap of Jalen Brunson for Christian Wood in terms of the chemistry of this team was a complete catastrophe. I'll tell you that. And then, defensively, does he block shots? Sure. For every shot he blocks, there's 5 or 6 blown rotations, and it's just very difficult. Basically, he is perceived as a guy that coaches cannot rely on. That'd be the way to sum it up.
Last one. What changed? Did covering Kyrie for this period of time change your mind drastically about him? And if you were LeBron, would you rather have Kyrie or Anthony Davis as your running mate?
No, Anthony Davis without question. And I would say that, all of my interactions with Kyrie have been generally positive interactions. Like, I was pleasantly surprised that I actually enjoyed covering him. Has it changed my perception of him? No, it hasn't. Simply because, you understand this was a very brief time that he had all the incentive in the world to not create any kind of issues, but he didn't. He did not create any kind of issues. He was a positive guy in the locker room. He was not the problem. He just wasn't the solution. And there's no chance I would rather have him as your running mate than Anthony Davis. And honestly, if you give anybody with the Mavericks true serum, like, would they do a sign and trade that would get Anthony Davis back in Dallas? They would do backflips if they could pull that off. Are you kidding me? I mean, just absolute backflips. But, like, the chances of that happening, like, I don't even want to I don't want to pump up any hope whatsoever because, number one, AD's value is significantly higher than Kyrie's. Number two, I just don't know why the Lakers would cooperate with that. And the only possible way it would be is if Anthony Davis is demanding out. And then even if that's the case, again, I think his value is significantly higher. So, but yeah, I would rather have the guy who can be a dominant defensive anchor for sure. And I think if you watch the Mavericks, you'd realize a dominant defensive anchor is something this franchise could use.
Thank you for waking up. The voice sounds even deeper, even better. Have a great playoff run, and the cotton candy's on me for life. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure, fellas.
What a beast. Tim McMahon, 30 minutes of dropping bombs with the whale alert. If the Mavericks draft like the Cowboys, Luka will stay for life. We'll explain next. Well, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks. You're official.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wow. Tim McMahon. Maybe it's just me, but when that dude talks about the Mavericks, whether it's on the Hoop Collective podcast, talking to him at the AAC, back in the hallways, or just now for 30 minutes here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, Chris Arnold texted me saying that was riveting. That dude, he gives opinions. He is not afraid, and he's got the hookups and the knowledge as well. Let's just do takeaways from that. Your biggest takeaway at 877-881-1053, dissecting the disaster of the most disappointing team in the NBA here on The Fan. Bobby?
He flat out said, which I don't know that anybody said it that directly before, at least not anybody in Tim's position. He flat out said he shows up his teammates. That clearly doesn't sit well with some of his teammates. Luka, yeah. I thought that was interesting. That's indicative probably that, yeah, some guys get a little irritated at times. And maybe that kind of backs up some of the stuff that Mike always gets killed for saying here in the midday show. And I think that's interesting. The fact that Kyrie, his preference might not be to stay in Dallas, but that still could be his best opportunity, so he might jump on it. I don't want to sign that then. If that's the case, if that's not his preference and he doesn't want to be, and it's just like, well, I guess I'll go here because it's my best deal, then don't give him that deal. I wouldn't want him here at that point.
Well, I think you still got to sign him to retain him as an asset and not get Brunson again. Tim said, I'm not even going to get into an Anthony Davis signing trade. Tim made it sound like that's not happening. He's I'm not even going to start to excite certain fans because Anthony Davis would have to want out. Why would the Lakers do that? So you can lose Kyrie for nothing. You can, try to sign and trade him somewhere else, or you sign him and hope that he is a Boy Scout and plays nice for as long as possible. What would you take away from Tim that stood out?
Well, I mean, first off, that obviously nobody knows anything that Kyrie is going to do. Right. Okay, that was as much. And then the other thing is that this NBA investigation is going to be a slap on the wrist. Like nothing's gonna come. Now they may not officially do anything to them, but unofficially not reward them with the number one overall pick. Because none of us believe that. At least I don't. I don't think the NBA draft lottery is ever on the up and up. So happens that someone from Akron goes to Cleveland. Okay. So happens that the Knicks get Patrick Ewing. Okay.
Well, those two instances. Who else has gotten the number one pick? Why would you care about Orlando?
It was some people. I remember some people thinking it was a little shady that the Pelicans with really bad odds as they're about to trade Anthony Davis. It's like, oh, you get Zion now here right as you're pushing out Anthony Davis.
Yeah, if they're trying to save a franchise, they might throw the number one at him.
Okay.
Then they need to save Luka. Throw him the number one pick. But
Luka will be a star anywhere. They don't need to save the Mavericks, and I don't think they're going to do a damn thing to help Mark Cuban out.
He made it sound like the rest of the league agreed with the Mavs' approach. Like Tim was saying, mathematically, this was the smart thing to do. But why did you play against Sacramento? That's a mystery. I think Bobby and Kevin Gray have given him those interesting theories. Bobby's theory is, look, rather than just outright quit 2 games, let's put our guys out there. They're going to lose to the Kings anyway with the way we've been playing. So that makes sense. And Kevin Gray saying that you're trying to keep pressure on Oklahoma City to win and play their guys down the stretch as well, not just be able to mail it in. But why did you try versus the... Tim made it sound like they changed their mind. That there was organizational misdirection, confusion, like this is just par for the course. It was a perfect ending, like the Cowboys, in a 2-minute drill. He made it sound like the plan may have changed.
That Luka's media session threw them off, and they went, crap, we got to play tomorrow.
But then why would you do it Friday against the Bulls?
They needed to buy time to talk to Luka about it, maybe?
Maybe.
That, hey, we got to pitch him on this, and so until then, we got to give it our best shot. But I mean, I also, my theory is they tried to tank against the Kings. Jason Kidd, who thinks Christian Wood is a black hole, he let him play the entire fourth quarter and put shots up.
How about the Christian Wood stuff from Tim?
Woo! Somewhere else.
Oh, not going to be here.
Not on time. Just kind of
unprofessional. Unprofessional in terms of being an NBA paid player.
I don't think there's anything wrong with showing up 30 minutes after meeting start time. I mean, I think that that's completely reasonable if that's the agreement you've come to.
You know,
personally,
you know the biggest difference I heard from Tim versus all of us in the fan base? He did not seem to think Jason Kidd was a humongous problem.
Yes, that was interesting.
That was my big takeaway.
Now he did say he deserved some of it. A slice, I think is what he said.
Slice.
He can take a slice, but that he's not this overwhelming issue like people want to, make him out to be. But man, that did not sound like a ringing endorsement of Kyrie Irving's future here in Dallas. Like it sounded like the likeliest option is he ends up back here. That's what Tim made it sound like. But it doesn't sound like anybody's going to be super on board with it, involved in the process.
It kind of sounds like the Odell thing a little bit. Like, did Odell Beckham, does he care that Lamar Jackson's there or not, or he cared because they gave him $15 million and it can get up to 18? That's kind of the same thing. Who's going to give me the max 4-year deal? And whoever it is,
or
I'm going to sign.
5 here in Dallas.
Would it be 5?
Yeah. He could get up to 5
Next
here in
year.
Dallas.
So who's going to give me that? Because in the NBA, you can sign it and still get away.
You sign it and then you demand a trade.
You do what you want. So
that's where the sign and trade comes in too. So he signs it and he demands a trade by the All-Star break. Or he says, look, I'm not coming here, but let's do a sign and trade, get you guys something back.
And then Tim said if he was LeBron James, without hesitation, he's preferring Anthony Davis as a teammate, a running mate, over Kyrie Irving.
Me too.
Look, one guy is unreliable because of his own body. And the other guy is unreliable because of his own mind. He doesn't always play. If he's not feeling up for it that day, he just doesn't play. That's probably more of was it serotonin, whatever. Whatever. It could be something in his mental makeup, his mind. Mine's not right that day. I'm not going to play. Okay, fair. The other one is my body's not right that day. Not going to play. Okay, fair. That's just the reality that you deal with both players.
877-881-1053, truckrick.com text line for any other major takeaways. He talked about Luka, get in shape. It's a broken record. How many times do we have to keep talking about it? Luka Doncic, not in shape. Can you just believe we're at this point that this happened? Out of our surprises in doing this show for this long together, the downward spiral this turned into and the surprise and the disaster it became. I mean, where do you put this of the DFW stories that we've talked about for 12 years?
Was Rondo like this for you guys?
What?
Was Rondo like this for you guys? That was a good basketball team that traded for Rondo, and then they couldn't put it together.
They at least made the playoffs.
Right.
But I mean, they started 25-10 that year. So they started out really, really good. They make the trade for Rondo, and then they
was up there. I'm trying to think.
I think this is worse. This is worse than Rondo. Rondo is not the name that Luka or Kyrie is. He's not a superstar. People had more venom for Rondo than they are having with either of these two guys. But I mean, this is huge. This is big. And now the NBA is investigating you.
It is. I mean, I don't think it's as big as the 67 win team that lost to Golden State. That was way worse. I mean, Charles Barkley told us this was going to happen anyway. He said we were the Hawks. He was right.
He was right.
He was right. We are the Hawks. We had
I agree with that.
We had one lucky run, and made the conference finals, and here you go. Maybe Luka doesn't make anybody better. Maybe nobody likes to play with him. Maybe Jason Kidd isn't the answer. Maybe Kyrie wasn't the answer. I mean, who knows?
Mess. Absolute mess.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what are the collapses that are similar to this in the last. I mean, the fact that
I can't think of any Cowboy one during the regular season like this. Rangers surprised, if anything, when they won their AL West titles, and they shouldn't have. This you have a huge transaction, superstar names, a team quitting, an owner showing his sensitivity.
Man, Cowboys going 8-8 in 2019 was pretty bad. That was that year they started out 3-0 and they collapsed and they had those locker room issues. Michael Bennett screaming at everybody post game. That was a pretty big meltdown. But that didn't have a like a touchstone point where it's like, here it is, and this is the moment that this was going to turn all around, and then it just goes the opposite direction in that same sort of manner. I mean, this is the equivalent of, instead of like when they traded for Amari Cooper, it's the equivalent of, instead of them going on that run, they go like 2-9 the rest of the way when they traded for Cooper. Like, it'd be something along those lines. But yeah, this is in terms of it just completely flaming out. The only thing that's close would be Rondo, and it's not that. It's worse.
All right, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. Tim McMahon, 30 minutes gold on the Odyssey app. We'll bring you back some of the interview highlights at 9 o'clock.
682. The Rangers getting swept at the end of the 2012 season when they had the division wrapped up against Oakland. That was bad.
And then they played Baltimore, and Josh Hamilton saw 8 pitches and struck out twice.
Yeah, that was Nelson Cruz sitting out the last 50 games, coming back for the playoffs, and yeah, that was not a good ending.
Masters, Rangers, and we need a ruling on wedding etiquette if you just attended one this weekend or have one coming up. Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Zerust. Let's get that carpet.
big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Below the Belt is coming up at 8:40 this morning. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers get one against the Orioles, one against the Cubs. All of a sudden, my enthusiasm level has turned down from 9 to about 6.7 on the excitement.
Oddly specific number.
Optimism scale.
Why not 6.9?
Because that would remind me of well, I'm not gonna.
You're about to say your mom.
I can't make that joke to you. I can't make.
I love it.
I can't make that joke to you. But there you go. You get one against the Cubs as the bats disappeared.
Yeah,
they've been gone.
Yes, they have. They've been gone. And
they had 5 errors. 5 errors in their 4th loss in 5 games in the Martin Perez start. They had managed just 3 runs and 10 hits through the first 2 games of the weekend at Wrigley, and you have some more of the numbers.
Yeah, so like they have not really had much of anything go right for them since the start. They dropped 4 of 5. They did not in the first 2 games. Their run differential really kind of skewed everything. They had scored 27 runs in the 6 games going into Sunday. They scored no more than 3 in 5 of the 6. And that lone win was a 5-2 win over Baltimore. And they put up 8 on Sunday, which is great. But really, it had been a feast or famine, first 10 days or so for this team.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 games, they scored 27 runs. Ever since they've played 7 games, they've scored 20. They're still 7 runs off the pace.
This is an instance where you always talk about point differential.
Mm-hmm.
This is an instance where point differential is totally misleading.
Right. That's why, you don't usually use any of those numbers when you're only 9 games in.
Right.
Yeah. Point differential
it's so skewed.
It's such a, it's more something that you're able to use when you look at like a larger sample size than just a couple days.
I wouldn't use run differential in Major League Baseball until about July.
I mean, the fact that the pitching staff still is really good. Because, I mean, what are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games now. 6 of their 9 games, they've allowed 3 runs or fewer. I mean, the pitching staff's been great. It's just as soon as the bats turn around a little bit, then you'll start winning these games a little bit more consistently. But I love what you've seen from DeGrom, obviously, in his couple of starts. Evaldi has looked good. John Gray, I think, has been decent. Martin Perez getting things done. Look, the bullpen, the rotation, if you get that sort of performance from them for the entire year, I'm not worried about it. Eventually, the bats are going to come around enough that you're going to win some of these games.
Someone trying to ruin our fun. The old stooge in San Diego, Juan Soto, says he does not like the new pitch clock.
I mean, it got to be the time clock, the pitch clock, whatever you call it. I don't like it at all. You got to go quick. You have no time to think, and you got to. Sometimes you don't want the game go on the game speed. You want to go on your speed, and you want to relax, calm down, and do your thing. But now with that pitch clock, it's nothing that you can do anymore. You just got to go out there and play.
Look, if I was a player, I'd probably hate it. You've been
a hitter or a pitcher or a player.
Just in general, because pitchers they go at their own pace. They have been they grew up in a game without a clock. There's no clock in baseball. Like you go at your own pace. The umpire would try to get you going, but there was really never any penalty for it. In 30 years, when every play now we have kids now that play much more fast-paced games because these games now, when we were kids, we would play 6-inning games at the little league level. Now they play hour 30, hour 45, hour 15, and something. So you're used to having a clock on it. The minor leaguers have been playing with a pitch clock for 4 years now. So there'll be a time in Major League Baseball where everybody at this level has played several years or their entire professional career with a pitch clock. They'll understand it more. I totally get, though, how a player who did not grow up with it would absolutely hate it. But I love it as a fan.
Juan Soto hitting .216, by the way, through 10 games with the pitch clock.
He has not hit well in his time in San Diego.
No.
Even dating back to last year.
We're getting the Bellinger effect here.
What, the MVP and all of a sudden can't?
Yep. Never hit 200 again. That's what we're getting now with Soto. I'm kidding, by the way. Don't kill me, Jared Sandler.
John Rahm wins the Masters, and after he got his green jacket, had a little NFL shout out.
For those people who believe in jinxing other players, people, and whatever it may be, Thursday morning, when I was getting on the golf cart to get to this putting green 10 minutes before my tee time, I saw a text from a good friend of mine, and I'm going to name him because he is a Super Bowl winning champion, Zach Ertz. He said the text. I'm gonna paraphrase here, but he said, "That first green looking like a walk in the park or something like that right now." 10 minutes before I 4-putted to start the tournament. So, thank you, Zach. Don't ever do that again, please.
Stick to football, Ertz.
Stick to football.
You know, stick to your own. Don't you start talking about golf. You clearly don't know.
We have seen, like, Ernie Els 4-putted that first green, I think, a couple years ago. It's a tricky green, though, man. It really is.
Ertz played for the Cardinals last year. Isn't that where we had all the grass issues? Was that the Super Bowl? Are you going to be Are you going to be taking your grass tips from somebody who plays at that stadium with the sod god?
What type of personality is Rahm?
Great.
Wasn't he very vocal against Liv and stuff? Like,
he was vocal against
he had like
the
a
format.
great speech, I think.
He was vocal against the format. He's like, I'm trying to play against the best in the world. He goes, a great golf tournament is 72 holes, it's not 54. I want to I don't know what the tournament wins mean over there. I want to win on the PGA Tour. It's been my dreams as a kid, yada, yada, yada.
It's a great speech.
Yeah, it really was. He is a very good, he went to Arizona State. He grew up in Spain, went to Arizona State. So he's been in the U.S. for, 15 years or so now. He's a great golfer, and by all accounts, a great dude.
Speaking of speeches, Israel Adesanya had the big knockout Saturday night in order to exercise some of the demons. He had lost to I'm going to mess up his last name, but it looks like Pereira. It's like Pereira.
It's just like Mike Pereira. It's like Mike Pereira.
It's not like Mike Pereira. I just said it looks like Pereira, but that's not how you pronounce it.
Can you put the accent on it again?
Pereira. I'm trying to be culturally sensitive.
You're like that old Jack in the Box commercial where he can't pronounce Chipotle.
But you just regular white boys want me to say Pereira.
The gringos.
Alex Pereira. He don't look like an Alex Pereira. This was Adesanya with his epic speech after.
I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind your screens or in this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. I hope all of you can feel how fucking happy I am just one time in your life. But guess what? You never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life. When they knock you down, when they try and shit on you, when they talk shit about you, and they try and put their foot on your neck. If you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this shit again and again and again and again and again.
And I feel it every day, what you hope to experience one time.
How does anybody put together words in moments like that? Like, I just feel like you'd be so amped and so, like, just lit up that, like, I feel like I'd get tongue-tied and wouldn't even be able to put anything to words, and I'd just start spewing out nonsense.
You gotta have it. You gotta be professional. You gotta have it. You gotta have that ability.
It's like you on 3 Adderall.
Yeah.
Same thing.
No, I would be spitting it out clean, and never three. Never three. That's a heart attack waiting to happen, Sean.
Wedding protocol debate on the truckwreck.com text line.
This photographer caused quite the stir on TikTok. Now, they did that stupid speak and spell TikTok thing, so, where like they put the words
Watch
on.
This wedding photographer.
Oh,
yeah.
The
Hate that.
voiceover.
So you can't really play it.
Okay.
But anyway, and what got me here is not the photographer. This is the sheer ignorance and indecency of young people who have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Dragging this wedding photographer. So she made a post saying, "Oh, another wedding where I'm eating dinner with my hands because the bridal couple refused to give me a place to eat. So I have no utensils. I'm eating a steak with my hand. Barely got a meal." And everybody was like, and the amount of people who said, "You're not a guest, you're the help," or bring your own lunch to work. Or I was under the impression that you would bring your lunch to a wedding. Has obviously never been to a wedding before, or hosted one, or read Emily Post.
Well, here's the best part of all this. RJ's going off in his email about etiquette, and you probably have the worst etiquette of any human being that I know.
Totally disagree. My etiquette's off the chart.
You could be given utensils and you'd eat that steak with your hands.
That's right.
You have the least amount of
that's
you
more
burp,
manners.
you fart, you have
That's more manners
you
than
eat
etiquette.
like an animal.
Yes.
You wear your
you're
hat
right.
inside. You have no etiquette.
Oh yeah, I got sunned at Nick and Sam's on. They told me to take my hat off.
Why'd you wear your hat?
We just came from the Stars game.
You
You
know-
know, we just cover the game. You come as you are.
I always I get since I've been going to church with Eric lately. I give him crap every time. He wears his hat into church.
I would too.
He does.
He wears that little backwards hat that he wears that into church.
It's not God's business what's in my head.
Does he wear Crocs too?
He has. I've seen him wear the Crocs in there.
So
I did not set up a sit down thing for my photographer. She's supposed to be working.
it doesn't. You provided a meal.
I don't know if I provided a meal.
I'm sure you did. Like, did you have did you have a wedding planner?
No, and I have an extra $25K to burn through like you did. But I wish I did. I don't even know. I don't know if she ate. I know it wasn't a thought in my mind. And if she did not, and if she didn't eat,
it is customary. It is
too freaking bad.
It is customary to give the you provide a place that they don't have to sit at the table with everybody.
It's already a business full of crooks. It's a bunch of ripoffs. So you're charging me out. I'm not.
Give them food.
I'm not messing around one bit with any of this.
Yeah, I know you're not. You look very serious.
I am serious about it. The highway robbery. So yeah, like I'm not thinking about you if there's extra food left over and there's a plate, go ahead, eat outside, go around the side. I don't care. I don't. It doesn't matter to me whatsoever if your belly gets filled. That's your problem.
Sean's like,
take the photos. Why are you even taking photos while the wedding's taking place anyway? You can eat afterwards when the camera's shut down. That's the etiquette.
So usually it's not one person that takes. So like you have like a lot of the weddings will have 2 or 3 people. So
Again,
they
I
work
didn't have
in
20
shifts.
grand extra. I had one.
They would work in. They had a helper. I'm sure they had a helper. They would work in shifts. It's just a customary thing. Is you provide you don't have to give them a seat like a table. It's off to the side. It's customary.
It's
They
just
just
a meal.
It's just a meal. They get like whatever everybody else eats.
Not included?
They get.
Sean's like, get it out of the dumpster. Go fish it out of the dumpster.
But people have no. They don't care about other people anymore. It's just the world. That's the world we live in. They don't care about other people. Yeah, the DJ and the band they get something too.
It's you charge me $25,000 for photos. What is it? 70 a plate? I don't have to give you 70 a plate on top of it. You don't get a filet and a crab cake on top of ripping me off. So take the photos, pack a bag. If there's something extra afterwards, fine. Go ahead. Give them the utensils. But I don't care. It's not
Emily Post rolling in her grave.
I picture Sean paying his wedding photographer just by like throwing bills at her, like, here's your payment. Here you go. There.
And she was
Typically it's in the
fantastic.
contract anyway. Like they put that in their contract when they sign with you.
To get a meal? To get the meal?
Yeah, like that. Like you provide us with this, and this.
Do I feed the DJ? Have to feed the DJ?
I think you
Yes, it would
generally,
be-
yeah.
yeah.
The support staff
feed the bartenders?
the support staff gets meals.
Bartenders work for the. So like if you did it at like
Yeah.
let's say like you did it differently. So let's say you do it at a golf course. A lot of weddings are at a golf course. Typically the bartenders are employed by the country club, so they would be provided something from the country club. Photographers,
they're
DJs
self-employed.
are something that is done through you, so it'll be worked into the contract.
Makes no difference.
Man.
If you're not giving
Remind me to never give you photographs at an event.
You don't know anything about photographs.
Yes,
you
I
don't
do.
Take them.
I'm great at them.
Flower Mound cover boy all of a sudden here. What's the name of the magazine?
I don't know.
You know what?
The Mound or
You
something.
know what?
The Daily Lakeside.
You know what? In 30 minutes, I'll have your magazine cover. I'm sending it right now to Texas William.
No, don't you do this.
I'll have the whole
I know
family.
exactly.
Flower Mound Lakeside. You want to keep talking? No.
Go ahead, Hands. See if I care.
Yeah, hands. One of the game's most respected offensive minds has weighed in on Dak's interception issues. Next, in Below the Belt.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Football League below the belt style with Bobby Belt.
Yeah, Peyton with the new intro. Is that Bonta Hill we got?
First time I played it.
Yeah, I Tolo even when I'm away, guys. So
you clearly don't,
we'll
because yesterday you texted us saying, guys, I got this new intro for Bobby from Below the Bell. And we're like, yeah, we played it Friday.
Yeah, did you not hear our feedback on it?
Oh, I went back and listened.
He was listening to all the change ringing at the penny slots at Choctaw on his vacation.
By the way, we how much money did you lose this weekend? You got a dollar figure?
Did you lose more to Choctaw or Molly?
I sent an email out that we don't have to go over.
It looked like me tipping at an open bar. It was bad, the amount of money.
It started
he
with a
lost.
5.
Yeah.
You know.
So anyway,
But I hope it was 3 digits.
Well, it was.
That's why we're working today.
So that'll be about 3 paychecks till that's recouped. So with this awful intro, let's talk about what one of the innovators of the modern offense, the modern passing game, Mike Martz, had to say recently about Dak Prescott's interceptions. Mike Martz did a video for the 33rd team where he watched every single interception that Dak threw this year and broke them down basically as to who's at fault here.
How long did that take?
It was about a 15-minute video.
Oh.
So about a minute per pick, probably.
Yeah.
But he broke it down, talked about some of the issues that were presented, some of the things he saw. So where do you think the blame largely lies, according to Mike Martz? Is it on Dak Prescott? Is it on the receivers? Or is it on Kellen Moore?
I think he's going to blame Bill Belichick for cheating in the Super Bowl again.
I would think that the blame lies with the guy throwing the football.
Well, let's
At
see.
least half of them.
Let's see exactly who he's placing most of the blame. This is Martz clip 1.
You have 2 different philosophies. You have a coordinator that wasn't hired by the head coach. And when that happens, when you're running an offense for a head coach that's really not your offense, then the details of it, you may not know or understand. So you just kind of put it in, and it's not as tight as it should be. And that these things are going to happen when that happens. You know, the details and the discipline of that offense just aren't going to get done because he doesn't know it, or just doesn't have it. You got Mike McCarthy in that passing game that he wants to run. He's been doing it forever. And so the answer to that is let Kellen move on and do his thing someplace. And Mike, you come back and you put the screws to it, get it the way you want it, get the receivers disciplined, be more specific with Dak and, those kinds of things. Because whether it's Dak or whoever the quarterback is or the receivers, they all have to be on the same page. And everything in the passing game is about the discipline of what you do. Without that discipline, I don't care who you are, you're just not going to be successful with it.
Let me give you an applause, Bobby.
Thank you.
You went and spent your whole weekend doing your little photo shoot and digging up audio to defend your boy.
GD right.
I mean, Kellen Moore, brand new here. I mean, there's no way Dak could be familiar with these route concepts.
No.
He only been here since 2015.
Nope.
Wow.
So
there's not enough time to integrate your system and teach the details.
Here's his issue. The receivers, he said, a lot of times were running routes that were lazy, that were not complete. In fact, it sounded like he was, without naming Robert Prince, it sounded like he was being critical of Robert Prince and the way he was coaching the receivers. But he said there were several times specifically he took issue with Gallup. That why is Gallup not coming back to the ball? Gallup's not running the route here. This is a clear route. This is an easy route concept that Gallup's not coming back. Would this have been a completion? Maybe not, but this should never have been an interception. But Gallup doesn't come back. He doesn't do this or that.
Yeah.
The stuff that he plays
and you guys have talked, I'm being real now, like not totally trolling, but you guys have talked about Michael Gallup like not attacking the football for that whole last season.
Not like he used to, and maybe that has to do with the knee injury and him coming off of that and having confidence in that knee. But even the points where, okay, this is on Dak here, it's some of the stuff that we've talked about before, which is when Kellen is trying to implement Mike concepts, you get this weird hodgepodge scheme that doesn't have the right coaching points. This isn't Kellen's scheme that he's used to, and he's the one trying to coach up the finer points of it that maybe it's not getting through to the receivers because the receivers do not look like they're running the routes the way that they need to be run. So Little bit of criticism on Dak, a little bit more on the receivers running disciplined routes, but a lot more of it on this to Mike Martz looked like a coach that didn't know how to coach up the players to run the scheme that Mike McCarthy wanted. So, with Kellen Moore moving on down the road, Mike McCarthy in charge of the offense, will things improve? This is what Mike Martz said.
I think they did the right thing. I think it's in a great situation right now. I think for Mike to come in and hammer it down to what he wants and how he wants it. And I know he's very discipline oriented and he'll get what he wants out of this. And it should be exciting to see the transition for those receivers. So I think Dak, with these changes, you have to go back and look at Dak for the first years in the league and all the success he had with Kellen and whatnot. And it's not the system. It's just he's coaching and the details of what he believes in. And Dak didn't look like this. So you have to go back and look at Dak when he's playing good. And they say, well, he's always playing from behind and doing all that kind of, it doesn't make any difference. You're still throwing the ball in the NFL and completing it, and the discipline and how he used his eyes is totally different than what I saw here in the last year or two. Different guy. And I think a lot of that has to do with what we just talked about. And I think, run somebody else's offense, it's just not going to get done the way you want it to be done. The quarterback's not going to have the information he needs. So yeah, I think you'll see a dramatic difference in terms of Dak's play, and because everything's going to change in terms of the discipline with the receivers. They'll understand things better, and it's just going to be a better situation.
682, don't ever waste my time forcing me to hear someone defend Dak. 682, don't ever waste my time by causing me to read the fan text and see you say something stupid like that. Because here's the issue, is that this is the thing. You guys have made up your mind on what it is. Another 682 was in here saying, if this video was a blame against Dak, Bobby wouldn't even cover it. I absolutely would. But here's the problem, is that when coaches look at the tape, what have they consistently told you about last year's interception problem? Communication issues, guys come back. You can go back and look at who's the Jordan Palmer watching tape, David Carr watching tape. You can get Martz in here. You can look at all these different people that have watched it. Universally, why are football people telling you, yeah, these are skewed numbers and it's not nearly on Dak to the extent that you think? You can be upset by that. That can make you sad. That can make you text us and tell us how much you don't like it or whatever else.
Fort Worth.
Get past it. Get over it. Because the reality is you have a good franchise quarterback, and I'm sorry that things are deeper than just a counting number statistic. It's bigger than that.
Yeah, he is a good
He is not a long-term turnover concern. Here's the problem. But here's the issue. We're talking specifically about the interceptions here. If there's anything on these like the Pythagorean or whatever expectations, if you were to do something like that on his interceptions, bet way under in 2023.
I agree, but he also did miss. How many games did he miss while throwing all these?
Five, I think.
So, but I agree. This was
a fluky year.
It was fluky.
It was fluky. I don't buy the scheme issues. He's been in the same scheme since he got here. It's basically still the Linehan offense. Let's throw a bunch of curl routes out there. I don't buy that Mike McCarthy's coming in here and we're gonna have slants everywhere. Like, I don't buy that we're going to have a complete change of the offense either.
Man, Green Bay, that's what the tape looks like.
Why don't you buy it?
Because it doesn't. The whole reason that he kept Kellen was to make it easy for Dak. I don't think you're not going to put a complete scheme change on a quarterback 7 years into his career. I think it's almost unprecedented.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
I think
I don't know if it's going to be a complete scheme change, right? Are they keeping the language? I thought I read somewhere.
Language will be the same because they have certain names and certain terminology for concepts and things like that. But you are going to be changing play designs, route concepts, route combinations. Like, those will be different. And at some point, ego takes over, right? Like, I mean, these coaches have belief in what they do. And so, yeah, you can say, hey, this is about comfort. But after a while, you may go, all right, Kellen, I need you to start working in some of my concepts. And then when Kellen doesn't work them in the right way and you see the results, you go, the only reason why this isn't working is because we're not doing it the way I want it to be done and I want it to be coached. So we need you out of here and I'll take over now.
But this is where Mike Martz has you call it, Bobby Belt, between a rock and a hard place. He, excused Dak, but then he praised McCarthy. And I know that catches you right in between. So you're going to have to agree with Martz. Disagree with Martz somewhere.
I absolutely agree with, in general, the idea of you needed to commit to some sort of scheme.
You think the offense is going to be worse?
I think that the offense as a whole will be worse. I don't think you're going to see the same interception problems with Dak. But I do agree that the idea of you needed to commit to some scheme. You could not have this hodgepodge blend scheme. That was the problem. You needed to either commit to what Kellen wanted to do or what Mike wanted to do. Not, here's Kellen's offense with some Mike concepts thrown in that are kind of counterintuitive to each other. That's where I think the issue lies, is you need to commit to a scheme and not just this, unholy mishmash of concepts that don't really blend together.
Before this audio, what did you think of Mike Martz, honestly?
Me?
Yeah.
I've always liked Martz.
Okay.
Martz is one of the better passing game innovators of the last 20 years.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Hey, let's hear that intro one more time that you put together.
Do you really want to hear it?
He didn't put it together.
Or, let's hear it.
It's time to go around the National Football League below the belt style with Bobby Belt.
So loud. I take my headphones off, I still hear it.
All right.
Below the belt. Let's go.
If you missed it earlier today.
Peyton, I want you to make an open, not Bonte Hill.
Yeah.
Because you do good opens. You do great. The TJ Open was great. I don't want Bonte Hill.
Oh, you want me to voice over it?
Yeah, you come up with a below the belt. Bobby doesn't like it.
I don't like this
Well,
one.
I don't like this segment.
That's fine. I don't like this one.
Oh,
wow.
This. Mr.
I want you to make one. You're good at opens. The TJ segment is great.
He's trying to compliment
What
you.
TJ segment?
The TJ Open.
Yeah, we don't have a TJ segment.
Yeah, that's
anymore.
true.
Final hour. Tim McMahon, Mavs insider, going back and forth with Luka yesterday, recapping the mess of this basketball team and how much worse is it about to get. Do not miss Tim McMahon on with Sean, RJ, and Roberto after this. But let's get you.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Hopefully everybody had a fantastic Easter. It looks like people may still be off today.
A lot of them are. My kids are off.
My Lord.
Yeah, it's like snow day makeups or whatever. I don't know.
I don't know what it is. My kids are in school.
Are they?
Yeah.
Losers.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy.
Losers.
And Bobby Bell. We got Peyton back from Choctaw, and we got Ryan in the back on DFW Sports Station. So on Friday night, the Mavs take over the sports world by sitting out Kyrie Irving and playing Luka Doncic for just one quarter in a loss against the Chicago Bulls. Then yesterday, they wrapped up this whole embarrassment by losing to the San Antonio Spurs. After the game, Tim McMahon, Mavs insider, had a little back and forth with Luka. Were you cool with this? Were you okay with everything? And this is the exchange with Luka and Tim post-game.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the report. I don't know who. Somebody said that I was going to address the trade. It was funny, because I didn't know that was true. I didn't say it.
I didn't say it. I know. Be very clear.
I don't know. Sources said it.
No. To be very clear. I want to get this straight, because seriously, I want to get this straight. Never did I say, hey, Luka is indicating that you're going to request a trade. What I said is, if they don't get this right over the next year, there is a fear that you could come to them as Anthony Davis did in New Orleans, James Harden did in Houston, Kevin Durant just did in Brooklyn, and say, hey, if we don't have a chance to win a championship, something's got to change.
I know what you're saying, but I'm happy here. So there's nothing to worry about.
There's nothing to worry about. I'm happy here. Now, look, Luka's in a no-win situation. He can't sit up there and dodge it. If you dodge it, it makes it look like you're threatening the organization. If you confirm Tim McMahon's report that Luka could request a trade in the summer of 2024, then that creates all types of louder chaos. So he's got no choice, right? He had to lie the first time, and so did Cuban, and they did lie when they said McMahon wasn't telling the truth about Luka wanting more help. Bam! Kyrie Irving's here. So who ended up being right in that situation? And I have no doubt that Tim is correct this time as well. McMahon joined us at 7:30. I thought it was 30 minutes of absolute gold. If you want to check it out with the Odyssey Rewind. And we asked Tim McMahon, Luka says he's happy. He's fine. There's nothing to worry about. Luka Doncic with the same loyalty as Dirk being a Maverick?
Absolutely not. I mean, that's ridiculous. It's like saying Kawhi Leonard would be loyal just like Tim Duncan. I mean, seriously. And I'm not sitting here like guaranteeing Luka leaves or anything, but like, dude, those guys are once in a few lifetime type of situations. Like it's not the norm. It's they're the exceptions. And like, if you don't believe me, just listen to Mark Cuban. This is the one time I'm going to tell you, Mark Cuban was telling the truth. What he said, I asked him straight, how does Luka, what does he think about, in terms of his long-term optimism? And essentially what Cuban said was, I think he wants to spend his entire career here, but we've got to earn that. And listen, I do think Luka's preference would be to spend his entire career in Dallas. I think based on everything I know, he loves the city. Loves Nick and Sam's, I can tell you that. But loves the city. He, generally has very good relationships with I'm not going to say the people that he works for, because we understand at a certain point with a star, the organization really works for the superstar, and Luka's at that level. Mm-hmm. But, with the people in the front office, coaching staff, et cetera, et cetera. He's a very prideful guy. Like, Luka doesn't want to be seen as a dude who had to kind of, run to a super team to have a chance to win a championship. He wants to be able to be the guy who it was built around. But the organization's got to start doing its part, right? Mm-hmm. And let's just be honest, the 5 years of Luka's career has been a complete organizational failure in terms of roster building to this point.
Sure.
So, I do believe that he wants to spend his entire career in Dallas. I also believe that the organization has done an awful job of making that an attractive option.
does he give Cuban and Nico any points for getting the Kyrie deal done, or he's only grading the results of it?
Ooh.
That's what I wanted to ask him. We didn't have enough time. That was my final question. I didn't have enough time for it.
My assumption is that
because I feel like a lot of these players, Brooklyn, they're like, I don't care that you got us all together. It didn't work. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, like
they executed Durant and Kyrie's plan.
They did, and they can't. See, and I don't. The question is, did Kyrie and KD blame the front office with the Nets for not making it work? In the same regard, does Luka blame Cuban and Nico and Kidd for it not working? Very rarely will people blame themselves, right? That's just a human nature thing. So yeah, he'll probably say, yeah, it worked. Like you got it here, you did it. Credit for that. What blame will he give the front office for it not working? Because I don't believe he can blame the front office for it not working.
I think what you can blame the front office for is, like, I think he'd give them credit for, hey, I appreciate that you tried. Your evaluation of the talent to put around me was wrong, though, so I'm going to punish you and leave eventually. Like that's how I think it would play out, is that I think he gives them credit for trying and not being just totally negligent. But at the end of the day, they've got to make the correct assessment in terms of roster building, that's where he'd probably penalize them, which is fair. Like, I mean, the fact that they were in the position to make the Kyrie deal, it's a deal they had to make. They had to try something. It didn't work. I would be in favor of just moving on at this point. But they get credit for doing that, but they get credit for that only because they fouled up the offseason so bad. And they messed up the roster building leading up to it so bad. So how much credit do you give them for trying to salvage what they effed up in the first place?
All right, so that is part number one. How did they talk Luka out of going along with this Friday when he appeared and sounded so adamant the game before against the Kings? What changed? It looked like you tried to win and you did win against Sacramento. Why'd you all of a sudden change everything Friday against Chicago?
Maybe they didn't have much of a discussion beforehand, and so that was Luka's position. And when they got out of it, they said, look, dude, here's the setup. And, like, I wonder how aware is Luka, how aware is Kyrie, how aware are players in general of these sorts of scenarios? Like, do they sit these guys down and just say, hey, look, here's the standings. Here's the draft lottery. Here's what happens if we win. We lose this pick here. Like, are players that keenly aware of those sort of scenarios, or do they need it to be sat down and have it spelled out to them? Does Luka hear it finally is that Luka hearing it for the first time? Like, really understanding, we only get the play in, and if we lose the play in, we're likely losing this pick to New York, and we have nothing to put talent around me. Like, I wonder if it's just that's the first time he really heard it broken down to him was this past week. Because I know a lot of times players don't pay attention to the personnel ramifications like that. And so I just wonder if it's a case of Luka didn't have the understanding of it. They played the game. They got a chance to talk to him after that. And when he had it laid out before him, he was like, okay, I get it. That makes sense. Yeah, we should probably just pack it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no way of ever knowing when you put... Now, I guess you could have an idea. Oh, stylistically, this guy doesn't match with this guy. But you also are like, all right, we don't know until we put them together how it's going to work. There's no way of knowing. I mean, you could be completely polar opposites in every sense, style, whatever, and then it gets together. It just meshes very, very well. There's no way of knowing how someone's going to take personality-wise to another. You could try all you want. Until you put it together, you're never going to find out.
Tim McMahon on what Luka needs to take accountability for.
Dude, Jason Kidd, at the end of the 2 seasons he's been in Dallas, his parting public message to Luka has essentially been, dude, you got to get in shape. You know, and he words it more delicately than that. But, you know, yesterday it's, hey, you've got to get ready for the marathon. And it's, listen, the guy, he likes to eat. You know, he enjoys drinking beers. Like, we all can respect that. Hey, listen, whoa, hey, we've got something in common with an NBA superstar. But, you saw, you always kind of, Dirk's always going to be the gold standard in this organization. And you saw, and Dirk was about this age when he really started taking that stuff seriously. You saw the kind of commitment Dirk had to diet, to conditioning, to really treating his body as like a scientific vessel. For Luka to ultimately achieve his the top level of his potential, which is literally one of the all-time best players to ever play the game, at some point he's going to have to take that seriously, or he can come in to camp every year, and have to kind of play his way into shape and just be a guy who makes 15 All-Star appearances.
Mm-hmm. So that, again, is a broken record. Same exact thing we talked about last year.
Reasonable. It's a reasonable expectation, though. And I mean, look.
You know what's crazy, though, is that you think that playing for the national team in the quote-unquote offseason would keep him in supreme ultimate shape. Wouldn't you think that?
Well,
but I mean, maybe he just that month of time he gets in between, he's just, binge eating.
Raging.
Look, if you see me with my shirt off, you'll know alcohol kills your metabolism. Okay? It destroys it. That's just what it is. And if he likes to have a beer or two, and that's his thing, it's sure. I mean, he is, you could be in really good shape and not be cut, but he's not. He fades in the fourth quarter a lot of times, at least at the beginning of the year.
Tim McMahon, ESPN reporter, joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. How worried should we be after he skipped his media session yesterday? Hey, I'm going to talk to you. I'm not going to address free agency until after the year. I thought the Mavs media really respected that, and then Kyrie bailed on them yesterday. How worried should we be that Kyrie doesn't come back?
So, honestly, I think the reason that people believe it's pretty likely that he'll be back is because there's not an anticipation that there's going to be another max multi-year opportunity for him. We will see how things shake out with the Lakers. I would say that would be still the most likely scenario for Kyrie leaving. I don't know if it's Kyrie's preference to return. I do think it could end up being his best opportunity, but again, we'll see how things shake out in July.
So there's McMahon talking about that with Kyrie. Again, it sounds like the Mavs would only win because of, it's like the prom date. We're like the only person that hasn't been asked. So the girl asks you to go to the prom with her, but you know that you're not their top 3 or 5 options.
That doesn't sound encouraging at all. The fact that it's just one of those things where, I don't know that Kyrie would want to be here over anywhere else, but they'll give him money that nobody else will.
Yeah.
So I guess he'll be back. It's that doesn't sound encouraging to me.
I mean, pity's underrated though. I think you get some pity. That's pretty good.
But you're right. If we're talking about in the dating game, right? Maybe not so much in building your NBA franchise.
It is. Hey, listen. At this stage of the game, with the Mavericks having struck out on every free agent since basically the last big free agent the Mavs got was probably Eric Dampier, and that wasn't even a big free agent. Chandler Parsons, okay, again, by any means necessary. However it happens, however you get that guy to sign here, whatever, man, by any means necessary. This team needs assets.
That's exactly it.
All right, let's continue. This one he just kind of breezed through, and I thought more Tolos and myself, I was expecting him to drop the hammer a little bit more on Jason Kidd and his future here.
Well, you've had both Mark Cuban and Nico Harrison make it very clear that moving on from Jason Kidd after this season is absolutely not a consideration. And I will say this, and Jay Kidd kind of clumsily said it, but he was a coach of the year candidate last year whose team made a surprise run to the Western Conference Finals. So when you're evaluating Jason Kidd, you can't just throw out the fact that this team drastically exceeded expectations in his first year and then give him no credit there and then all the blame for this year. There's plenty of blame to go around. He can take a slice, but I don't think this is, hey, if you fire the coach, everything's fine. No, if you fire the coach, you still got to address the many problems that are above him on the list of things that went wrong this season. As far as what did he think? Obviously he did not want to take any responsibility in terms of the making of the decision. But ultimately, I'm pretty sure Jay Kidd wants a top 10 pick on his roster over giving up, having nothing to show for Jalen Brunson. Or I'm sorry, for this bad season as they go into next season. And, it is funny. It's just like irony is such a bitch. If the Mavericks give up number 11, that happens to be the jersey that Jalen Brunson's wearing for the New York Knicks. And obviously this pick's not from anything to do with him, but it is a little bit to do with him, because if Jalen Brunson's here, they're not in this situation. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To pay off the Porzingis trade. Oh, my goodness.
And then we don't have enough time for the evisceration of Christian Wood. But basically, he's not going to be back here, and he's not the ultimate professional. Showing up late, just not caring.
While clarifying that he's not a bad guy. That like McMahon said, he's not a bad or mean-spirited person. He's not a pro.
Tim also said, why would the Lakers do a sign and trade unless Anthony Davis demands out? So if you're a Mavs fan hoping, Bobby, that you trade Kyrie, get back Anthony Davis, Tim McMahon did not sound like that was a strong possibility.
Damn it.
So there we go. Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Tim McMahon. It'll be up on the Odyssey website. So we got the draft pick. We think for now, if there's someone saying if the Mavericks draft like the Cowboys, Luka, Kyrie, and everyone are going to be absolutely okay and fine. We'll explain the Crosstalk with KMC after this.
Segment here brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk. Are they fired up in there? I intentionally, on days like this, just walk by and don't say hello to Bassick because I just want to feel it unleashed. Or is he calm and cool coming off his ski trip?
I don't know how they are. I spent I spent the break showing Reggie and Peyton the video that I was trying to get you to watch as we were going to break.
Yeah, appreciate that.
And I'm gonna show. I want to show. I want to show all of them during crosstalk, and I just want to hear them react on the air to watching the video.
John Rahm wins the Masters, and the Texas Rangers win one game in Chicago to salvage the sweep against the Chicago Cubs. They'll take on the mighty, terrible Kansas City Royals tonight. Zach Greinke on the mound for KC. 6:30 pregame, first pitch, 7 o'clock right here on the Fan.
Yep, and this is one of those series when you play the Royals, you got to win 3. You got to win 3. At least 2, right? Because you got DeGrom and Eovaldi. So you got to at least take 2 or 3 because you go on the road against Houston over the weekend. We'll have Sunday Night Baseball again. Coming up this Sunday. So you don't want to have to go up against Houston when you're going to have the back end of your rotation against Garcia and Framber. Like, you don't want that.
Well, I mean, Greinke has really needed run support. So with Andrew Heaney on the mound tonight, that's at least working in Kansas City's favor.
What's the ERA comps? 23 versus 2.3?
Yeah, it's literally Heaney's ERA is 10 times Zach Greinke's. So that doesn't look great, but Bubba Thompson back, getting all the extra base hits. You know, this'll we just need the bats to come alive. As long as the bats come alive, the bullpen's done their job, the rotation's done theirs. We should be okay. Just wake the bats up a little bit. Come on, Boach. You can do this. I trust you.
Tickets as low as $8 tonight.
$8?
$8.
Or if you listen to the Expressway all this week, we'll get you Rangers tickets. So
even better.
Mhm.
All right,
free.
So the Mavs have their draft pick for now. Right now, Tankathon has us at number 10.
Perfect.
And Pro Football Focus came out with a little study that says if the Mavericks draft anywhere as good as the Cowboys, Luke and Kyrie and Kidd and Cuban, everyone's going to be just fine. Before we get to that, Odell Beckham is a Baltimore Raven. What does it mean for Lamar? Doesn't mean anything. Did Baltimore just give him the most money? It's a $15 million deal with the money going up to 18 possibly. What did the fan text say about whether they would have preferred the Odell deal or the Brandon Cooks trade and the money left over from that?
Cooks is what it looked like.
Okay.
I prefer the Cooks just because I'm so glad.
What's that, 12 and 12? And they gave up a...
So it's 12 this year. It averages out to 10 a year, though. And so his cap hit is 6 this year. I'll take that over the 15, potentially 18 million Odell's getting.
What have I told you? What have I told you?
What have I told you?
What have I told you that Odell was definitely healthy?
I still don't know what kind of a player he is, even if he's definitely healthy. We don't know where he's at this point in his career. It's been too long. So give me Brandon Cooks, who has shown consistently he can perform in any offense with any quarterback and will put up numbers. That's what I would take. Plus, I'm glad we don't have to deal with the Odell blessed. I'm just glad we're gonna avoid that now.
Oh, you rather the rumors of the guy who loves the charlatan in Houston, their former GM?
Nothing wrong with being a little religious. Sean, are you attacking religion?
Harry, no, I told you I watched the Bible.
Old Madeline Murray Sharif over here.
And you? If I told you Odell was healthy?
Healthy, let's just if he's healthy and the knee is not an issue, I probably like this year Cooks because I'm assuming that it's the second year after the knee injury that you improve.
All right.
Kind of like Gallup. But all things are equal, if this was the second year, I would take Odell.
So we're not all jealous and bitter that this deal got done.
Nope.
In Baltimore, not here. Now we just got to wait for the Andre one to see if we're bitter and jealous over that. To see what ends up happening with Hoskins. All right.
Hopkins.
What?
You said Reese Hoskins. You didn't say Reese, but you said Hoskins.
Well, you know why I said Hoskins? Because this Dwayne Haskins thing that is playing out. Are you seeing this?
No. I know the 1-year anniversary of his death was like this weekend.
Yeah. Shout out Gil Brandt. Lawyers suggest that Dwayne Haskins was targeted and drugged as part of blackmail and robbery conspiracy. Like Ryan Clark was tweeting about this yesterday.
What?
And my buddy, yes, go look it up right now. My buddy is texting me like, what do you know about this? What is going on? What is Ryan Clark trying to say? And now the attorney's saying targeted and drugged as part of blackmail and robbery conspiracy. So that is a statement issued to the Washington Post. The story initially was that Dwayne, kind of moseyed on out on a very busy highway.
Right, like they ran out
hit.
of gas or something like that, and he got hit. He tried to cross the highway.
Did they have a BAC report come back on that? I don't want to say it if it's not accurate.
I don't remember.
But
I don't want to say it.
Well, yeah,
I will look it up right now. I'm pretty sure there was something that came back that said it wasn't
I think
completely on the up and up.
There was a passenger in the car that may have had a
toxicology report revealed he had a blood alcohol level of 0.24.
0.24.
And tested positive for ketamine.
And it was a girl.
God! Isn't that a horse tranquilizer?
It is.
And it was a woman in there that was not his wife, I remember, as part of the story. So this is his attorney saying, no, there's something much, much more.
0.24.
Yeah.
3 times. 3 times.
And ketamine, like that, the kids are all in on the ketamine, apparently. That's
I thought it was
scary.
fentanyl.
Fentanyl is too, but like ketamine is like, I don't know.
All right.
I have no idea, man.
Let's get to PFF.
So the PFF people, Bobby loves them.
I do.
I think you're going to love them after this one.
Can't wait.
The best and worst NFL teams at selecting first-round picks since 2014. Okay? Now, their college data goes back to 2014, so they're just going to restrict this to the first-round picks from that draft. So teams like the Rams won't be penalized or credited for using their first-round picks on NFL veterans in forms of trades rather than actually drafting them. Okay? So, the best 5. No particular order. Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers would disagree.
Mike McCarthy effect.
By the way,
grow receivers.
How many offensive players have they picked since then? 1, Jordan Love. Linebacker, corner, quarterback, edge, corner, interior defensive lineman, and safety. The best pick was Jair Alexander. It's a good pick.
Yep.
Next one, Carolina. Carolina has taken JC.
How many picks did they have when Matt Rule first took over? Oh, they drafted every defensive player.
Yes, the whole
That's
draft.
Yeah.
That was the J.C. Horn draft. They took him with
J.C. Horn, DJ Moore.
They've taken Shaq Thompson in the first round during that run.
This covers how many years?
Since 2015 draft, 2014. So
McCaffrey?
They have McCaffrey in there, Shaq Thompson, Vernon Butler, DJ Moore, Brian Burns. That's what they've nailed.
Good. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Detroit, which is surprising. Taylor Decker, Frank Ragnow, TJ Hawkinson, Penei Sewell, Okudah, Aiden Hutchinson, Jamison Williams.
Has Okudah flipped to being a good pick?
He played well at the beginning of last year, and then I think he got benched at the end of the year.
Best pick was Frank Ragnow. The Chargers. Melvin Gordon, Joey Bosa, Mike Williams, Derwin James, Justin Herbert, Rashawn Slater, Zion Johnson.
Pretty damn
That's
good run.
Pretty solid. And the Dallas Cowboys. Byron Jones, Zeke, Taco, Van Der Esch, Lamb, Micah, Tyler Smith. Best pick was Micah Parsons. The write-up here real quick. Another team with just one obvious whiff among the draft picks, the Cowboys have had a remarkable strike rate over this period despite some selections that raised eyebrows at the time. They also seemingly gotten a little lucky with players turned out to be something different or more than they bargained for. Tyler Smith was seen as a very raw offensive lineman and was expected to be the team's starting guard before injuries forced him to man the left tackle spot. He earned a 73.3 overall PFF grade and was right around league average among starters at left tackle. Micah, drafted as an off-ball linebacker before they discovered that it had stumbled onto the second coming of Lawrence Taylor as an edge rusher. Last season, his first full-time edge defender, he led the NFL with 90 pressures in the regular season before adding more across 16 more across 2 playoff games. Now the worst. By the way, how many Super Bowl appearances did those teams have since 2015?
Name them again.
Green Bay, Carolina,
0.
Cowboys, Chargers, and the Lions.
Yeah, 0.
0. That's something.
Hey, man, do the Rams philosophy. What is it called again?
F them picks.
F them picks.
Vegas in the worst 5. Henry Ruggs, Damon Arnett, Cleveland Farrell, Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Abraham, Alex Leatherwood, Colton Miller, Carl Joseph, Amari Cooper. The best pick they have is Colton Miller.
Colton Miller's been really good, which is funny because when he got picked, a lot of people thought he was going to be a total bust. A lot of people, it was like Tyler Smith chatter where people were like, that's a third-round pick. What are you doing picking him there?
New England. Yep. Malcolm Brown, Isaiah Wynn, Sony Michel, N'Keal Harry, Mac Jones, Cole Strange. Mac is probably their best pick.
Where were they ranked?
They're bottom 5.
Bottom 5.
Worst 5.
And the Cowboys were the best.
Yes.
All right.
New England. That's the next one.
The great Bill Belichick.
Now, a lot of these teams like New England, they didn't have a pick in 16 or 17 or 20.
Didn't have a pick?
A first-round pick, right.
Oh, first round.
Yeah.
I was like, all right.
Another team that was void of picks. They did not have a first-round pick in 2017, 2015, or 2021. Seattle.
Ugh, they've been horrid at it.
Jermaine Ifedi.
Yep.
Rashad Penny, L.J. Collier, Jordan Brooks, Charles Cross.
Cross is going to be a good player.
He's listed as their best pick. Another team with lack of picks. No pick in 2022 in the first round or in 2020 or in 2019. Chicago. Kevin White, Leonard Floyd, Mitch Trubisky, Roquan, and Justin Fields.
Kevin White was so bad.
Yeah, West Virginia?
That was just an awful that was tough to come back from picking him in the top 10.
And then the last one, Arizona. DJ Humphries, Robert Nkemdiche, Hassan Reddick, Josh Rosen, Kyler, Isaiah Simmons, and Zaven Collins. Ironically, this group has Super Bowl appearances, New England and Seattle in that time. So it's odd how that works, but those are your worst.
There it is. A little around the NFL as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft here on your home of the Cowboys. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Let's crosstalk. All the guys are back together again. Bassick is back from the slopes. We got the KMC Masterpiece in studio right after this. It is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Actually, no. What, is Corey on with San Diego or whoever you do radio callings with?
No. He's getting some audio stuff with Reggie as I try to ignore the video that Bobby is trying to show me that is apparently horrifying.
Yeah, it's not good. It's
Watch it.
Foot falling off.
Oh my gosh.
Not falling off. It wasn't like diabetes or anything. It was a break.
That may be Tiger.
Oh, I can show Corey. He's back.
With his
Hold on.
injury.
Whoa. What was that?
Dude, that's what he does. When he plays bad, he's like, oh, I'm hurt.
He just accused Tiger of faking.
Okay,
He's absolutely done that multiple times.
Dude, I told you the other day.
No.
Oh my God!
That's the Bobby video.
And by the way, on the tour, just for if you are hurt and it's nearing the end of your season and you know you're outside the top 125, okay, so you won't get your tour card for the next year unless you have the right exemptions. Say you have an injury, withdraw for the final tournament, and you get an injury season.
What is that?
Really?
That means you get
like a red shirt.
You're basically back with a full tour exemption card, as opposed to having to go to qualifiers or go to the Corn Ferry Tour or whatever.
Do you really believe any of that?
Yes, 100%.
That he faked or exaggerated?
Exaggerated, not faked. Exaggerated. He did the same thing before where I don't remember what tournament it was, but whenever he had a good shot, he was like, I feel great. He had a bad shot. He's like, oh no,
Like
I hurt
Luka?
myself.
He did break a leg. He did snap his leg while he hit a golf ball and finished the
You
tournament.
think he exaggerated his accidents too?
No.
Oh, okay.
I did tell
Hit
you
with a golf club hurts.
on Friday though. I
He's
did
been
say
problematic on the road numerous times.
he looks stiffer. Remember we were talking about how he was just walking weird. Come on, Sean. Grow up a little bit.
I had this for a topic, but I'm going to throw it out here now and maybe just lose the topic.
Yeah.
I was watching Golf Network. I can't remember. Saturday night, I believe, because they got kind of rained out at least a little bit. And this guy was talking. I'm sorry, I don't know all the people on the Golf Network, but he said, look at Phil Mickelson and look at Tiger Woods. And he said, I know that right now the thing is to go to the gym and lift and keep lifting and lift and lift and lift. And he said, but look at Phil. Phil is more like kind of not in a Tom Brady body, but it's a lot about stretching.
Wiry,
it's a lot about that. And he's like, look at Tiger Woods' body and look at what Tiger Woods' body has been now for 15 years versus what Phil's been able to do for 15 years. And he's like, I think a lot of these guys, because Tiger won so much, are following the Tiger Woods approach on, I got to bulk up and be as big as I possibly can. But you might have kind of a little bit better prime, like a 5-year window where you're at your total peak, but you're not going to have a long career because you're lifting way too much rather than doing kind of a Tom Brady, Phil Mickelson type of routine.
I think it's a great idea, great point, because,
Thank you.
Koepka's body kind of broke down a little bit on him. DeChambeau's a little bit. Tiger's. But
Justin Thomas never.
Justin
breaks down.
Thomas, 140 pounds.
Right.
Will
Zalatoris
is hurt now.
He's getting back surgery. He's going to be out for the rest of the year, and he's tiny.
And he's young, so
Small.
that's concerning. But Spieth's wiry, Phil, those
Phil,
guys
for
played
sure.
forever. Bernhard Longer is still playing for crying out loud.
Does Rahm get a secret bonus from the PGA now for avoiding absolute catastrophe for their tour in the Masters?
Where if the live guys
like the top two guys would have been, yeah.
How do you know so
Not the
much
first
about
time
what
Ron took
happened?
secret payments.
Oh, I know. Because that's my job. I don't want to watch it.
Hang on.
Listen to
I
that.
want you to
Listen
listen.
to that.
I want you to
I'm
to
listening.
him
I'm
for a
listening.
second.
Well, I mean,
why do you know about what
Because
happened?
that's my job. I don't have to love it, but
Yeah.
it was still a major event that happened.
I loved it.
I think it was a total win for both. Like the PGA Tour is like, dude, we won the tournament, and the
Sure.
Live is like, 3 of the top 5 were us.
Yeah.
whatever. So like, I think that they can.
Do you think it would have been a disaster for
both worlds.
PGA if, like, let's just say Rahm didn't exist? I know he was awesome, but like, and then 3 of the top 4,
Koepka, Phil, and Reed?
yeah, were
it's an ugly
That's
Okay.
been the major story today.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
think you're
maybe
right.
playing 54
Yep.
holes in limited amount of tournaments is better for your body.
I mean, I think it kind of shows, right? Like they were like Koepka was able to get healthy, I think, because of Live, because they don't play much. I think he was able to get healthy, and he just fell apart at the end. But
I also wonder how much like extra motivation it was for those guys to come back and do
That's
that.
a great question.
Like that's probably another. You know what I say? The 3 motivating factors for athletes. You know what they
One's
are?
revenge.
One's revenge. One's fun babies, because you got to pay for those. And the other one's contract season. Those are the 3 great motivators for all athletes.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, it's a very fun show today. At 10:20,
Masters.
was that the biggest win of the Stars season and so much more?
Yes.
Because we talk Stars here on The Fan.
Choppy was there.
Oh, nice. And then you went and wore your hat to Nick and Sam's.
I did.
Nice.
I said, "I took your hat over the dining room, sir."
Did you take her hat off?
Of course, I follow rules. I'm not Bobby Belt.
I think
What's that supposed to mean? I follow rules.
I feel like you would. You're the most likely to get kicked off an airplane.
One of the rules for the
Bassett.
One of the rules for the show was like watch the events we're supposed to discuss. So you
I
didn't
did. I
follow that
watched
one.
it.
Watched what?
The one that you're referencing.
The
Which
Masters?
one? Oh, okay.
What else, Corey?
I watch it as long as it's not the Masters or the women's title.
I think we need to talk about Mike's ski trip. We don't have that currently in the run sheet, but Mike just
ski.
explained his whole ski trip and how he feels today.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
All right.
What's going
Want
on?
to do it right here?
You went to New Mexico,
The
right?
world
Your run
needs to
sheet.
know. The world needs to know.
Why has brought us up here?
I'm maybe the
Why did you
worst.
say it like that?
I don't know how it goes for 45-year-old people who have never skied in their life. I've never water skied. I've never snow skied. I was horrible.
Really?
So our
That's
our
awesome.
like half day of training or whatever you call it, ski school, was this old guy, Ernie. And Ernie's a nice guy. He actually lived in South Lake. He's moved now to Steamboat for retirement. And he
By the way, your first skiing trip ever of your life, you chose one of like the hardest mountains in the world.
Yeah. I didn't know. I
Or the
don't know.
country.
I don't know these things, right?
Like go to Red River for crying
You
out
know
loud.
he thought in his mind, I'm an athlete.
I'll
can
figure
do
it
anything.
out. I'll figure it out. Well, Ernie had to like take his poles and like as he's kind of skiing a little bit backwards as we're going down this little thing, and I'm holding on so I can try to figure out, because I don't know the conveyor belt thing. At one point, we're just on this thing, and the conveyor belt thing is a good 15 yards off to the right, and he's like, pressure on the right, turn to the left. I'm trying. It's not working. I just ski. I don't fall down
This
this
is
time.
skis or snowboard?
Skis.
Okay.
And I just go right into the conveyor belt. I just
Oh, no.
Luckily, I didn't knock down any kids,
Yeah.
but I was trying so hard too, and so I finally start figuring it out a little bit, but not enough. And my kids are like, "Come on, let's go on the." I guess it's called the bunny slope. I named it the Black Diamond Bunny Slope because looking at that thing, it looked like it was straight downhill. And my kids like, "Come on!" Because
Have they been before?
My 14-year-old has skied before and he knows how to snowboard. He's not great at it, but he's good at it, right? He can pretty much stay up the whole time going down a green. My daughter had skied one other time her freshman year in high school, and she just took to it like it was nothing. After she was kind of taught, she just like looks like she's just like having a little bit of fun and kind of almost like dancing to it and gliding through it really easy. And I'm like, son of a gun, how are you doing this so easy? You know, and I'm struggling so much. My wife struggled, but she is a little bit better than me. And then my 13-year-old had never skied in his life. He really wanted to learn, and he got pretty decent at it. And so,
Were you
anyways,
the worst one then?
by far.
Yeah.
But I was the most entertaining for my family because of all my falling.
Yeah.
And
That's
there was
great.
this little thing where you go through this S thing where it's a little bit of it's built up on each side. So as you're turning it should help you a little bit turn because, well, he's like, all right, time to turn right. And I'm like, I can hear Ernie telling me this. My brain and my body, it's not working. And my skis just stay straight. And it goes right over that hump where you're supposed to turn. And I mean, as soon as I go over that hump, I mean, my body goes boom, straight into the ground. And I didn't know this because my kids are dying laughing because Ernie's like, that's going to hurt. Let me go check on him.
Are you sore?
Oh, I'm not bad today, but yesterday and Friday, really sore. My left shoulder, I figured out when I feel like I'm going to die on skis, which I felt like multiple times, I'm about to die.
Oh, no.
Is I throw my body to the left. I don't throw it to the right. So I throw my body down to the left. So my shoulder wore every time that I intentionally was going to fall to not die.
You and Tua need to learn how to fall.
Wow. But I didn't hurt my head. I just hurt my shoulder. But anyways, so as I get on the Black Diamond bunny slope to go on this, I'm scared to death. And I'm with my two sons, and I'm telling them as we're going up on the lift, I'm like, God, I'm so scared. I don't want to do this, guys. I'm not ready for this. Like, you can do it, Dad.
I cannot believe this is.
You're the best.
Happened.
Oh, yeah.
And so I start off, and you kind of start going to your left, and I start off to my left really slow because it is not very steep to start off. And then I go to my right, and it feels super, super, super steep to me. And it feels like I'm going 80 miles an hour. I know I'm probably going 15 miles an hour, but I am digging my left toe into the ground as hard as I can to slow down and stop. And I mean, I come to a complete stop. Now, my problem is I am now facing completely the sideways, and I got to get my skis back towards the hill part. And as soon as I do that, what do you know skis start doing? They start going, and they don't stop. So now I'm going to the right. So I've made it a little bit for my first S. My next S, I go to the left hard, and I'm digging into the right. Nothing is happening. Speed is picking up, and I cannot stop. And I'm like, I'm going to run into this fence, and I'm going to freaking die. I'm either going to flip over this fence and die, or I'm going to. So I have to.
It really is like a baseball slide.
Yeah. And so I'm assuming I'm going about 20 miles an hour. I don't know. But
maybe it's probably not. Like 20 is fat.
Yeah, and I'm probably going 15, right? But I have no control. Nothing's slowing me down, and this is where I have to throw my body into the ground going fast. At least I feel like I'm going fast enough. And I throw my shoulder into the ground. One ski comes off. I tumble 3 times hard down the hill. As soon as I get done and I stop, I look up, and my ski's like 20 feet up the hill that I got to go try to walk and get. And then a kid comes down. And he's like, are you okay? He's like probably 6 years old. Like, and I'm like, I'm fine. Thanks for asking. I'm okay.
So this is like your biggest sports failure ever.
Oh, and I'm just scared to death of it. I can't get over. I did learn this. Then the next time, so then I got to put on my ski and go down more.
Can you ice skate?
No.
Or rollerblade?
No.
Like you can't, or you just never have?
I never have.
Okay.
And
not
so
rollerblade either.
Then I try to pizza really hard after I get the skate on.
Pizza, French
So I'm like,
pizza,
maybe if I spread my legs out, my brain is like, maybe if I spread my legs out farther, it'll do better. Well, as I spread my legs out farther to try to slow down,
that's a groin pull.
My legs go out from under me. And I think this is pretty impossible to do. But now I'm getting close to the splits, and I just go face forward into the snow to stop. And I'm like, I can't stand this. So then after falling this, I can get off to the left back to the training facility, which is about 30 yards down the hill now at this point, instead of going back down to the lift to then try it again. And I'm like, I can't do this. I'm scared to death. I can't do this. So then as I'm getting close to the end of the left, I feel like once again, I'm going 50 miles an hour. I know I'm not, but it feels like I'm going 50. And I'm like, damn it. I can't get over to the left. I can't get over to the left. What do? I just like, I got to throw my body down again. I got to take a dive. So I just throw my body into the ground as hard as I can, tumble a couple times, ski comes off.
So you're not dying to like go back.
I want to learn it because I wish my kids had so much fun. They said it was the best trip of their lives. They just, they loved it.
And where'd you go?
Steamboat Colorado.
Colorado.
And my son did say, because he's been to like Purgatory and one other place with a friend who he's been snowboarding. He said he didn't really.
You guys weren't Catholic.
Okay, relax, RJ.
He got on some of these greens,
shop.
and he did say he didn't like it as much because it's a narrower, and then there's a cliff off to the right. And he's like, you really gotta like make sure that you're in. And that's the greens. And he's like, these greens were like blues at like, I guess, Purgatory and maybe Choppy Nose stuff. Like, that's why you're saying Steamboat's tougher because
Steamboat's supposed to, and I've never been. It's supposedly one of the toughest ones to beat.
I asked because I thought you told me he was in New Mexico.
The fan text, that's what we just said. The fan text told us you were in New Mexico because none of us knew where you went, including your co-host.
Yeah, we didn't have.
I just said skiing, and they were like, "What state?" I go, I don't know.
The fan text told us it was New Mexico.
But my wife wished she took more pictures and videos because after that,
I already got a gif of you.
I spent 2.5 hours with the 6-year-olds just at the training facility going up the conveyor belt and trying to figure it out on my own. We had been done. Ernie was done. Like we had paid
Ernie.
And it was just me and 6-year-olds trying to figure out how to skate.
We're back tomorrow morning. Enjoy the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to start, obviously, with some Mavs talk, but we will get into more skiing discussions, I'm sure, at some point, because a lot of folks have been skiing, and some have even worse experiences. You want to share your Easter experience, your skiing experiences, whatever the case might be, I am glad to hear it. And, Mike,
yes,
we're glad you're back.
Thank you. I'm glad I didn't get hurt. Like, the main goal of going was that nobody in the family got hurt and everybody was healthy at the end of this trip. And luckily, a lot of soreness. I had no clue how much my body would hurt after skiing for 6 hours on Thursday.
How does your butt feel?
My butt's fine. I usually fell on my shoulders.
Okay, gotcha.
It's
Your
really
pitching
where I
shoulder.
took the brunt of.
It is fascinating to me that your natural instinct would be to go to your pitching arm.
I don't know, but I feel like I could play football. I didn't know I could fall that many times and keep getting up.
Right.
But I kept getting up.
You and Dwayne Wade, huh?
Yeah, and I skied with the 6-year-olds for a good hour and a half, and they actually shut down the conveyor belt. I was the last person on it, as they're like, hey, we are shutting down now. And I'm like, all right, I can see all the 6-year-olds have left, and I'm the only one. I feel like they should have given me extra points for trying this hard. That I didn't quit. I just kept going up the conveyor belt and trying to figure out this thing.
That part of the story really spoke to me, too, because I think I've only been ice skating once, and I did it when I worked at a daycare, and I had the schoolers class, so it was like 6 to 12. And there was definitely some of the younger kids would skate alongside me. It's like, it's okay, Mr. Kevin, you could do it. And I'm just like tiptoeing on the ice, and I felt like I am the worst.
I had one chance to ski in high school, and I messed up my knee and didn't actually get to go skiing. I had to walk around with a knee brace, so I just hung around and waited for all the ski bunnies to show up. And they were like, "Oh, how'd you mess up your knee?" And I was like, "Oh, Gwyneth Paltrow ran over me."
Okay, that is not.
I don't think that's you.
Time accurate. I don't even.
It did make me question though my coordination and because I'm thinking, did I become good at baseball and good at basketball because I just kept practicing it over and over and over again, and I'm not naturally gifted in those things? Like, could I become, and I know I'm way older, obviously, than when I was doing that from age 5 to 30 years old and from whatever, age 5 to 18 years old in basketball, but I'm just like, maybe I'm not very coordinated. Because the other day when we were talking to Ian Kinsler on opening day, he's like, yeah, man, I shot a 66 the other day out in Arizona golf. And I'm like,
unreal. Like,
this is naturally gifted, right? Not that that's the first time Ian Kinsler ever picked up a golf club, but the dude was able to be a 30-30 guy, multiple-time all-star, great defensive second baseman. And he's like, yeah, let me just do some golf after this is over. And then he's freaking shooting like he's on the senior PGA tour, Like, I'm like, that is naturally gifted. It takes me, I guess. I'm like, maybe I'm just not as coordinated as I think I am. I just was able to, I don't want to make this sound like a brag, but did I just outwork everybody as a kid and as a high school guy to become as good as I became? Like, I wonder my natural gifts now.
Yeah, you're first one there, last one to leave. Now, we said we were going to talk some Mavs. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 4 if we can, please.
Wesley lets it go. Got it! Oh, mama! Blake Wesley!
As the Mavericks trailed after the end of the first quarter yesterday, 42-14. That's a real thing.
Wow.
Go us. Is the Mavericks quit on the season? That can no longer be debated. But my question for y'all is, does it make you mad or was it the right move? Because this came out during the show on Friday. Corey was like, hey, you guys aren't going to like this. And they were like, here's 5 people that aren't going to play. And 2 of them are for strictly rest. We didn't even pretend it was injury rehabilitation rest. Yeah. They're like, nah, we're just resting these 2.
For the playoffs.
And then right before the game, Kid was like, and Luka will play 1 quarter. So they quit. They quit on the season. And Mavs Twitter was furious. I know Twitter is a great place for angry people anyway. Does it make you mad, or are you like, this was the right thing to do?
I think, in my opinion, it was somewhat the right thing to do. It was weird to me after such a failure of a road trip that you went 1-4.
Yeah.
And you pretty much put yourself in this position. I was confused, guys, on Friday when I saw this information. why did they try so hard Wednesday when De'Aaron Fox did play, when Sabonis did play, when that looked like, hey, if you lose that game, you put yourself in a great position that at least the San Antonio game might not mean, because they're a horrible team. You don't have to go, gosh, how do we underplay the San Antonio Spurs? Because they're going to sit out guys too. There was a good reason for them to lose in that game too for their second round pick. It looks like they might lose their second round pick now because of beating the Dallas Mavericks in that last game. So guys, my first question to you is, what changed from Wednesday to Friday?
We got to make it look good. Let's give. At some point, didn't they say, Luka said, they came and talked to me and they know that I'm not going to quit. And then in his post interview, he said, they came and talked to me and that's when I decided, all right, that's fine. So at some point, they said they had the conversation of, all right, we're backing off for the team. And so I think they were like, hey, go ahead and go out there and do this, kind of make it look good. But we're going to finish this thing off. I just don't know, Kevin. This is still my question. I don't know when they decided to tank.
Okay, I have a theory about that. So I have two different theories. First theory is that is still what they were kind of trying to do on Wednesday, but Kyrie was like, not on my effing watch. But my other theory is they saw Oklahoma City win on Thursday.
Against Utah.
Yeah, exactly. Because they still had to win against Memphis, assuming you would have continued to win. But the thought was that Memphis would have the second seed wrapped up by then, and there wouldn't be an issue there. And Memphis,
they did that on Friday as well.
Yeah, and so I wonder if that was the case, if they were like, look, it's not going to matter because Oklahoma City's always going to beat Memphis, and so what difference does it make? That's the only thing I could really come up with.
Yeah, it was just interesting because I remember seeing Tim McMahon on, I believe, Friday on ESPN, and I know he just did 30 minutes with Sean and RJ. It was great radio, and we'll go over that later in the show. But he said, look, the Mavs realize too, even if they get the 10th spot, what's the point? And I thought, well, wait a second. Then Wednesday, you knew the best you could do was 10th spot for the most part. And so I'm like, I don't get how now you're saying, well, if we get 10th, what does it matter? We have to play on the road, which we'd probably lose. But if we win that, then we're going to have to play on the road again, which we would probably lose. And if somehow a miracle happened and you won those two games on the road, which you just went 1-4 on the road, on a road trip where you played Miami without Bam Adebayo, Atlanta, who's a 500 team, Charlotte, who won 25 games or whatever this year, and you lost to Philadelphia. Like literally, like it was a bad road trip. And you beat Indiana, who sat out all their players because they knew they would beat you if they played Halliburton and Miles Turner. So I was like, it was such a weird change of course for me. And in a weird way, I'm not saying I'm happy they lost, but I do think without any draft picks, without any free agent money, without any tradable players, it was important to get the 10th overall pick. So now at least you have the 10th overall pick to either take a player.
Maybe.
And there's an 80% chance you keep it. Obviously, there's a 20% chance the teams behind you move up in the lottery. But, like, you don't have much. This is such a poorly run organization that you have non-tradable contracts for the most part. You have very limited talent on your team. That showed with your record overall this season. And you don't have a whole bunch of future assets either. And then you're in a 50-50 state with Kyrie Irving if he even comes back to the Dallas Mavericks. So I thought having the 10th pick at least gives you some sort of offseason where we have a asset to maybe use.
And obviously the NBA is doing their tanking investigation into that game against the Bulls.
Investigate me.
But what's funny about that is, like, Doc Rivers came out, I think the next morning, it could have been that same night, and he was like, look, I'm sure for the other teams that like need a certain result, they don't like it, but look, we're sitting guys. And it's not like it's been happening the whole season. They just haven't been good. If you could actively see that they were tanking the entire season, I think that would be a different deal. Just these last two games, I find it hard to believe you will face any sort of serious penalty for this, because somebody asked if they could lose their first round draft pick for this. Okay, first of all, I think that would be kind of hilarious if, like, the game where they decided to tank so they could get the first round pick, the NBA took that away. But I don't think there's any chance of a serious, like, penalty against the Mavs for this.
That makes
probably fine, right?
Yeah.
So maybe there was a moment going into this season, Mike, where they were like, all right, we're going to have to make a big move at some point. We think we have to, but let's kind of observe. Let's monitor these. We still suck at this stuff. We still stink at being able to rebound. This is not going to change. We've got this far. We had all these contracts we had to get through at some point. Let's go ahead and move on from this. So maybe there was that moment that they said, all right, we knew going into this was probably going to be the case, and we're not winning these close games. Christian Wood's not developing or turning into the guy we wanted him to be. Maybe all those things did happen. And now they have, I think it should be a busy offseason. Like if Mike, you're talking about the Kyrie thing, the best thing for him is to sign with the Mavericks and be traded.
Right. That's what I think that's what he wants.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants to be a Dallas Maverick. That's why he didn't do, Corey, to your point, that's why he didn't do the exit interview. I don't think he wanted to lie to the public because he either has to say, I don't really want to be a Dallas Maverick, but I'll sign. If he wants to be honest, probably his honest answer is like, I don't really want to be a Maverick, but if it's my only offer and it's the most money, I'll sign it and then probably ask for a trade during the season next year. I don't think he wanted to put that out there and he didn't want to lie to the public. So he's like, I'm not going to do this because I can't answer this honestly. And if I lie, then people are going to call me a liar if I end up signing somewhere else or demanding a sign and trade somewhere else. So I think that was why Kyrie is like, I'm not doing this interview because I can't tell the truth.
Now, the vast majority of, and I'm just looking at the fan text, so I haven't seen the Twitch yet or YouTube, but the vast majority of people in the fan text from the 214, it's the right move. From the 469, no chance on winning, then you need to tank. Although there are some other people that disagree from the 214. Purposely losing creates accidental losing. Well, the Mavericks have already got accidental losing down to a T.
I think that's the tough thing is if you ask this, Kevin, I'll just ask this to everybody. Do you think the Mavs tried their hardest this year? I'm not talking about the last 2 games where they intentionally lost. Do you think the Mavs in the 80 other games tried their hardest?
I do. I just think sometimes their hardest was influenced by their own human nature.
I think, yes, the group that ended involved Spencer Dinwiddie did, and I thought it was clunky, though. Like, I just thought they were clunky at everything they were trying to accomplish. But, yeah, I did think they tried as hard as they could. I didn't think Dorian Finney-Smith did. And I don't know if he was just gassed from a long playoff run and he just couldn't pick it back up, but I thought that they did.
I respect y'all's answers.
Well, and
I don't think they tried their hardest.
And I just want to point out why I think we are on the same kind of like broader page, but I think they tried their hardest physically. I just think mentally they went into several of these games thinking, this is the max effort I have to put out to win.
Okay.
And then they give said
max. Like against Detroit, Orlando, Charlotte.
And it wasn't. And they were wrong about that. And that, if there is one lesson I hope they learn from this season, believe it or not, it's not the defense, it's not the rebounding, it's not the team building. It's that you can lose a game against any team in the NBA. This specific, I don't mean like any given Sunday. I get that. But this team needs to understand your margin is a lot thinner than you thought. And even if a team's best player's out, you could damn sure still lose.
What's really interesting about those moments is, like, I think a lot of people do that. They go up against poor competition and they just prepare less. And isn't it on a coach to not, instead of going, well, they'll just be embarrassed and they'll bounce back. Isn't it on the coach at some point to go, hey, guys, we stunk at this 6 times now. Yeah. This can't happen again. Y'all need to treat this team like they're the Warriors.
Pop every once in a while, right? He would just sit the guys out. He'd be like, you're not playing this game. Like in the second quarter, he'd be like, fine, Tony Parker, Ginobili, Duncan, you don't want to give the effort in this game? I'll play the guys that I know are fighting for their lives in the NBA. And I'll embarrass, it is kind of like without saying anything, I'll embarrass you by not playing you the rest of this game. By showing you, you're not going to play if you're going to give that effort. But that, obviously, to your point, it never happened in that type of, at least that play. That's one scenario on how you do it. You can also, which doesn't happen much in the NBA or professional sports anymore, you can call a guy out specifically.
Yeah.
And say, I didn't play Christian Wood because he's not showing up to practice ready to practice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he did it with Luka a couple times the year before and the team in general, and they've responded, but they didn't respond this year. What is somebody asked? We don't have time. It's a good question, though. I think we can go into it later. I'll write it down.
The most amazing part of that Mavericks-Bulls game is, first of all, I really was hoping that we would get information about if Luka was drinking a beer on the sideline. We might get back to that because it looked like a glass bottle covered by napkins. And then I appreciate Mark Cuban's acting he was so upset that they lost the game afterwards. He's like, oh, no. And I thought
Did he get hit in the eye?
No, I just thought he did a phenomenal job of pretending he was sad. And on that last possession, this is noteworthy. The Mavericks had a chance to tie the game against the Bulls. They had a three-pointer blocked, had one just hit the backboard, and had a third air ball. That's the first time in the last 10 years that a team failed to hit the rim on 3 3-point attempts in the final 15 seconds of a game.
Who keeps track of this
Elias.
stuff?
They always, or ESPN stats, excuse me, ESPN stats and info. Because I bet somebody's like, hold on. Did they just take 3 3-pointers and didn't hit the rim one single time?
How often does this happen?
Let's look that up. And then
somebody keeps track of that. That's insane.
Sure. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, was that the biggest win of the Star season? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Autoflex Leasing and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
A save wins it for the Stars. Paul Cotter walks in, and Cotter denied! The Stars win it in a shootout.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I always think it's a little funny when the game ends like that because you hear what is usually the goal horn that's now the victory horn. I know they play it when they win and stuff, but it is kind of odd. Like if you're a goalie, is you immediately hear the horn go off and you're like, son of a we won!
So immediately you turn around, take your helmet off, and grab your water bottle. Isn't that what the goalie always does? He immediately is like, oh, well, I'm not going to blame everybody. They know what they did. I just need some water now.
That is an interesting dynamic between soccer and hockey goalies. Not that there aren't some anomalies, but it does seem like the soccer goalie immediately after his faux dive, because he knew he was never going to get it, starts pointing at people. And the hockey goalie's like, I need a minute and I'm dehydrated. Let me get my water bottle and let's go.
I have a question about the horn, Kevin. You have heard that horn not played at a hockey event before, correct?
That is correct. There was a UFC event. It was Stipe Miocic against Junior Dos Santos for the heavyweight championship in the main event. I don't remember the specific number, but it was at the American Airlines Center. In the second or third fight, on the main card, I believe, a group of, I was told by a security guard later, 4 people got up there and set off the goal/victory horn in the midst of a round. Now, what's tricky is it looked like they both stopped fighting for half a second, even though it doesn't particularly sound like the end of the round horn. They both stopped fighting for a second and people were like looking around and what the hell happened. And so I was able to track down a security guard and say, hey, what did happen there? And they're like, oh, this group of hooligans. That was the word that they used. And
4 hooligans.
Yeah, this group of hooligans got up there and set off the horn. I don't remember.
Did you expect to hear "Let's Go Stars" after?
A little bit.
Okay,
a little bit. I did, and so that was the weirdest atmosphere for that horn to go off right there. But one of the things that we talked about on Friday is if the Stars get 2 points in this game against Vegas, which they did, do you believe that they will win the Central Division? And I think we were all like, yeah, I think they will. Unfortunately, stupid Colorado keeps winning. They have now won 5 straight, and I believe 8 of their last 9. So both Dallas and Colorado have 3 games left. And Colorado's up by 2 points. Now,
go ahead.
The good news for the Stars is their schedule the rest of the way is easy. They have 3 more games, 1 against Detroit, 2 against St. Louis, and neither one of those teams are going to the playoffs.
Do you think the Blues are going to take it easy though, and tank the rest of the season here because they hate Dallas?
I know,
and we hate them.
I think they might do a press conference where they say they're not going to take it easy on them, but then they go ahead and bench a whole bunch of people.
I mean, they are down in the doldrums of the Central Division.
Yeah, and then they go ahead and tank it out anyway.
Okay, all right.
Do you think that's possible?
I'm fine with that.
Imagine a scenario in which
the
that
Mavs did this, Kevin.
Happen?
Exactly what you're talking about. The Mavs did exactly what you're talking about now.
Okay, so
Blues are on a 1-game losing streak, though.
Okay. Is a 1 game?
It's not.
Is that a streak?
It's not, but they've lost 1. Let's make it 4.
All right. So for the that's a good point. For the Stars to have realistically a shot at winning the Central Division, my guess would still have to be you have to take all 6 points in these last 3 games.
Yeah.
And then obviously hope that Colorado is just mediocre down the stretch, and then you're able to take the top spot in the Central Division. But the other part of that might be even more important for some people is you now have that same 2-point lead over Minnesota, and there's a really good shot you play Minnesota to open the playoffs, and those are very similar teams. So if you still believe in home ice, I know there are some people that do not, if you still believe in home ice, having the home ice advantage in that series against Minnesota could be hugely important for the Stars.
So the Avalanche have the Jets, Oilers, and Preds the rest of the way.
Okay, that sounds right.
And the Oilers are second in the Pacific Division. The Jets and Predators are kind of fighting for maybe a last spot.
And with Calgary in the mix there too, the Jets, they need a result.
Yeah.
You know, like they can't pack it in just quite yet. So hopefully you'll see a little pushback there.
From the A17, you guys are playing with fire, talking about the Stars again. They better stay hot, or it's on y'all.
Okay, that's fair. But the last 2 times now,
that's right,
we have done this.
Yeah.
The Stars have been triumphant. So they might be right about the playing with fire part, and we might be getting just a little bit overconfident, but I think we're going to keep rolling with it. Plus, we're almost to the end of the regular season, and so this is time that you need to be locked in. The Stars are most likely going to be starting against Minnesota, though we're still holding that hope for a wild card matchup.
If you're a Stars Twolo, Twitch, that is Twitch, you can go to twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. This is your opportunity to embrace the community with Stars knowledge, right? If you're a Stars Twolo right now, you can help all the people that are like, I don't know Stars. For the next week, by when the playoffs start, Kevin,
Yeah.
This is what KNC loves to do.
Which are just a little bit more than a week out from
Give you the Cliff Notes. Give you the abbreviated version. Get you started for the playoffs. That way there can be a strong contingent when the playoffs arrive, and there aren't a bunch of people just going, I have no clue what's happening.
Yeah.
You get them started now so they know what's going on. So I think this is a good opportunity for the Stars fans, because I don't think this is going to be a one and done kind of bit, man. I think this could be a run in the playoffs, man.
Okay, well, first of all, I'm with you on that. And then from the 9-7-2, the Dallas Stars will win the Stanley Cup, and the Cowboys will make the NFC Championship game and then get throttled by the Giants. What an astonishing turn of events.
Interesting.
That would be. But, Corey, quick side Cowboys question. You make it to the NFC Championship game and get throttled by the Giants, or I make no guarantees for the upcoming season. Which one do you take?
No guarantees. I don't want to get throttled by Daves.
I 100%.
Do you want me to be talking about Daves all year next year if you're in the NFC Championship game?
You're going to do it regardless.
That's a great point by Reggie.
Do you want to lose an NFC Championship game to Daniel Jones?
You know what? You can end it at the first part of that sentence. My answer is yes. Because that means you made it there.
No, I can't.
A whole generation of people haven't seen that.
But I can still make it there in the other way. Like anything could happen.
Yeah, except for the last 27 years tell you that you won't.
In one situation, I can't win the Super Bowl. In the other one, I have a chance. So I'll go with the chance.
All right. I hear what you're saying. I'm taking the guaranteed, even though it ends with a loss.
We'll let the Tolos decide. 877-881.
Fair enough. Fair enough. 1053, that feels like the part you should definitely know.
I was testing Mike.
And the Boston Bruins, if you want to throw out more impressive hockey knowledge, Boston defeated Philadelphia yesterday 5-3. They now have 63 wins for the season, which is the most wins in an NHL season ever.
Do you think that at the end of this season there will be a greater appreciation for Jamie Benn? This has been.
It's the Benizants.
Yeah. He has 74. I think 74 points this year. He hasn't had over 55 points in the last 4 years. There was a time when he was consistently in the 70s, and he was that guy.
Sure. When you signed that extension and everything.
Yeah, and the last few years he's been around, but he hasn't been that dude. But this year, his assists are up, everything. He is a team player, leader kind of guy, and I think that's one of those things. Maybe, Kevin, I know we look at contracts a lot. Maybe you look at the contract and go, is he working up to the contract?
Sure.
But you're also looking at it going, the team's benefiting from having this dude around, and I think that's a huge factor this year.
I can't remember.
And also maybe the fact that some of the guys that are around him can put it in the net, that helps too.
Yeah, a fantastic line right there. And I can't remember the first place I saw it, but I am definitely familiar with the Benizants. And I think that's very clever, and it's been a huge part of a really balanced Stars team. I hear what you're saying about them making a run in the playoffs. I like them to beat Minnesota in the first round. I know everyone fears Colorado, and I understand that, but I like the Stars to make a nice little run here, especially with Ottinger looking like he's jumping back on track when he's got some time off here and there. So I'm excited about that. Stars, 3 more games to go. They're already in the playoffs, but hopefully they can secure at least the second spot in the Central Division. Now, I know we're going to talk some more about the Masters a little bit later, but my question for y'all here about the Masters was going to be, do you play in like Masters, I guess, survivor pools or almost like bracket style pools where you accumulate points?
Nope.
For the
We
should.
Okay.
I was invited to, but I forgot to actually enter my stuff before the Masters started, and I was like, well.
But did you fill out a bracket anyway, and then it turned out perfect?
No, I just followed John Rahm, and thankfully he won.
There you go.
Because I was not as familiar that this was like a big thing.
Oh yeah, this is like with NASCAR too. Like there's all sorts of anytime.
I'm sorry,
Kevin,
I meant Joe Rahm.
Yeah, Joe Rahm.
It happens. Trust me. Is my cousin and his fiance were like really locked in during Easter. I know it's called dinner, but it's like 2:00. So, Easter meal.
When do you have Thanksgiving dinner?
Like 2:30. It's
That's
the
right.
same thing. It's the same thing. It has always been fascinating to me, but you're right. Is they were locked into the Masters and they were like, oh yeah, I'm rooting for this person in, I don't know, 7th, 8th place. Because if they can move up, I can get enough points to win my Masters pool. And I guess I did not realize that this was as prevalent as it is.
Yeah, man. You can gamble on anything. And so anytime you got the opportunity, well, except for in Texas, but anytime you get those opportunities, you should go ahead and try. I think that is something we should Mike, should we just do it for the big tournaments, or should we
just the majors?
Like the major tournaments, or every week do we want to roll something like that out? You got your
not every week.
Okay, all right. Yeah, for the big ones like the majors, the US Open or the Masters and US Open.
There's some weeks where we don't even know who's playing because the 18 of the top 20 players in the world, not including the live people who aren't playing, like, they decide not to play. Like this week, wherever they're playing this week, most guys aren't playing. Like I'm assuming John Rahm, Jordan Spieth, all the guys that were contending at the end that are on the PGA Tour aren't going to play. So it's like, I don't know who to pick. I don't know, who. I don't know golf. I enjoy the majors.
Yeah.
It's really interesting when it comes to golf. I don't really root against anybody. I was rooting for Koepka to make all his putts, which he didn't. I was rooting for John Rahm to make all of his putts, which he made more than obviously Koepka made. I was rooting for Phil Mickelson to make this unbelievable comeback. I was rooting for Jordan Spieth. Unfortunately on the 18th hole he bogeyed, which kind of took him out, even though he had a great day.
I'm assuming a lot of people were rooting. I don't know this to be like, I wasn't trolling golf Twitter or anything like that. I'm assuming a lot of people were rooting against Koepka and Mickelson.
I don't
just
know
because the
because
association with live.
I think in a weird way, golf is one of the sports where you don't really root against people. I think the majority of people that watch golf, I would say 80% of the people are just rooting. They're not rooting against. It's not like tennis. I know tennis is a one-on-one sport, but I feel like in golf, there's not a bunch of I'm rooting against somebody. You might be rooting for somebody, but I don't think you're rooting against the person to miss a putt. It's kind of one of those weird sports like, that's a great putt, great job. It's not really a root against somebody's sport for the most part. I know there are some people that do it that way, but I'd say 80% of golf watchers aren't rooting against somebody. They're just rooting for great golf.
Was just told, by the way, from the 972, Wrexham just went up 2-1 over Notts County. So this is really good for our Wrexham boys.
Is that League One?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Because they're trying to ascend to the next league
Yeah.
or get promoted.
We're just trying to get promoted,
What's that next
Kevin.
league, Kevin?
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I can do this.
Not the champions.
League 3.
Not the premier.
Not how
They're still National League.
Oh, wow.
They're going to the American League.
Nasty bitch.
They're going to get a designated hitter.
You know what? I want to say that's not right, but I have no clue if that is accurate
MLS.
or not.
They're trying to get to the MLS.
Okay, I want to comp for the MLS in the English Premier or the English League system. Give me your comp for the MLS. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Feel free to send that in. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
If the starting pitching keeps doing this, the Rangers can win 90 games next.
Hi, guys. It's Mark.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so I didn't really get to watch the Texas Rangers. They're not broadcast in Colorado while I'm there, but I am following them on the
They're
app.
not broadcast here sometimes either.
And
except on the Fan.
yeah, I'll be on Bally Sports Southwest for this whole series against the Royals starting tonight, pre and post game show. So if you want to tune in at 6:30. Obviously our bosses would say, don't watch that. Tune into the Fan and listen to.
You could do both.
I don't know who's doing the pre and post game. Mike Peasley?
You could do both. You could put the TV on mute.
Give me a second.
And listen here on the Fan.
I know Sandler sometimes does double duty, and he does right now. Is it? Who is it?
He didn't answer your question.
Oh.
He just said you said duty. So don't.
It will
be Mike Peasley.
Okay, so Peasley will be doing pre and post here. Our bosses would say, listen to him.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to give much better information than I ever would on a television show.
He's really good at it.
Okay, now let's talk about that series against the Cubs real quick, because yes, they went 1-2, and I think there's a little bit of disappointment there that you lost the series. Good job yesterday not getting swept. Obviously, you got to start winning series. They swept the Philly. They lose the series against Baltimore. They lose the series to Chicago. Today, you play the Royals. The Royals on a piece of paper are not a very good team.
Right.
This is a team that you're at home. You really need to win this series, especially because I'll get to it in a second. The rotation is about to turn over. After tonight, it turns back over into DeGrom pitching on Tuesday, which just feels like against the Royals.
Yeah.
That needs to be a win. But tonight, you have Andrew Heaney on the mound, and big start for him. I'm not saying that he's going to get pushed out of the rotation or anything anytime soon, but he had a really rough outing, really the only rough outing the Rangers had the first time through the rotation. I guess obviously DeGrom too, I guess.
Great, yeah.
But if you look at that Chicago series real quick, they pitched 16 and a third innings from their starting pitchers. They give up 6 earned runs. That's a 3.3 ERA.
Yeah.
You will take a 3.3 ERA all year long, even including Heaney, including Jacob DeGrom, including people that are going to have to pitch because of injury. If your rotation goes out there and on average is pitching 5+ innings and only giving up 2 runs, you should mean shame, but you should win a lot of baseball games.
Well, and the Saturday in particular, it sucks because we had been hyping them up the last couple of days. The defense was a catastrophe.
Yeah, 5
on
errors.
Saturday.
5 errors in that game. If you look at it, Martin Perez gave you a chance to win. He gave up 3 runs, 2 earned. You had 5 errors in the game. I believe were 4 of them by your middle infield. Did Seager had 2 and Simeon had 2 and Heim had 1, if I'm remembering correctly. Looking
That
at the
is
Bucs score.
correct.
So I mean, you can't have 4 errors up the middle. In fact, I wonder what the stat is in a Major League Baseball game. Let's just say in the last 30 years to try to limit it. If you have 5 errors in a game, how many times have you won a game? Like, it has to be
ESPN stats and
you
info
probably
will
have
it.
a
Let's
5.
find it.
I'm going to guess 19 out of 20 times you lose the game. You have 5 errors. I just can't imagine in Major League Baseball that you win more than 5% of the games that you have 5 errors in or more in a game. But the Rangers, the positive is the starting pitching is giving you a chance every time to win. Obviously, the defense, Taylor Hearn didn't have the best of outings the other day in the 10-3 loss. But that was a close game until, was that the 7th inning where it got out of hand?
That is correct.
And so tonight you have
It was
Andrew.
actually the 8th. Yeah.
8th inning. Okay, so Andrew Heaney pitches tonight. Pretty big start for him. The bad news for the Rangers this weekend is you found out Jake Odorizzi is out for the year. He's having a shoulder procedure, which will take him out for this season.
And it feels like a decent shot. He'll never pitch for the Rangers.
He's 33 years old, so he'll be 34 next year. Shoulder injuries, if you remember Brandon Webb, are the toughest injuries to come back from. We figured out the elbow. It's kind of like if you have an elbow injury, we have a good idea. Scientists, doctors have a good idea on how to figure that one out and how to get you back on the field within about a year. Shoulder injuries can lead to career injuries.
And did you get the sense on opening day when we talked with Chris Young that this could be the case? Because he was like, it's still kind of a mystery and they were trying to figure it out. That doesn't seem good.
It doesn't help out your depth for the season. You're hoping to have him as kind of a middle guy, and that's not going to happen. I will say this, because I had to try to remember, it's like, what did we trade Odorizzi for? We traded Colby Allard. And I totally forgot Colby Allard's numbers, not trying to poop on him, but he's 9-23 with a 6.07 ERA. So, and he's in the minor leagues right now. He did not make the Atlanta Braves. So just to give you an idea, if you're like, what happened? Because kind of the Corey Kluber one stings a little bit, because Emmanuel Clase is arguably the best closer in baseball. So that one, kind of stings when you trade for a guy and you don't get really anything from him. But for Odorizzi, you didn't give up a lot, but he is out for the year.
Does the first look now go to Dane Dunning then, if they find themselves in a situation? I understand the logic of Reagan's, and it's only been 3 appearances, but Dane Dunning has been really, really good.
I will say yes, but I need to look at Dane Dunning's outings and see how many pitches he's throwing per outing, because if he's throwing 30 pitches per outing, then what he gets to start off with his first start? Max 50 pitches. That's now you're looking at a 3 to max 4 inning start, but you have to build him up. So I wonder this.
I know on Saturday he just real quick. Sorry, Mike. He just threw a little bit, but his other 2 outings he went 3 innings and 4 innings. I'll have to check on the pitch count.
Is sometimes if you have a short injury, let's just say I'm not wishing anything upon anybody.
Sure.
But let's just say Andrew Heaney tonight has a little bit of arm fatigue at the end of the game, and you're like, you know what? We're gonna have him miss a start. We're not even going to put him on the injured list. Then maybe you go with a bullpen day that day, and you go, Dane Dunning's going to start. We feel like he can give us 3 for sure, maybe 4. If he has to go on the injured list and he's going to be out for 2 starts, but you believe, hey, he's going to come back after these 2 starts. I don't know this. You might go to a minor leaguer whose arm is built up more, because you're like, all right, so Dane Dunning's going to start his first game and go 3 to 4 innings. His next game go 3 to 5 innings, and then we're going to get the guy back. That's a lot of pressure to put on your bullpen throughout that 2-week period. So these are all things that have to go into a Chris Young and Bruce Bochy's mind, is when I have maybe my next starting pitcher in the bullpen, Dane Dunning or Cole Reagans, let's say, those 2 guys, what's the injury going to be like for the guy that's going on the injured list? Can I build this guy up? How much does it hurt my bullpen? Would it just be better to call up? Because if Dane Dunning is being successful in this situation, do I want to jerk him in and out of a rotation, and then I might lose the bullpen guy that I've created, if that makes sense? Because all of a sudden I'm like, man, Dane Dunning's doing good. He's filling in this role. All right, somebody got hurt. Hey, you're going to start for 2 to 3 starts, and then we're going to put you back into the bullpen as long as everybody's healthy and everything. And then he goes back into the bullpen. And he's trying to then find his rhythm again. He's never been a bullpen guy. These are all those things that go into these type of situations. I do want to go a little bit around Major League Baseball right now. I'll stick with the Rangers for this one. Zach Greinke's pitching tonight against the Rangers. I find this matchup really interesting because Greinke is one of these guys that does not throw hard at all anymore. He's really topping off at 90, but pitching at 87, 88 for the most part, but still very successful. You would never, I don't think in today's game, call up a right-handed pitcher throwing 88. But because he has, I don't know, close to 20 years in the major leagues at this point, that he knows how to pitch, you can trust him. I was watching on television the other day the Padres play on national television. And I still say this. Velocity means something. It gives you the ability to have a few more mistakes, to miss a little bit more. That's the ability it gives you. That's the only ability that velocity gives you, is it gives you the ability to miss a little bit more than the guy throwing slower and to get away with it every once in a while. But I was watching Wacha pitch, Michael Wacha for San Diego, topping off at 92 and throwing an unbelievably great changeup against the Braves and just dominated them. I enjoyed watching it because he was pitching, and I was like, this still works. I know a lot of times we say only guys throw 95 or harder. If you're not throwing 95, you can't. I'm watching this dude just shut down the Braves by just working pretty much 2 pitches. fastball and changeup, and I'm going to keep changing locations with it, and I'm going to keep changing speeds with it. So you can also look at a changeup as just another fastball. It's a slow fastball.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw a hard fastball, and I'm going to throw a slow fastball. I don't really have a super hard fastball, but if I can make my 92 look 96, it's 96.
Yeah.
I don't care what the radar gun shows. I'm now making the hitters
wind chill factor.
feel like it's 96 miles an hour by keeping them off balance and not sure what pitch I'm going to throw. Here's the news around Major League Baseball, which was kind of sad news. O'Neal Cruz broke his left ankle, and he will be out 3 months. He was running home on a play at the plate, and it was like a ground ball infield in. It might have been, I can't remember if the infield was in, but it was a ground ball in the infield, throw it home. And it was like O'Neal Cruz couldn't figure out if he wanted to slide or not. So in that indecision, which can happen, it's either you got to slide and you can't take out the catcher anymore. You're automatically out. And I don't know all the repercussions of running over the catcher intentionally. I just know that you're automatically out. You might be thrown out of the game. You might be suspended 2 games. I don't know everything in that. But it was like O'Neal Cruz didn't know whether to slide or whether to stand up. And in his indecision, he broke his ankle, which then caused a little bit of I don't want to say a fight, a little bit of pushing and shoving that kind of happened in that game. Because
with a broken ankle, he got up and pushed and shoved
he
somebody?
was laying on the ground, but I think when the catcher tagged him, he might have said something to him or looked over him. So the player on deck, and I'm sorry, I don't know who it was for the Pirates at the time, might have said something to the catcher. Then guys got really upset with the whole situation, but I didn't see anything dirty with it. It just looked like O'Neal Cruz had indecision on whether to slide or not. And in that indecision, he broke his ankle. But big series for the Rangers. The Royals aren't playing very good. I'm really excited to go out there. I still believe in Bobby Witt Jr. He is not off to the best of starts. I'll tell you who is. Wander Franco.
No
My gosh, like
kidding.
he's an MVP candidate. Right now, if the season ended today, if you take out, obviously, the dude who pitches and hits at the same time, then Wander Franco at 22 years old is leading a team to an undefeated season so far.
And their pitching's insanely good.
Yes.
They're like a 1.89 ERA.
Springs, who we used to have, has a 0 ERA. Rasmussen or whatever the dude's name is yesterday. I'm butchering his name. I don't think it is that. He has a 0 ERA. The reason I know this is because my son was like, I don't really like my draft, and he drafted a whole bunch of Rays starting pitchers, and he's in first place. Because you have Rays starting pitchers, you're getting a whole bunch of points every time they take the mound.
Whew. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Tim McMahon spoke on our air. There's a lot to break down, including that trade item. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan.
Why's Broadus here so early today?
Because he loves the
He's
fan.
been here since like 9 o'clock.
Why don't you show Broadus level commitment?
I'm amazing. I'm happy that Broadus is here. That's amazing.
Corey was
He
also
puts that
here
much
since like 9
effort into
o'clock.
being just around.
Okay, hold on.
Part of the family.
Congratulations,
Always
Corey.
around.
Corey was the first one here for our show.
Okay, but
fact.
9 o'clock for Corey is different than like 9 or 10 o'clock for Broadus.
Disagree.
Right?
Time is the same for everybody. We all have the same 24 hours.
Done.
Man.
That was a reverse two-hand jam from Reggie.
Sorry, I was just like Luca. I was just like, I'm gonna give up.
All right.
They're bad at basketball.
All right, so Tim McMahon was on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby earlier today for like a good 30 minutes. And so he came out with the story that I don't have an issue with the story. I have an issue with everyone's stupid reaction to it. It's like, oh, Luca might request a trade. First of all, we already knew that. Second of all, they said might. That's not from Luca. That's from the people in the organization. They're afraid he might. Third of all, that would be after the next season that we just ended this last season. So I was like, we should all just calm down a little bit, or you probably already should have known this. But
Don't tell me to calm down.
okay, I will not tell you how to handle time, except
That's
when
right.
it comes to this show. Then maybe. And not to calm down is I want to go to cut number 16 to kick this off because it did at times feel like a G League game on Friday. I got to go out to the Mavs Bulls game. Thank you very much, Derek Holland, for hooking us up with that. My son was so friggin' excited. And we met up with a bunch of Tolos out there. But cut 16, when did you know the Mavs were going to tank on Friday?
Honestly, I did not know until they actually sent out that injury report in the morning. And the reason that I was shocked is because Luka had been so dead set against it. Luka did not know when this talk began on Monday. It was news to him, and he tried to put an end to that news. I mean, it was very clear Tuesday he wanted to make sure that, listen, this ain't happening on my watch, basically. So that's the reason I was so shocked by it. Because, listen, you understand the logic, right? We all understand the logic. We all can look at the percentages and say, hey, like mathematically, they really made the right call. It's just, wow, what a kind of sorry way to slink into the off season and conclude. I don't want to say the most disappointing season in Mavericks history.
Let's go ahead and cut it off there. And I also think they made Luka look kind of dumb because he was like,
I was super confused because
yeah,
I thought they should tank the last 3 games.
Yeah.
And then no, we're not. And they played as hard as you can possibly play against a very good Sacramento team. And Sacramento tried to win. They played their best players. They went after that game. And the Mavs came up with a comeback, awesome victory. And I thought, these son of guns are going to go 3-0 here.
Yeah.
And probably not make the playoffs because of Oklahoma City's schedule at the end. But I was like, they're going to go 3-0. And then the Mavs, like Tim McMahon said, it was a shock, I think, to most everybody.
Especially, I don't know how much this factors in, but it was really odd, too, on Slovenia night that he's like, yeah, I'm not going to play most of the game. And like I said, it looked like he was having an adult beverage on the sidelines. We might talk about that later in the midst of the game. But
in his Mavs pullover and everything?
Yeah, he had
he showered, I think, after.
Yeah, and he looked like
halftime.
just regular street clothes.
Yeah, he put on street clothes.
Because he's the most competitive person. We'll talk more about that at noon o'clock. But they absolutely gave up, and I was surprised to see it. I shouldn't have. And I agree with the logic. I do. You need to keep this pick, whether it's to use, whether it's to trade off for a veteran. It just surprised me given what had happened Wednesday and how bad they seemed like they wanted to win that game.
I wonder in these situations, Mike, you might know, having been with some of the organizations you've been with, do they come tell you the whole plan or some of the plan and kind of hey, this is we want you to posture things?
I do remember this. The Mets sent me down because I wasn't doing good. But Aaron Heilman was a first-round draft pick out of Notre Dame. He was my roommate in AAA, so we are good buddies. And I was in the major leagues with the Mets, and I wasn't old. I was 24 years old, but he was a first-round pick. And they called me in the office. They were sending me down. I wasn't pitching good. I wasn't pitching bad at the time, but I wasn't pitching good. I just beat the Angels, who had just won the World Series in Anaheim, so I felt good about that. Then I think I'd just pitched against Seattle and didn't have a great game, but not a bad game. It's kind of interleague play time. And they called me in the office and they said, "Hey, Mike, we're just not playing well as a team, and we're going to start kind of a process of bringing up younger guys."
Okay.
And this is when they started bringing up Aaron Heilman, Jose Reyes, David Wright. If you follow baseball, you know who I'm talking about. If not, then you're probably like, I have no clue who you're talking about. But they started the process right around the break. Now, I wasn't like a veteran guy. They didn't sit me down and go, "Hey, we're going to try to lose." But they were kind of giving me an idea of, well, you're not pitching bad, but we are sending you down because really what they're saying is you're not part of our future.
Yeah. Organizationally, we have this decision, and we'll see you later. Now, Luke is obviously part of their future for now. For now.
Okay.
What?
Well,
next cut.
I mean, I know people are concerned. I understand that. We talked about the Luka aspect of it, but cut 17 was Kyrie fine with the team tanking, which I think is interesting because he's the guy that got them the win on Wednesday. Yeah. He's like, the hell we are losing, and he got them the win. So was Kyrie fine with the team tanking?
I don't know, and I will say this. Kyrie knew exactly the kind of things he was going to be asked, including obviously about his free agency. You obviously remember that he made it clear, hey, I'm not going to discuss free agency during the season. When the season's over, I'll talk about it. Interpretive silence as you want, but if he's really gung-ho about staying, he certainly had a chance to say it and opted not to. And then, I don't know the whole tank thing. I don't know if he had any thoughts on it, to be honest with you. I don't know if he was against it, for it. I have no idea.
My theory is that he didn't want to lie to the media. And
in an exit
interview and say, yeah, I loved it here in Dallas. That was really fun. I want to be here. Because from what I understand, now this isn't from what I understand from somebody who's connected to the NBA pretty well, is Kyrie doesn't really want to be in Dallas. He might have to just sign this contract here because it's the biggest contract by far and stuff like that. So I'm not saying he won't be in Dallas, but this person who is in the NBA pretty much told me he doesn't really want to be in Dallas. He doesn't hate it here. He doesn't hate Luka or anything like that, but it's not really his preference to be here. And I think you could hear Tim McMahon in that answer go, look, we kind of all know that he doesn't really want to be a Maverick, and that's probably why he didn't want to do interviews after the game, because he's not going to say that, and he also doesn't want to lie.
Do you want to hear the follow-up then?
Yeah.
Because I think you're right about the insinuation there, but cut number 18 is they just get good for Sean, RJ, and Bobby, just get point blank on the follow-up question. Did Kyrie enjoy playing here?
I think he enjoyed playing for Jason Kidd. I think he generally enjoyed the city of Dallas. Obviously you can't say he liked playing for the Mavericks because they didn't win any games, and it was, you go from being the fourth place team in the Western Conference after his first couple games to 11th place in tanking at the end. It is the quickest transition to a blockbuster trade to tanking in NBA history. I can assure you of that. I think it was a generally positive experience aside from the fact that the team was awful. I don't know that I can say that he just loved playing for the Mavericks, though, because, losing kind of matters.
And even before we got to the losing part, he was like, well, I think he liked playing for Kidd. And so it's not like an overwhelming yes. It's not a no, and that is going to be key in this entire situation. But it sounded very like, it's cool.
When Kyrie was on the court, did you feel like you got a good Kyrie?
Yeah. I thought he played really well here.
Okay.
But that's always who he's been.
I thought I saw him try on defense a lot of times.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's just not very good defensively.
Okay. But I guess that was the thing that I can't point to on the court. Now, were there nights when I was like, hey, dude, I want you on the court, and you're not? Yes. But I can't point to on the court and he was just like, I hate this place and I can't stand being here. That's the thing
Right.
that I can't point to that.
I do think this. He was on his best behavior of pretty much his whole career. You could point probably to his first 2 or 3 years in the league when he was by himself in Cleveland as the first overall pick as they were rebuilding as LeBron left. But besides that, when you look at pretty much his last few years in Cleveland, his whole time in Boston, in Brooklyn, like this was the best behavior he's been on in probably 7 years of his career. And it was a short amount of time. He only had to be on this behavior for 2 months. And I know this goes into another conversation on another day, but that will be kind of a major question if he does come back. Do you believe he's going to be that person for a 3 or 4 year period?
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
Not 100% is my answer to your question.
And I think that has to be the answer, right? Like,
and I can't. I mean,
the track
I'm also
record.
not 100% for Luka either on that,
sure.
or any of the guys. Just
Again.
mostly, but with Kyrie, it's probably lower percentage.
Same reason. Track record. Like whether you want to include that for Luka or Kyrie, I think the answer is the same. This is cut 21. So I want to set this up. So Tim McMahon put out the story that there are folks in the Mavericks organization that fear that Luka could ask for a trade in 2024. And then in the post game back and forth. Oh yeah. Well, let's play that first then. This is cut number 7. This is Tim McMahon, his back and forth with Luka about that specific report.
Luka, when we talked to Cuban the other day, he said, obviously they want to keep you forever, but essentially they have to earn your loyalty. How do you feel about kind of the direction this franchise is going and what needs to happen to make you comfortable that this can be a long-term fit for you?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the report. I don't know who. Somebody said that I was going to address the trade. It was funny, because I didn't know that was true. I didn't say it.
I didn't say it. I didn't. To be very clear.
I don't know. Sources said it.
No. To be very clear. I want to get this straight because seriously, I want to get this straight. Never did I say, hey, Luka is indicating that you're going to request a trade. What I said is, if they don't get this right over the next year, there is a fear that you could come to them as Anthony Davis did in New Orleans, James Harden did in Houston, Kevin Durant just did in Brooklyn, and say, hey, if we don't have a chance to win a championship, something's got to change.
I know what you're saying, but I'm happy here. So there's nothing to worry about.
All right, and that feels like a quote right there that if things go south, we'll come back to haunt. I don't know if it's him, the organization, or whatever. But
yes.
Yeah, exactly. When he goes, no, I know what you're saying. I'm happy here. I did also think it's interesting that Tim McMahon, because I know people chuckled when he goes, oh, that's, and he was like, no, I want to get this straight, which I thought was
I'm not really going to have a great chance to talk to you about this again.
Yeah.
So,
and I thought it was good to distinguish. He did not say that Luka might request a trade. Right. He said the Mavericks are afraid he might request a trade. So I appreciate while people are having a good time, he's like, no. Let's get this solved right here. And if you want to hear it, this is cut number 21. What was it like with your back and forth with Luka in Sunday's post game?
No, I mean, that was fine. Like, the one thing I just wanted to make clear, listen, I did not say Luka is asking for a trade. Like, I'm not putting words in his mouth, and I didn't want him putting words in my mouth. So, but, Luka, he doesn't want the perception to be that he's a pain in the butt. Like, he got upset when I said earlier this year that he was involved in front office discussions and strongly pushing for an upgrade. Well, sometimes the truth isn't comfortable, but that was the truth. He didn't want the perception to be essentially that he was kind of trying to push teammates out. I get it. But
Let's
at
go
a
and
certain
stop
point,
right there real quick, because I thought that was a great point, because that made Cuban look kind of foolish,
right?
Because he went out and attacked Tim McMahon's credibility, and then not there long after, they made the trade for Kyrie, and you're like, so was Tim McMahon right about that, or?
This is the tough part about our job, Corey, right? Is because we get attacked just as much as players get attacked. Now, it's obviously they get attacked somewhat by us, and sometimes we're right and sometimes we're wrong for what we do. I've been wrong at times for what I've said. I apologized a couple weeks ago for the wording I used on the frustration with the Dallas Mavericks during the multiple meetings and the losses, pretty much that Charlotte time of when things were going a little bit haywire in the organization. But it's also showing that, look, they don't really tell the truth to us. Example, I'm more connected with the Texas Rangers than I am with the Dallas Mavericks, and I have to watch kind of what I say. I am on the pre and post game show with the Texas Rangers, but now after Chris Woodward was let go and now Bruce Bochy is the manager, how many things were we kind of hearing behind the scenes that it wasn't the most beautiful thing with Chris Woodward? It wasn't that Chris Woodward's a great person, still is a great person.
Yep.
But there were a lot of leadership things. There was a lot of frustration with a lot of players on that team last year with the Texas Rangers. But they kept it internal. And if you were to ever say those things, they would just deny them.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're literally a coach or a player on the team, you're going to lose credibility because they're just going to deny it. They're just going to say that didn't happen.
Yeah.
And then what do you do? Then then you have the kind of battle of, no, I'm telling you, like I have a good idea here on what's going on without being in the clubhouse or in the locker room. And so without being in the locker room of the Dallas Mavericks or Tim McMahon, who I think is unbelievable at his job, like he's giving you a lot of insight. Now, is Mark Cuban going to deny everything negative about the Dallas Mavericks?
Probably.
100%.
Yeah.
Right? Is Luka going to deny these things that Tim McMahon said? 100% he's going to deny it because he doesn't want to come off as I am controlling the situation here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a smart move on Luka's part to just be the guy. Like, if I will never hate Steve Buechele, because he was my favorite player ever. But when the Rangers traded him, they were trying to trade him to a contender so he could get a chance to win.
Yeah.
And that kind of like looks good on both parties, right? But if it's one guy saying, I got to get out of here because you guys aren't it, then it becomes, hey, you're the bad guy. Somebody's got to be the bad guy in that instance.
Yeah. And I wonder, don't you think like a lot of players, maybe not a lot of players, but what percentage of players would be like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care if I'm the bad guy. I'm doing this for my career.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
Like, I feel like I would sacrifice that perception and be like, fine, you can think I'm an a-hole all you want, but I'm doing this for my career.
And real quick, it might be wrong. It might be right. I'm not telling you this person is 100%, but the person that I talk to that is connected says that Luka really doesn't want out of Dallas at all. He loves the situation here. He doesn't love the losing,
right?
But he loves the love here, and that there aren't really going to be a lot of repercussions for his actions for the most part. He gets to control a lot of things. Obviously, Bill Duffy, his agent, gets to control a lot of things. And I'll just leave it at this, what he left me at. Hey, the DeAndre Ayton rumors that kind of happened this weekend. Hey, who's Bill Duffy's top two clients that make about $80 million for him? Obviously, he gets 5% of that.
I believe it would be those.
And his top two clients are Luka Doncic and DeAndre Ayton. So the possibility of DeAndre Ayton coming here might be Bill Duffy trying to help his number one client out.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, it's time for the Random Sports Report, the Masters, UFC, FC Dallas. And how do you win a minor league baseball game like
Nobody
that?
knows.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
From sunrise to sunset, Rahm wins the Masters Marathon.
That is the you guys. That is the beginning of our random sports report. We've got Masters, UFC, FC Dallas, and the craziest minor league baseball game that perhaps has ever been. Would you like? I'm assuming you would like to start with the Masters. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Why do you sound sad?
No, it was great. I was watching it. My daughter was not calling the American Express Club correctly at the Denver airport. My wife got an American Express card because one of her friends took her to this place.
Yeah.
Like I forget what it's called, but at like DFW airport or bigger airports,
It's like a
they have
flight
this place-
lounge. And
Yeah, it's
stuff.
like a flight lounge. There's a
Platinum
free
Club or
buffet, free drinks. It's the best. So when you have a layover, I'm like, dude, that American Express comes in handy.
Yeah. All right.
But my daughter was calling it the Mile High Club because she didn't know what it was.
That's right.
And I was like, nope, don't call it that. It's not what it's called.
I'm sorry.
She is like, what is it? What is that? She's like, I've heard of that. What is that? And I'm like, I don't want to explain this to you. That's
She knows what it is. She's got Google.
I'm like,
Do
don't
you think
call it
she
that.
Googled that? I don't know. I actually, you know what? I don't know. I don't want to
All
know.
right, what's the more reasonable option? That she, 17?
18.
18-year-old doesn't know what that means, or that she was messing with her father?
See, I don't know because I feel
Second
like
thing you said.
I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like that is a dated term.
You're a dated term.
That is fair.
I don't know what that means, really, honestly.
But
I
like, even Reggie, you're younger than the rest of us, but you're still more than a decade older than his daughter.
That's right. Thanks for reminding me.
I just, you better get to living. I just don't know. That's too hard. That's too harsh. That's too harsh. I just don't know if that like terminology has fallen out of the lexicon. Like if I ask Brandon that, I don't know.
This is super easy. Most kids are off school today.
That is
Text
true.
in 877-881-1053.
Don't ask your kids.
If you're a child, or if you want to ask your child if they know what the Mile High Club is.
Can we get a drop a chorus saying text in if you're
you're a child?
Yeah, that's no, because now we're gonna get a whole bunch of parents who are like, oh, thanks a lot, jerk. I asked my 13-year-old or whatever.
And here's the thing. My oldest Avery is 15. All right. And that kid right there he is me. Because as soon as he learns something that he knows is kind of uncomfortable to talk about, he'll walk in and say, hey, Dad, and he'll throw that line at me, and I'm just like, all right, how do I do this? Do I react and let him know that that's unacceptable, or do I think, you know what, that's pretty funny? Sometimes the delivery's great, so I go with it. So I think that she's trolling him, and maybe she heard it for the first time. Maybe she did, or maybe she was just like, how do I make Dad uncomfortable?
Yeah, the first two texts I saw, Mike's daughter's trolling him, followed with, it's a dated term. So I don't know how.
Yeah, I
this
don't know
is
either. I
gonna
was like,
turn
don't
out.
call that. Don't
Yeah.
say that anymore.
Very
Ron.
fair.
Kevin, Joe Rahm, though.
It's John. I
What?
learned that.
Are you
How did
sure?
that happen?
I feel like that has always been the case. Though, to be fair, I'm not 100% on that.
He has become the first European player to win the U.S. Open and the Masters. That was something that
Really?
and he even said, he was like, that's shocking to me. That doesn't make
That
any
is
sense.
shocking.
But he is the first European player to win both of those tournaments.
Is it okay if I didn't know that, if he also didn't know that?
Yes.
I feel like they're like, you're at a sports radio station. I'm like,
You
okay,
show.
but the guy who did it is in golf, like, no clue.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair. All right, how locked in were you guys on this?
Not very because of vacation. So I got to watch quite a bit of it yesterday at the airport.
Okay, well then my follow-up question for y'all, I know you said individually you might not like root against specific players.
Right.
How hard was the PGA rooting against Phil Mickelson and Brooks Koepka?
I think especially Phil, because he was the one who started it.
Yeah, and even Patrick Reed finished fourth?
Yeah, he had a good run.
And so, like, 3 guys from the LIV Tour finished in the top 4. I feel like that would have been a disaster for the PGA Tour.
When Phil Mickelson finished his round,
He was the leader, right?
no, he was still behind Rahm.
Yeah, he had fallen.
But that being said, no, he finished second, but he had a 7 under. He had a 7 under on Sunday. When he finished, though, Mike, I don't know if you saw him. He goes and he's standing next to his caddy. It's the biggest smile ever. Like, I'm almost as big as if he'd won the tournament. And I couldn't decide if he was happier that he had finished second or happier that as a live player, he finished second and that the live players were up in that area. I couldn't decide what that smile was all about, but he did kind of have that look of, we're doing something.
Who was that, Phil?
Yeah, Phil.
Didn't Phil have an incredible 4th round as well?
did.
Like, he might have just been riding the euphoria. Man, I'm kicking this
And he
horse's
came in
ass right now.
when he made that putt and Spieth bogeyed, and because they were playing together, that put him the leader in the clubhouse. So if guys started faltering, he could possibly win it because everybody who was finished, he was leading at that point, and he did, like Reggie said, the euphoria of it. And I also think there might have been, I think there was a sliver of that in him right there of like, but I think also is he 52 years old?
I think so.
Like, to be doing this, he won the Masters a few years ago.
Yeah.
And then to do it again, to almost win it again. This is Jack. I guess Tiger kind of did it, obviously, but I mean, this is so tough to do. And this is where somebody on the Golf Network was just saying, I think Phil has it right in this. He wasn't talking about live, is that this lifting as hard as you possibly can destroys your body over time. And if you do want to play in your 40s at all or into your late 30s, I'm going to see how much weight I can lift when I'm in my prime might be the worst thing for your body if you want to play golf for a long period of time.
And just to clean that up, 4th round for Phil Mickelson was a 7 under 65.
Yeah, it was pretty special, man. Let's go. I wanted to play cut 13 if we can. I know there's another cut that I really want to hear too, but he, I guess
support Zach Ertz.
I guess Rahm is friends with Zach Ertz, who plays for the Cardinals, no longer the Eagles, and I thought this was funny.
For those people who believe in jinxing other players, people, and whatever it may be, Thursday morning, when I was getting on the golf cart to get to this putting green 10 minutes before my tee time, I saw a text from a good friend of mine, and I'm going to name him because he is a Super Bowl winning champion, Zach Ertz. He said the text. I'm gonna paraphrase here, but he said, that first green looking like a walk in the park or something like that right now. 10 minutes before I 4-putted to start the tournament. So, thank you, Zach. Don't ever do that again, please.
Now, I do think that's objectively funny, but Zach Ertz won a Super Bowl with the Eagles.
I know. I still think it's funny.
Wait,
that
he's banished from your enjoyment forever?
That's right.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
I just need to understand the rules.
I know.
You know what, Kevin? Dump all that, Reggie. Dump
What?
everything we
Too
just
much.
did. Yeah, dump the whole thing.
Too much.
We'll waste the rest of the dump. No, Kevin's right. He is right. We should never talk about those who won before.
Now there's some shocking text coming in about the freaking airplane thing from the.
I don't want to see them.
Okay.
But you can read them.
Cover your ears for this part.
I understand.
From the 469, I'm 23. I know what the Mile High Club is from another 469. Thanks, Corey. Now my 6-year-old daughter wants to know. From the 817, is it when you smoke a lot of pot on the plane?
Can be.
From another 469, I guarantee you Brandon knows that term. You might be right. And I don't believe this person who texted in and said, hi, I'm 6. From the 806.
Why not?
Because there's like a lot more to that. And then
I'm 6.
Reggie, I think I'm fine with this, but maybe I'm not.
I don't even know where you're going.
Okay, Corey, find that text from the 469 about the Crocs.
I'm not reading that out
Okay,
loud.
so you do not think.
I feel like you can. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that.
Okay.
Oof.
From the 469, I asked my 14-year-old why she didn't wear her Crocs without socks. Her response, I'm not raw dogging my Crocs.
She's not wrong.
Yeah.
Oh no, Kevin. I went to Wiktionary.com.
What is that?
Or .org, Wiktionary.org.
That's not an org.
It is an org.
What?
I don't think you should have said that.
Oh dear. Well,
hold on. That's a category on Cornhole.
All right, we'll pick
What'd you
this
just
up later. Don't repeat any of that. I actually want to go to cut number 11 if we can, as we desperately try to move on to the main event of UFC 287. So Israel Adesanya.
He got him bad.
He did. I love those calls, and especially when they show the video, because it looked like Pereira had him like back up against the. I mean, he did, and then a counter, and he just bam wobbled him, and just again got the TKO, regains his championship, and I thought it was phenomenal, and I love that audio right there. But Corey, I want to bring your attention to one other fight on the card.
Was this the guy that gave the speech that I thought you would think was stupid?
Is this the post-fight inspirational?
Yeah.
Okay, go to cut number 12. Oh no.
I thought it was like, man, Kevin's got to hate this.
All right, this is
Mike, tell me if you think Kevin would hate this speech.
This is Israel after winning the main event, regaining his title. I don't know if I heard this speech.
I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind your screens or in this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. I hope all of you can feel how fucking happy I am just one time in your life. But guess what? You will never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life. When they knock you down, when they try and shit on you, when they talk shit about you, and they try and put their foot on your neck. If you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise. One time in your life, but I'm blessed to be able to feel this shit again and again and again and again and again.
Up until that moment when he turned heel, I was like, oh, okay, all right.
Clearly, I was inspired because he used lots of curse words.
When he was talking his bleep.
But I thought he was going to be like, but you never will. And he just like stopped it right there.
Too much wrestling. You have wrestle brain.
That's true.
Yeah, I feel like you would like that. You like that, right?
I absolutely like that. And then I want to play one more. I know we got to go. Cut 10. This is Sam Hughes. So she won her strawweight fight, and she was a 4-1 underdog. This is what she said after the fight.
I know my boyfriend told me he put $1,000 on me, which I wish he wouldn't have told me that, but he owes me a very good dinner. I'll tell you that.
When did he tell you that?
Like a couple days ago. I think I was like a plus 400 or something like that. So I was like, I love it. I love it.
With you winning your boyfriend so much money, what presents does he owe you now? What are you entitled to?
A lot. All of it, probably.
All of it?
Yeah.
150% of it.
Definitely.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, that's bad.
Now,
What's bad?
Under UFC's code of conduct, when it comes to wagering, athletes are prohibited from placing any wagers directly or through a third party.
She didn't place it direct.
You know what?
That's a third party, though.
Yeah.
But she didn't place it. He placed it of his own volition.
So the story goes. But don't you think this is going to result in some sort of UFC investigation?
Why do they let Floyd Mayweather? Doesn't he bet a whole bunch of money back when he boxed on himself? I feel like boxers can as long as they bet on themselves.
Maybe they don't have the same like set of unified rules or anything like the UFC. And I'm glad she won, especially as a 4-1 dog. And I just wonder.
Underdog.
Yes. Yeah. I wonder if.
Yeah, boxers
That'd
are.
have been really impressive if she's able to talk.
Boxers aren't allowed to bet on themselves in the Olympics, but in general, they are allowed to bet on themselves.
I always feel like in some of these boxing matches, you hear that these boxers, like let's say they're going to make $10 million, like they might bet $2 of the $10 million on themselves to even try to make more money.
Don't have the same rules. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Would you watch John Elway in a cowboy movie?
No.
Plus, this saga is mercifully over. Next on the Fan.
If you're within 10 years of
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup, unprecedented savings, and make now the time to buy, and the best time to buy at that. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Empty gun for Goff. Four-man rush. Little pressure now, and they're going to bury him. And that is going to be Aldon Smith for the Cowboys' first sack of the night and his first sack in about 6 years.
Yeah. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You get to him as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits off the menu.
And
I'm going hard soda, baby.
That's true, yeah. Let's start with Aldon Smith, who, well, he ran into some problems a while ago. He has now been sentenced to 1 year in jail for pleading no contest to his felony DUI that stemmed back to a charge from 2021. He was also given 5 years of supervised probation. And one of the problems is he has run into plenty of legal problems in the past, and he could have faced a little bit of a longer sentence but by giving the no contest and making the agreement, he will spend a year in jail. And this is somebody who made a remarkable return to football, and for the first 4 or 5 games, looked like he could be a really big deal. And I remember Jay Glazer was like, I already found you a guy. And then he just fell off completely for the rest of the year.
I wonder, I don't know if it's going to help. You know, I just feel like he has continual things that keep happening. And I don't know what keeps him on the wagon, away from this kind of trouble. But it stinks.
It really, really does.
For a dude that was like an exceptional football player.
Absolutely. Now, let's go to the world of front office sports, where there is a new report that while there are multiple $6 billion deals that are out there ready to go to buy the Commanders, they've hit a stall process because Daniel Snyder is supposedly waiting on somebody, and of course, people believe that might be Jeff Bezos, to come in with an offer that is better or perhaps significantly better.
So he's waiting for a white knight, right?
Yeah.
Is it
or maybe he's just stalling out to see what the NFL's resolve is on this. Maybe the Cardinals thing was the best thing that could have happened to him, because he's like, hey, now you guys got a lot of scandals to deal with. Don't just focus on my scandal. Focus on dealing with the Cardinals as well. And maybe he just doesn't really want to sell the team. Well, I know he doesn't want to sell the team, but then he pretty much got forced.
Wait, so supposedly he's got a whole bunch of $6 billion on the table, and he's like, someone's going to come in and for no reason be like, here's 9.
He seems to think, or not he, because I don't know what Daniel Snyder specifically thinks about this. The prevailing wisdom around is that people think Jeff Bezos really wants to buy the Commanders. Well, Snyder and Bezos don't get along, and so the thought was $6.2 billion won't get it done. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to roll up with at least 7, maybe 7.5, or whatever the case is. And then he'll be like, I hate you. Sorry, I looked right at you.
Directly in my face.
I hate you. You can definitely pull that for Kevin. I hate you. Drop.
A decade plus of working together means nothing.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to look directly at you.
Something specific, or is this like a building of a lot of things?
No. Jeff Bezos.
Just in general as a person.
Trust me, if I hated
Makes
you,
sense.
don't you think you would know that? Like, you would absolutely know that. So the thought is that Jeff Bezos will roll in, and then Daniel Snyder can say to him, not to Corey, to him, even though I hate you, you paid the most money, and so you can have the Commanders.
It felt like it was still at me, on the second round. It still felt like it was.
Not mean for that to be.
But isn't it funny how, like, in that instance, it didn't sound sarcastic?
No, it felt very Kevin.
It is. I get it. That's hurtful, but I understand who I am.
All right. But here's the question. Big deal. And we talk about this a lot.
Yeah.
Do we really want somebody else to own them?
No.
Somebody that can actually make them good again?
No.
Where are all the stories going to come
I
from?
want a terrible owner too. I don't know how Jeff Bezos would be as an owner, but I mean, he has all of the money. So I feel like he could figure it out.
I mean, he flew himself to space, So
Man, that's true. He got a divorce and lost a shocking amount of money. It's like, well, what can you do?
I mean, considering the shape of the spaceship, was he in the Mile High Club?
Valid question.
Why are we bringing that back? All right, let's go from that.
What did I do?
To
That's a very good question.
thankfully, I think the Odell Beckham Jr. saga is over.
No way.
Because he was supposed to meet with the Jets today. And some people were like, hey, maybe the Jets could make it happen. But then news came out, I think it was yesterday.
I won't be surprised if he still meets with the Jets.
Yeah, that he was
Honestly.
signing.
Oh, Mike's reporting.
1 year. That he was signing a 1 year, $15 million deal with the Ravens that could be worth up to $18 million with incentives. And so I don't know if this gets the ball rolling on getting rid of one of the other most annoying stories in the NFL, because it's the triad of
Dan Snyder,
well, not even that, just because I like to
Lamar
see
Jackson,
a rival.
Aaron Rodgers, and this one.
That's right, and Odell Beckham. So maybe two of them can be linked, and they're like, "Come on, Lamar, you pretty much got no other option." He's like, "Fine, you got me, Beckham. We'll figure this out, and maybe we could just knock both of those stories out at the same time." But Odell Beckham to the Ravens. We'll see how it goes.
Wait, you think this gives the Ravens more leverage, or do you think this gives Lamar more leverage? Because it does seem like the Ravens put in $18 million with the idea of we really want to win, and without Lamar Jackson there, they will be doing none of that.
No, I don't necessarily think it gives the Ravens more leverage. I just think the unfortunate market out there for Lamar has just depleted a lot of his leverage. Because otherwise his leverage is sit out. And he absolutely can do that. I don't think that's the best decision, but he absolutely can do that. So I don't think it helps the Ravens. I just think they're like, hey, we tried to give you something.
Yeah.
Maybe in the draft we'll take a backup quarterback.
I feel like a lot of his is separate too.
Yeah.
From that. So I think there's a lot of money involvement there rather than the players around. But how many games will he be able to play?
That
is the question.
That's a great question.
Now, and when will Jerry bring that up? On the first time we talk with him, or the third?
First.
You think he's going to be like, I'm still sad about Beckham?
I still think Steven might tell us next week.
Hold on. What do you mean next week?
Steven Jones is going to be jumping on with us to get ready for the draft, but we always cheat that first interview and just ask a whole bunch of non-draft questions. And we're like,
will it be on our show or at the end of the day?
Our show. Okay. But you see how excited I was to promote that? And Mike's just clowning me out here. My gosh.
At the end of the day.
All right, so John Elway says he's done with football. I know he was done with the Broncos. His contract ran up, and they're like, yeah, just go do whatever. Well, he said one of the whatevers he wants to do is, quote, I still would like to be in a cowboy movie, but I'm a bit old. They aren't making many Westerns anymore. Maybe I'll call Kevin Costner and get a part in Yellowstone, the TV series. Now, I don't know if he's been following the trades and whatnot. Kevin Costner's ready to be done with Yellowstone. Would you continue to watch Yellowstone if John Elway just replaced Kevin Costner and they just pretended like nothing happened?
You told me not to watch anymore, so I stopped watching.
It really fell off.
You didn't even tell me to stop. I just stopped watching.
It was awesome for a while. And
it's
it really
just end it, please. Whatever Dinghams or whatever their names are, the Dunham family.
Hold on,
whatever.
don't you watch like 3 shows about this?
Yeah, I like
the Duttons.
Duttons, yeah, thank you.
You watch 1883, 1923, and Yellowstone. You
it's
don't
a
know
show.
the family
Remember,
name?
what I'm about to say, it's just a show. Just kill them all so somebody can end up getting the land and the show can be done with. It's a show.
Go to like
not kill real
people.
people. Just get rid of everybody and give it over to just end that show. It's over.
What a bold decision if like the business people just won and tore down their. That's like the season finale.
Yes.
Their
They're
farm just
bulldozing
getting
everything.
torn down.
And if you've never seen the show, people have
All the
automatic
cattle in the
weapons. There's like
slaughterhouse.
freaking World War III happening on that farm ranch. So yes, it can. There's bombs going off in buildings. It's just like, okay. And that was when it was good.
Yeah.
Now all they do is talk.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Right here on 105.3.
But 1920 something or whatever is
It's
good.
1923. How do you not know that?
I haven't watched it in a while, but with Harrison Ford, it's a good show.
I even like when they do the videos, like the country music videos, more than I like them just sitting there staring at the mountain and
I
talking.
can't. If 1923 hasn't in it, I just think it would be amazing if all of a sudden Chewbacca came with the Millennium Falcon and just destroyed all of those sheep farmers that they're having the problem with.
Do you mean to tell me that in the middle of this show, that is ostensibly a drama, they're just country music videos?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Every episode now, Reggie, it's just like, but let me tell you about this girl.
Some Ryan Bingham song or some Whiskey Myers song.
Yeah, it's, and then like, they're at a
Like, we got
rodeo.
nothing. You guys want to just hang out and watch a
But they
video?
still make the episodes like an hour and 17 minutes.
It
We
looked
couldn't
pretty
cut
cool.
that.
They're like, watch us ride this horse and drive these cattle. Watch us drive off in this King Ranch.
That's right.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think
Coming
it'd
up
be
next.
amazing if Luke Skywalker saved the ranch.
I'm
1923.
so in on Mike's
Luke
movie.
I will
Skywalker.
watch.
up the year, you hear that?
Lightsabers, all of the sheep farmers.
I will watch if that happens. Who is the NBA comparison for Luka? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan and 877-881-1053. Who's your comparable player to Luka? Because we've had discussions and we've had people associated with the organization who's like, Luka's the most competitive player you'll ever find. My simple thought is, no, he's not. Like, if that was the case, I don't think there's any chance he would have got taken out of the game on Friday. And not only did he get taken out of the game, like he went back out there for the start of the second quarter after they said, you'll only play the first quarter. He made sure to score a basket and then immediately fouled somebody so he could get out of the game. There's no way that would happen if he was the most competitive, especially considering you could have still theoretically made the playoffs at that point. And then I think he can be very competitive and very upset that they're losing, but he just does not strike me as the most competitive person in the game.
I have my comparison, and I do think he's better than this player, but I think they have so far a very similar history if you look at their first 5 years in the league, and that is Carmelo Anthony. Now, a little bit different where they came from, but Carmelo, remember, best player in college basketball, wins the NCAA championship as a freshman. There were comparisons at the time. People forget this, but it was like, dude, is Cleveland making the right choice, or are they just picking the hometown kid? Because this 19-year-old who's 1 year older just went to Syracuse and was the best player in college basketball, won it all. This dude looks like a winner. Everything's there. And Carmelo was great to start his NBA career off. His first 5 years in Denver were great, but there were a few questions about him.
Yeah.
Hey, how come he's not really trying as hard as maybe he should on defense? Is he just about his stats and maybe not about winning? And they had to bring in who? Allen Iverson to try to fix everything. And that completely failed. That didn't even come close to succeeding. Sounds a little bit similar to bringing in Kyrie Irving, bringing in Allen Iverson. So for me, my comparison, and I hope I'm wrong, I hope he has a much better career, but to me, he seems like he might be going down the Carmelo Anthony pathway.
Man, that is a really good thought. Somebody just texted in, he's the Jay Cutler of basketball. And like, think about Jay Cutler. Dude had all the skills. He had he had a huge arm. He had all these other things. But he loved, as G-Bag likes to call it, the heaters. He loved these other things. You know, he had these other desires, and it was just like, you know, I'm here. I'm really skilled. But it's your fault that I stink tonight. And so, like, I could see that. I had a long time ago, I said Westbrook with this, but when we talk about Westbrook's mind in the game, they're two different players.
But stats are very similar.
Stats-wise, very similar, but the mind of the game, Luka's brilliant when it comes to the game. He sees it differently. And that's why I always lean more towards Harden, because I think Harden sees the game in a beautiful way too, but the first 4 or 5 years when he was with Oklahoma City, his numbers weren't similar to,
and he was
what
sixth
Luka's
man of
are.
the year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he was coming off the bench for them. But unfortunately, that's probably the best comparison. A dude who is going to get you 30, who's going to get you a lot of triple doubles, and it doesn't seem to lead to what you want it to lead to as a team.
Yeah.
So I think James Harden is the best comparison. That's why I wanted to come out with a different comparison. I just wanted to give a guy that seemed to just be about his numbers, and winning didn't mean as much as we thought it would mean coming out of Syracuse to Carmelo. And I'm getting scared that winning might not be as important to Luka, because to your point, he would try on defense.
Sure.
Name the greatest players in the game of basketball that seem to not care on defense. When you look at the top 10 players in NBA history, they all cared on defense. Some were great on defense, and all 10 of those guys really cared on defense. And Luka doesn't seem to care. That's where he falls into this James Harden, Carmelo Anthony of, I don't care about defense.
And the other thing, like, I think about with James Harden, and I hate saying this, although I guess we'll play this a little bit later, is Tim McMahon said that Kid got on to Luka about being in shape. I would think that would be another thing. Like, if this was your job is to have your body in most optimum physical shape to go attack and do the things and everything, I would think that would be the case. Well, it feels like his body has sort of, I don't know, deteriorated is the right word, or maybe got in worse shape as the season's gone along. And this is playing NBA basketball. That feels like that would be really tough to do. And that's why I thought of James Harden as well, because I know people were clowning on him about, what have you been doing at the strip clubs and everything like that. And so I think they're both...
He's like partying.
Yeah, and I think they're both
Buffet.
incredible players who maybe did not look at their body as this is my tool for greatness in the sport. And it's unfortunate because I want him to be, whoever you immediately think of as the best, like, all-time player or contemporary player. Like, you want him to have that, because Kobe strikes me as someone who was unbelievably competitive, sometimes to a fault, but that was a benefit of him. And I'm not saying he has to be exactly like that, but you would love a little bit more of that cutthroat desire.
Reggie, maybe you can help me out with this too.
Probably
Luka,
not.
I am not a fan of what I see from Luka as a leader. That's my thing is I want him to demand more of the players, but also if you're going to do that, you got to demand more of yourself too. Those kinds of things. James Harden in Houston, was he I'm leader guy, or is he, hey, I'm getting mine and I got all these dudes with me?
No, James Harden did not strike me as leader guy by any means.
That's another comparison.
Him and Chris Paul butted heads tremendously in their short time.
Yeah, and some of that, like, he definitely wanted to be able to do what he wanted within the organization. The organization definitely allowed him to do that.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of the reasons why it did not work out with Russell Westbrook. I know that everybody wants to talk about, like, Russell Westbrook on the basketball court, and that's a whole different conversation. One thing you can never say about Russell Westbrook is that he is not a worker.
Yeah.
And that was something that he took umbrage with, was kind of the ways in which the organization, at the behest of James Harden, had kind of become a little lazy. And so, yeah, I can kind of see those comparisons.
And isn't that the fear for Luka right now? Like, we talk about whether they're screwing around in the pregame or whatever the case is.
And that's Luka who did that.
That's
Jason Kidd even mentioned that last year, that he didn't like it, but he's allowing it because they're winning.
And I think that's the fear, is that, like, lax attitude develops or trickles over into Green, into Hardy, into whoever.
He sets the tone.
Yeah.
Just like, I know this isn't a proper word, and this was in the NBA Finals, but when Larry Bird called his teammates a bunch of sissies, and I'm quoting him, that's what he said, and that was a very acceptable term back in the 80s, and now it's not acceptable. But they were like, all right. Then they clotheslined Kurt Rambis and changed the whole NBA Finals because the leader of the team said, I'm not playing with a bunch of these type of guys. Stop being this.
Yeah.
And Luka doesn't to the leadership. And Luka's great. Like, Luka's probably going to make first team All NBA for his fourth consecutive year. Besides his rookie year, he's going to be 4 for 4 in that, most likely. Like, there's a lot of great things about Luka. But if he wants to take his game to MVP status, to winning 50 games every year, no matter what is put around me, and that's another topic, but Luka has to take a lot of responsibility for what went on this season. And it doesn't seem like, this is where I'm scared of the James Harden, Carmelo Anthony comps, is I'm not sure he's going to put a lot on his plate to change his type of attitude during the game and his playing style.
Now, can I ask this question real quick? Because I am personally of the opinion that, like, your best player is not required to be your leader.
I agree with that, actually.
Because I don't think that everybody is built to be leader guy, but I do think that you do need to then, if that is the case, have something around them that has a person who with leadership qualities who is empowered to be that, or at least like a head coach that is capable of filling that void. Probably both of those things.
And that's the concerning part then, if that's the case. Like, if we don't think Luka is leader guy, but Jason Kidd's like, well, we got to do it this way because that's what Luka wants. Well, that makes absolutely no sense to me. But then also, I've seen a couple of people text in like, he's 22, he's this and that. Well, he's 24, first of all. But secondly, more important than age, he ain't a normal 24-year-old at the business, right? Like, if you have somebody who's like a lower tier employee or whatever, he's been in the league for 5 years. Like, he has as much, if not more, of a right to say something in the room than anybody else does. I realize 24 in a lot of different businesses is probably not the person that you push to the forefront, but 24 and being unquestionably the best player on the team, if he wants to lead, Now's the time. I don't care how old you are, but I think the concern from all of you guys is...
Does he want to?
Exactly. And I think that's the concern. And I mean, I don't see how you could say anything but I don't know at this point, like
And
at best.
To your point, it looks like, to also your point, Reggie, it looks like besides Kyrie, and I'm not saying Kyrie's a good leader. He's proven for his career he can change that, but he's proven that that's not his forte either. That he does have a bunch of followers on the team. Dwight and Maxey are more than happy to goof off. You know, it just seems like they have a whole bunch of guys like, yeah, I'll follow Luka in this goof off mentality type of deal. And so I'm just thinking of, I know this goes way back, but you had to have Phil Jackson to become a leader with Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan needed some extra leadership, and they brought in a veteran. And I'm not saying Bill Cartwright was the greatest leader. I don't know, but Bill Cartwright, from what you understand, did get in Jordan's face and like, hey, you can pick on everybody else like this and challenge them to fights. I will punch you back.
Yeah.
I'm not going to back down. And Michael Jordan's like, now I respect him, because now he's willing to fight me. So I know he's willing to fight me. He's willing to fight. And it's like, it's this weird thing of like, all right, if Luka's not a good leader, I need him to get better at it. But if he's not great at it, we probably need to bring in guys that are good leaders. And JaVale McGee is not a leader at all. He's a follower. So it's like, all right, so how are you going to change all this with limited resources to help the leadership of Luka?
Yeah, there's got to be some bodies that hold people accountable. And Luka seems more interested in doing his thing, being him, than worrying about his teammates too. Now, I watched him with the Euro team, Kevin. It doesn't look like he has to do a lot of that.
Yeah.
You know, like it looks like he's part of this team thing that they're like, he's the best player. He's also just the distributor. Like he's not just the distributor, but he's a distributor to a lot of guys that are ready for their moment. Like and they're
kind of all in awe of him too, because they're all on the same country. They grew up together. And for these American guys, they're like, I didn't grow up with this dude.
Yeah.
Like I need mine. I need my money. This is the toughest thing about professional sports is you got to get, at least in basketball, 15 guys that are trying to support their family that are not from the same country, that are not from the same region, didn't grow up together, to get these guys to commit and sacrifice to each other. And I don't think that these guys, whoever they are, want to just bow down to Luka and praise him for everything he does.
Kevin, this is very, I think they were joking when they said it, but the guy that does display the most leadership skills on this team is Theo Pinson. He's the dude that's out there like calling out other people, going after people, being a dog. He had a great game this weekend, Kevin.
We know he listens and follows the station. Is Theo Pinson
triple-double, did the next DeLon Wright.
He's the 13th player in the history of the Mavericks, which is kind of sad, to ever have a triple-double. Do you know how many Mavericks have had more than 2 triple-doubles?
Jason Kidd, Luka.
And Michael Finley is third on the list at 6.
Well, you know what they say. There's more time to make history.
The Mavericks literally saw a player do two triple-doubles in a not a very good career. And they gave him like a 3-year, $30 million contract.
Yeah.
So it has happened before where at the end of the year in really not very competitive games, a dude had 2 triple-doubles against the Mavs and the Mavs gave the dude $30 million.
And then from the 469, because I understand some of the pushback, all this about Luka, even with that, they were still a 4 seed. Maybe they simply shouldn't have traded their 2 best defensive players. But that's a different issue, right?
I think we're also 4 seed can be a little nebulous.
You were
this year especially.
Yeah, you were 2 games away from being in the 9th seed. Like,
right.
I think those are 2 different issues because I agree with that. I think the way that this roster was built is it's been constructed terribly by people who I do not believe have done a great job for years and years and years at getting and fostering talent. But that does not stop the fact that Luka is not his optimized self.
Yes. That's the tough thing about this. He's great. He's a top 10 player in the game.
For sure.
But if he wants to live up to the real expectation that people started putting on him a year or 2 into his career, he's got to change some things.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Lunch Rush as part of the Expressway. We'll bring you Mike Likes It. Plus, will the class of 2023 quarterbacks be better than the class of 2021 quarterbacks? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some
Stroud gets the snap, fakes a handoff to Henderson, looks, and he lofts it down the left sideline. Marvin Harrison caught in the end zone, a penalty flag thrown, and a touchdown signal given on the TD pass of 19 yards.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Will the class of 2023 QBs be better than the class of 2021? Now, you came up with this idea, Mike, and I'm curious if you have passionate thoughts one way or another.
What was that?
That is baby Noah.
That is a child in this room.
Who was good with me holding him while I paid attention to him, and then once I stopped.
Did he turn into a slide whistle? What was that?
Yeah, that is a very Noah noise. And now he's fine again because he has his pacifier. And
mom.
That's what I meant.
That's what he was talking about.
I meant his mom. Yeah, you are the pacifier.
My littlest sister, who's very old now, she's an adult, has 2 kids.
Oh, wow.
She had her, for some reason, we called it a beeper bopper when she had it.
Okay.
Instead of pacifier. But she used that thing up to kindergarten.
Wow.
Not good.
Okay. So the class of 2023. Now, if you look back at 2021, 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. You had Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, 1, 2, and 3. And then Justin Fields at 11, Mac Jones at 15.
And that was considered around this time 2 years ago, right? This was like, this class is unbelievable. Maybe, is this going to be the John Elway,
the class 83,
Dan Marino, Boomer Esiason? Is this going to be like that class?
And now you look at it going into the 2023 NFL draft, where, by the way, we will, of course, be at Pluckers across the Metroplex Thursday, April 27th for the first round of the draft. But you're looking at C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis. So that seems to be the consensus that they will go in the first round.
And
then
maybe
Hendon Hooker, there's discussion about him as well.
I wonder this.
I've gone back and forth on this question.
I think the optimism of the unknown is where people are going to like the 2023 class, because now that you're 2 years in, you go, and how crazy is this? Last year at this time, who is the best quarterback in the 2000s?
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones by far. Everybody's like, Mac Jones, he's it. He's going to be the guy. And because he's in New England.
And he got benched, and they might have been trying to trade him.
Yeah, so you look at it and think about how things can change. And it was like, and I'm not picking on Sean, but I just remember Sean kind of teasing me about my Trevor Lawrence love, and he's not that good and never going to be that good. And now we look at it, and it's Trevor Lawrence by far. We still have in San Francisco a guy who's really not even played in Trey Lance, and it does sound like they're sticking with Brock Purdy if he's healthy.
Yeah.
So that really hurts him. Zach
and
Wilson
still got a long road recovery back too.
Totally done with Zach Wilson, right? I think obviously
I'm done with him for
the Jets are done with him. It looks like he's going to go down the Sam Darnold path, where maybe he gets another chance with another team. But
would it be shocking to you if I told you, I'm not saying he's done, I think I'm kind of done with Trey Lance. I think it's been proven that he can't.
He's about to lose this job to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Like, Brock Purdy's, it's an unspoken. They're like, hey, no, they're going to battle. But as soon as Brock Purdy is healthy and back, he's going to get the job back.
Didn't John Lynch come out and say as long as Brock Purdy's healthy, it's his job?
Yes.
Yeah, and like even if Trey Lance did get the job, I just think, unfortunately, he'll get hurt again.
And then you have Justin Fields, who
I still have high hopes for. Yeah. I know that team sucked last year, but
they're going to be better next year.
Yeah, I thought he showed flashes.
And statistically, right, this is where you're in belief of Justin Fields, and where people would say, look at his stats, though.
Sure.
Right?
I get it.
And then you have to say, like I said with Trevor Lawrence, look at his team.
That would be my argument, is the Chicago Bears absolutely had the worst roster in football last year. But, I mean, people can take that for whatever you're worth. So that's where I get conflicted, Mike, is I seriously have changed my mind about this like 2 or 3 times. Is I look at Trevor Lawrence and I'm like, I'm sold. The kid's going to be really good. Now, how good he is, I'm not sure about that. But I think he's going to be really good. I think Zach Wilson and Trey Lance will never matter in the NFL. I think Justin Fields has still got a shot. I think Mac Jones has still got a shot, even though this last year wasn't the best for him.
And I think the tough thing is just look at the history of all drafts. But when you have 4 or 5 first-round draft pick quarterbacks, 2 of them are going to bust. Well, and maybe you don't like that word, but 2 of them are going to be such bad starting quarterbacks within 2 years of their career. In their 3rd year, the team is trying to either trade for another quarterback, like the Jets, or they're trying to draft another quarterback because it's not working out.
Yeah.
And so you have to look at these guys and you have to determine, this goes into kind of collecting and stuff. What guys do I think are going to be great? What guys are going to be horrible? And what guys are just going to be nice kind of starting quarterbacks in this league?
Yeah, there's, with Trevor Lawrence, he has all the qualities coming out of college that you want when it comes to he's athletic, he has the arm, he can make all the throws. You hear make all the throws so many times. Can he pull along with the right coaching staff, all these things? With Anthony Richardson, you have all these potential raw things. He needs to land with a coach that can coach him.
Is he the Trey Lance of this draft?
Yeah, he's the one. Well,
that's what I think. I know I'm sorry,
less
Corey.
about Trey Lance coming out than I did
because
about
of COVID
about
too.
him, yeah.
I know some people might compare him to Zach Wilson, but I thought of him as Trey Lance in terms of neither one of them had the biggest resume of games, especially with Trey Lance having to play the showcase game and everything like that. Anthony Richardson, I know some people believe is the most talented quarterback in this field, but what you have seen from him is not always overwhelming on the field.
The other thing too is where are they going to go, and how long is it going to take them to develop into that? Because I really don't think that the Jets expected themselves to be this good this fast. After they got him,
especially without their QB.
Yeah, now they're sitting there going, okay, hold on, but our quarterback's not good enough. I don't think they had anybody that knew how to coach him either. That's another factor that I think went into it with Trevor Lawrence. The first season was bad because the coaching staff was awful. It was miserable there. And then they get a good head coach that comes in with a good mentality, and they work perfectly together. That pairing between the coach and the quarterback are so important. And that's why with C.J. Stroud, if he ends up in Carolina, do you have faith that Carolina coach is going to be able to work with them and do it? We have a lot of question marks with all these guys and where they're going to land.
What do you think the best situation is out of, let's just say, Carolina, Houston, and Indianapolis? Those at least look like the first three teams that are going to take a quarterback. Am I correct about that?
As of right now, although we have reporting that the Arizona Cardinals, I think at least 6 teams have been in contact with them about possibly getting the third overall pick.
Did you
one
say,
of them's the Colts for sure?
Did you say yes, by the way, to the
absolutely 100%
with Frank Reich?
Yeah, I mean Frank Reich, but then they've also brought in a couple of coordinators, offense and defense, that are young, talented. I don't want to say analytics minded because then that has a certain connotation, but they're young, upcoming coordinators, and they've done a good job adding talent there as well, including offensive line. I do think that that's actually a good situation.
Okay, my thing is I just don't have faith in Frank Reich with quarterbacks. Okay. That's just my personal thing. His factory of Carson Wentz and Phillip Rivers.
You get to go to a team that went 7-10.
That's a decent thing there too. So but that pairing is a huge factor in whether or not they succeed or whether they fail.
I agree.
And a lot of teams, Kevin, they put everything on this quarterback has to win.
Yeah.
He's got to be our hero. He's got to be our savior. And more often than not, it turns into Ryan Leaf than it does, Peyton Manning for that instance.
Yeah, no, you make a great point. I even look back to your point, Mike, about there's going to be some quarterbacks that bust out. You look at 83, the most amazing QB draft in the first round alone. You got Elway, Kelly, and Marino. So 3 Hall of Famers. But you also had taken before most of those guys, except for Elway, you had Todd Blackledge, who did a big bag of nothing. You have Ken O'Brien. I know he made a Pro Bowl. And
solid player. A Mac Jones. I know Mac Jones has a lot more career left, but.
And then Tony Eason, who I don't know if history remembers him fondly, but he did make it to a Super Bowl. I know they got absolutely trucked in that Super Bowl, but you did still make it there. So even you look at one of the all-time great classes, 3 amazing, 1 dud for sure, and maybe 2, and 2 that are meh. So that's where I go back on it. Trevor Lawrence, to me, he's going to be good.
And I agree with Corey that he got the right coach in Doug
for
Peterson.
Sure. I look at That's why I keep trying to break it down like this. 2021, you've got 1 really good, 2 duds, and 2 wait to see. That's my personal perception on that. So that becomes, does 2023 have a better class than we'll put out 1 really good, 2 to be determined, and 2 duds? Because I could see Hendon Hooker. I know he's like older for a draft pick, and he's coming off an injury. I could see him doing something. Will Levis, I think he's got bust potential written all over him. But then again, wouldn't you have argued the same thing about Josh Allen going into the draft?
Yeah. And that was another one where a lot of quarterbacks were taken high, and that's maybe more recent. I was going to tell you, Corey.
And Josh Allen had Dabes. Never forget that. Back to you, Mike.
There was another draft that I was reminded of how great it was supposed to be. And that was when the Cleveland Browns were coming back into existence, and there were 5 quarterbacks considered possible top 10 picks. And they went 1, 2, 3, 11, and 12. And this goes to your point of who took them and what was their situation.
Is it Couch?
Couch went 1 to Cleveland. McNabb went 2 with Andy Reid, right? Very successful. Achilles Smith went number 3 to the Bengals and total flop.
Cade McNown?
He was drafted number 12 to the Bears and stunk from UCLA lefty. Number 11 got put in the best situation and was the best quarterback for the first part of their career.
Snake?
He's doing the dance.
I don't know what
Dante Culpepper.
Dante Culpepper went 11 overall to the Vikings.
Right.
So you look at it and you go, well, was Dante Culpepper the best quarterback out of those 5?
Yeah.
Maybe not, but he got put in the best situation with Chris Carter and Randy Moss and a team that had just made it to the NFC Championship game and got upset, obviously being 15-1, but with their pick that they had, they said, you know what, we're going to take Culpepper because we don't believe in Randall Cunningham long term. And he ended up coming in and was great to start off. McNabb showed flashes, but was put in a great situation. And the other 3, like, if McNabb or Culpepper were drafted number 1 overall to the Browns, would they have been successful? That's always the tough question.
No.
They probably would have been bust.
Yeah.
If Tim Couch would have been drafted by Philadelphia or Minnesota Vikings, would Tim Couch be considered a good quarterback for his career?
Maybe.
It's always tough, right?
I still wonder that about David Carr. Like, if he hadn't gotten shell-shocked in Houston, like, what would have happened with him? All right, I know it's ridiculously early, but you got to pick. You say 2021 ends up better or 2023 ends up better?
Just because I think Lawrence and Fields are arrows up still right now.
Yeah.
The arrow. I also give an arrow up to Davis Mills because Houston's like, dude. What we go? Let's try him out. We like him. There's a different. I know, like last year they were like, "Hey, let's play this guy," and it wasn't great. But they were a bad team last year. This year they have a lot of work to do. So I still have at least 3 arrows up and a lot of non-NAs in that one. I think you're gonna have. 3 arrows up out of this one too. So right now, I have them tied, Kevin. I think they're going to be tied.
This is the Highlander.
Oh, it's a push.
It's a push.
There can only be one.
It's a push.
We have a stalemate.
It's a push.
It's a push.
I don't think any quarterback in this draft will be better than Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
But I think they could have a little bit more depth.
I think that Stroud and Young will be a better combo than Lawrence and Fields.
Okay.
That's like out of if I'm going to take the top 2 out of each of them, I think that those because I like Fields a lot.
Yeah.
I think that he's really talented, and I know Lawrence is like that much further along than the rest of those 4. But I think that combination can end up being better.
Now, we got Mike Likes It coming up in a few minutes.
I have one more comment on this. One more. If Trey Lance becomes the starting quarterback because Brock Purdy isn't ready, his elbow isn't ready to compete in August, I don't know how you can lose with that team. So that's the one thing about Trey Lance is if he gets the job because of injury or I don't know how you can lose with what they have around that team. I think that's an automatic 10-7, and you can be a bad quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, and you can win 10 games easily with that team. I think if you're a good quarterback, you're 13-4 with that team.
Now, we need to talk about one of the most amazing baseball games, minor league baseball games of all time.
Ugh.
The Chattanooga Lookouts defeated the Rocket City Trash Pandas the other day, 7-5. And you might be like, who cares? Rocket City, 5 runs on 6 hits and 1 error. Makes sense. Chattanooga, 7 runs on no hits with no errors.
That's amazing.
They scored I'm really
And there's only one error. You would think there would be more errors in this. To throw a no-hitter and to give up 7 runs seems impossible. And it all happened in one inning, right?
That was a big error, though.
Yes, it was. It scored 3 runs on that error. So the formula goes like this, and we can break it down as specifically as you want, because I know you might be like, but how?
How?
Yes. There was a walk, a fielder's choice, a third walk, which will...
I'll keep counting free base runners for you.
And then a strikeout. So now you have 1 out. And then another walk. So the bases are still loaded. And then the disastrous E8 in center that allowed
E8 over here.
3 runners to score. And then another hit by pitch.
That's 5 free base runners.
Followed by another hit by pitch.
6 free base runners.
Followed by another hit by pitch.
7 free base runners.
Followed by a walk.
8.
Followed by a wild
9.
pitch.
Oh, no, not yet.
Followed by another hit by pitch.
4 hit by pitches?
Yes.
Good God.
Jeez.
And then remember,
Was
in
this the same
between-
pitcher or different pitcher?
I hope they changed it out.
Did
Because
they
in
think it was the
between,
catcher?
There was a walk and a wild pitch. So it's not like in between they had back-to-back strikeouts. They were a
Right.
disaster across the board.
9 free base runners so far. The inning's not over.
And then finally a strikeout to mercifully end the inning. But that's how you get 7 runs on no hits.
Oh,
Well,
if
they
I was
did
a
it.
pitching coach, I'd be like, I'm getting fired. And then,
What if
second
you
of
made
all,
like 3 pitching changes? You're like, you gave
I
me
would call
garbage.
those guys into the office. I'd say, I know it's early, but what's your education,
Mike?
And I'd say, if you weren't a baseball player, what do you think about like you would want to be or do for a living if you weren't a pitcher? And then I'd say, hey, if this doesn't change, you might want to really consider those options.
Well, that person in specific question is Ben Joyce, who got the first 4 walks. But he is also the one who supposedly had a ball clocked at 105.5 miles an hour in a
In that
college
game?
No,
Oh.
in a college game.
I think
So-
in my kids' league, Kevin, like you can hit 2, and on the third one, they got to change pitchers.
Yeah.
And in one game,
Whoa.
our starting pitcher, he was great in the first 2 innings. Third inning came along, hits 2 immediately. And they're like, hey, here's the warning. Hits the third one. We bring in a pitcher. He hits 2 immediately. And it was like, just like that. You move all these runners around.
I do think this is tough. And this is just like in the NBA draft. You can't teach height. I can't make somebody grow to 7 feet tall. If they're
Sure.
6'3", they're 6'3". If they're 7 feet tall, oh, great. And I do think this is happening in professional baseball. I think they're just looking for velocity. And they're not looking at all for pitchers in college. They're not looking for pitchers in high school. They're looking for hard throwers. And I do think, I don't want to generalize this, but I do think you'll run into this situation more and more where you'll see these no-hitters or 2 hits and 6 runs scored in the minor leagues because they're like, look, we don't care if they can pitch. We don't care about their secondary stuff. We just need to see spin rate and velocity. In fact, John Daniels, I feel free in sharing this. I thought it was really insight to giving me why they want so many games, college games, tournaments played at Globe Life Field.
Okay.
Because you can use your equipment. So if Vanderbilt goes there, I'm just going to use Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker, for example. They get all of the readings now. They get the spin rate. They get, obviously, velocity, but they get all the movement on their pitches. I can't get that at Vanderbilt. I'm only have a radar gun on the guy. I can't get the spin rate. I don't have everything set up at Vanderbilt to get all those things. I can ask Vanderbilt if they have those things set up and use their technology if they want to share it with me. But the more games that the Rangers get at Globe Life Field for college games, the Big 12 champion or the Big 12 tournament is played there. You have the tournament early on in the season that's played there. Also in Frisco, you can use your equipment in Frisco. Is that I do think that you need the scouts to not only with velocity. Velocity is very important. I can't teach 100.
Right.
If an 18-year-old kid's throwing 100 miles an hour and the other 18-year-old kid in that game's throwing 88, I can't get that 88-mile-an-hour kid to usually get to 100. That's going to be very rare.
Without steroids.
But guess what? That kid that's throwing 100, I'm going to teach him how to throw strikes. I'm going to teach him how to throw a breaking ball. I'm going to teach him all of these things. And I do think it is easy to say, just like I'm going to teach the 7-footer how to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to say. It is hard to do. but I can't teach the 88-mile-an-hour person to throw at 98. So let me just give me the 100-mile-an-hour kid, and if I fail with that, I fail with that. Because the 88-mile-an-hour kid who's getting everybody out and throwing great strikes with a couple pitches, and he seems to understand the game and all these things, I don't want him. And that's why I do think we'll see more and more of these random box scores of giving up way more runs than hits given up.
And Ben Joyce, Reggie brought up only 2 pitchers were used in that 7th inning. Ben Joyce, 2/3 of an inning, gave up 5 runs, 4 walks, and it was just a catastrophe. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Well, let's have a little bit of fun here and then a little bit of going back to Tim McMahon on Sean and RJ this morning. Great stuff. Real quick, just to change it a little bit from sports is, if you didn't hear during Crosstalk, I did go skiing Friday in Steamboat, Colorado, and Sue sent you those. She's like, I should have been taking more video of you, because I don't think she knew how catastrophic it would be.
She sent my wife goes, oh my God, you have to see what Sue sent me. And it was just Mike, and it's like a 2-second clip.
Was it blurry? Because you don't have an iPhone, and when she sends me videos,
it was a little blurry, but you could see you're like kind of waving your arms to try to keep your balance, and then just plop.
Yeah, it was very.
That was
very
the
comical.
easiest fall I had. That was like 5 seconds into skiing. That was literally, here, put on the skis. Go down this little mini, when I'm talking mini hill, like a 2-foot hill.
It did not look like it had an incline. I'm not disputing, but just look at the video, you're like, this is flat
It's like
land.
from here
to
there. I know I'm showing it. If you're watching YouTube or Twitch or whatever, you can kind of see. But it was super small, just to here's a little bit of speed. You're going to, your skis are going to go down a little bit, and you're just going to feel a little bit of speed. Just stay over your toes, and you will carry it's only like a carry of about 10 feet. And then you come to a stop because it's flat ground. I failed that. Step 1, F-.
A bunch of people said the next time you go back, though, they think you'll have fun and be better prepared if you go back.
Or maybe they just want content, you know what I mean?
I do want to try again, and I tried. For 6 hours, I was at that practice facility trying. But I will say this. I fell. Every time there was some speed, I fell, and I had to, Ernie, the teacher, I had to grab onto his sticks as it looks like I'm a freaking 2-year-old as he's trying to guide me left and guide me right to try to feel.
Did you have your own sticks?
No, he's like, you don't need sticks.
Oh, okay. All right.
In fact, all of Thursday, the kids didn't use my 2 kids that skied, mother one snowboarded. They never had sticks. On Friday, they had sticks, and I don't even know what sticks do, except they kind of can push you when you're on flat surface to get you going. But I was just, I don't know if sticks would help or not, but I was so horrible, and I tumbled it felt like I got punched by Mike Tyson in my shoulder the next day. That's how many times I fell on my left shoulder wearing it.
Given that your whole family seemed to have a great time, did you still view the vacation as a success?
I thought it was great because they thought it was the best vacation. They thought it was more fun than the beach. They love going to the beach in a weird way. My kids like going to Galveston more than the Bahamas because Galveston has better waves. So they like they want waves. They don't care about the color of the water or anything. They want action out there in the ocean. But they thought that skiing trip was the most fun trip we've ever done as a family. And it makes me really want to be okay at it. I don't need to be, I just need to be able to feel like I'm in control. And I felt like, guys, I had zero control. Every time I got some sort of speed, I'm going to guess over 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I felt like I was going to die. There was a fear of death in me every time I started going over 10 miles an hour. I'm going to kill myself or kill somebody that gets in my way.
I'm glad you're still alive.
Because you were going to run into a tree or off a cliff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The tree part I can get, but I can see if there's just, snow in front of you. You're not going to die, Mike. You're okay.
But on the left and on the right, eventually the mountains end. And there's trees on those sides.
Yeah.
And I'm eventually gonna, there's Sonny Bono, for example. There are examples of people, and I forget the other. Wasn't there a famous lady who
Liam Neeson's wife, who was an actress? I can't remember her name off the top of my head.
I will say this to then take it to sports is this. It helped me out being a coach, and here's how. Because my kids weren't afraid, not nearly as much as me. And so they were able to pick it up a little bit quicker. They did not have a fear of hurting themselves or dying.
Yeah.
And so when a kid gets a hit and run and the pitcher throws it right down the middle and not at like high velocity and they don't swing, or you give them like literally a steal sign for me would be like, if I touch either ear, I'm not even going to give you left ear, right ear. If I touch an ear, when you look at me and I go chest, leg, belt, hat, ear, I even double touch my ear to make sure they know like we are stealing, and they're frozen at first base.
I thought you canceled it by touching your ear twice. That's what I was.
And
for sure.
I think that I understand their fear. I don't have a fear of playing baseball. I don't have a fear of getting hit by a baseball. But I think when you see kids that can't swing the bat or can't steal a base, I can maybe understand them a little bit more, because the fear I have when I put skis on and then there's a little bit of a downhill, that fear I think is possibly the same fear that kids feel when a baseball's being thrown to home plate, when they know they're supposed to steal. They just can't physically get over the fear of running to second. And to me, there's no fear in that.
Mike, I know the answer to this. Did they not teach Mike pizza and french fries for the 817?
Pizza does not work for me. Pizza's full of crap. Pizza does not slow me down at all. I am still going fast. So I tried. And the other thing too is, which they said, stop looking down at your skis. But I'm like, how do I know if I'm pizzaing if I don't look down and see it? How do I know
Pizzaing was that word.
How do I know?
Mike, how do you dribble without looking at it?
You just know.
Boy, you could ask a lot of kids that. But it does take practice. And so I was so scared that they're like, it doesn't seem like you're going so fast if you're looking forward, right?
Yeah.
But when you're looking down, it's like when you're driving or whatever. If you're riding a bike and you look just straight over to the left, it looks like you're going really fast. When you're looking ahead, it looks like you got all the space in the world and you're not getting anywhere in a hurry. But it was very scary for me. Now, let me get to the Mavs real quick, because
you want Kid or do you want Wood or do you want something else?
Well, let's talk about this real quick. Let's go to cut 25.
Okay.
Really, and this is Tim McMahon talking about investigating the Mavs and what could happen here.
It's going to be cut 25. Trust me on that.
25. What will happen with the NBA?
I think it's a very slippery slope for the league, obviously. My guess, and this is just a guess, is that there will be a significant fine. But let's just be honest. They're fining the Mavericks for honesty. They're fining them for transparency. They're fining them for being so brazen about it. They're not fining them for tanking. Because if they're fining the Mavericks for tanking, they're fining a whole lot of teams for tanking. And you can say, well, you know, who's tanking when they have a chance to make the postseason, to make the play-in? And I would say the Utah Jazz also did.
And that's
I mean, they did. They had a little bit less of a chance, but the Jazz have been tanking for longer as well. It was a unique late shift into tanking that was embarrassing for really for the NBA, especially when they came up with the whole play-in scenario to avoid situations like this. But you can't find one team for tanking when it's an epidemic in the league. I guess you probably can find one team for doing it. So not even obviously, but like just saying that.
Cut it off right here. I think you get the idea.
I want to hear more.
I do want one more clip. And guys, look, we have a lot of information that we've been kind of given on Christian Wood that we don't share a lot of, but Tim McMahon, it'll come out, right? When Christian Wood signs with another team, which he will. The Mavericks I don't even think they want to sign him to league minimum.
It does kind of feel like that.
But here's Tim McMahon, cut 26, on the issues with Christian Wood, as more and more will come out once he changes teams.
Yeah, no, listen, the guy can score. He is a phenomenal scorer. And if he really embraced being a bench scorer and kind of poured himself into that role and, committed himself to being a team guy, then he'd be getting paid this summer, right? And the Mavericks might be the team that was paying him. But it's tough. Role and in general as a team, last year the Mavericks didn't only have role acceptance, they had role enthusiasm. But when your coaches are telling you this is your role, and you're like, no, it's not. I'm a star. That's tough. And then you're blowing defensive assignments, and my understanding in the past, he's been like chronically late. Like, I was told in Houston they had an over/under on how late he'd be to his workouts, and it's usually set at like 35 minutes. My understanding is that he would be technically on time in Dallas. Like, that wasn't a major problem, but like if it's an 11:15 meeting at the hotel, he'd be grabbed his breakfast at 11:14 and sitting down, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
He's just the knock on him is he's just not he's not a malicious jerk. I just want to make that clear. Like, he's always been pleasant with me. I don't know any even coaches who couldn't wait to get rid of him told me the guy's not a bleep. But he's just not a team guy. Like the swap of
Let's just go ahead and stop
Brunson
right there.
I wanted more.
I know, but your segment's coming up next. So
We'll
honestly,
play all that. Yeah, we'll play them all.
You have the option, and also Rudy Gobert will not play in the first play-in game.
Tanking. They're tanking.
Well, or it could have been the suspension for the whole dust-up yesterday, but I'll let you decide there. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
When was the last time you bought a water hose? And we'll also talk some draft next on the Fan.
This
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
877-881-1053. When was the last time you bought a water hose?
You had to clarify that because of the text.
Yeah, because if you say hose, everybody's like, oh, I got hose. For their like water heaters and stuff.
Are they all in the same area code though?
In the same area code. You know, that used to be my ringtone.
What?
Y'all remember when you could like buy a ringtone or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Buying a ring, that's cute.
Okay.
And that was like the height of fanciness.
Yes.
Remember we did our segment about what do you think is fancy that's not? You're like, I got Hot in Her as my ringtone. Everyone's like, wow, you must have lots of money.
Yeah, and like that was I was like, I will never buy a ringtone. Never. It's stupid. Why waste 99 cents?
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard that and I was like, okay, I need it. And so I did. And it was funny, like the 6 times that it rang and somebody was like, oh, that's really funny. And then whenever you're trying to be a professional and it rings, Kevin, as our one friend, had a very terrible movie line once.
It
that we
had
cannot
offensive lyrics in the ringtone. So anytime he left his phone on his desk, if we weren't occupied, we would make sure to blow up his phone, and then he would come like running in and be like, oh my gosh.
It was hilarious, Mike.
I feel like every other year I have to buy a new water hose.
Really? You use your water hose a lot, huh?
Well, not anymore. I got AstroTurf in the backyard.
Nice.
Or whatever you want to call it. Fake grass. I don't know what they call it now.
How's your back and knees?
They're better. You're talking about from skiing? I don't know.
From walking on the turf.
Yeah, because it's like,
Turf's usually bad on
torn
that.
your ACL.
Yeah. Ken Griffey Jr.
There is
style.
no evidence.
I always feel like my
What do you
water
work for, Big
hoses
AstroTurf?
have about 2 years in them, and then they start getting holes.
Yeah. So I went through a spell, Kevin, where I bought a new water hose like all the time because I'd buy the gimmicky ones that were like it shrinks back up and then like
oh yes, does that work?
No, it breaks.
What?
And if you have kids, it's not gonna last. All right.
Just the idea that you have kids?
Just
or what?
yeah, the idea of having kids breaks a water hose
Okay,
immediately.
That's
This is
crazy.
gonna be a really dumb question. Do you use
It'll
it?
break your hose.
What else besides
All right.
just watering your grass do you frequently use your hose?
Plants.
Ooh.
So does that count as watering their plants?
I guess.
Right now, as a homeowner that just recently got a pool.
Yeah, you gotta keep your pool full.
Yeah, you have to.
Oh, just
It'll ruin
evaporate?
the equipment pretty much.
So every about every 3 months or so, or after you use it, you kind of have to backwash the system, which means it pushes water back out so it cleans your filter.
Oh.
And then when you do that, it's like 200 to 300 gallons of water that you lose
For
just like
real?
that. Yeah. So I was like, all right. So I threw the hose in, and all of a sudden I turned the water on after winter, and water spraying everywhere. And I was like, oh man. So I go over and I'm trying to like adjust it, and it just broke off. I was like, oh, this isn't good. And my buddy was like, you could just get one of those kits to put a new cap on it. And I was like, all right. And
What, like Knight Rider?
No, not like a Knight Rider kit. Anyway, it didn't work out.
What a dated reference.
So I went to, unless you love Timbaland and Magoo, I went to Home Depot yesterday, surprised that they were there, that they were open. I was like, it's Easter. What is happening here? And they have hoses everywhere.
That's true. Walmart was open, but not Target yesterday.
And I was like, what hose do I need? Like, how do I know if this hose is better than that hose?
You get the heavy duty one thinking it will never fail you?
So I just found out Goodyear makes water hoses.
The tire people?
Yeah, they're like, hey, we got rubber. We'll use that. We'll use the extra rubber to make a tire, a water hose.
Now I
Mike's
feel
shaking his head like he knows. I didn't know Goodyear made water hoses.
I think that's the one I have right now.
Okay, all right. So I got the Goodyear one. It looks like it's going to be heavy duty. It looks like it'll work. I don't know.
They have like, hey, you want the crappy ones? You want the medium ones? Or you want the heavy duty? And Goodyear's heavy duty.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping I
Fingers
spent a
crossed.
little bit extra money. So I'm with you, Corey. I'm hoping that heavy duty means it won't get a hole in it within 2 years.
Yeah, because you're dragging it across the patio and stuff. It happens.
Okay.
Somebody said, ever washed your own car lightweights? Actually, I used to, but now there's car washes. Like I like to.
My wife kind of washed our car this morning
since she started to drive.
Sue gets really.
What if he just never understood the concept and then he drove by one time and was like, wait a minute, this is a thing?
What a great invention. So I use
My wife threw up all over the car last night. She gets air sick / car sick. And so she got air sick, and then we're just randomly driving down the road, and then she's like, I'm like, what is she doing? And then I just had to stop the car. She's just throwing up everywhere, but some of it got on the car.
Jeez,
luckily the outside part.
You spray that out, get some of that, seaweed off from.
So
the
did she
sushi.
just while you were? I'm sorry, Corey. While you were driving, did she just roll the window down and just went?
Yep. Yeah, she can throw up. It seems like on command. She's pretty unbelievable at that. Like I can't stand throwing up. It takes a lot for me to throw up. But it's like me passing out. I see a finger that's dislocated. I'm out. And she's like, oh, I don't feel good. Throw up.
See, these are the things, Mike. Let me ask you a quick question, Corey. I apologize.
Continental. I'm sorry. I got the Continental one, not the Goodyear one. But I guess Continental's also tire. Also,
Oh, yes, that is true.
That's the one I ended up going with.
Whenever Mike says stuff like this, I always want to bring it up when we go to our pediatrician appointment. I know it's like, oh, has he been okay? Do you have an upset stomach or anything? And I want to be like, hey, can you really throw up just pretty much like whenever you want?
She can't throw up on command, but if she seems to throw up a lot more than I throw up. Like if she's not feeling well, she can just be like, oh, I'm not feeling well. And then she'll just throw up. And I'm like, I'm not feeling well and I feel like I have to throw up. I will do everything in my power not to throw up. I feel like throwing up is like the worst.
Yeah. I will force it back down and out the other way if I can.
Yeah, but you're in hell for a good 30 minutes while you're trying to not throw up.
I'm fine with that.
All right, what's your percentage of instances where you're in that place where you actually then end up throwing up?
The last time I called in sick, I woke up in the middle of the night, and I think it was after the Cowboys lost to the Niners in the playoffs last year.
Oh yeah.
I woke up. Adrian was out of town. I was laying in bed sweating, and I'm like, just don't do it. I was like, let me go find some Phenagrin. I was looking for a pill.
What?
Phenagrin. It's like non-nausea or medicine or whatever. And I was trying to find it, and my body just said, sorry, you can't. And it was just like, ugh.
If I ate poison by accident and somebody said, oh no, you've eaten poison, you have to throw up, I think I'm going to die.
I'm kind of
I don't think I can throw up on command.
It's not funny, but
Do you think if you're like, oh no,
I can 100% throw up if I need it.
Yeah, I don't think I can. So I just like, I'm going to die.
I mean, I feel like they have like Ipecac or things like that to induce vomiting.
Mike's already decided.
I do want to point out, I bought a water hose, and that's what.
How did we
you
get
asked the
here?
question, Kevin? You said, "Hey, what do you frequently use them for?" I said, "Washing the patio, plants, the pool." And Mike said, "You got to clean the car every once in a while."
You know what?
I don't even think I said the car. I think somebody brought that up. And it reminded me last night my wife threw up on my car.
Here's my response to that. These are the actual texts that we're getting. The 972. Goodyear also makes really good soles for shoes. From the 940. Man, those automatic car washes have less scratches on multiple family vehicles. Don't use them. From the 817. Dang, one of my water hoses is legit 20 plus years old. From the 940.
I need that water
what's your
hose.
secret?
Probably that moth cereal
using it.
she ate that made her vomit. And then another person. We have lots of stray cats in our neighborhood, so I use the hose to get rid of the cats.
How long?
This is all in like the last 5 minutes.
What if you find out that the cats actually enjoy this and you really
How long
the
of
attraction?
How long of a challenge do you think we could if we stuck the water hose in our mouth and we turned the water hose on? How long do you think you could keep it in
Full
your
blast?
mouth?
Happening right now?
Yeah.
Full blast?
Like, yeah.
Turn into Veruca
Wait,
Salt.
are we
Like how long
waterboarding?
do you
Is that
think
what's
you could
happening
like
here?
take in the water
4
until you had to pull the hose
Because
out?
I remember trying that as a child.
Yeah,
and
I
it
do
was
not
just
think
about
you could
4
get 4
seconds.
seconds
Yeah, I think
now.
it's 4.
Well, maybe it
I know
has
I
to
can
be like
chug.
maybe it has to be a little bit of a light flow. It can't be the like just immediate like boom. Like I think this should be a fun challenge on how long we can keep the hose in our mouth.
I
How
think
does
it's a
this
great,
show get such good ratings?
I think it's a
I don't
great-
understand it.
I think it's a great payoff for G-Bag.
Texan, how does this show get great?
Yeah.
All right.
I understand if it like gushes.
All
like,
right. Okay.
I know where you guys are going, but I want to have the hose challenge.
See, I think the hose challenge.
There's the water bucket challenge or whatever that was.
Ice bucket.
Yeah.
Okay, and that was for a good cause.
Well, we
This
can
is
make
just
this for a good cause. We can
jackassery.
make this.
Okay, that's a
for
great point.
Hydration.
Yeah.
Hydration during the summer. How long can you hose it?
I think that's a great tagline, actually.
I don't know if that is the line we'll go with, but what would you think about this for G-Bag? Let's just go ahead and make them have to do things. Is you play over-under, or like kind of name that tune style. How many seconds could you go with the hose? And you keep, whoever goes, like somebody stops at 5 seconds. If you do it and you can last 5 seconds, you get immunity from a future challenge.
Oh, so if you last more than 5 seconds, it's not that you get more hose.
Oh my God.
You get less hose.
See.
Is what you're saying.
I see what you're doing right
I'm
there.
just thinking, like, how can I
don't know,
swallow
Reggie.
enough water to keep the hose in there for 5 seconds?
I don't even understand.
Full blast, and it depends on which house it's coming out of.
Some people
too.
are probably really good at this. The people that do the keg stands,
You ever keg standed?
I have not.
They're probably good at doing the water hose challenge.
Yeah. He's right.
We're still workshopping that name.
All right. I had a sports thing I wanted to do here, but I want to get to this story. Hey, Tolo messaged me on Facebook, and I honestly don't know if they gave me permission to share the story.
Oh, do we not do the sports
But
thing
they went to a funeral over the weekend, and the guy, his name's Jason. He was up at RJ Duke Sports Cards.
Oh,
with us.
yeah.
He saw, I think it's the same Jason. Yeah, it is. He saw a friend, and he said, we both busted out laughing and said, we need to get together sometime with KNC because he sees all of my Facebook posts.
Yeah.
And he said, all I can think is being a Tolo is great therapy. Thank you for the hard work you put in, fellas. So I just wanted to share that because we talk about that a lot, how this show, we're just here having fun. Like, we're talking about the things we would probably talk about anyway. You know, like on a daily basis, I'm probably going to talk about sports with somebody. Usually it was Kevin whenever we were working at the newspaper, and now we get to do it with microphones. So that's part of what we just do this. But the fact that other people are like, hey, I like your show. Like that, when we first started on weekends and somebody told us that, it was like, oh my gosh, one person likes our show. This is amazing. And then it's continued to grow all this time. And we don't walk in every day going, we're going to save somebody's life. You know, like that's not anything that's even on our mind. We're just talking about having fun and doing good radio. And the fact that other people now can have conversations with their friends and about something we said on the show, and then they're like, it makes them feel better about even whatever situation. They're at a funeral and they're laughing with us. We really appreciate the fact that y'all are listening, and that as you know, people that are seeing other people out in the world, that y'all are taking part in what we're doing.
I can't wait till they send us TikToks on to stay hydrated this summer. I'm going to do the water hose challenge.
I am excited about this too, and you won't have to go find it on like YouTube. It'll just show up on your TikTok reel.
Yeah,
on the hose challenge.
KNC Masterpiece Hydration Water Hose Challenge.
Yes.
Okay. We need to figure out a more specific charity than just like for hydration. I don't know if that will.
Is there a
pass
hydration
through
charity?
legal.
I'm sure there are
Surely
people without
is.
water all over the world, Kevin.
I have no doubt about that. I'm sure we can find a very
If it's
worthy
Matt
charity.
Damon and his water group, are you okay with
Yeah,
that?
Matt Damon is just terrible at telling you what to invest in. If it's a charity, then hopefully be brave, be bold, or whatever he said. What a catastrophe that marketing campaign was. We're the KNC
So it didn't
Masterpiece right here on 105. No, it did not.
We'll find new ways to hose this thing.
Too far. Coming up next, I'm going to give you guys an option. Would you rather talk?
I'm Corey, Mike.
Yeah, Corey.
It's falling apart at the seams.
Would you rather talk about baseball or basketball and Jason Kidd?
We got to talk sports because we did too much.
Okay,
fun
well,
last
those
week.
are both sports options.
We'll let the Tolos decide.
All right. You want to go back to baseball, or would you like to talk about Jason Kidd?
And how the Mavs are going to do in the playoffs.
They didn't make it. 881-1053.
I watched the telecast.
Y'all can decide. We'll get it going next right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star.
Piece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Checks first, time leads. Pitch to Thompson, he swings, and that one is hammered up the alley in right center field. That one is trouble, one hopping off the top of the wall. Heim hits the bag at third, he comes home and scores. Thompson races around second, he gets into third, sliding in safely ahead of the throw with an RBI triple, and the Rangers' lead grows. It is now 6-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. The Rangers victorious last night, and the people have spoken. They wanted baseball.
Don't forget tomorrow, Bruce Bochy at 12:20.
And today, Chris Young is going to be on with G-Bag at, I believe, 4:20.
Nice. The 20s are a good spot.
And Jacob deGrom pitches again tomorrow at home.
That's awesome. That is good.
Tickets are pretty cheap, honestly, for tomorrow. So if you're like, I didn't get to see Jacob deGrom pitch opening day, you can see him pitch tomorrow for pretty cheap.
Now, I was curious y'all's thought, and we talked about doing this on Friday, but we just had a whole bunch of content, is the Rangers had day games on Wednesday and Friday. And I know they played day games over the weekend too, but that just feels different. Do you, as a fan, and then if you want to address it from the player standpoint, I'm glad to hear that as well, Mike, like day baseball just inherently better than night baseball, or am I off base about that?
As a player, I loved it. Most players hate it. Everyday players do not like day baseball. They know on Sunday you have a day game. Only one game is not a day game, but
because it changes their routine.
Yeah, they just like, usually a baseball player's sleep habits are 2 a.m. to noon. That's usually when you sleep.
Yeah.
Because you're getting done with the game around, I guess now, 10 p.m., but you usually get back to either the hotel or to your apartment or house around 10:30 to 11 p.m., and then you kind of have a time to kind of eat and relax, and usually you fall asleep around 2 a.m., and then you usually wake up around noon.
Yeah.
And so that now, if you have a 1 o'clock game, you need to wake up at 9 a.m., and then you need to get to the park around 10 a.m. And usually you don't have live hitting. You don't have batting practice on the field usually on day games. But just to give you an idea on how much it changes your sleep habits, now your clock is set to going to sleep around 1 to 2 a.m. And now you're having to try to fall asleep at around 11 p.m. or midnight to try to get a decent night's sleep. So most position players don't like it. I would really like it because then it would give you a free night with your wife for dinner, or you could, or what, whatever it is, you kind of had a free night now to kind of go grab a meal or go watch a movie or something like that. So I really enjoyed day games where I think most players don't.
Or get the water hose out and so you can chug water.
Yes. What about you? Because it's just early on. I'm surprised. I see a lot of people who are like, I like day baseball only on Sunday. Other than that, night games all the way from the 817. I don't get to watch it much when they play during the day, so I prefer night. And I guess I do sometimes take it for granted that whether it was at the newspaper or now here at the radio station, even if we weren't carrying the games, we have TVs up here, and so it's easy to access that. I guess there's a lot of businesses where you just don't have a TV right in front of you, or you can't be looking at your phone to stream it or whatever.
I will say this, Mike, as a fan, I do like the day baseball game because it feels like you're doing something wrong. It feels like you're cheating the system.
A little old school too, right?
You get to leave work a little. Hey, I got to leave work early today because I'm going to the baseball game. It feels like you're kind of going to a Cubs game almost.
Yes, and that's exactly what I thought about.
And so, like, that's kind of the feeling during the week. And also, I mean, this is a very selfish thing for us here. We leave a little early, and the Tolos get the greatness of listening to the Rangers.
And the alternate broadcast that we have on Friday. You're welcome.
Do you want to talk about it?
I talk for 40 minutes by myself with no commercials. But there was actually people listening and like commenting and stuff. But
did you call them chat? Did you say, "Hey, chat, what's going on"?
Something like that, actually, and then people's names would pop.
Okay, and you were watching the game at the same time too. Oh, nice. So it does feel like you're playing hooky. That's why I like day games during the week. During the weekend, I actually would prefer night games.
I also love it. Like right now, the Twins and the White Sox are on TV live on MLB Network. I think it's really cool that from 1 o'clock to approximately 3:30 now, which is awesome, by the way, that there's going to be baseball on, and then there's going to be a little bit of a break, and then at 6 o'clock there's going to be other games that come on television. So I love that when there's one day baseball game on, and I don't mind it being the Rangers. I honestly, maybe for our jobs now, I do like 7 p.m. I do like when it's like, we're off at 12:30 and we get to go play golf. But for 7 p.m. games for the Rangers, I think it's really cool that right now you're getting to kind of peek over there and enjoy a live Major League Baseball game.
And that's the same way I felt, especially given when our time is for, like the World Cup or sometimes the Olympics or whatever the case might be. It is really cool because usually the way our time, our show is set is like G-Bag will give you like a lot of the information leading right up to the game. Or like the Get Right is on 7 to 11 right here in the Fan when games are going on, and they can give you the latest result. And a lot of times with Sean and RJ, a lot of people are waking up and they might not know all the ins and outs. But for our show, there's not usually like a ton of live stuff on a frequent basis. And you're not like, I'm sure we do
World
have some
Cup,
yeah,
Olympics.
I don't want to dispute that. Some people probably did just wake up and listen to the show and they're like, oh man, I got up at 10. Like, I totally respect that. But that's what was cool when you get that day baseball game or World Cup, Olympics, whatever, and we can give updates as we go along.
I think it was the 2010 season. I was wrapping up stuff at UNT, and I got done with whatever, and me and my buddies met up. It was during the first series. It was day playoff baseball, and we were just like, all right, we're all meeting up at a taco place, and we're going to watch the game. And it had a different vibe about it. And you could see people coming in from work.
Yeah.
Coming in and leaving work. You could see them, they're still in their ties or whatever.
Long lunch.
Yeah. And whether it was a long lunch or I took the rest of the day off. They wanted to watch. And it felt like you had to do something. But it also felt like bosses at the time were like, no, I get it. I'm going too. Like it had this vibe around the area that it was a lot more fun to go skip out on work or school or whatever. And for kids, I never went to opening day with my dad, like to be part of that.
I don't think I ever went to an opening day until as an adult.
Yeah, I've only done it as an adult.
I agree.
But I can totally, for anybody out there that's listening right now that did get to do that with their parent or did get to go to opening day,
you thought you were the coolest person in the world. It had to have been
like, I always was jealous of the kid that got to leave school. He's like, I'm going to opening day. You're like, oh, that's awesome. Good luck.
Did it feel like the next level of your parent brought you lunch?
Yes.
Because if your parent brought you lunch, that was amazing. But you got to leave.
And not for a stupid dentist appointment or to go get a shot from a doctor who may have thrown up.
I do remember getting to leave to go to the Southwest Conference basketball tournaments a couple years. Like when I was in 3rd and 4th grade, my grandpa would take me out of school, and we'd go from like 11 a.m. Like I'd have to go to school till like 10:30 or 11 and then leave school and then just be at Reunion Arena for 2 or 3 basketball games.
And Corey is right. There's something magical that you got to leave school for something you want to do. Because you're right. It's usually this is the only appointment for the doctor or the dentist. And everyone's like, oh, sucks for you or whatever. But now you're like, yeah, see you guys later. Have fun with that quiz or that homework. I'm going to go, go see some basketball games. From the 903, I hate day games because I miss out on K&C. That's a tough dynamic, too, because usually day games mean full shows for the Get Right.
Yeah. Which is great.
Yes, absolutely.
Great content right there. And for us, like, we like to be on air, but we understand that the people want to listen to the Rangers, too. So we told the bosses we would okay it. That's the way we went about it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I got a couple of more sports notes for you guys, but y'all can feel free to keep sending in the feedback on day baseball versus night baseball. Is Rob Gronkowski said there is, quote, no chance of an NFL comeback, and he's happily retired. I know his name comes up a lot. Obviously, Tom Brady's name is still coming up for a lot of folks, but he says, no chance. I'm done.
That dude's probably partying. Either that or he's the WWE.
Yeah.
He's the people's champion.
He was the 24/7 champion for a minute.
I just don't know what would drive you to come back if you're Gronk. For any reason. Like, I guess if Brady was like, I'm going to do it again, I want you with me. That's the only thing I could see is that his friend, a guy that he trusts, a guy that he's like, I know he can win a championship, would say, hey, we're going to go do this. But other than that, like, why would Gronk really want to. He's done everything he needed to do, made tons of money, and now he can just spend the rest of his life doing all the other things.
That is definitely true. Man, what a magical life that probably is going to be for quite some
He didn't
time.
have all the pressure either. He could act like a goofball the whole time. All he did was just kind of show up and score touchdowns.
We told you earlier in the show over the weekend, the Dallas Stars get a huge victory over Vegas, so they are really taking a hold of that second spot in the Central Division. But what I know you're really waiting for is college hockey results. I'm going to take you to the NCAA Championship. Quinnipiac and Minnesota are tied 2-2 going into overtime. It took 10 seconds for the national champion to get decided in overtime.
Lipkin has a man in front.
Quinnipiac won its first national title 10 seconds into overtime. Everyone went insane. It looked like one of the players might have thrown his stick into the crowd, which, I support because that's
dangerous.
a cool collectible, but I can also see how the downside would be, hey.
Is this a hockey school? I've never heard of Quinnipiac ever, if I said it right.
It's Quinnipiac.
Okay.
You never heard of Quinnipiac?
It's
No.
it's in Connecticut. It's in Hamden, I believe.
Oh, it's in Connecticut.
Right? Am I wrong about that?
I think it is in Connecticut. I don't know where in Connecticut.
There's no way you knew about Hamden before.
Why?
I drive on Hampton all the time.
Shenanigans.
I'm calling shenanigans.
All right, fine.
Do you think he looked it up?
Absolutely.
I think they have like a 77% graduation rate.
Okay, now you
It costs about $41,000 to go. I was looking at the schools.
Why would you just know all that information?
They have a pretty high acceptance rate too. I was trying to get into schools, Kevin.
What's their
Remember?
mascot?
Like 88%.
Do they make the hockey tournament a lot?
Hold on. He doesn't know.
What do you mean?
I said, what's their mascot?
It's like a wildcat.
I think I bought you.
Is it like a wildcat or is it a wildcat?
It's the Bobcats.
It looks like a wildcat.
Is this the Gonzaga of hockey?
Mascots don't matter.
No, Quinnipiac was a number 2 seed. I don't. This is the first national title they've ever won.
25 years ago, when they're like, "Hey, Gonzaga's in the tournament," I'm like, "What? What is that? Where? What? Who?"
West
It's actually
Coast.
Gonzaga.
West Coast team.
And then my dad's like, "Yeah, I played there, Spokane. It's a crap city."
Is that how much of your personality do you think is derived from your dad?
Quite a bit.
Okay, because the way you guys describe things sometimes, it sounds remarkably
Maybe
similar.
Spokane's better than in the 70s. But
Okay.
I can only go off of what I was told by my father in the 1970s. Spokane.
Back.
That's what he said.
No, that's his description of it.
Back to the NHL. Connor McDavid is going to lead the league in points for the third straight year. Only the 6th player ever to reach 150 points in an NHL season. And FC Dallas victorious.
Yes.
1-0.
God bless VAR.
They beat Inter Miami, and they are now 3
Inter Milan?
2-2. No, not Inter Milan. Inter
Sandman.
Miami. They are 3-2 on the season. So
Oh, is that good?
Well done, FC Dallas. I mean, the team they beat's 2-5. So
In your face 2-5 team.
clearly it could be. What team did they beat, Mike?
Inter Milan. Inter Sandman. Intercom.
Oh.
Odyssey. CBS Radio.
Yeah, I brought that full circle.
Yeah. I've worked for them all.
What if
I think they're all the same. I don't know.
You've worked for all the ones that you said.
worked for Inter Milan?
I don't know where that
and
is.
Inter Sandman?
Wait, you said you don't know where that is?
Inter Milan?
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounds like a place.
The city is in the name.
Yeah.
It's in Milan?
There you go. Very proud of you.
We're the KNC
Like
masterpiece.
Moulin Rouge?
Right
Okay.
here.
We
Yeah.
lost it. We were so close.
Yeah.
Had it, and then
You got it, Mike.
I still don't know where Milan is.
It's in Italy.
Don't worry about that. Get ready for your read.
Coming
like
up
a plan.
next.
It's where my wife wants to retire.
Oh my God.
in Italy?
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be
That's
dope.
These are off-air conversations.
Dude, think of the pasta.
Coming up next.
You want to retire in Dallas?
We will chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on the Fan.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about Southwest.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot of great stuff to chew on with the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgs. How the heck are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you for asking. Just real quick, did you guys see, this is politics, going to be nonpartisan.
I'll see you later.
That U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal fractured his leg at the Yukon Championship Parade. He called it a quote-unquote minor fracture, that he needed surgery and pins in his leg.
So that lady in California that fell off the stage at the parade they had at the Super Bowl is tougher than a senator from Connecticut?
I mean, he's also 77. I don't know if how much the age plays a part in.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah,
this guy's brittle.
The hell's your problem?
He's a fossil.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be young for an elected official these days.
That's a great point.
Shouldn't be in,
That's
shouldn't
a
be
great
serving
point.
the country?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Does he have good benefits?
Yeah, probably the best. Just like all of us, right? All right. Do you guys think, because we kicked this around and I'm still kind of undecided, but leading towards 21, do Do you think the class of 2021 quarterbacks will be better or the class of 2023?
Ooh, I'm going 2021. There's not a quarterback in this class that I think is as good as Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
And I think that there are a ton of question marks with the quarterbacks. And I think Bryce Young's the guy. And even he, with the size and his frame, is he going to be able to sustain the wear and tear throughout an entire 17-game season? Fair question mark. But I think
you put Young over Stroud.
Yeah,
I like Stroud.
I'd put Young over Stroud.
Okay.
Yes. Now, Stroud physically is what you want. But I think Bryce Young on tape, he does everything that you want in terms of he's poised under pressure. He can make all the throws. He's got better mobility than C.J. Stroud. Now, C.J. Stroud, the last time we saw him was his best college performance against Georgia. He was outstanding, but I did get to go see him live in person, and I was very underwhelmed watching him. Now, that might have been one of his weaker games against Iowa. He was very erratic, didn't have the accuracy, but he showed off a lot of accuracy and more mobility than I thought he had against Georgia. So I get it. I mean, I think they're 1-2, but there's no Trevor Lawrence in this year's class.
To be fair, when Walchuk saw C.J. Stroud live, he was also hammered because he was on a bro trip. So, I mean, he had beer goggles on when he was watching.
Oh, was this the Sandler trip?
Yeah, but it was an early game, so we weren't that inebriated. We got more inebriated afterwards.
That big noon kickoff thing?
Yeah, we did, and they played at noon, right? Yeah. So it was like, man, we had a late night the previous night, so we got up. And, I mean, there were a couple of beers consumed, don't get me wrong. I wasn't sober, but I wasn't completely like, oh, my gosh, obliterated. I don't know what the hell's going on.
You weren't paying attention to any college girls going around, right? Though.
No.
You were focused on the field.
None of the college girls.
He's an X's and O's football guy.
Yeah, just the college guys.
Scheme guy.
What say you guys? Because I hear what you're saying about Lawrence, but I mean, it looks like 2's a bust. Personally, I think 3 is a bust. And then we'll see about Fields and Jones. Jones, who's already been benched, and they tried to trade him, supposedly.
Yeah, it's hard. It's a hard thing to evaluate, these quarterbacks. I mean, sometimes you catch a good run. I personally feel like that when you watch Young play, that he's played in so many big games.
He really
does. And you watch him in the way that, and there's a lot of times where maybe this year was even, his Heisman Trophy year was a little more comfortable for him. This year he had to do a lot more. And you saw it. They weren't as good on defense. So they got in a lot of games where they were in some shootouts, and he had to find a way to make it work. But I've yet to see a quarterback that plays as calm as he does. You know, so to me, when you start
in this class or like,
well, just overall,
okay, all right.
Just overall, I think I really do like Bryce Young, and I like him because I feel like that. To me, he played in a pro system. If you really want to evaluate that, Bill O'Brien is a NFL coach. We'll go to New England. You'll start to see some of the things. So if you want to talk about a quarterback that's really ready to play, and I kind of feel like that whoever gets Bryce Young is probably going to win the lottery on this thing.
Wow. And have you guys heard about the S2 test that they're doing with these quarterbacks now?
Explain it to me.
It's like the Wonderlic, but it's a specific test for the quarterbacks.
Okay.
And it's supposed to be a pretty good indication on how they process, how quickly they see things and stuff like that. And you're seeing the guys who score really high on that are traditionally guys who end up playing really well. And Bryce Young is the guy in this class who scored extremely high on it. And I believe it was C.J. Stroud who had like an almost embarrassingly low score.
The lowest
score.
The lowest score of the 4 quarterbacks. The second best testing quarterback for that test was Will Levis.
Which is crazy because he does not seem like a great decision maker off the field.
Is that because of the mayonnaise thing?
And the eating of the banana peel, which was something that took place. He's eating bananas without peeling them. Just that's what he's doing.
So it says, I just saw this, Purdy was in like the 90s.
Yeah,
and it's like a Drew Brees-like score.
The Athletic had an awesome article about it a few months ago, and it is one of those where I think if you're evaluating quarterbacks, it's uncanny how accurate it's been.
If you do believe in it, it does. And the Cowboys have been doing this for a long time. I think it's 7 years this test has been going on. And so we've just kind of started to hear about it.
Did you, when you were doing scouting and everything?
Never had it. It was always the Wonderlic.
Well, was there a lot of stock put in the Wonderlic at the time?
Well, the one thing that we learned about the Wonderlic was it might not so much be about how smart you were. It was about if you had reading difficulties. We learned that a lot of players might be dyslexic and never knew it. And so it's more reading comprehension than it was if you're able to like see if they're playing cover 2 or single high and that kind of stuff.
Fascinating.
Yeah, this S2 test, it's not like trivia or an IQ test or an SAT or a Wonderlic. It's not about how much information you've accumulated and you can recall. It's really testing how quickly the brain recognizes different patterns and how quickly you can hit the button, right? So that time is what's, defining how good quarterbacks are at recognizing a guy is open and then telling the hand to let it go. It's kind of like in baseball, how quickly can you tell if it's going to be a strike or a ball and then get your hands to swing on it? And I think it's a pretty powerful tool. I wouldn't let it overrule what's going on in the game and what the film is saying. But if you're, deciding between two different guys and one of them has a clearly better S2 cognition test, it's a home run. And I might even take a guy that looks slightly less on film if he's got the better S2 test. That's how important I think it is, especially for that position with how fast these players are and how much pressure they're under and how few good offensive linemen are. I think it's these guys that really have a chance to dominate the game, and we're going to get better at finding them with these tests. We can't find enough good quarterbacks. Well, what if you're doing this for all of your kids in junior high? And using that to help you maybe identify guys. Maybe I'm a multi-sport star, but I find out my S2 test is through the roof, and I have an advantage at quarterbacking. Now I'm focusing on, that job a little bit more than, other sports or maybe other positions on the field.
And they maybe like Jason Garrett's coaching S2 test wasn't that great because in games he didn't like to make decisions, but it was he's really good at playing things. Like
it's my guy. It's my guy, Jason Garrett, but I think that's accurate criticism.
My guy.
How locked into the Masters were y'all this weekend, if at all?
I was there. I was watching it. I felt it was really unfortunate.
I was there at my couch
I understood,
in front of the TV.
And their app is incredible too.
It's very immersive.
I'm confused. You were in Augusta at the.
I was there watching the
yesterday.
I was in my living room watching the Masters.
When that tree
But
fell
I was
down,
there.
he could feel the wind.
I was there.
Okay,
it was insane.
VR.
He was invested.
Yeah, I was invested. The thing about it, I think it was unfortunate that Brooks Koepka didn't play better in the final round.
Not unfortunate for the PGA.
Well,
but
I don't even worry about LIV or PGA. Just worry about like two golfers. We haven't seen a showdown in like 4 years now at Augusta. And it was a very difficult day for a lot of golfers. I mean, they had to come back after Saturday. They tried to play. They had to, there was I think Rahm played 30 holes yesterday to do what he had to do. So
LIV guys just don't have that stamina anymore.
Well, they don't. I mean, the thing about it is,
Phil looked pretty awesome.
Yeah, Phil
Other
played.
than Phil, that's true.
No, Phil played great.
He's a horse.
The thing about it is, you could have had a really good. You could have had a good run at it, and Koepka didn't give him what we bargained for.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, GM of your first place Texas Rangers, Chris Young at 420.
Woo! Love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece Maker Way. Back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say hose challenge, Kevin.
Hose challenge for charity.
Be a part of the show. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, General at your service. There's old man Krusty, Brian Bottas in his LSU sweatshirt. Nearly threw his back out sitting down in that chair for the show.
I think I broke a rib.
Yeah, I heard it.
Can I make a confession real quick before we get the show started? You guys ever stole a pin from church?
No. Oh, you got a nice one yesterday, didn't you? I'd take that back next week if I were you, Brian. I wouldn't want that on my conscience.
I've overdone it with the bread at communion a time or two. I can be honest about that.
They had these in the pews for new members, for like people that wanted to fill out the cards and stuff.
Yeah.
I've been a member of that church a long time. I felt like I deserved a pin. Am I going? Pin. I'm already going to hell, I think.
It's your new member pin.
I'm already.
Just 50 years late. You know?
Yeah. So, yeah.
Take what's yours, you know? It always bothers me as a loyal customer, like when they give new phones to new customers. I'm like, what about me? I've been paying my damn bill every month for 20 years. Can I get a little of that love?
I deserve a new phone,
iPhone,
right?
Something like that. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. You have a good Easter other than that?
Other than thievery?
Not following the rules, disrespecting the Lord.
Hey, Easter Sunday theft.
I said prayers
pretty
for
ballsy, homie.
I said prayers for everybody here.
A thief has risen.
Especially.
And he has arrived.
He's in sheep's clothing.
You know, if you didn't get the day one visitor pen, you know, from your first day millions of years ago when you walked into that church.
That was a chisel and a stone.
Yeah.
It was a chisel and stone.
A chisel and a stone.
Me and Moses were hanging out. Yeah.
DIY tablet set back in the house.
It's a sketch. Yeah.
Well, incredible final weekend of drama in the NBA. Mavs under investigation for tanking the final two games. It was mission accomplished. It was brilliant. I don't know if that's a $50,000 fine or $5 million, but I'd say job well done by Cubes there, jumping in there and grabbing that steering wheel to steer this thing the way you need it, and thankfully it's done now. You know, you don't have to suffer the embarrassment of taking the court anymore and watching that thing and pretending like they had a chance of doing something. So now they stand by to make sure they get to keep the pick and draft maybe 10th overall, or, you know, possibly in the top 4 if the good luck hits for them. So that's it's going to be a fun. What do we got here? A month or so? Is it at the end of May? 6 weeks or so before the draft lottery?
Yeah, that sounds right. And then the draft will be like literally a week after the season ends. It's crazy how you got the finals, it's over, and then boom, here's the NBA draft.
Yeah.
Gives us plenty of time to look at these guys.
So much.
I've about had enough of these NFL guys.
Yeah, let's just
start
move
looking at
over.
some basketball dudes.
I think Mark Cuban probably looked at it and said, "Yeah, maybe it is obvious, but how many teams have been obviously tanking? You want to come after me for it? That's fine. But we're going to do it because it's worth it. You know, you're not going to take my pick from me, are you? Are you seriously going to take my pick from me while all of these other teams have been sitting out their best players for months?
Do you think this has anything to do with the Slovenia thing?
What do you mean? That is Slovenian night?
Yeah.
And they just had Luka play that first quarter?
That he wasn't going to play and they were going to tank it. And hear me out on this. The NBA is doing such a good job of internationally the game and stuff like that and growing the game. Do you feel like that, like, okay, we've had enough. We've heard about fans. We've heard about the young kids that travel hundreds of miles to go to these games.
Yeah.
And maybe if it's not Slovenia night, maybe the NBA just kind of lets this thing roll off the bat.
Definitely adds insult to injury there, but that's on you, NBA. You have to understand don't place an important night at the end of the season because that night might not be very important. And in fact, it's guaranteed not to be important for at least a third of your sport. So if you want to take that chance, so be it. I'm sure we were all expecting the Mavericks to be playing competitive basketball, but one way or another, whether they had something clinched or they were going to do a tank, doing an important night, if you deem it to be important, Slovenia night, NBA, probably don't do it one of the last nights of the season.
Well, I think the Mavs had it there because Goran Dragic was on the Bulls, and they played the Bulls at home. So initially, before Goran ended up being released, it was like, okay, this will be awesome. You got Dragic, you've got Luka. I think that's why the Mavericks scheduled it for that, specifically because the Bulls were in town. And then it ended up like, well, the Mavs aren't playing for anything. They're going to sit Luka anyway, and Dragic isn't even part of this.
Well, if the Mavericks are the one dictating this, then I don't think the NBA much cares.
I could see them maybe saying, yeah, we're going to do an investigation to maybe satisfy the Slovenian delegation.
Well,
they're making a stink with the league office. They're saying, okay, we're going to look into it, but there's nothing you can do. There's just it's the way the sport
Mavericks
goes.
aren't the only ones that do this.
You've tried to influence people away from it, but this is how the league works. The star players are so much more important than any other sport.
Well, the thing about it is let me ask you this. Point 2. Do you feel like that the league felt like the Mavs had a chance to get into the play-in game?
Yeah.
And that's why they're investigating?
Yeah.
They're like, whoa, wait a minute now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been teams that have been tanking all year. Detroit, San Antonio,
it's an
Houston,
unprecedented move. I think.
There's teams tanking, but all of a sudden you have a chance to get in the play-in, and then all of a sudden you say, no, we don't want to get in the play-in.
Yeah.
Do you think that?
I think that's probably it. It's right down to the nitty gritty of the season. They're selling drama, and a team would rather go into the draft lottery than go for the playoffs. I think if I'm the league, that takes me back a little bit. This is a special year with Wembanyama, and it's a special situation where the Mavs have completely fallen apart.
Right?
You want them to lie to themselves?
Yeah, just watch the games all year long. If you're the league, you're like, oh, you've been this bad. They have been the last 10, 12 games. This has not been a very good basketball team.
Okay. You also had the report the Mavs are worried Luka could ask out in 2024 if they can't start building a better team. Luka
that was for McMahon, right?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, Luka clarifying yesterday, I'm happy here. There have been no indications thus far that he's frustrated. I think it's normal. I think every team is worried about their star.
As they should be.
Yeah, it's how you govern teams. Like, oh, we have a great star. Let's do everything we can to not let him go. Yeah. And certainly there's people over there in the AAC that would be like, yeah, I'm worried about that. Yeah, we better do a better job after this year. Who isn't worried?
Damn right. I mean, you look at Anthony Davis, James Harden, Kevin Durant. I mean, the list goes on of the really good players that eventually have asked out because they're not satisfied. The Dirks are very, very rare, right? Even a Damian Lillard or a Bradley Beal, who's now venting frustration, but has consistently been like, no, I want to stay in Washington. I want to try and make this work. Well, Washington has no direction. They have no plan. But you can question that and say the same thing about the Mavericks right now. What is their direction and what is their plan? Because it seems like it's always been, we got to try and land the big fish. They never do, and then they're just flying by the seat of their pants every year.
Yeah, Giannis was flirting with leaving, right before they won the championship. So I think that's, fairly normal. Luka clarifying, I haven't asked out, and that wasn't the report. The report's just that people over there, or at least a source over there, is concerned. And if they weren't concerned, I would be concerned because what they've done has been a horrible job at managing this team.
I mean, even Mark Cuban said the other day when he met with the media, like, I think he was like, Luka wants to be here. In a perfect world, he would be a Maverick forever, and you win a bunch of titles and things are great. But Mark Cuban's like, we have to earn that. Like, he knows it. He knows it better than anybody. We're gonna have to earn it. He's not just gonna be here. He's not gonna dirk this thing just to dirk this thing.
Okay, we will have some Tim McMahon audio a little bit later on in the show. He was great this morning with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Nico Harrison is staying. That has been clarified. I think this is a huge, year for him and Jason Kidd. I think both those guys could be on their way out by the time we sit here next year if you have a repeat of that. So hopefully they have something big in mind for giving this team an identity again, giving this team a little bit better of a supporting cast. But there's so many questions before we can even, start to think about exactly what that might look like.
That's the biggest problem. You just used the word identify. You talked to Mark Cuban, which I did. I asked him today, I go, what do you mean? What did you not do to help your basketball team? He says, we didn't have an identity at all. He goes, all of a sudden, we're playing a lot of different lineups. It just didn't work, and that's on me. So I was like, oh, okay. I think injury had something to do with it too, with their lineups. They were having to shuffle guys around, but you used the word identity. And I asked Mark about it, and he was nice enough and gracious enough to get back with me on it. But he was saying, hey, we messed up the lineups. Is what we did around here. And that's something they got to fix.
It's just weird. He how much ownership he's taken. The quote was, the game changed in ways we didn't expect it to change. I blew it. It was on me because the game changed in terms of take foul and speed of the game. And I'm like, man, what? Take foul and speed of the game? It's just as simple as, you traded Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith and you let Jalen Brunson go. Who cares about a damn take foul? Oh, team's on a fast break. Oh, we can't foul now or it'll be. I mean, did that have such a big impact on the way their season flowed? Or was it that they messed up bringing in Christian Wood? They let Dorian Finney-Smith go. Some of their players who used to be able to actually dribble and attack the rim, like Tim Hardaway Jr. and Reggie Bullock, got 1 year older and worse at it. It's just weird. I feel like he's grasping at straws, but the most interesting thing is how much ownership of it he is taking. I just want him to have a real GM. Just let Nico or somebody else try to do it. I don't think it's good to have Mark Cuban this level of involved. I don't know that they've made a great move other than drafting Luka since they put together the championship team.
I don't think that he wanted, like I said, the thing that he hired Nico, and initially when this came out and you asked Mark for the opportunity to come on radio and talk about it, he was like, no, this is Nico's. This is Nico. Nico's the one that needs to talk about it. So I'm like, okay, cool. He's backing up. He's letting Nico run this team. I think what's happened at the end of the season and what this whole thing with Mark, I think he's protecting his general manager. I think I don't think he wants people going after his inexperienced general manager.
I think he's protecting the GM and the head coach. You mentioned
I don't think he's worried about the head coach.
Well,
and I say this in a way, I think he feels like the head coach has got the skins on the wall. The head coach has been a champion and has coached on championship staffs and stuff like that. I think he's worried about what people think about his general manager.
Sure, which is fair, but I mean, if he's talking about the different rotations and lineups they were using, that was Jason Kidd. Unless Mark Cuban's saying I'm the one putting together these lineups that we're using.
Well, to me, it seems like that Mark, being the owner, the governor of the team, has an involvement in what goes on with I guarantee you he's meeting with Jason Kidd talking about and Nico about, hey, what are we doing? What are our problems here? Why do we, did the Wood thing not work out? Okay, let's go get Kyrie. Okay, let's do this. So I have a feeling that everybody there was involved, but I feel like it's more like what Jerry Jones does with the Cowboys. Jerry Jones wants all the credit when it works. He also wants all the damn blame when it doesn't, because he wants to be able to take the credit when it does work.
Yeah.
You can't be I'm always going to take the credit when things are good, and I confess he did it when, when something doesn't go right. I think Mark Cuban has taken the approach of I'm just trying to protect my GM who's got no skins on the wall.
Yeah, and I think he could be vulnerable in the coming months if they don't do a better job of making this roster by the time we get to training camp. They are going to explore trading the pick if it is retained. You're going to have to go through the draft lottery, and there's 4 teams that could jump you. They have probably a combined 20% chance or something like that of jumping you. So we'll have to see exactly, how that whole situation plays out. But if they get to keep the 10th pick move up, then, they could trade it. Hell, the Cavaliers won a championship, and that was a dumpster fire of an organization for 30 years before it and the 5 years since. So I don't think it rules you out if you have great players like Luka and Kyrie. You just got to find a couple of more. The T-Wolves beat the Pelicans, taking the 8th seed, but breakout player Jaden McDaniels broke his hand punching a wall, and Rudy Gobert punched Kyle Anderson in the huddle. So they're heading to play a play-in game against the Lakers, and all hell broke loose last night for the Timberwolves. I hope that Kyle Anderson demands a trade and wants to come to the Mavs. I like that player.
Yeah, there was some spicy audio that they had from the locker room, and he's basically like, y'all got some decisions to make this summer. And now Rudy Gobert's not traveling with Minnesota for the play-in game.
Nice.
How amazing is that? They gave up all the picks in the world for Gobert, and now he's not even going to be on their team.
Is he the most hated player, you think, in the NBA?
Yeah. The opponents hate him, and his own teammates apparently do as well. So, yeah, it seems like a nightmare.
Odell Beckham Jr., the Cowboys officially over. I think a ridiculous circus from beginning to end. He goes to the Ravens 1 year and $15 million. The Rangers got a Sunday win over the Cubs, 8-2. John Gray got the win. Bubba Thompson went out and had a triple and a double.
Hell yeah, Bubba.
He freaked around and got a triple-double.
Show off that speed, baby.
Doing it all. And he's quite athletic. He's a fun player to watch. Host the Royals tonight, 6:30 here on The Fan. It'll be Heaney against Greinke. And the Rangers are still tied for first with the Angels, by the way, Brian.
They
That's
are
always good
tied.
to know.
Did I see something here, just real quick on a Cowboy note? I know we're getting ready to do some other stuff, but Jackson Smith and Jigba.
It's going to be a 30 visit.
That would have to, I think, a trade up there. If he's a 30 visit guy, the wide receiver from Ohio State,
yeah, that'd be awesome.
That's a trade up right there. That's not,
Real
you can't,
deal.
I don't think you could sit at 26 and grab him.
No, there's no way.
So if they're visiting him, we'll see. Maybe a trade up thought there.
What they said about CD.
Yeah, they say that he's the only.
Yeah, good point.
A lot of teams have him as the only first round grade at the position.
Yeah, Jim Nagy reporting that a lot of teams don't see this year's class like the media scouts do.
I think we've been real consistent on this show talking about the depths, the positions that have been good and the ones that have been bad. We've talked about if you figure out the wide receiver crew, you're way ahead of the game because there's a lot of teams that haven't.
We will have the pregame for the Rangers tonight at 6:30. Jared Sandler joined you about 6:15 or so. Congrats to John Rahm for winning his first Masters. Chased down Brooks Koepka, who went 3 over 75 on Sunday. Tiger Woods unable to finish round 3. He looked like Boch out there. He really did. You know, that back was talking to him, wasn't activating properly, struggling to walk, and that was something we'd never seen.
Yeah, his leg is really the bigger problem in his day right now. I mean, Jason Day even talked about why he withdrew from the PGA, that like a screw busted through his skin on some of his hardware and stuff like that. So yeah, Tiger Woods, he made mention of this, that him walking around Augusta, we might not see that very often. It's just too difficult with all the hills and stuff for him to have to deal with it.
Will Zalatoris back surgery. He's going to miss the rest of the season. It's a total wipeout for Will.
Yeah, you know what? What's really interesting about that is that he is a super young guy.
Very.
And when you start to talk about back ailments, there's not many that have survived coming back from back problems. You know, I think Rocco Mediate was one that was a young guy that, you know, he was a guy that battled Tiger Woods at a U.S. Open one day, but very few young players ever come back from that back surgery. So we'll see how that plays.
All righty. We're off and running here. Coming up next, G-Bag of the Day at 2:30, Best Audio. Sports Hodgepodge here for about 10 minutes on the other side, though, Chief. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, we got an update on 2 potential future Cowboys that will most assuredly get the people going. That's next.
All right, I want to chat with you about my friends at Window Nation before we do anything else, though. Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Here's Chiafalo with a little hodgepodge action for you.
Broadus, I hope you brought a second pair of undies today.
What's going on?
See who Micah Parsons is working out with right now?
I did not see. Who's he with?
Old Chuck, did you bring that backup pair of undies? Oh, yeah, it's a free ball Monday for you. I forgot about that.
Yeah, you know.
Well, I hope you brought a backup pair of shorts because Texas's own Bijan Robinson is weight rooming it up with our guy Micah Parsons. According to the RJ Ochoa Twitter account, you see them. He's got video evidence as well. It's like one of those boomerang things. So it's not a GIF, it's not a meme, it's not a video, it's a boomerang. You get about 3 seconds of them. It looks like they're doing medicine ball stuff, working on that core, that explosion. So how about it, gentlemen? One former running back and one maybe future Dallas Cowboys running back.
Recruiting season's on, huh? Micah Parsons trying to befriend his new teammate.
It's pretty sick how they're moving those medicine balls around, dude.
Yeah, they're animals.
Yeah.
I thought it was James Harrison for a second, and I was like, oh, wait, that's just my guy Micah and Bijan.
There's a lot of torque going on there.
Oh,
that's great.
So much torque.
You know, maybe
pound
Micah,
for pound the most torque in America right now is in that room.
All jokes and appreciation aside, maybe Micah's trying to talk him into playing an important position, maybe rushing the passer or something, take advantage of your athleticism before it's too late.
Maybe a two-way player here.
Yeah, play both ways. Maybe he can play a little linebacker.
I bet he's got it in him. If anybody could do it, it's Bijan, right, Broadus?
Oh, of course. He's the greatest player in the draft.
Barry Sanders of edge rushing.
In the draft, like all time.
If you want
the history of the sport.
If you want to go watch something that's more your speed of how you would work out, go watch Hankins run through the bags.
Oh, no.
Wait, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Big Hanks?
Big Hank. He's I don't know who tweeted it out, but it was one of those kinds like, Big Hank putting in the work.
Wow, I did not. I'm surprised. I didn't have Hankins working out in the month of April. I thought he kicked off.
He's a large man, and it's kind of like, all right, I kind of feel what you're doing. I kind of watching what
whatever he's doing, it's working, man. That guy can play.
It's like watching a literal trash can full of dirt try and go through some bags.
It's very much like it's like watching heavy equipment trying to move around in a parking lot is what, it beep, 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 and then it makes a little bit of adjustment.
He's laboring through those bags, I imagine.
You know what? He's working out. That's the key.
That's the key.
But the tweet was Big Hank putting in the work. I'm like, all right.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Would we let Micah Parsons in the war room? Would you guys, if Parsons is like on first round, like the night before the draft, he's like, hey, I'd like to come hang out in there. And he's probably going to put his 2 cents in on everything.
Absolutely. No problem. Come on in. I mean,
is there any player you would trade him for?
Yeah, I mean, like a quarterback or something, but
like Mahomes,
but like
another defensive player.
Would you trade
for Bosa?
He's the only one I'd consider is Nick Bosa, but no, I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't trade Parsons.
Probably trade another Sauce Gardner right now.
Real quick.
For Sauce
or TJ Watt.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Player that you wouldn't think you could trade, Micah or Luka?
I can't trade Luka.
Dear God, yeah. If I trade Luka, I'm trading.
You don't have a team.
Yeah, you're totally bleeped. You can't trade Luka unless Wembanyama is coming back in return, which he's not. So that's pretty much it.
But of the two, who could you not trade? You don't think you could trade Luka, right? You could trade.
No,
you trade
one player in basketball.
You gave me a corner. You gave me a corner you would trade him for.
Yeah, he's probably going to have a longer career, less injuries.
And that's a high value position right there. He's still young. So I can understand that. That was a good pull on the Sauce Gardner thing. But even that, I don't even think I would do it. And that's just a bias towards Micah Parsons, the lion, the animal that he is. I just absolutely love him. So, no, I'm not trading Micah really for any other defensive player. And I'm definitely not trading Luka.
No. Luka's the no trade.
So there is a Tennessee offensive tackle, Darnell Wright. We've discussed him a little bit. He could be a Cowboy.
Like him.
For those of you that want an offensive lineman in the first round, this might be the guy. He seems like he's got the versatility, can be the right tackle, could be guard. But he's sliding into DMs of haters right now. Did you guys see the screenshot?
Oh, no.
This is pretty good. Darnell
He
Wright.
should catch us on the draft show because we're the ones talking about him initially as being this guy that maybe Dallas would draft.
I noticed that you guys started talking about Hendon Hooker in the first round, and now I'm seeing it everywhere.
Wolchuk put him in a mock.
Shout out to Wolchuk. mocking his balls off all draft season. And
love
then
mocking.
you guys start talking about Darnell Wright. Next thing I know, I'm seeing him all over the place. He's being mocked to the Cowboys in the first round.
Show. We're working there.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are tastemakers in the industry. But he is so a guy named Willie Lutz just randomly tweeted out. This is a like a non-person basically tweeting out. Darnell Wright is a pure right tackle and has no business playing left tackle. Darnell Wright slid into his DMs to fire back. You're written incorrectly. You're a pure bleep eater. What year did you play to say anybody has any business doing anything?
Oh, wow. I like that.
Right.
Chip on his shoulder,
Darnell
too.
Wright, bro. Sliding into DMs.
Yeah.
Watch out what you tweet about Darnell Wright over the next couple of weeks,
He's
boys. Because he might
it.
be a future Cowboy, and then he's going to box you out of anything Darnell Wright newsworthiness over his entire Cowboy tenure.
Thank
so
goodness.
Just be careful.
I've been a Darnell Wright defender and a big fan of his. And anybody who doubts him, go watch his tape versus Alabama and LSU. That dude's a beast.
Blocked some of the best ones in the league. No question.
I'm excited to hear that, and hopefully he's willing to play guard. I mean, if he's fighting about right tackle, left tackle, if he gets drafted by the Cowboys and they're like, congratulations for being our left guard, I mean, he's obviously just going to do it, but I hope he's not going to have a poor attitude.
Yeah, I think the
about
offense
it.
is in you saying he can't do something.
Right.
You know?
Okay, there you
So
go.
hey, he can do anything
I
he
can do
wants.
it.
It's a defensive tackle. It's whatever you want. All pro.
I have seen a lot saying that he might need to kick inside at the next level. I think he's a right tackle personally. Like I
He
think
can
his
play right
future would be.
I think he'd play either spot.
I think he'd be your best right tackle on the team if they drafted him. And and it's no disrespect to Terrence Steele. I like Steele, but I think Wright is a more balanced pass blocker and run blocker. We know Steele's elite when it comes to the run blocking. At times struggles a little bit in pass pro. But Darnell Wright, to me, I think you could plug and play him at right tackle and be very satisfied.
And potential top 5 quarterback out of Kentucky, Will Levis. We know that he puts mayonnaise in his coffee. Over the weekend, we discovered he eats bananas without peeling them. He eats the skin as well.
You got to be kidding
He's completely off every draft board in America, I think, at this point.
Wow, that might be the worst taste in fruit, even worse than like an apple core. Oh, that banana peel is just hideous. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has the G bag of the day.
Yeah, I like my banana all beat up.
Yeah.
Look at you should get ready to throw it out. Yeah, bruised up and beat up. Oh, man, that's how I like it.
That's the flavor banana
That's the
bread right
one.
there.
That's the one. Let's see. Where we last left off, Ohio bus driver has had enough of these kids. That was our G-Bag of the Day winner. I don't know how many days it is because we missed 2.
I think it's only 2.
No. It can't be.
I think he's going for 5, dude.
Should we just say it's going for 5? I think Brian's right. I think
Going
it's
for
probably
3?
4.
It's got to be at least going for 4.
Got to be 4. Anyway, here it is. Ohio bus driver. I think they raised like $60K for this lady, by the way. Check this out.
He earned it.
You expect me to take? Give me the freaking No, I didn't do anything. They know freaking smell it. I didn't do anything. I didn't spray anything.
Look out, Maya.
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this shit. I'm done with it. I'm gonna start kicking some fucking serious ass. Do you hear me? Yes. My foot's gonna be so far up your goddamn ass, it's gonna dangle out your goddamn nose. I'm done with you. That phone in your bag. Now you give it to me. All right, fine. God, I can smell it.
Smell it.
I'm allergic to this. Open it
I didn't
spray anything.
Right.
It's right in the backpack. It's in the bag. You like to start too, Maya. You're no innocent angel here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'm done with this. Done. I've had my fill. I'm done with it. I'm ready to walk off this goddamn bus right now and let you people walk the home.
Yeah.
How much more do you think anybody can freaking
Take.
She's had her fill.
She's had her fill. All right. Yesterday was a church day. Matter of fact, one of the biggest church days out there. I got some church audio, of course, for you. Oh, yeah. We got pastors acting bad. A lot of pastors just, they're in their bag slightly right here. There's a pastor telling an organ player, which is Broadus' favorite part of church, the organ player.
The organ player. I love the organ player.
Tell him to hush. Listen.
Can you turn that music down? I'm praying to God. Hey, shh.
Talking to God.
Bro, we fight, bro. You shush me, we fight. We fight.
Yeah, I'd rather you tell me to shut the F up in front of everybody than to shush me like that.
Shush me like that, like I'm 4 or something
Show
like
a
that.
little lush.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to Michael Irvin. The playmaker Michael Irvin is in Brazil, or was in Brazil. I don't know if he's made it back yet. But he was down there watching a UFC fight with some randos, some random guys.
Did y'all see that? I found a spot in Brazil to watch the fight. Oh my God! I don't even know these jokers, but we watched the fight together, and now we are bored. Oh my God! We're going to have a 3. We're going to have a 3, and
What?
we all decided.
Pause.
Before the
3
fight,
what?
if there's a 3, we all
Oh,
going
3-peat.
to it. We going
Pereira
to
and
it.
Adesanya.
I just
Oh, okay.
I was hiding from these jokers, and they found me in Brazil. God, did you see that knockout?
Mike is wild, bro.
Dude, it was an incredible knockout.
Yeah.
This guy was about to lose.
Oh, it's
I was over at
fantastic.
my buddy Art's house, and we were all watching it, and I was like, oh, here's the fight's about to end. And the guy who was about to get knocked out suddenly clubbed this dude twice in the side of the head. He fell down.
Yep. That was such an amazing UFC fight card. And it's the first one I've watched in a while. And I was like, holy smokes, dude. If they were all for sure to be like this, it seemed like every fight was outstanding.
No, it was
Israel
great card.
Adesanya?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Izzy.
Yeah, he'll be a superstar and best of the weekend.
Okay.
So we have another pastor right here. This is a visiting pastor of a church. He should be respectful because this is not his place. But he threatened the keyboard player because the keyboard player wasn't on beat, wasn't on code. You're not feeling me right here, man.
That is you? If you was my musician, I would fire you. Just flow, just flow. Yes. It's you.
You were my musician, I'll fire you.
Rough day.
If you
for
was
the-
my musician, I would fire you.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
This is
bro.
not your church, bro. You need to relax.
It's not very
When they
godly.
pass that little plate around, I'm gonna give you $2. That's it. Just $2.
Man, people are under high pressure in these church situations.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Get a little flustered.
Yeah. Let's see. What is Yankees play-by-play announcer Michael Kay talking about right here, fellas? You let me know.
Aaron Judge questioned my coat yesterday. He looked at me and says, a little cold, Michael? I said 2 things, Aaron. It's cold upstairs. Number 2, I'm very soft.
Very soft.
He is wildin', bro.
He's honest.
He is wildin'.
He's also old.
That was the worst part of the vasectomy, man. It was freezing in that doctor's office. I kept telling him, man, it's freezing. Shriveled. Just know it's cold in here.
Take my word for it.
Trust me, dude, it's freezing.
We can tell.
We got another pastor acting bad. Pastor's acting bad. G-bag of the day today, right after the biggest church holiday. Let's see here. Yeah, we got a pastor versus the keyboard player again.
What are you doing?
Say it again. Say it again. There's nothing. Come on, play. I just want you to keep the same chord structure. Don't get fancy. My nerves is bad. I don't like it. That's my God cannot do. What is he doing? There's nothing.
What is he doing? What are you doing? Play.
Man, that's not a jam band.
No.
They're not on the same page.
No, they're not together. That's why you got to go to midweek church so you can get your rehearsals in. That's what the choir practice and everything.
Yeah, it's a bad weekend to not have your fastball.
Yeah,
working,
you got
man.
to. This is it.
Is that why they do the Wednesday church? They're all there practicing. Like,
There's a lot going on.
We're
you
all
know?
here.
A lot going on.
Let's see if we can get them to pass the hat one more
Dog,
time.
we used to go 3 times a week, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I know.
I got
Select Sports really saved us on the weekend. Like, hallelujah. Roadie.
Yeah.
You know what that means, baby.
Let's see if I can fit this one in. How about Texas Rangers broadcast right here? Check this out. Radio.
Well, we go to the 6th inning. Cubs are leading the Rangers 1-0. Ricardo Betancourt and the 6th member of the Jackson clan, Matt Hicks Jackson, with his one glove. He's wearing it on the left hand to keep his left hand warm. Doesn't really care so much about his right hand.
All right. It was a chilly weekend up there in Chicago. All righty. My computer crashed halfway through that, Lucius, but I think we have, the church combo platter, the playmaker, the bus driver, and Matt Hicks with Jared Sandler. Is that right?
Yeah, and Michael Kay.
Michael Kay.
He's soft. We want everybody to know about it.
Okay. We got our Champ and 4 challengers here, G-Bag Nationals. Is it the Ohio bus driver? We're going to call that looking for 4 right here. Is that the official word? Looking for 4.
That.
Playmaker in Brazil watching UFC with randos. Church combo platter. Michael K. A little oversharing there, I think. Jared Sandler and Matt Hicks doing some Jackson 5 routine there. I'm gonna go with the playmaker, Michael Irvin, the best guest in sports radio. Chiafalo, how about you?
Give me Hicksy and Sandler.
Lucius?
Ohio.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Going with the bus driver.
It's 2-1, Brian.
Yeah, it's a bus driver.
By a score of 3-1 in incredible comeback fashion. She is still alive. Maybe not employed. But she is still a factor in the
she's got a $60K bag right now.
Really?
Yeah. They raised $60K for this lady.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's still going.
I love it. Okay, tune in tomorrow to see if she can make it to 5, become immortalized in G-Bag Nation history, and become eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. Now, Brian, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, let's talk about some of the most overlooked players in the NFL draft. We'll do that next.
But it is draft season, ladies and gentlemen. That means it is time for the Pluckers annual draft party hosted by
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. It's time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Please just bringing us back with some of them 80s tunes. But, it's funny. You guys were talking. You said you had a soccer match this weekend?
Yeah, I had a triple revenge game. We'd never beaten this team. We tied them 1-1. It was glorious. It was a lot of fun Saturday.
Did we have issues with anything?
There might have been a little issue. I wasn't going to share it on air, but since you brought it up.
No, I just mean issue because.
Thanks, Broaddus.
No, issues just because fans.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we get a little excited about.
Absolutely.
Get a little excited about these matches and stuff like that.
Did you go all Gobert on one of your assistant coaches?
No. So the situation is we're playing against a team that has 3 or 4 girls on the team that Abby used to play with. I know a lot of those dads.
Okay.
Now.
But you're a calm guy when it comes to this stuff.
I'm very calm, but one of the dads isn't. One of the dads on the other team is not.
Okay.
Right. And he's, getting kicked out sometimes and always sharing his thoughts and, So
he's like the dad on South Park, like
Denver,
like fighting everybody kind of guy?
No. He's just opinionated, and again, he's my buddy. So I'm okay with it. Right.
Okay. You're okay with his opinions.
Yeah. So his daughter pushes down a gentleman named Bobby's daughter. Right.
Okay.
And it was a bad foul. And so everybody's yelling real quick and dad on the other team thinks that our dad is yelling at his girl on the field.
Oh, okay. So misunderstanding.
Yes.
Misunderstanding.
So he says, "Hey, don't yell at my kid." And Bobby stands up. Now, Bobby's about 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay.
He's a big boy.
Used to hit on the long drive competition. This guy can generate a lot of power. And he's got a very commanding voice, kind of like our guy up in Michigan. And he goes, "I'm not talking to her. I'm talking to you." And points the finger Jeff Bannister style.
Oh, wow.
And just, yes, everybody on the sideline was like, I'm across the field watching this go down, and I'm like, oh boy, what is this going to be? Luckily, calmer heads prevailed. I'm usually enjoying the back and forth because I never think actual violence is going to take place in front of kids. Sometimes it happens, and when it does, it will surprise me. So I thought it was the best finger point we'd seen since Banny versus AJ Hinch.
I don't think I would want to mess with Bobby at all.
No, nobody does.
Sounds like a badass.
No, there might be a couple of dads who might have a chance of surviving for a while, but Bobby gets a hold to you. It's not going to be a good day.
No, not good. Let me ask you this real quick. Would you be surprised of kind of controversial stuff every weekend at your matches, or have a clean game where nobody says a word?
What would be a bigger surprise?
Yeah, what would be a bigger surprise? Because it seems like it's not like a very competitive town.
You've always got a good story.
It's probably clean. It probably cleans the bigger surprise. It's either a
clean
ref,
match, a clean match,
coach to coach, parents to ref, parents to something. Yes, a clean match is probably the most infrequent occurrence.
Okay,
yeah,
that to me. I'm not going to lie. I'm glad I'm out of that because I was like Bobby.
Yeah.
I was a stand-up, and I was the guy that was on the sidelines.
Especially if your kid gets thrown down.
Well, you were the guy, I was helping with water, and I always hated the officials. Me and my hatred of officials. And I would always tell the guy, we'd get beat like 48-6. And Bennett's just getting crushed every time he goes back, and they'd call, Bennett would actually make a throw in to be a pass interference or, offensive pass interference or something. And I would remind the official, they don't need your help.
Yeah,
and then I'd get yelled at, stand back. What
get that Broaddus guy out of here.
I'm like, hey, no, we're good. Just remind. I'm just trying. And then the coach,
coach, tell your water boy to pipe the freak down.
Exactly.
See, so you can relate to Luka too.
I can relate to
when you're thick into it, man.
I'll tell you what happens to you. You do get emotional especially when it's your kids' deals.
Yeah.
Trust me. I sat on a bench at LSU in deep snap. That's all I did. That's my only participation in a game, But
that's D1 at LSU.
They gave him a trophy.
Huge.
But no one sat that bench better than you, Broaddus. You know that.
Yeah, no. In games I played actual offensive snaps, we were 7-0.
Just don't ask you to wear a cutoff shirt.
That's a sample size I like.
No, don't never ask me.
Even if it was the 80s.
Yeah, it could be like 175 degrees out there. I was not. Everybody else had the cutoff shirt, but me.
I'm wearing a hoodie.
Wait, were you shirt on in the pool guy too?
No, but now recently because I've had like cancer spots cut off my back.
Okay.
I've kind of had to be that guy. because I don't.
I'll stand down.
I can't. I can't do it. I can't take a chance of.
Yeah, how do you feel now, Eric?
Not good, Luke.
No.
Not good at all.
No. Sure. I mean, no.
Pipe down over there.
Yeah, how about that, buddy?
But I will say this.
You just threw cancer right at my face.
No. We would go to the lake on the boat and stuff. Always kept my shirt on.
Yeah.
Always did. Because I was like, I didn't want to we'd have
Love a good farmer's tan this time of
ladies on
year.
the boat and stuff. I didn't want to gross them out.
Yeah,
or
you and me
anything.
both, Brian.
Yeah, I just didn't want them
Show them up with your chesticles being more impressive than theirs.
Yeah.
That's
that
how
was
Walchuk
always my
yeah.
issue.
I didn't want to do that. All right.
Sometimes didn't want to feel them, though. That was a perk.
I just didn't want everybody to go, oh, jeez, get sick while they're drinking
Wow,
beer.
Walchuk, are those real?
I don't know. Are yours?
All right. The Bleacher Report put out the most overlooked players at every position in the 2023 draft. I want to run through these guys, and then I want to tell you where I have them. And as far as overlooked and stuff like that, they have them done by positions. Help me here, Walchuk, if you would, if you've seen some of these cats. I just want to run through them, and then I'll go through where I have them.
Meow.
Tanner McKee, the quarterback from Stanford, is a guy as the most overlooked quarterback in this draft.
Oh,
I'll tell you where I think about Tanner McKee when this is all said and done.
At all.
Running back Roshan Johnson from Texas.
Okay.
An overlooked player by the Bleacher Report guys here. Jonathan Mingo, who is visiting our own Dallas Cowboys here coming up.
Barkevius' brother?
I don't think there's any relation.
No relation at all.
That's good because Barkevius was
not very good.
Certified bust.
Yeah, it was a bust. Jonathan Mingo, Ole Miss wide receiver, big guy. Then you have Sam Laporta, the tight end from Iowa.
Okay.
As a possibility. Blake Freeland, the BYU offensive tackle, is a guy on this list for the offensive lineman. And then you've got Keanu Benton, a defensive tackle from Wisconsin, would be a guy that they have as
not if you listen to the draft show.
Not at all.
He's gotten praise from day one.
Day one. BJ Ojulari was another guy that was an edge rusher that's overlooked.
He is. Nobody talks about BJ Ojulari.
Okay, well, let me get through these guys and we'll talk about him in for a second. They got outside line, off-ball linebacker Dayan Henley from Washington State is the off-ball linebacker. And then cornerback Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. We've talked about him a ton.
Big crush on him.
Big crush on him. And safety Jamie Robinson from Florida State. Okay, of the guys that I mentioned, of those players that we talked about here, that they're overrated, these are my favorite players coming out of the group. I've talked a bunch about Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State. I think he's 166 pounds. I have him as a second-round grade on my board. Okay, so I don't think he's overlooked in my eyes at all.
Agreed.
Edge rusher BJ Ojulari would be the next guy that I'm stacking them for you guys right now is how I'm doing this. BJ Ojulari, the edge from LSU, I also have a second-round grade on right now for him. Do you want to say anything about him?
I think look, if you took him in the first round, like if the Cowboys took him at 26, I wouldn't be upset about it. Like, I think he's very fringe. I think second round is the grade that I have on him.
Sure.
But if you took him at the bottom of the first, where you're probably out of first-round grades, I'd be totally fine with it. He's quick off the ball. He's got fast hands. He's always working. He gets several sacks just by the motor.
Right.
Just by keeping playing. He never quits. Big fan of his. I think he's a high-motor player, and he played against elite competition, gave offensive tackles fits.
Okay, Keanu Benton would be my next guy as I rank. I've got a third-round grade on him. Henley, the linebacker from Washington State. This would be one of my pet cats. If you ask me a pet cat guy, Dan Henley from Washington State. Got him.
Dan Henley?
Dan Henley.
I wanted it to be Don so bad.
No, it's like Dian Henley.
Dian Henley, Dian Henley. Third-round grade. Mingo, the wide receiver from Ole Miss, I have in the third round as well. He's one of the bigger guys that you'll have in this draft as far as the height.
Yeah.
Most of the other guys are kind of short. Third-round grade on him. Sam Laporta, a lot of people say this might be the best tight end in the draft when it's all said and done. Got him in the fourth round myself, though. I see others I kind of like better that we've talked about a bunch.
I did too, and I'm kind of banking on maybe it was the offense that he played in that made me not like him.
Roshan Johnson I have as the next guy as a fourth-round grade on him.
I got a third on him.
Okay, you're a little bit higher on him, which is fine. He's a really good football player. Jamie Robinson, Florida State, the safety I have in the fifth round.
Okay.
And then the last two guys, Blake Freeland, the tackle from BYU. I think he's too tall. I don't think he's strong enough. Fifth round grade on him. And then Tanner McKee, this quarterback from Stanford, I feel like that if you drafted him, that guy is such a project right now. And I don't think the skills there. I don't think the ability to make plays is there. I kind of feel like that he was a highly touted, scouted player, but I think he is so far from being an NFL-ready quarterback that even if you took him in the 5th round or so, I don't think he would see the field for quite a long time.
Yeah, I don't think he's very good. I think he throws the football like a shot put.
He pushes the ball.
Yeah, he does.
So again, Forbes, Ojulari, Benton, Henley, Mingo. Those would be the guys that I would kind of look at as my top guys for right now. Out of that list of the guys that are not talked about, they say nearly enough. But if you listen to the Draft Show or with me and Bobby talking about him, we talk about him quite a bit.
Thank you, Broadus.
Thank you.
It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. The draft is now 2 weeks and 3 days away right here on DFW Sports Station. How tough is it going to be for the Mavs to put this thing together and become a playoff team again? Bobby Carell of Mavs.com joins us and answers our questions next year on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Nation. It is hour number 2 of the broadcast as the Maverick season is now officially over. Bobby Carella, Mavs.com, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. Thanks for joining us once again. How you doing?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. Considering the circumstances, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
Hope you all are doing well, too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are hanging in there. A little bummed about the last couple of months of Mavs basketball, but we're curious, your thoughts. How difficult is it to remake a playoff team? Can they get back to that standard by the time we convene in training camp here in 4 or 5 months?
Yeah, I mean, hope so. If you look at the standings, they were very, very close to being a play-in team, and all the play-in teams are very close to being a top 6 team. Now, going into next season, I don't know that you can count on the West being so, I guess, traffic jammed in the middle. I don't want to use the word mediocre, but there are a lot of teams with 42, 43, 44 wins that are going to make the playoffs this year. You can't count on that being the case again next year. And so if you're the Mavs, obviously 38 wins is not good enough. But you can't be aiming to win 3 or 4 more games next year and hope you're going to be good. I mean, they need to win 10 more games next year in order to guarantee be back in the top 6 and not have to worry about the plan or anything. And in order to get there, it is going to take some significant change. I think we know the offense is good, but we know the defense is not good enough. Jason Kidd said that so many different times this season, and that was kind of the main idea of his exit interview yesterday after their final game. So I would look for them to try and make pretty significant, wide-ranging upgrades around the roster, but specifically with the defensive end of the floor in mind.
Bobby, and I was going to ask you that question. Is there a point in time in the season as you look back, and again, it's probably unfair because the season just ended for you, but you're so great at this and the way you cover this team. Was there a point in the time of the season where you knew this team was in trouble?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, mid-December, whenever Max Akliba, Josh Green, and Dorian Finney-Smith all went out, and they were all going to be out for an extended period of time. We knew going into the year the Mavs only had really the 2 guards, Luka Doncic and Spencer Dinwiddie, and Jaden Hardy emerged later on, but we knew they were thin in the backcourt, but we kind of knew, hey, well, don't worry, they got enough wings and they have enough of a defense. They were a top half defense at that time, but once those 3 guys all went out, I mean, just the bottom fell out. The defense completely disappeared, and they could never really regain it. Even once those guys came back, it just did not improve. And so really at that point, you knew it was going to be tough sledding. But even then, I mean, they still were in a position after making the Kyrie trade. They're top 4. Everybody's feeling good. And then it just the bottom fell out again. And despite being in contention the last couple of weeks for a play-in spot, I mean, even finishing 9th or 10th in the conference, sure, you have a chance to become the 8th seed, but that's still well below where the team wanted to be and where everybody expected them to be. So, once those guys went down in mid-December and things just never really kind of looked the same after that, I think we all kind of knew, this season really is not going the way that anyone hoped for, and it's going to be really, really tough unless they make multiple significant upgrades. It's going to be really tough for them to bounce back, and they just were never really able to.
What did you think of the fit with Kyrie and Luka and the small sample size we got to see from your evaluation? Do you think this would work moving forward if they're able to fill out the rest of the roster with complementary parts?
I do. I mean, offensively, they're unbelievable. I mean, you're getting a good shot with just Luka on the floor. Your team is getting a pretty good look at the basket almost every time down the floor. And if you add another shot creator and, not only for himself, but also for others, that plays nearly at Luka's level, some nights even better than Luka and Kyrie, then for sure. I mean, you do not have to worry about offense. You can surround those 2 guys with league average offensive players, and you're going to be top half, top 10. But the steady pattern over the course of 3 decades in the NBA is your real contenders are going to be top 10 in offense and top 10 in defense. If you're not top 10 in both, you really don't have a chance to win the championship, historically speaking. I believe only one team ranked outside the top 10 in defense won the title from 1992 all the way to 2016. So it is really, really hard to do that. And I think knowing that these 2 guys are good enough offensively to carry you, means you can just focus all of your attention to defense. And now, I know a lot of fans want the Mavs to be able to rebound better. They want more of an interior presence. I would say I agree with that, but they also need a better perimeter defensive presence as well to limit dribble penetration. And, Luka and Kyrie are excellent offensive players, but they both do have some defensive limitations. And so I think it's even more important if Kyrie does stay, if you're able to keep them together and all that stuff, it's even more important to surround them with as much quality perimeter defense as possible, because you simply cannot afford to have Luka and Kyrie having to guard all-star guys, throughout games. You have to find a way to protect them. With one of them on the floor, it's pretty easy to do. With both of them on the floor, it's tougher to do. So I think they need to add as much perimeter defense as possible this offseason, while also trying to upgrade it big if it makes sense.
How confident are they internally, do you think, that Kyrie will be back?
I don't know. I mean, felt like they were pretty confident keeping Jalen last year, and it's kind of the same line of thinking this summer where you look around the league and not many teams have cap space, significant cap space, max level cap space. And the teams that do have max level cap space aren't necessarily any closer to competing than the Mavs are. And so it's kind of like, well, how many other teams possibly can make a move? But all it took was one last year. The Knicks unloaded a little bit of salary and boom, Jalen was gone before anyone even realized what was happening. So, I think they're pretty confident. I do think Kyrie likes it here. I think that it's a good natural fit on the floor, off the floor. I think everything kind of lined up well, but they just did not produce results. And so, I think the Mavs are definitely going to have to make a sales pitch, and I think maybe the best way to do that is to upgrade the roster and say, hey, I mean, if you leave here, you're going to be leaving a really good team. But as currently constructed, the Mavs are not a very good team. So I think they need to, they need to upgrade on all fronts in order to persuade, hopefully, Kyrie to stick around.
Bobby, I'm going to give you a chance to call me an idiot. On the radio, I believe that Mark Cuban is taking the blunt of this season to protect his general manager. Am I off base on this one?
I don't know necessarily that you're off base. I mean, how many times, whenever Rick was the coach, the Mavs would just get blown off the floor, and after the game, Rick would say, that's my fault. Yeah. I got to do a better job of getting us ready. And it's like, bro, you did a great job of getting them ready. It's just the players didn't play. You know? I think that to some degree, Mark is doing that. But also, I mean, historically speaking, we know that Mark is very involved in player transactions. Now, I will say, since Nico took over as GM, the Mavs have made a few trades, and they've all been pretty big. The KP trade, getting Dinwiddie and then turning around trading him for Kyrie. So, that's something that the Mavs did not really do, successfully do at least, try and make these big seismic transactions in the middle of the season or in the off season, whatever the case may be. Nico's been able to do that, but spots 3 through 15 on the roster have either stayed the same or haven't been upgraded quite enough. And so, I don't know if that's a Nico thing or a Mark thing, or maybe they had better plans and they fell apart. No one really knows exactly how it all operates. But I think by Mark coming out and saying, hey, look, it's my bad, I definitely think that there's some sort of, shielding blame or deflecting criticism away from Nico, from J-Kid, from Luka. Because look, I mean, whenever you're a team that was expected to be maybe a championship contender and you slip all the way out of the playoffs, everyone is culpable, right? Everyone deserves the blame, but I think one person needs to step up and take the brunt of it, and I think Mark is doing that right now.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. Do you have a reason to believe Jason Kidd, this narrative of his pattern from Milwaukee of him wearing thin after initial success, he kind of loses the locker room? Is that a valid narrative on what is transpiring with these Mavericks?
I don't know if it is for this year. I mean, certainly in years past, in Brooklyn and especially in Milwaukee, that was the case. Good first year and second year, just kind of things just didn't work. And you could say, objectively speaking, things did not work this season. But I don't know how much of that is Jason Kidd wearing thin. I mean, it seems like the players all really like and respect him. He was kind of a big selling point for Kyrie coming to Dallas and liking it here and enjoying it here. And you ask even the young guys on the roster, obviously Jalen Brunson had nothing but good things to say about him. Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, Luka, they all really like him. And the vets Justin Holiday, one of the first things he said whenever he came here is, I really respect J-Kidd because he tells you what he's thinking. Like, he's honest with you. And now, some could say maybe a more detail-oriented coach or more of a hard ass, for lack of a better word, could demand more out of the roster than J-Kidd, but I think the players appreciate his temperament too. So I don't know how much you could say that it's kind of wearing thin, but I do think obviously, tactically, especially late in games, fans and media alike are able to point at a couple decisions or plays or whatever and say, hey, that's just not good enough. So as much as the Mavs do need to upgrade, I think, coaching staff, management, they all need to try and do better next season as well.
So, when we talk about the team building aspect of this, if Kyrie doesn't return, what are the Mavericks' best ways of trying to improve this thing? And the sign-in trade's looming out there, but if you don't get a team to play ball, what other avenues do the Mavericks have to improve?
Well, a lot of that is going to come down to ping-pong fortune, and the Mavs have not had a lot of that over the years. They've never moved up in the lottery, and they have an 80% chance to keep that pick this season. Most likely it would be the number 10 pick. But that's still pretty valuable in the trade market. And so, whether or not Kyrie stays, I think that's a pretty valuable asset. Of course, they have a couple young guys if they're looking to try and add veteran talent, but I really like the young players they have, so I personally hope that's not the case. But their best ways to improve if Kyrie leaves, the most cap space they could get to is like $20, $25 million if they renounce everybody and trade off a couple contracts. And that's not enough to add top level talent for that much money, unless you just get really lucky and make a gigantic trade at a discount or something. So I think, if they're trying to get back to the playoffs next year and if they're trying to push for a title, clearly their best way to do that is to convince Kyrie to stay, re-sign him, and then try and make a couple or maybe one big move or a couple like really solid moves to add more talent around him. If he leaves, it's going to be very tough. I don't want to sound the panic alarms or anything, but if he leaves, it's going to be very tough for them to get back to the level they were at last season.
Bobby, of the two young guys, Hardy and Green, who are you most excited about for the future?
That's a good question, because 3 months ago I would have said Josh Green, and now it's kind of maybe Jaden Hardy. They need more playmaking, they need more speed, they need more explosiveness, they need more fearlessness, and Hardy is all of those things and then some. He's just not afraid. He's a great shooter, shot 40% from three this year. I can see a very clear path to him becoming a better finisher at the rim and less turnover prone. He's just need to tighten up his handle a little bit. And yesterday he said he wants to basically improve his explosiveness, like get to the rim quicker, whether that's a quicker first step or a quicker jump. And so if he can do that, clean up his handle and get better on the rim, then he's got to be one of the more unstoppable young players in the league. Come off the bench and give you 15, 20 points off the bench is really nice. But, at the end of the day, both of those guys are so important because both Hardy and Green represent something that the Mavs do not have on the roster outside of them. Hardy, speed, explosiveness, fearlessness, confidence off the bench, or in the starting lineup even. And Josh Green, a rangy wing that can handle the ball, that can move the ball, that can attack closeouts and get to the rim in the open floor and in the half court and finish. Just nobody else on the team can do either of those things, that Hardy and Green can do. So I think, maybe the best answer is tie, because if both of those guys keep getting better, then you're addressing glaring needs on this team just by internal development. But if they don't, or if there's a ceiling, or if they cap out or whatever, then all of a sudden, we do need a more dynamic wing. We need another playmaker off the bench, whatever the case is. So, I think both of their continued developments are pretty critical to where this thing is going.
Bobby, the Cowboys had a big shakeup on the coaching staff after the season. Any thoughts about maybe a shakeup with the Mavs?
I don't know. Mark has already said that J-Kidd is safe. Now, sometimes in football, you'll swap out D coordinators or O coordinators or whatever. I don't know if that's going to happen. Sometimes guys will take jobs in the back row of the bench to move to the front row of the bench, or maybe like your defensive guy will become an associate head coach or a regular head coach somewhere else. I don't know how many head coaching jobs Mavs assistants will be in the running for this summer. Sometimes there's some surprises, but it's possible. It's possible that there's a shakeup there. I think that, changing out assistant coaches in the NBA is a little less impactful than it is in the NFL, just because assistant head coaches have less control over like a play-by-play basis than like an offensive coordinator or a defensive coordinator would. And play calling is kind of different in the NBA than the NFL. So I'm not sure how much of an impact that would make, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me, to see a couple new guys on the bench, but we'll just have to see where that goes.
Okay, Bobby, we're short on time here. I'd love to know from you, though, what do you think Luka's offseason looks like? Is he going to get some rest this time around? And would you want Rudy Gobert if the T-Wolves were giving him away?
Oh, wow. I do think he will have some rest. Slovenia doesn't have another game until like mid to late June, so he's going to have a month or two to really relax and hopefully get in the gym and, just fine-tune his body and all of those things. And then after that, they're off again until like September. So he should have plenty of time to relax and recover and everything this summer. As for Gobert, I mean, obviously I can't specifically talk about it because I would get just clapped by Adam Silver. But, man, I don't know if they're going to trade him. They gave up so much to get him last summer. It would just be kind of, I don't know, it would be kind of weird if they traded him again so quickly, But I don't really know the process. I saw the video, and it looks awfully like a weird situation out there, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, apparently Kyle Anderson called him the B word over and over again, and now Kyle's saying that decisions need to be made this offseason, so it might get juicy already. Bobby, we appreciate your time as always, and we look forward to catching up with you soon enough.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Mavs.com, Bobby Carolla there. Must read, must follow on Mavs Twitter and stuff like that. All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And when we come back, it's time for Wolchuk to deliver the NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, where are we heading?
One analyst thinks the OBJ contract is the worst the Ravens have ever given to a player. And is this quarterback better than Mahomes? Next on The Fan.
Okay, I want to chat about Window Nation before we do that, though, because it's the best place to get new windows. If you need them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Franklin Frankel. Consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Here he is, Zachary.
So Odell Beckham Jr. has a new team. He's playing with the Baltimore Ravens. He got a 1-year deal worth up to $18 million, $15 million guaranteed. In less than 2 hours after the signing became official, Lamar Jackson jumped on social media and gave his stamp of approval to the deal in a post on Instagram. Lamar shared a picture that showed him FaceTiming with Odell Beckham Jr. Eric and I were doing the BetQL show on the BetQL Network, Bet Nation, and immediately we were like, okay, with this signing, I don't think Lamar or Odell necessarily signs there if he's not feeling positive that Lamar is going to get this stuff worked out. Now, maybe the money had a lot to do with this, though, right? And it's fascinating because Ross Tucker, who's part of our Odyssey family, he's an Odyssey NFL insider, he did not like the Ravens giving this type of deal to Lamar Jackson.
This absolutely has to have something to do with Lamar Jackson. Probably a lot to do with Lamar Jackson. $15 million fully guaranteed for a guy who will be 31, has torn his ACL twice in the last 3 years, has 856 yards receiving in the last 3 years, and didn't play last year at all. I mean, even the top free agents this year, not a great free agent market, but the top free agent wide receivers who played and were productive last year got $11 million a year, but they had to commit themselves to their new teams for at least 3 years. Jacoby Myers, Lazard, Juju, $15 million fully guaranteed. And you know how I know it has something to do with Lamar Jackson? Because Lamar Jackson posts a FaceTime picture on Instagram of him and Odell Beckham Jr., which, by the way, probably, like, what happened to your trade request, Lamar? Probably not real good look for your trade demand that you're posting a pic excited with OBJ being a Raven. But that's another story. The point is that's even more proof that I really believe the Ravens way overpaid Odell Beckham Jr. Maybe the worst contract I've ever seen the Ravens give out. They did it because they obviously think this will help them get Lamar Jackson signed, or at least get him to play for them this year. There's no other explanation.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. You know, hey, we'll get you a little bit more help. You'll be on the tag. He'll have a 1-year deal, and we'll, decide what to do with everybody's best interest next year. I could totally see that, and it is weird to see Baltimore do it. It's a Washington Commanders type of deal.
Man, and they never do this with wide receivers. Like, they're never. We always say every year. I think for the last 5 years, we've been like, oh, Baltimore needs to go get a receiver. They've tried in the first round. They took Hollywood Brown. They traded him. They took Rashad Bateman out of Minnesota. He hasn't really panned out. I mean, Brian, is this a terrible contract? I think the rest of the NFL was pretty blown away that the Ravens gave him $15 million guaranteed.
Hold on real quick. I think the value is they make Lamar temporarily happy. And for $15 million,
so a bigger picture play.
Yeah, you get stability at that. So it's a combined $47 million for Lamar and Odell Beckham Jr., and you get Lamar on the field.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think Gavin's absolutely right. I think they're trying to look at all possible avenues of getting that contract done, or at least getting him to the table. Maybe they're trying to mend some hard feelings that's been going on right now between the front office and the quarterback itself. So I agree with Gavin on this one. Reminds me very much of Jerry Jones going out and hiring Bill Parcells. Needed to get a stadium built. Can't do that hiring some guy that's not going to get people excited about Cowboys football anymore. You got to go out and you got to try and do things in order to make people feel good about the direction that you're going. And they're obviously trying to make the quarterback feel better about, hey, we're trying to help you. I know we've drafted 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round wide receivers. This guy, we feel like this guy can legitimately come in and help us right now.
Especially in a world where it doesn't seem like there's that high-flying wide receiver class in the draft here.
It's not.
So they're like, dang, we can't solve this issue even in round 1 with a respectable pick.
Sure.
In the first round. The Ravens probably don't feel confident that they could just go plug and play with a stud wide receiver. But it's a good point by the 6'8" here. how can this contract be the worst ever for the Ravens when they paid Flacco all that money all those years ago?
Yeah, the Flacco one didn't look good, but he did just win a Super Bowl.
No,
So
for sure.
It makes sense why they gave that out.
The Flacco one was he bet on himself, and really, I don't think the Ravens had a choice to let him walk, but the Ravens said, "Fine, okay, bet on yourself," and the guy delivered.
That contract aged extremely poorly.
No, extremely poorly. But at the time,
question.
it made sense why the Ravens did it.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of the receiver class, Jim Nagy, who runs the Senior Bowl, former executive in the NFL, and now he's the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl. He was making a comment about the draft class. He said that Jackson Smith-Njigba is the only first-round wide receiver on a lot of teams' board. That there's only one prospect with a fourth-round grade. That player is Jackson Smith-Njigba, Rockwall Zone, the Ohio State wide receiver. So there's 4 or 5 or even 6 wideouts that could go in the first round in most mocks, but Nagy seems to think that the media is wrong on this, and we might not get that many first-round wide receivers selected. Pretty interesting. Other draft news, yeah.
To your point, then maybe that's why Jackson Smith-Njigba is coming in to visit. I mean, just as if
maybe slides.
If some guys start to slide, you want to be in position to be able to, at least have an idea about the guy and stuff like that.
Absolutely, and he's going to be a 30 visit for the Cowboys, and they were in that position with CeeDee Lamb. They talked about how none of their mock simulations had CeeDee even making it to them at 17. Then all of a sudden, draft night, they look up, what in the world? CeeDee Lamb's available. This is crazy. A lot of calls, according to Adam Schefter, to the Cardinals for the 3rd overall pick. At least 6 teams have already inquired about trading up for the 3rd overall pick. The Cardinals are reportedly considering their options, weighing the pros and cons of moving the pick or holding on to it. Depending on how far they've got to slide down, I think that they should probably trade and move back, get some more, because they're not taking a receiver. They've got Kyler. They're locked in there. But you can see receivers going 1, 2, 3, 4. Quarterbacks, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4 in this upcoming NFL draft if they move that pick.
I wonder if a team like the Raiders from 7 would jump that way.
The Raiders and another team that I've seen rumored, the Titans.
Mm-hmm. Daniel Jeremiah was talking about the Raiders and the Titans both being teams that might be moving up to get some quarterbacks here. It's a no-brainer if you're the Cardinals. Any team picking in the top 5 or top 10, if you have your quarterback and you're not taking one, you should always trade.
That's why I was looking at the Raiders at 7 as a team that might. The Raiders tend to overpay for stuff.
Sure.
To go to try and move around, and so maybe that's something that if you're Arizona. This is where again I feel bad about Cliff Kingsbury not being the coach there anymore, because Peter Schrager from the NFL Network had his pick every single year, and I would be fascinated if Schrager would say, well, okay, this is what we're like he would just. There would be mock drafts, his mock draft, the one that he would get right, everything else would probably be wrong. Arizona's was right for like 6 straight years, and I miss the fact that he's probably guessing right now what's going on.
Something you could count on in this draft world. You need those.
You need a guy that knows what's going on.
That old reliable.
I imagine Schrager's FaceTiming with Kingsbury right now from Bangkok.
Yep. And he's still, everything crazy happens in Bangkok. Am I right, Cliff? Now we go to the quarterback
Make a hard man humble.
Yeah. We go to the QB Room podcast. Former Arizona Cardinal, Cincinnati Bengal, and USC Trojan Carson Palmer talking about who's the best quarterback in the NFL. He doesn't think it's Patrick Mahomes. He thinks it's the new Cincinnati Bengals signal caller.
Joe's the best quarterback in the league, I know Patrick is phenomenal, but I just think Joe's more consistent. He's more consistent. He's more accountable to run the system and the play that's called, and not feel like, well, he didn't win last time and get open for me, so I'm going to do it with my feet. And then before you know it, you're socked for a 4-yard loss because you tried to make 2 or 3 guys miss. Joe is just, they're talk about not having a weakness. Mentally strong, physically tough, accurate, can throw it far enough, fast enough, gets the ball out quick, and then he can actually do a lot with his legs. He just rarely shows it. And it's not, I think he's as athletic outside the pocket with, and can do a lot of the same things Patrick Mahomes has done. He hasn't done it and showed it yet. He's played more within his system and style, but I think he's the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. You know, I don't think Joe Burrow has touched the upper limits of what Patrick Mahomes has done on a consistent basis. Twice his long career. Burrow was hurt for one of them, and I think he's the second best quarterback. I'm not meaning to disparage Burrow at all.
Yeah,
but you're putting him on Burrow level, on Mahomes level, and above right now. I'd say you need to maybe think about that a little bit more.
Has Mahomes played with a bad offensive line? Have we seen him play with a bad?
We did in the Super Bowl, and he looked atrocious.
See, because early in the season, remember how bad Cincinnati's offensive line was?
Yep.
And you wouldn't say that Joe Burrow looked like the best quarterback in the league when that was going on.
Patrick Mahomes has played as a top 5 paid quarterback, and that's something Burrow hasn't done. I'll take that point. Like what Burrow has done without maybe the level of skill and protection is there. That's a legit point.
That's what I'm saying, because there's times where Joe's looked bad with a bad offensive line.
There are times, right, 100%. But he also got him to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but so is Mahomes.
Yeah,
I mean,
but not with the bad line.
But they went out and had to rebuild an offensive.
They did, because it fell apart going into the Super Bowl.
They
game.
lost the Super Bowl with a bad offensive line.
Yep.
So that's I mean, hey, as much as I love Joe Burrow, I'm taking Pat Mahomes.
I agree.
Every single
I
time.
think it's still Mahomes 1, Burrow 2. If Burrow had beaten Mahomes in that AFC title game, I think we would have had more of a conversation about it. But right now they're 1 and 2. It's still Mahomes above Burrow. But it's interesting. Here's a former NFL quarterback. Might be a little biased though, going for a Cincinnati Bengal
bias is a real thing, man.
Yeah, no doubt. NFL news of the day. Back to you, Gary.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Always love when you can deliver that. And we'll deliver Chris Young to your Ranger earballs coming up at 4:20 on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you enjoyed yesterday's dub. Now, speaking of yesterday, there were some amazing things that happened this weekend, Eric.
Yes, absolutely there was. Let's go best of the weekend, featuring Twitter clapbacks, motivational speeches, and middle school fight clubs. That's next.
All right, let's talk D&M leasing before we do that, though, because if you're in the market for a new vehicle, you want or need a new set of wheels, you got to call D&M Leasing and tell them.
Shady Doll Saloon, 10250 Shady Trail. Legend lives on.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. Big weekend. Here is Chiafalo with the details.
The hot yoga shark's the worst of the sharks. That's a guarantee. Best of the weekend. Happy Easter, everybody. Broadus stole a pen from church on Easter Sunday, so that's how his weekend went. Hopefully your weekend went swimmingly. It certainly went swimmingly for a guy like John Rahm, who had a 4-putt opening hole at the Masters on Thursday and then wins the Masters by 4 strokes, which is pretty dang dominant. Congratulations, John Rahm, 28 years old, U.S. Open victor, and now a Masters champion. The funniest part about it, though, is his purse for winning the Masters is $3.25 million.
True.
Brooks Koepka for winning a Live Golf Orlando event last week was $4 million.
Yeah.
Oh my dear God, bro! A random one-off live event is still more than being the Masters champion, which is pretty crazy. It was a fun Masters weekend, though. I was made sad watching Tiger Woods gimp around in the cold, wet wind and rain on Saturday. They probably should have called that round a little bit earlier than they did, but John Rahm was still putting together some nice holes while playing in a wild tsunami-like condition.
They were leave it to the European golfers or the European golf community like to come out and say, there's no way that would ever been called if we were playing in Scotland or Ireland or one of those places, because it's
just a play
That's
on.
a day in the life.
That is put on your rain suit and get after.
We got trees falling, bro. All right. This is a little bit extenuating circumstance.
It was a unique year.
Some big trees falling. There's some people
big tree fall hard.
Big tree does fall hard.
There were some big trees falling in between big trees falling. That's crazy how some people survived that whole ordeal.
Yeah, that would have been an extremely tragic situation there.
That's what I call amen corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can dodge a tree, you can dodge a ball.
Good call there, Walchuk.
The amen corner, you guys didn't get the reference, I don't think, what he was just talking about.
Why don't you explain it to me like I'm 5?
Yeah.
Well, this happened on 17. Amen corner is really what, 10, 11, 12?
Yeah, exactly. So
they call this spot amen corner, where you can watch all 3 holes at the same time.
Oh.
Amen, yeah.
So we're renaming amen corner to 17, where those boys missed the tree that was falling.
That is a damn good golf death joke right there, Dawson. Nice work.
And you called me out on like, oh, why don't you explain like I'm 5?
I needed you to explain it to me, just like the reference he had earlier about, what was the reference? You dropped something about Bangkok.
Hot yoga.
No, it wasn't the hot yoga. That was off air. And that was confidential.
One night in Bangkok makes a hot man humble.
Boom. See? The Twitch liked that, by the way. They were saluting all over
It's
that.
a freaking jam, dude.
Sounds like one. You had the punch heard around the world yesterday right into the chest of a Timberwolves player from a Timberwolves player. There was a little bit of infighting there on the final day of the NBA regular season. It was Rudy Gobert. As we all know, he's since been suspended by the team, and he's not going to play in the play-in game, and it's all pretty hilarious. You actually had a tweet from Woj earlier that says the Timberwolves had to suspend Gobert for throwing a punch, but accepted that it was a shot to the chest with no intent to injure Kyle Anderson, and they understood that Anderson called Gobert a, quote, B-word repeatedly on a night Gobert was playing hurt. Sources tell ESPN.
Yeah, the chemistry might be a little off there in Minnesota. It's a crazy time of year where a lot of teams are getting fired up, like Draymond Green, to make a playoff push, and other guys are just excited that they don't have to see each other ever again and are looking forward to the season being over. It can be a toxic mix.
I think Minnesota's kind of said, hey, this is the side we're taking. Rudy, you're in timeout. You're not playing in the play-in. You're not traveling with the team. We're siding with Anderson here.
Yeah. Made the right choice, too.
One of my favorite ancillary things from this was a tweet that goes back to October 7th of last year, which is the same day that Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole.
Oh.
We all remember that day. That day, Rudy Gobert tweeted out, subtweeting Draymond, insecurity is always loud. So, of course, yesterday, Draymond Green tweeted out, insecurity is always loud.
Yeah, well, that B word is fighting words. Like, there's a member on our staff, if you call him a B, he's fighting you.
His name might start with a B.
Possibly.
And Walchuk might have learned that the hard way.
We didn't fight.
And got his
but
A
he got
kicked.
close.
You want to expand on this?
No.
Bobby Belt? You can't call Bobby Belt the B word?
Can't confirm nor deny, sir.
Okay.
Let's
test the waters.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
All right. Well, why don't you throw the word out there when he pops on at 5:30? Let's see how long he stays on the phone there, Brian.
Oh, really? Well, we've got a deal today to do. We got Brian Baldinger on.
Oh,
Love of the Star?
Perfect.
Oh.
Yeah, Love of the Star. So we got a little Brian Baldinger on.
Do we get to actually see his finger?
I don't know.
Is he going to zoom in with you guys?
Yeah, he's going to zoom in. So, yeah, but he's on Love of the Star with us.
That's going to be a blast. Well, it's going to be a fringy type of Love of the Star if you say that later on. I bet you won't.
What, you mean call Bobby a B?
Yeah.
If he's probably listening right now. Bobby, you're a B.
Fantastic. We'll check in with Bobby at 5:30. We need
love
to
you,
get an
Bobby.
update on his.
Can't wait till he whips Brian's ass.
You know what? That's highly likely, too,
Yeah.
that could happen, yeah.
You're like twice as old as him.
Yeah,
I think in your prime you could take him, but not anymore.
But yeah, that's like 30,
He's all slim
40
and trim
years
now
ago.
thanks to soda.
Yeah.
So
He's looking
Bobby's
good, man.
This might be best shape of your life season for Bobby Belt. Sad as it is to say.
It is for some of us.
Now, we had some epic UFC
What, do you
fights
call
on
him a
Saturday
B?
night. No, I was just calling him, I don't know, out of shape or something. But we have the UFC fight over the weekend that was awesome. It was in Miami. George Masvidal, I believe, retired after getting dominated.
Yeah, but we'll see if he's actually retired.
There was a Fort Worth stud,
Kevin Holland,
who put on a great show as well in one of the prelims. That was really, really cool. But the fight of the night, the main card, it was Israel Adesanya looking for payback against Alex Pereira, and it ended in epic fashion. A knockout that I don't believe anybody's ever seen before. Even Joe Rogan was like, I don't know that I've ever seen a knockout quite like that. He's up against the fence. He's getting pounded. You think he's about to lose the fight, and then he throws a punch, and then another one, and it's KO time. For 10 seconds ago, I thought one guy was in the process of winning, and then that guy that I thought was in the process of winning is now on his back, and his eyes are rolled back.
Izzy flipped
holy
the script
smokes,
tremendously in that.
Well, after the fight, Adesanya took to the mic alongside Joe Rogan, and I thought he went on a pretty epic 45-second little motivational speech there.
I need to say something. Listen to me. I hope every one of you behind your screens or in this arena can feel this level of happiness just one time in your life. I hope all of you can feel how fucking happy I am just one time in your life. But guess what? You never feel this level of happiness if you don't go for something in your own life. When they knock you down, when they try and shit on you, when they talk shit about you, and they try and put their foot on your neck. If you stay down, you will never ever get that resolve. Fortify your mind and feel this level of happiness as you rise one time in your life. But I'm blessed to be able to feel this shit again and again and again and again and again.
Oh, wow.
What a mic drop right there, except
He's
he
a
didn't drop the
badass.
mic. He had 3 more moments at the mic that were pretty dang legendary. And apparently he, from the octagon, was calling out Pereira's son, who had been making fun of him.
Yeah,
when young kid.
Yeah, so when Izzy got knocked out by Pereira when they were kickboxing, Pereira's son went into the ring and did the whole laying down, knocked out dead thing. So Izzy remembered that, and so he pointed at his son, and then also did the play dead deal.
The kid's then what about the 3 arrows in the quiver deal? I mean,
he's a showman, man. The UFC needs that personality.
He is a showman.
The punch that set up the knockout, it was like a movie punch because Pereira's coming in and they spun him around. Like he's Balboa and Clubber Lang. It wasn't you rarely see somebody get knocked totally backwards or, spun in a 180. And then, when he turned around, it was
You never watched Tristan Hill try and take on Box.
right? No, it was incredible. I was totally shocked. I mean, he's getting ready to knock him out. He's throwing knees and everything. And
this is over.
But apparently Israel was going full Balboa up against those ropes.
So the son got involved. How old's this kid? He's like a little kid?
Seems like he's a little kid.
He was definitely
7,
a little
8 years
kid.
old?
No, now he's probably 11 or 12.
Oh.
He was
So
7 or 8 years old.
He has to live that, huh?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it's a bad day.
These kids also have to live this in Tallahassee. We go to WCTV. A woman identified as a teacher at Griffin Middle School in Tallahassee facing charges contributing to the delinquency of a minor for what court documents obtained call an alleged role in organized fights in her classroom. We have full-on middle school fight club. According to the document, several 6th grade girls, okay, it's a female 6th grade fight club. They told detectives that they participated in planned fights during school hours, and they alleged that they were invited back for additional fights. They also reported that Footman, the teacher, made statements including 30 seconds, no screaming, no yelling, no phones. Those are the only rules in this particular fight club.
Wow. Let's get it on. So the teacher's running this?
Yeah. Detective indicates in a probable cause affidavit that he reviewed videos and identified Footman sitting on her desk, failing to intervene and making statements including no screaming, no nothing, and stop pulling hair. The document also said no records of Footman reporting the fights to administrators were found. So there's clearly fights. You can see it on the video that people are fighting and the teacher's just sitting on the desk like saying, all right, everybody be quiet, no phone. Like that's the only rules. Just no screaming, 30 seconds or less, and no phones. Let's do this.
It's like when your kid's fighting with your brothers in your room. You know, you can't make a noise or the parents will hear.
That's true. Keep it down. The older brother's always like, stay quiet.
Principal might come in and break up a good thing here if you girls are screaming during this fighting. So let's keep it down, and please nobody roll video on it.
That's nuts.
I do feel bad for these teachers because you really can't break up fights. You can't even touch these kids. You could just like yell at them and maybe call the school resource officer.
So we don't do the School of Rock thing anymore, right? We can't get to Jack Black. School of Rock. You ever see that movie?
Oh, it's a great movie.
Is that how we broke up the fight?
No. It's just like instead of fighting, we're actually like
we got cameras in the room now.
Yeah, we're like forming a band. You know, we're like doing good things.
I love that movie.
Fighting.
So forming a band of fighters, of elite fighters.
That's what I guess the Footman's doing over
Probably
here.
raising the next generation of mixed martial artists. That's what it sounds like. Miss Footman was up to.
Visit to that school.
I love that her name's Mrs. Footman.
Is her name really Footman? Did you
Yeah.
make that up?
No,
Okay.
I believe you not.
Okay.
We got to run. A Nation, when we come back, we're going to do the Woolly Bullies top 10 here because Chris Young's coming up at 4:20. What's the subject matter today?
National Sibling Day. Who are the top 10 siblings in sports history? Let me know your favorite. 877-881-1053. Next on The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star with Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell. Sponsored by Boomer Jacks on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you've been suffering from hair loss or thinning, I got the solution for you. Zach Wolchuk with you, and I want you to go see my buddy, Dr. Michael Bailey.
105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Chris Young is coming up at 4:20, the Rangers GM. Our hero, CY, coming up at 4:20 here. So let's go ahead and do this. Zach Wolchuk's top 10 at 4:20 right now.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate all of you for allowing me to do this. National Sibling Day. Happy National Sibling Day to all of you out there that have siblings. I think we all do have a sibling on this show. Eric, you got 2 brothers. Gavin, I know you've got a brother.
And a sister.
And a sister. Okay, just one brother?
One brother.
I actually have 3 brothers, by the way.
Did I say 1?
You said 2.
Oh, you have 3. I always forget about the little one.
Yeah.
Gosh dang it.
Mike's still in the game, though, man.
I know, and he's a real Serge Ibaka, that guy.
Yeah, he absolutely
He
is.
really is. I've got 1 sister. Shout out to you. I love you. And then, Lucius, I know you've got a sister. Do you have any other
2
siblings?
sisters, 2 brothers. Everybody's my brother and sister in God's way, though. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's my guy.
Yeah.
Now, I'm asking, all right, who do you think's the best sports siblings? 877-881-1053. We got a lot of good texts that are flowing in. I didn't even, now not on this list. They're not even honorable mentions. You got Jackie and Mac Robinson from the 318 and 607 Leon and Michael Spinks were texted in. But when I say like sports siblings, who comes to mind for you? Do you have a favorite set of siblings?
Oh, yes, Charles and Ed. UCLA domination. You know, forgettable NBA careers, but definitely legends for what they did in college.
Got kids paid.
Yeah.
You think about it.
I think Serena and Venus got to be the best, right?
Absolutely.
That's number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right
Peyton and Eli, pretty good.
I mean, it's still going to be fun.
I don't like Peyton and Eli that much, although that's probably the best. You know, you do have the famous knuckleball pitchers of Phil and Joe Niekro.
Okay.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Ooh, the Grammaticas, the Molinas.
The Molinas, the Grammaticas is a good one. The Grammaticas won't be mentioned. The Boses certainly are getting a lot of love now.
How about the Perrys?
Perrys is a good one.
Yeah.
The Perrys is a good
one. The Perrys,
one.
the old baseball dudes.
The
Pitchers.
Matthews brothers. Yep.
You got the Giambis.
Yeah. Oh, the Giambis. Absolutely. The Watts, which will be
the Watts are good.
JT or JJ, TJ, and Derek. Those are an honorable mention. Those came in at number 12. And then we also have some more texts coming in. The Klitschkos, certainly. How about the Plumleys?
The Waltrops?
Oh, yeah, Mason Plumlee almost had an altercation with one of his own teammates like Gobert yesterday.
Oh, wow.
It was Trey Mann and Mason Plumlee, but theirs was more verbal. Didn't get overly physical.
Well, speaking of basketball, I did have this little basketball nugget for you, a little stat of the day, if you will.
Feed me.
Not only were Kevin Durant and Trey Murphy III the only 2 players in the NBA this season to shoot at least 60% on twos, 40% on threes, and 90% on free throws. They're the first 2 players in NBA history to accomplish that feat while qualifying for both the 3-point and free throw percentage leaderboard. So I think KD, not a surprise, but how about Trey Murphy III for the New Orleans Pelicans?
That's 60 from 2?
60 from 2, 40 from 3, 90% from the stripe.
That's just straight up nasty.
Oh, my goodness. I'd never imagined we could have something like that.
And it wasn't just 1, 2 players.
We're taking good threes, and we're making sure if we take a 2, we're getting close, and maybe we're getting fouled, so our misses, we got a chance to wipe that off the board and go. But that's just ridiculous. You know, the average players, right around, 44, 45% from 2, and then to shoot 40% from 3. And KD's getting hounded. This is double teams for KD.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, as much love as there has been and appreciation for KD, he might be the most underrated offensive player in the history of the game with what he's doing.
Oh, man. He is. And he is the only superstar that I think you can really just plug into any system. And he's done this. Now, he's bounced around from different teams, and he always has success. We've seen issues with other players. The superstar dynamic doesn't work. KD seems like a guy that's going to work no matter what the situation is. He's just like that. People knock him for being soft, whatever it is. On the floor, dude's a freaking walking bucket. He's incredible. Incredible talent.
From everywhere.
McCourty brothers out of the NFL, says the 309. Yes, Devin and Jason McCourty.
A lot of good texts. We've got the Golick brothers. Shout out to the Golicks. Mike and Bob.
Matthew brothers, too.
Yep. Oh, the Matthews. Absolutely. Great football family. No question. The Von Erichs. We've got the Ben brothers.
The Ben brothers.
Jamie and Jordy Ben.
There you go.
The Pounceys. I kind of forgot about the Pounceys because they're not on this list.
Yeah, and one of them just called it retirement
even though he's been out of the league for like 3 years.
Yeah, and he had like a thirst trap pick with it. He's like laying on his.
Oh, he's lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Not as much as Russell Okung though. Holy
Russell Okung,
smokes,
my
dude!
gosh, I
That
thought
was
something
stunning.
was wrong with him.
That was insane. I thought I was getting butt cracked or something on Twitter. I'm like, there's no way that's Russell Okung. There was viral Twitter shots of him, full body wearing shorts, but he's shirtless, and he looks like a 185-pound dude.
Yeah.
And we all know Russell Okung for being over 300 pounds and off as a tackle.
Eric shows me this picture. He's like, I could give you the rest of time, and you won't be able to guess who this is. And he was right. I don't think I would have ever guessed, oh, that's Russell Okung, if he didn't tell me.
We always see the linemen go from huge dude to like a couple years after retirement. A lot of times they slim up because they weren't naturally 300-plus pounds. They had to like eat and lift like insane amounts in order to maintain that weight. But I've never seen a transformation like this where I think he's under 200 pounds now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, Joe Thomas though lost. Didn't Joe Thomas?
Joe looks fantastic.
Yeah. He's still yoked.
Sean
at a beast,
O'Hara.
But yeah, O'Hara. Jeff Saturday.
Well, yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah.
We do have a Cowboys connection a little bit, and somewhat recently with Julius Jones and Thomas Jones.
Julius and Thomas.
And then Zach Martin and his
Nick
Martin, the other center. He used to play with the Texans. And then the Diggs brothers, of course.
Right.
Stephon and Trayvon, no doubt. A lot of good texts coming in. The honorable mentions here, we got Seth and Steph Curry, Brooks and Robin Lopez, Kyle and Kurt Busch.
Little auto racing for
Was
you.
a little surprised they didn't make the top 10.
Las Vegas guys.
Chris and Kyle Long, the McCourty twins, Devin and Jason. I mentioned the Watts, and then Bob and Mike Bryan, who I think
tennis.
They were the tennis duo.
The doubles.
Yeah, the doubles champs. That were awesome. And then the Barbers, Rondé and Tiki Barber.
Oh yeah, that's a big one right there.
No doubt. Now here's number 10, Cheryl and Reggie Miller.
Ooh, is that double Hall of Fame?
Yes, and people sleep on just how damn good Cheryl was.
Yeah.
My goodness gracious.
She played at USC, right, in college?
I believe so. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
And if there had been a
really know,
WNBA for her to step into, she'd be a much bigger figure in sports than she is. She's a great broadcaster, though, as well. And, yeah, apparently she beat Reggie when they were kids for several years. It took him a long time to be able to get a dub against her one-on-one.
Number 9 is the Klitschko's, Vladimir and Vitaly Klitschko, which got texted in, the boxers. And I think didn't one of them go and fight in the Ukraine for this war? Yeah.
Yes.
One of them took up arms to go defend the country.
Oh, actual war fighting.
Yeah,
Wow.
legitimately. Go to fight against Russia.
He's too big to be in a foxhole, man.
Pure
Are
badassery.
these the brothers that show up and when bad things happen when they show up to you?
That's the Jokic bros.
The Jokic
Oh,
brothers.
yeah. And
Okay,
the Jokic's.
okay.
Those are because people don't know about Nikola Jokic. Like, who the hell are the other two? But still, I mean, I wouldn't
So
want
when
to
they show up in the doorstep, it's something bad's about to happen.
Yeah,
I think so.
They seem like they're
coming for blood.
kind of
Okay.
like mob related,
Mm.
possibly. Here I am just throwing things out there.
Look at
I
that
don't
reckless
know.
speculation.
I love the Jokic's.
Zach Wolchuk,
I love
everybody.
you guys.
Zach
Speculating on
Wolchuk.
Mafia
Yeah.
ties.
Chuck the woolly bully.
Maybe I've got mafia ties. Huh?
maybe.
You ever think about that? Quit projecting on me. You better watch out for yourselves.
That's my bad. My bad, Zach.
That Jewish mafia.
The
There.
Jewish mob. We go way back to the Holy Land. Number 8, we got Henrik and Daniel Sedin, the former
hockey.
both players on the Canucks for a long time.
Yeah.
Number 7, Jason and Travis Kelce.
Yeah, that Super Bowl bump. I mean,
Shout out to the mom, too. They put her jersey that was half and half Chiefs, half Eagles with the Kelce on the back. That's out in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. For
Is
this
it
past
really?
Super Bowl. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
They pandered to her like crazy, man. Good for them.
She was a big winner. Number 6 is the Molinas, which you gave a shout out to Eric, Yachty, Jose, and Benji Molina. Shout out to Benji.
Shout out to the new age bros in the NFL that are making some waves. The St. Brown bros.
Oh, Amon-Ra and Equanimous.
That's right. Both in that NFC North. One's a bear, one's a lion.
Yeah, no, that's a good one that I think people forget about. The Gracie brothers, and not on this list, and a damn shame that they're not. The Diaz brothers.
Oh,
Nate and Nick Diaz.
Oh, yeah. I love me some Nate.
Those two are freaking badasses. Here's the top 5 for you. Best brothers. We have this texted in as well. And it's siblings in general. The ladies, we give you some love to on National Sibling Day. Chandler, Arthur, and John Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Dominant.
That's dominant right there. Yeah.
All the Jones brothers. Now,
Different sports.
Clearly, John, the best, and the other two, good NFL
Chandler
careers.
Jones, great pass rusher.
Chandler, fantastic.
Yeah.
Poor
What did he have,
Arthur.
18 one year?
You know, yeah.
What Arthur Jones do?
So Arthur was a defensive tackle in the NFL.
For the
Just didn't
Ravens. I think he was on their Super Bowl team.
I think he was too. Yeah, the second one.
Should have
That they
paid
won
him,
over
not
the 49ers.
Flacco.
Yeah,
Losers.
they should have. What schmucks. Kevin and Darian Hatcher got texted in from the 972. Shout out to the Stars.
The Von Erichs.
Von Erichs,
Horace and
absolutely.
Harvey Grant. Wow, there's a poll from the 90s.
Oh, there we go. Matt and Jeff Hardy.
The
as
Charlo
well.
brothers. Yeah, the boxers from Houston.
There we go. That's a good one.
Errol Spence's buddies.
Number 4.
Charlo, huh?
Yeah. Jermaine and, Jamal.
Jamal
Yeah.
Charlo. Number 4, we got Jim and John Harbaugh.
The Harbros.
Man, 817.
Yeah, decent quarterbacks in the late 80s, early 90s.
Texas and the Island Boys.
Oh, jeez.
Are they done? Like, are we just like we've moved on from the Island Boys?
I don't
Flash
see
in
much
the pan.
TikTok
Yeah.
much anymore.
Island Boy. Yeah.
They caught their lightning in a bottle
They did.
for
They had
about
like
6
a year
weeks. Was
where
it a year?
It was pretty long.
Gosh,
if that
dang.
thing lingered about.
Ooh, the Cavender twins, 214. Ultra. Talk about burying the lead, bro.
Yeah, the Cavender twins. They can get it. Number 3.
What do you mean by that?
What are
Yeah,
you?
what are you saying over there?
They deserve to be on this list.
Powell and Mark Gasol.
Powell and Mark Gasol at number 3.
Really?
Both
that's-
NBA champs.
That's perfect timing.
Yep.
Shout out to the texter in the 817. Oh, the Morris twins as well.
The
Markeith
Morris
and,
twins,
and
yes.
Marcus.
And the Harrison twins, they used to be at Kentucky. I think they were on that national championship team with Julius Randle. They were supposed to be a big deal, and they just didn't really pan out.
Then why'd you bring him up?
Because they won a national championship in college, Lee Paul.
They did exist. Yeah, they played sports and they were brothers.
He made them sound like they were great.
They were supposed to be. They just didn't have good NBA careers. Oh, what a freaking crusty troll over here.
Yeah, it's a good
Troll
one, though.
Broadus.
I mean, he's like acting like he's like, oh, these guys were good.
Gosh,
and then
I
you
can't
ask
wait
him,
for
he's like,
Bobby to kick your rear.
We're about to get 2 brothers selected like in the top 5 or 10 or whatever
hockey?
of the NFL or
yeah.
NBA draft.
NBA draft.
Who we got?
You have Asar and Eamon Thompson.
Okay.
And they're both. I see them in mock drafts. They're getting picked back to back in the top 5 or
I gotta
something.
watch them. I gotta watch those guys.
That
I'm
is
gonna
fun
learning.
to be in that family
I'm gonna
right
learn
now.
about this draft.
I like it.
They're twins. Yeah, this is awesome.
Number 2 is Peyton and Eli Manning. And this is when Cooper
Sure.
probably thinks like, gosh dang it. But he's got his son Arch that's about to do big things.
Yeah, that's how you know Arch isn't going to do big things.
Oh, no. No, Island Boys weren't sports. They don't really get to make this. We just brought them up.
Yeah,
Somebody
neither
texted them.
for the same reason, neither does The Undertaker and Kane. They're entertainers. They're not sports.
Oh, gosh. Bring that up. We don't have
Are they
crosstalk
brothers?
today, but KG would be upset.
Oh, that's okay. He can live in a fantasy world if he wants.
I don't know. I didn't know that, but maybe. But number 1, best set of siblings.
The Waltrips.
The Waltrips do deserve to get love.
Yeah, dude. Taker and Kane are their brothers of destruction.
Oh,
Venus and Serena Williams.
there you go.
Absolutely.
Numero uno.
And they deserve to be there. Yeah, we've mentioned the Diggs brothers, absolutely. The Alvarez brothers. Oh, Clay and Trace Thompson. Trace is doing some really big things right now.
Oh,
with
yeah,
the
that's a great
Dodgers.
one.
That's
That
a
is.
good one. That one could become pretty big here soon. Blake Griffin and his brother. Who the hell is Blake's brother?
Oh, man. He
they
was
were
another
at
guy at OU.
Yeah, they were together there.
Was he playing there?
He was, I guess.
Or was he just like the manager?
I think he got some. No, he got minutes. He got minutes.
He got some minutes. He got buckets.
Yeah. I don't know if he got buckets, but he got minutes.
Did I see a thing where that like executives are saying if Giannis's brother, if he wasn't Giannis's brother, he wouldn't be in the league?
Oh, the Antetokounmpos.
Giannis,
Yeah, we can
yeah.
give them some love too. Costas.
Okay, we do have Chris Young standing by here. He's going to join us in about 6-7 minutes. I guess Cowturd today is saying that Luka is starting to become like Carmelo Anthony. Not in great shape, not committed on the defensive end, kind of prickly, and he gets his way.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. I think this is just this short-term memory that we have as sports fans. We're like, this was clearly a disappointing season. Does Luka need to work on some things? Absolutely. But they were 3 wins away from going to the NBA Finals. You think they're sniffing that without Luka Doncic dragging their ass? Absolutely not.
I mean, Melo made the conference finals once, I think, with Denver. No, I think there's a couple of things that are somewhat close, but Luka's a much better player, and I really don't have a much of an appetite right now for blaming a lot on him. I think the front office massively screwed up, and
What'd you do with the word appetite, Luka? What were you talking about there?
oh, I didn't mean that.
Oh, I
didn't
thought-
mean
I
that.
thought
That was
maybe-
unintentional.
I thought maybe-
He needs to work on some stuff.
I thought maybe you were
Yeah.
being smarty Gavin. There.
No, hopefully, Luka grows up. Really, I think he's got to grow up and he's got to get his body right. But he's still amazing. He like with all these flaws, he's still one of the best players, and it's a talent league. It's definitely not a problem to have Luka on the team, and I think it's easy to pile on a guy when they're losing.
I hope he comes back hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really not worried about that.
Oh, yeah, the Hambricks. You remember the Hambricks, Brian?
Yeah.
Troy. And what was the linebacker's name?
Is it
Darren?
Darren and Troy, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we got to run. CY, Rangers GM, with us next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat Frankels, though. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, the Frankels are the guys to call at 214-333. Nation? It is time for the Chris Young Show. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. And joining us now is the general manager of your first place Texas Rangers. It's brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Cars for Kids, as Chris Young joins us here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Well, we're doing outstanding. We're just wondering from you here with the Royals tonight. What are you hoping to see from your team as we open up another series?
Well, just coming home, going back to playing good, clean baseball. Certainly, we want to get back on top and win a series and play our best brand of baseball. So I think that it's a good opportunity to do it. We're excited to be back. A good win yesterday in Chicago, and now come home and start building on that and creating a little momentum.
After a couple of series that didn't go exactly your way, keeping everything in perspective, but 9 games in, are there any trends that make you do a double take or something you're hoping continues or doesn't continue? Where are you with that right now?
Well, I think in terms of the positives, we've thrown the ball really well. Our bullpen has been very, very good. It's been fun to see them get off to a fast start here. Starting pitching, I think for the most part, it's been solid. The second time through the rotation, it's been fun to watch these guys really go out and compete and pitch well. So I think just continue to build off that. We obviously made a big commitment to our pitching this offseason. So seeing them come out and have some early success has been fun. And then offensively, just getting the guys going, getting the lineup going consistently. We had first 2 games where we really swung the bats really well, and then had a little bit of a lull where we cooled off as a lineup. But yesterday was really positive to see us put up some runs and crooked numbers, and looking forward to seeing us kind of continuing that. I think we have a very capable offensive team. I think we've got different ways to beat you in terms of hitting for power, hitting for average, and then certainly utilizing speed. So excited to see us get rolling here consistently as a group and building off yesterday's win.
You mentioned the speed, and certainly, we saw Bubba Thompson on full display yesterday, Jankowski. I mean, you got a ton of guys that are really good on the bases. Josh Smith can be aggressive as well. Do you envision a team that's going to steal more bases as the season goes on? You had just 2 steal attempts entering yesterday.
Yeah, I was looking at some stats last night when I got home and kind of seeing where we are offensively, and I noticed that we only have 1 stolen base, and so it really it was a little surprising to me, given that I think last year I think we led the big leagues, if I'm not mistaken, last year. So, no, I do. I think we're going to be very aggressive. I think that some of that's just opportunistic and situational, and we haven't had some of our base runners on base yet. So I think that will come. But when when those opportunities present themselves, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to push the other team and force action. And, I think that it's going to come as we kind of get our bearings and start to click as an offensive unit.
What's Bubba's ceiling, and what are we looking for to bring that to fruition?
Well, I'm not smart enough to tell you the ceiling on any of our players. I'll tell you that. Bubba is he's a tremendous person. He's a guy he's one of our hardest working players. I mean, if you come out to the stadium early, you'll see Bubba Thompson out in the field doing work, whether it's working on his base running, working on his bunting, working on his outfielding, his throwing. So I say this to tell you that when a player has the level of commitment that Bubba does, you realize that, he will reach his full ceiling, whatever that is. He will reach his full potential. And so, whether that's an everyday regular outfielder, who's an all-star, I have no idea, or whether that's a 4th or 5th outfielder, I can't tell you. What I am confident in is that Bubba continues to get better and better. And whatever that ceiling is, he's going to reach it because he's committed to it. He does things the right way. He's a great teammate, a great person, and he's a winning player. And I think ultimately that's what we look for.
Speaking of the outfield, CY, do you have any update on Leody Taveras?
Yeah, Leody's making great progress. He's played in a few rehab games in AA Frisco. He'll be joining Round Rock tomorrow. We think he needs a few more at-bats. He was really limited with this oblique injury early in camp, hasn't gotten the number of at-bats that we'd like to see him get before joining the big league team. I think it's really important that when he comes here, he's locked in offensively, and so he doesn't go out there and struggle. So I think that just a few more days, he'll be ready to go, and will be back with us hopefully by the weekend.
How about a guy like Jake Odorizzi right now? How's he doing?
Yeah, Jake had shoulder surgery, arthroscopic shoulder surgery to clean up some issues in his shoulder. He's feeling fine. He's going to miss the season, unfortunately. Really hate to see that. Certainly a veteran player who had major league success, someone we were counting on for this year, but just for whatever reason, the shoulder wasn't responding throughout the offseason. We gave it our best effort. Our medical staff did a tremendous job. Jake did a great job in terms of really, trying to do everything he possibly could to get out there. But in the end, it just looked like the shoulder was going backwards more than forwards and decided to have surgery. So it's a bad break for us, but nonetheless, we feel like we have the pitching depth to support that, and we're optimistic that Jake will make a full recovery in time.
Chris, when you get a situation where the first 2 games you score a lot of runs, you get a lot of hits, and then things kind of go a little bit, not as good for you guys when you talk about scoring run and getting those hits.
Yeah.
How do you work through that? Is it something that, everybody says, oh, we're taking extra batting practice. Is it as simple as that, or is it the study of video? How do players kind of find that way to get themselves kind of going again when it comes to hitting a baseball?
Yeah, it's a great question because there's not any one particular way of doing it. And sometimes it's as simple as who you're playing. And, sometimes you catch a team at the wrong time. I'll give you the perfect example is, Friday afternoon, we faced Marcus Stroman. Stroman was supposed to pitch on Wednesday. They got rained out, so he gets bumped to Friday. So instead of facing a different pitcher, we're facing their ace. And so sometimes you run into stretches where you're facing pitchers who are locked in or really throwing the ball well, and you're not quite there physically or mentally, whatever it is. So, I always say these players are not robots. If they were robots, every night would be their best night, and they'd be consistent. And they go through phases. They go through spells where they're locked in and then where they struggle a little bit. And so really the best players are able to snap out of it quickly. They're able to make adjustments and limit the down times and then stay hot during the good times. So, it's a combination of everything. It's from studying game planning to video work, to sometimes just being able to really see the ball a little bit better and stay locked in and lay off a really tough pitch that you're not going to be able to hit very well. So and extra batting practice sometimes helps. Sometimes there can be too much batting practice. So there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's just really individualized as to what each player needs. But when you see it collectively, when you see the group go cold together, that's where, you just know that, okay, it's a matter of time. They'll snap out of it. And teams go through these spells a couple times throughout the year.
What are you hoping to see from Andrew Heaney tonight as he gets the start against the Royals at home? Didn't have the type of outing he wanted against the O's, and I got to talk with him a little bit in the clubhouse during spring training. That is one competitive son of a gun. If he had a bad spring training outing, he's like, I'm not talking.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he is a competitor. I expect him to have a bounce back outing. He's had bad outings before. He knows what it takes. He knows the type of pitcher he is. He knows what he has to do to be successful. And normally competitors respond to bad outings. So he had a rough one, his first one. There's no doubt about it. But I expect him. I know he had a great bullpen session this week. I talked to Mike Maddox, our pitching coach, about it. He really was able to fix some things. I think there was some pitch selection issues last week in terms of just recognizing what Baltimore was trying to do and then maybe not adjusting off that. And then just pitch execution, which is always, as a pitcher, the most important thing is that you got to be able to execute your pitches. And if you execute, more often than not, you're going to win those battles. So I expect him to bounce back. I expect him to have a really good game tonight, give us a chance to win. And, that's what he's done over the course of his career. We know he's better, way better than the results he had last week. And we're excited to see him back out there tonight.
We're chatting Rangers here with GM Chris Young. Okay, let's talk some pitching development here. You changed over a lot of stuff in the offseason with the minor league pitching coaches and whatnot. And, we saw this no-hitter that gave up 7 runs in the minor leagues. How's that happen? Do you have a take on this?
No, I saw the line. I haven't really jumped into that to see how exactly that happened. It's almost, I can't conceive how that would really transpire. A no-hitter where you give up 7 runs. That just seems hard to do.
So do you notice that maybe younger guys don't know how to pitch as well? Or, is there an overall general critique of a trend that could have made that happen for the first time in history?
Oh man, I there must have been a lot of walks and hit batters. That's all
right.
I can come up with. And
Yeah,
and
2 errors, I
some,
think.
some bad defense. Yeah, exactly. Some bad defense too. So, I'm not 100% certain. I'd have to go back and watch the game to see. But I try to stay away from generalizations. I mean, I will say today's players are more talented than ever. These players, what they're able to do, and the quality of their stuff, especially on the pitching side, it's really unbelievable. It's so impressive. But there are some principles that have withstood the test of time, and that's pitch execution and being able to consistently repeat your delivery and being able to recognize swings and really perform under pressure. And so those are things that we try to train our younger players on, try to accelerate their development by teaching them how to handle those things and really focus in when things get tough, to really focus on what matters most and to be really good at those things, those few fundamental aspects of being a good pitcher. And, more or less, if you can do those and you can execute that, you're going to be successful.
Chris, I was going to ask you about how you handled like a young player. And, watching from the outside here, you got Josh Young, and it looks like you guys have thrown him into the deep end of the pool and told him to swim, and some good, some bad. But how do you, as a general manager, how do you handle your young players? Do you walk in and kind of visit with them a little bit, or you kind of give them their distance and just let the coaches and stuff handle that aspect of how he manages day to day?
Well, I think that starts with Boch and the coaching staff. I think that, first and foremost, I never want to send mixed messages or undermine anything that they're communicating to the players directly. So I'm always making sure that I'm on the same page with Boch in terms of the way we view the player, our expectations for the player. But, I think more or less our jobs are to be supportive. Our jobs are to really provide guidance, to set a vision in terms of what we expect as a team, what we expect from each individual player, what we believe they're capable of, and then support them as they go out and try to execute and achieve that. And, as you talk to players, most players have higher expectations for themselves than maybe we have as an organization for them. I mean, that may sound funny, but I think these are competitors. These guys want to be the best in the world at what they do. So, when you ask them what their expectations are for themselves, they normally say things that are, very ambitious, and I love that. That's I did the same as a player. I understood. I wanted to be as good as I could possibly be. I wanted to be as good as anybody in the game. So most guys think that way. And so once they've said that, you can kind of hold them accountable to the standard they have for themselves and support them in doing so. And I think that's the main way I try to communicate with our players is really give a vote of confidence to reinforce that they're doing well, that things are going to go their way. If they keep working, they keep doing it the right way, and they keep really paying attention to the things that they need to do to be successful, that more or less their talent will take over and they'll be able to be good, to live up to what their expectation for themselves is.
So, CY, you just finished a series at Wrigley, and a little bit of a fun subject for our show is our crusty NFL scout, Brian Broaddus, is not high on Wrigley Field. He thinks the surrounding area much better than the actual ballpark. Doesn't like the ballpark. Overrated, if you will. I wonder your thoughts about Wrigley and the surrounding area.
Oh, man, it's just such a historic stadium and the history of...
Be honest, Chris.
Wrigley
Be
Field
honest.
Well, look, I'm 6 feet 10 inches tall, and things that were built in the 1920s
there you go.
don't necessarily aren't made for somebody my size.
There you go.
I can't appreciate the environment and the facility for a few days when I'm there. So it just is such a historic place. It's a special place to watch a baseball game, and while it may not be built for somebody like me, I certainly enjoy being there, and I have some good memories of playing there, and certainly hope that we have a lot of good memories with the Rangers going there in the future.
Chris, hypothetical draft question for you here. As a talent evaluator, as a team builder, if you find out that a guy that you might be interested in drafting is a guy that puts mayonnaise in his coffee and consumes the peel of the banana instead of just the banana, is that a red flag enough to take him completely off your draft board?
We're not taking him off the draft board, but we're certainly asking more questions.
Hey, when you see these NBA teams tanking, do you think that's a good idea, super competitive, or coward's way out?
Oh man, I'm not. Guys, I'm going to try to stay as non-controversial on this one as possible. But I'll tell you this: I'm a former player. Players play to win. Players want to win, and I certainly support that. And I know every organization goes through tough times and moments where you have to make business decisions, and I get it. But ultimately, these players don't get to play forever, and they want to win, and I understand why. And I think that's what fans deserve as well.
You're the man, Chris. Can't thank you enough for all your time, and give him hell against the Royals. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Great talking to you.
Cheers, buddy. There he goes. Chris Young here, Rangers GM on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, I love it.
He told you. He told you about
he
that.
He crapped on Ridley. That was fantastic.
For big people, doesn't really fit. I mean, if he's 6'10", he's got a reason.
On Twitter, somebody said I was too fat to fit in the seats. That's why I didn't like Ridley.
That's a loyal Tolo, and he said that apparently that's something that you referenced on the show, that you were too big to fit in the seats, but I didn't remember you saying that either.
I don't think I ever said.
Because I was drawn off sides when I saw that on Twitter.
I just like the fact that, to me, being outside, I think their environment around their stadium is incredible. That is not overrated.
We got to run, though, Nation. Thanks so much to CY. We have an NFL Draft big board report coming up next year. We'll take a look at the top stories in Pro Football Draft Land next year on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat with you about my friend. the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Happens every day. Every now and then I mess up. That's all me. Okay, NFL Draft Big Board Report. Which position group sucks the most compared to usual? Now, this is kind of building off of what the Jim Nagy's tweet was. Wolchuk mentioned it earlier. We frequently see 4 to 5 wideouts in mocks. Have spoken to numerous teams that only have one first-round grade at the position. That is Jackson Smith and Jigba of DFW. And you guys are hearing that his visit was not an official 30 visit. It was a Dallas Day visit?
Yeah, it's a Dallas Day. And the difference is when you do the Dallas Day stuff or when you come in for it or that kind of a visit, you pay your own way. So if it was an official visit, the Cowboys would have flown him in, but he was here in town. Maybe visiting family and all that. So he's back here on his own dime, and they can make it a local visit that way.
Yeah, it's a benefit that the Cowboys have that I don't think, and other teams probably do, but we have just such a ridiculous talent pool in our own backyard here in DFW. Like even Drew Sanders, potential first rounder out of Arkansas, went to Denton Ryan. I mean, there's so many guys, Christian Gonzalez, the Colony, that technically the Cowboys don't have to spend 30 visits on them. People might think they are, but they can get a free visit as a local day visit.
Well, that's a huge edge. It really is to be in such a football hotbed like this. And, hopefully Smith and Jigba falls to you at 26 and you could, run the card up there and take him. But that would be a shock, right? That would be a bigger surprise than CeeDee Lamb getting to 19. Smith and Jigba to 26.
Yeah, I do think there is something to, okay, if there's only going to be one receiver, you might have the rest of the receivers available for you. I mean, if nobody wants to reach on a receiver that they got graded as a second-round guy,
I kind of feel like
you might have all the receivers other than him available.
I just feel there might be one guy. It might be the one of the top guys. Like I say, if it's Addison or I think the first receiver myself, the Houston pick. The second Houston pick. 12. That seems to be where that receiver, that might be the first one. And now you're kind of, okay.
Do you like the other players that come after him at 26?
No, absolutely.
It wouldn't be that big of a reach?
To me, I feel like, though, I've got 3 on my board. Addison, Smith, and Jigba, and Johnston. My guys.
Okay, a fifth-year option exercise rate for each position. How would this impact how you're looking at the draft? The position that has the most fifth-round options picked up, it's not even close, guys. It's tight end at 87.5%. That means after 3 or 4 years, this is going great. We're picking up the fifth-year option. They've only been picked like 8 times in the last 10 drafts that qualify, but 87.5% of the time they get picked up. Defensive tackle, 72. It drops quickly. Cornerback, 68. Safety and tackle are tied at 64%. Only 2/3 of first-round offensive tackles are really successful enough that you want to keep them around. Quarterbacks at 61. Centers at 60. Guards, 56. Wide receiver, 55. Edges, 54. And then you get back to the running back position at 38.5%. So how would that inform any decision you guys are prepared to make at 26?
It just shows it's not an exact science in the first round, right? But it's one thing that I think benefits tight end when there's so many that are crying and saying, hey, don't take a tight end in the first round. How many of the elite guys were taken early? How many of these first round receiver or tight ends panned out? Barnwell just did an article on ESPN about the positions and which ones in the playoffs last year were first round picks. You had 3 first round running backs. The majority of the other 8 teams ended up taking from round 2 through 4. Tight end, 0. 0 teams in the playoffs last year had a first-round tight end. I just think this is such a unique year when it comes to tight end, and it's also a down year at receiver, as we just talked about. That's why you're getting the conversation of you could have multiple tight ends selected in the first.
It is unique that tight ends even get taken in the first round. It's amongst the least picked players in the first round is tight end. But when guys have legit grades, their floor is really, really high. The bust factor is, 12%? And that's damn good value if you can protect yourself from that scenario.
I'll tell you one thing, too, about these. When you look at the wide receivers and fifth-year options and stuff like that, CeeDee Lamb's is about to be a big jump when you look if you pick up that fifth-year option because he's made 2 Pro Bowls. That factors in to your fifth-year option. You know, you get a significant bump in pay. The fact that he's made 2 Pro Bowls now makes it, I want to say, darn near $18 million for that 5th-year option.
Cha-ching. All
That's
right.
an interesting nugget there.
We got to run, Nation. ESPN's Tim McMahon was on with Sean and RJ today. And, he was asked, could Luka actually be the one to go? And several other great questions. We'll give you some audio highlights of that and why we won't be doing Keep Him or Old Yeller Him at least for a couple of days. That's next here on the G-Bag Nation.
Always a welcome sign. from our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service at ease. We do have some Tim McMahon audio. Could Luka be the one that goes? He answered that and more. There's Broadus. Do you have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control? We're rocking till 6:30. Rangers pregame's coming up in 90 minutes. LA Live's coming up in 40. There's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Usually when a season ends, we do keep them or old yeller them. But I got to tell you, man, it was an Easter unlike any other for me. And I definitely can't handle the audio today. As yesterday, right as our Easter is winding down, we're in the back yard, as a lot of people were, enjoying this perfect weather, playing with the kids, playing with the dogs. And throughout the day, I'm socializing Remy, our 19-month-old, into playing with Spike. And Spike loves to jump up on people, and he's, got a little bit of a peeing issue. So we slow played it, right? But if you get Spike out in the backyard running around and you pet him like 3 times, all the pee gets out, and then he's good to go for like an hour. You can actually play with him, and so we're doing that whole thing. But as people with a pool will tell you, when you have a kid that can't swim around a pool, that's going to get a lot of your attention. And I've had Spike in the backyard a lot. And the gate that goes to the driveway is never closed, right? It broke like 2 years ago, and we're just like, whatever. It's open. We don't need a damn gate in the driveway. I don't know even why they put it in the house. So the gate's open. Anyway, every now and then Spike runs around the corner, and I yell, "Spike!" And he is so damn attentive. Boom, he's back, right? He's like, "Oh, sorry about that, boss. I was just investigating, whatever." Mm-hmm. And so we're playing in the backyard, and a few minutes goes by, and I didn't notice that Spike was gone, but we were literally taking pictures like 3 minutes earlier, and the phone rings, and she goes, "Honey, you need to go out front." I'm like, "What happened?" She goes, "Spike got hit by a car." Oh, and I'm like, "Oh crap!" So I go out, to the front yard, and Abby's uncle is out there, and he was the one that spotted Spike and called, and Spike is like 50 yards down the road, but he's on the side of the road. Yeah. And I holler for him, and he doesn't move. But he's looking at me, right? And so we got to him, and he couldn't get up. I could tell the back legs were gone, And I was like, crap, he's paralyzed, So I'm like, let's go. Our boss, Gavin Spittle, has a boss who's paralyzed for different reasons, some genetic thing or whatever. And I'm like, well, we'll get him a rescue card or whatever. This is going to be a crappy credit card bill, but let's make this happen. So we run for the car, and we're calling hospitals in our area, but it's Easter. A lot of them are shut down. Mm-hmm. So we're like, okay, the closest one is actually right here. It's on North Central, just a few blocks away. Yeah, it's at like 4,500. Exactly right. This is at 4,200 or 41. So I'm like, okay, we're going into work, and Spike's hanging tough. He's a champ, and he would never let anybody see him sweat. So I'm petting him, and I'm driving. Ruben's holding him. And I'm on the phone to like other places that are closer, and I'm describing the situation, and they say, well, describe the damage. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure he's paralyzed. And this one lady she goes, okay, that's not good. Is his stomach by chance swollen? And I'm like, yeah, it is. And she goes, well, you got to get him to the ER. I'm like, okay, that does not sound good.
No.
And when she told me to have a nice day, when she hung up the phone,
you knew.
She was like, have a nice day.
Yeah, that dog's not making it.
Crap. So we're flying down 30, and I still have dreams of getting him in, and here we are. We're coming across this little transition there where you can get onto 45 or 75 or keep going on 30 or whatever. And Abby calls, and she's like, "Why? What happened?" And I didn't let her see Spike when we left because he was in such bad shape, And I'm explaining, and she's like, why'd you let the gate open? Why'd you let him outside? And it's something we do almost every weekend, but she's dealing with it, and she's all bummed out and everything. So that really sucked. And And she's like, is he going to make it? And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so. And I had to let her go. And so we're cruising up even more. We're about to take the exit. And I told her, I said, I'm gonna tell Spike, you goodbye and everything. And so I'm sharing with him those thoughts and petting him on the head. And here we come up on the exit. I'm getting ready to make the turn, and his eyes are open. And I'm petting him on the nose, trying to soothe him and everything. And that's when Ruben said, he's gone, G. He's gone. So right as I'm getting ready to pull into the dang ER, there he goes. And it was just unbelievable, to go from like having such a great family time and enjoying. And I was telling Spike earlier in the day, I'm like, hey, your buddy Burger's about to go, right? Burger's 14 years old. It's time to get you a new buddy, And then the next thing I know, I'm driving home and Burger's sitting there by himself in the damn backyard.
Oh,
just
my God.
really an unbelievable day. And as all parents will tell you, it's one thing to lose a dog, and by this time in life, we've all done it a couple of times, and it really sucks. It really does. But man, when the kids kick in, so we had 2 or 3 hours back at the house of talking about it and all that, and finally she kind of calmed down, and now she's dealing with that side of the trauma from a kid's perspective, but really crappy, and it showed me how fragile life is,
for sure,
and sudden. Like here you are, and then there's his dog bowl, and now it's the next morning, and you're letting out the old dog, and the new dog's not there, and the old dog's like, hey, what the hell, man?
Right.
Gosh, dude.
Anyway, I wanted to talk about that a little bit. I know a lot of people go through that, and it was certainly a huge live event for me, and my heart goes out to anybody that's lost a pet recently, and maybe we'll do keep 'em or old yeller 'em at the end of the next Cowboy season or Ranger season, something like that. ESPN's Tim McMahon on the dumpster fire that was the Mavericks and where they go from here. Cut number 5. Could Luka be the one that actually leaves instead of, I guess it was Kyrie Irving was the question. Here we go.
I would say that Luka somehow managed to have a very disappointing 32-8-8 season. And, Luka is obviously young. There's a lot going on in his life. He's immature. There are things that, he wears his emotions on his sleeves. When it's going well, he's got that infectious smile. When it's not, his body language is terrible. I mean, you see him show up teammates sometimes. That can be difficult. His style of play can be challenging. So, there are going to be guys who don't necessarily want to play with him. Again, we can talk, if you're talking about Luka, you have to talk about stylistically prime James Harden, right?
Yep.
That's who he is. He's his own version of that in terms of style of play. Harden didn't show teammates up like this, but I think the biggest challenge for Luka is, in terms of people want to play with him, are style of play, and then he didn't grow up in the American grassroots system. He doesn't have these relationships with guys dating back to AAA and the summer circuit, or AAU rather, in the summer circuit. He's not hanging out with the Team USA guys after practice and all that kind of stuff. He doesn't have those relationships, so that's a challenge too, because stylistically, listen, say what you want about James Harden. Certainly, there were times that people thought he and teammates thought he was challenging to play with, but you did have a series of stars that lined up for that opportunity. None of them ultimately worked out, and they ended up being short-term. And I think there's some personality issues there. But you had, first Dwight Howard, and then Chris Paul, and then Russell Westbrook. We'll see, and the clock's obviously ticking, but we'll see if the Mavericks can get guys of star caliber who say, hey, I want to play with Luka. And obviously they're hoping that they can get Kyrie to say, hey, I want to continue playing with Luka.
Okay, so there is a lot going on in that. Chris Paul and James Harden and the Warriors, that was an incredible series when Houston almost had them. They really did. So I think that's a good point, though, to compare his situation to James Harden, and the styles of play and the ball usage can be challenging. Nobody likes playing with a ball hog, especially a slow one that holds the ball. Then he talked about not having the relationships, and I think that's key there. We've always talked about it as a negative, like he can't recruit guys to come to the Mavs, but maybe that will stop him from networking and finding easy ways out of guys begging to, we got to get Luka. You know, if other stars don't want to play with Luka, maybe shoot, it's an edge, and it's something to be cherished. If Kyrie Irving or whatever star does want to play with Luka, that's even more of a must-keep situation.
Yeah, I think hopefully you're at a place now where Kyrie wants to remain here. You get that done, and then you don't really have to worry about, at least for a season or two, and until you see how it unfolds, and we'll see if Kyrie can, stay at a place for longer than a season or so. But if Kyrie's here, you don't need that superstar. You're not trying to go get the guy that has all these teams that want him, and he might say, no, Luka's not a guy I want to play with. I'm a guy with options. You're just trying to go get guys that shoot the ball well and play good defense. Those aren't guys that are saying, no, I don't want to play with Luka. Those are guys that are actually saying, yeah, I do want to play with Luka because I need a guy like Luka to carry us. I'll play the defense, and I'm going to get wide open three balls. So selfishly, my three-point shot should get better, and maybe I can parlay a year or two playing with Luka into a better deal.
Yeah. I know some fans are frustrated with Luka, and it's a fun exercise to talk about, but I just think whenever you have superstars, as long as they're not super toxic people, you work around it. It's like, hey, this isn't perfect. That's not perfect. This star, Shaq, can't make free throws. Who cares?
Right.
It's all about having the elite players. And if you have two of them, I don't want anything to change. I don't want to lose either of these guys.
That's exactly what the Mavs have been trying to go for. And for the lack of maybe recruiting that Luka does, Kyrie does. Players have proven they do want to play with Kyrie Irving. They like Kyrie Irving. The one team that is always scary, Brian, you've brought this up, but his relationship with Nikola Jokic. And that would be the one team that I could see if things did hit that kind of breaking point with Luka, that he would say, I'd like to go to Denver and play with Jokic.
Yeah, I could see that happening. Maybe it would come around the other way.
That'd be ideal for Mavs fans.
Yeah.
Certainly. I'd love the other way to happen.
Yeah, it's hard to say. How much does a guy want to stay in Denver? How much does a guy want to stay in Dallas? Could they decide to take their combination somewhere else, like LeBron and Chris Bosh did? It's tough, but this is what you sign up for, and you want superstars, and as soon as you get them, you start worrying about how you retain them. Cut 8 here from Tim McMahon. What is Jason Kidd's future here with the Mavs?
Well, yeah, you've had both Mark Cuban and Nico Harrison make it very clear that moving on from Jason Kidd after this season is absolutely not a consideration. And I will say this, and Jay Kidd kind of clumsily said it, but he was a Coach of the Year candidate last year whose team made a surprise run to the Western Conference Finals. So when you're evaluating Jason Kidd, you can't just throw out the fact that this team drastically exceeded expectations in his first year and then give him no credit there and then all the blame for this year.
Yeah.
There's plenty of blame to go around. He can take a slice, but I don't think this is, hey, if you fire the coach, everything's fine. No, if you fire the coach, you've still got to address the many problems that are above him on the list of things that went wrong this season. As far as what did he think? Obviously he did not want to take any responsibility in terms of the making of the decision. But ultimately, I'm pretty sure Jay Kidd wants a top 10 pick on his roster over giving up, having nothing to show for Jalen Brunson. Or I'm sorry, for this bad season as they go into next season. And, it is funny. It's just irony is such a bitch. If the Mavericks give up number 11, that happens to be the jersey that Jalen Brunson's wearing for the New York Knicks. And obviously this pick's not from anything to do with him, but it is a little bit to do with him because if Jalen Brunson's here, they're not in this situation. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To pay off the Porzingis trade. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, is that irony or poetic justice? I'm not sure. How about this next one, though, Brian? I want to get you in here because I know you have a lot to share on this topic, and you become our Mavs insider. How about Kidd talking to Luke about getting in shape here with Cut 9 here with Tim McMahon on with Sean and RJ this morning?
Dude, Jason Kidd, at the end of the 2 seasons he's been in Dallas, his parting public message to Luka has essentially been, dude, you got to get in shape, and he words it more delicately than that. But, yesterday it's, hey, you've got to get ready for the marathon. And listen, the guy, he likes to eat, he enjoys drinking beers. Like, we all can respect that. Hey, listen, whoa, hey, we've got something in common with an NBA superstar. But you saw, you always kind of, Dirk's always going to be the gold standard in this organization, and you saw, and Dirk was about this age when he really started taking that stuff seriously. You saw the kind of commitment Dirk had to diet, to conditioning, to really treating his body as like a scientific vessel. For Luka to ultimately achieve his, the top level of his potential, which is literally one of the all-time best players to ever play the game, at some point he's going to have to take that seriously, or he can come in to camp every year, and have to kind of play his way into shape and just be a guy who makes 15 All-Star appearances.
Yeah, this is the big topic of the offseason. Does Luka want to take that next step in his career? I think at 24 years old, he's now right on the doorstep of a few years down the line, he's never going to be that guy. If you try to play catch up in that game at 28, 29 years old, I just think it's too late. So hopefully we can find that gear of being a true professional here at some point in the next 24 months at the latest, Brian.
I wonder who's going to be the guy or the gal that steps up and tells him he needs to get in better shape. I know that Jason Kidd has talked to him about it, and and
to the media about it.
Yeah, but who is that? Who is going to be the one that convinces him to do that? And me personally, I think when he goes back overseas, I feel like you lose control of that. You lose control of being able to monitor every day what's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
And unless you have somebody that's over there training with him, and is watching every day. If I'm the Mavs, I'm Mark Cuban, I might consider having somebody live overseas with him, not in his house or anything like that, but live to where you can watch him do the workouts.
The accountability partner.
Accountability partner, if you want to. And I don't think you're going to get a guy that's going to make that commitment until it might be, like you said, Gavin, way too late. Yeah. But if you convince him right now, like, man, you can't go through what you went through, with the early part of the season. I get it. You want to play basketball. That's your way of getting in shape. We've got to do.
But he got in worse shape throughout the year.
He got
in the best shape for Slovenia.
He was injured. For how many games? There was some.
He missed
there was some back-to-back games,
weeks.
but there were like five games that he missed.
Yeah,
and
played in 65 games this year.
See, that's the thing about it. Nobody's going to go up and tell Luka, maybe that's Jason Kidd. I mean,
even Kidd can say it. Eventually, it's got to be on him, right? You can have people that tell you stuff all the time. If you personally, in your heart, aren't ready to make that change, you're not going to hold yourself accountable. It doesn't matter.
No, you have to want to be great, because right now anybody can tell him stuff and he's like, yeah, but I'm making almost $50 million a year and I'm top 5 in the MVP
I'm already
voting.
Great.
What's the problem? Yeah. And if you don't play with an absolute desperate goal to be the best ever, you'll get the money and the success and the Sports Center and settle. You're like, oh, I made it. It's the greats, Jordan, Magic, Bird, that go, dude, what can I do this offseason to make myself even better? Not, great, man. Now can I really drink beer for the next 4 months and then try to get back in shape right before camp hits? That's the pattern that Luka is following, and it's not going to lead to anywhere near where he wants to be. But you look at the history of the NBA championship, it's pretty much won by the same 2 or 3 guys every era. Over 12 to 15 years. These guys that aren't totally committed don't sneak in and win titles very often. It's a lot of Magic and Michael and Tim Duncan and LeBron and the Currys now. That's it.
Yeah, but we got to understand where he's from. That part of, again, there's Tim's right. We have pizza eaters and beer drinkers here, but it's not majority of your athletes. And you look at overseas and stuff like that. I mean, hey, life is It's smoking cigarettes and
culture.
staying out late and eating dinner at 11 o'clock at night. I worked in NFL Europe, and like we couldn't get anything done because no, and especially in Spain. Hey guys, we need to put the goalposts up for the game and they're like, no, we're good.